In the twilight of her battle with terminal gastric cancer, the actress Lu Ruan awoke to find herself transported to the year 5050 in an unfamiliar interstellar realm. Surrounded by an alien landscape, she beheld black wild grasses, colossal mutated trees that would require the embrace of a dozen individuals to encircle, a gray sky, and the formidable expedition team venturing into this desolate planet. As she accompanied the explorers, she gradually grasped the peculiarities of this new world, leaving her utterly confounded. What was this? The male-to-female ratio here was 100-to-1, rendering women a rare and coveted treasure. Upon reaching adulthood, they would be forcibly bound to at least 5 suitors. Moreover, the higher the combined prowess of these suitors, the greater the woman's contribution to society, allowing her to vie for the title of Interstellar Queen. Upon the system registering her genetic information, it promptly assigned her 9 strikingly handsome suitors, each with a perfect genetic compatibility of 100. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Stars. In this desolate wilderness, Lu Ruan opened her eyes to an utterly alien environment. Towering wild grasses loomed above her, while majestic trees stood sentinel amidst a shroud of mist. Where was she? A sneeze escaped her, as she leaned against the mutated tree. Taking in her surroundings, the unfiltered air invaded her nostrils, provoking a series of sneezes. Her senses were astonishingly acute. System? Lu Ruan called out into the air, her voice tinged with uncertainty. In response, a youthful voice resonated within her mind. Little Dumpling. Initiating the wish fulfillment system. Dear host, you are currently situated on the desolate planet in the future interstellar world. System. Little Dumpling. Are you telling me I've crossed into an interstellar realm? Little Dumpling. Indeed, host, in light of your terminal gastric cancer and the generous donation of 10 million to a temple prior to your demise, the deity has dispatched me to grant you one wish, immortality. Before her, a translucent figure resembling a dumpling materialized, complete with large eyes and a petite mouth. Is this the virtual embodiment of the system? Lu Ruan offered a slight nod to the charming creature. Her identity on Earth was that of a renowned actress, stricken by late-stage gastric cancer. Having forsaken formal education at the tender age of 9, she toiled relentlessly in the entertainment industry, sacrificing her health for fame. After years of hardship, she finally attained recognition, only to succumb to the cruel grasp of illness at the mere age of 20. When she finally sought medical attention, it was too late. Her condition was dire. The greatest agony in life is to leave this world with wealth still in hand. With merely 3 days left to live, she selfishly visited a temple to pray, offering half of her remaining assets to the deity and the other half to the goddess of mercy, fervently beseeching for a long life in her next incarnation. Then she returned home, succumbing to sleep amidst her suffering. To awaken and find herself in an interstellar wilderness was indeed the work of Little Dumpling. No. Suddenly a critical thought struck her. Was she merely inhabiting this body, or had her soul traversed dimensions? Lu Ruan hastily assessed her form, her hand brushing against her face. She wore the same pale yellow nightgown from before. Her facial features, an oval visage adorned with her signature dimples, were unmistakably her own. Calculating the time, she realized her life clock ticked down to a mere 2 days. At that moment, a dull ache plagued her stomach, and weakness enveloped her like a shroud, heralding her impending demise. Gasping slightly, she turned to the floating white dumpling and anxiously inquired, Little Dumpling, why do I feel so weak? Has the wish for longevity not yet taken effect? Little Dumpling, your cancer remains untreated, so it is natural for you to feel this weakness. What? Lu Ruan's voice rose sharply. Are you deceiving a soul whose life hangs by a thread? Where is your conscience? Little Dumpling, I have not misled you, dear host. You shall indeed live to be 100. However, according to Earth's laws, you should have already perished. Upon transferring your essence to the interstellar realm, your energy reserves have dwindled to a mere 3, and you are on the brink of entering a dormant state. Thus what? In plain terms, can I still survive? Lu Ruan felt her hope wane. After a decade of relentless toil in the entertainment industry, shackled by moral obligations to donate this and that, she found herself left with only 1 million as her meager consolation. Never having truly enjoyed life before being thrust into this interstellar chaos, she refused to succumb so easily. Yet, with the system's energy reserves depleted, how could her frail body endure in this perilous wilderness? The dangers lurking ahead were unknown to her. Little Dumpling, do not fret, host. I have detected interstellar natives within a 5-kilometer radius. If you follow them out of this desolate land, you can receive treatment at the finest hospital in the stars, and you will be cured within 2 hours. Living to 100 will pose no issue. However what? Little Dumpling, You lack the means for communication. Would you like me to expend energy to translate the local language for you? Absolutely. Please do it quickly. The inability to communicate would be a tremendous hindrance. Without it, she could not navigate life in this unfamiliar world. Lu Ruan answered without hesitation. Little dumpling, beep. Energy consumption at 3. The local language has been translated for you. Beep. Warning, warning. Energy reserves critically low. Entering mandatory dormant state. Lu Ruan felt a momentary dizziness, and as her senses returned, the knowledge of the interstellar lingua flooded her mind. She attempted to call out in the local tongue. Little dumpling? How long will you remain dormant? The system offered no response. Resigning herself to the silence of the system, Lu Ruan realized she could now comprehend and articulate the interstellar language. Her survival in this perilous jungle depended on finding the local inhabitants for assistance. Time was of the essence. She needed to seek out those within 5 kilometers without delay. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust from her clothes and surveyed her surroundings, deliberating on which direction to take. The area was a dense jungle, overrun with wild grasses and towering trees that obscured her view, making it exceedingly difficult to locate anyone. Should she inadvertently venture in the wrong direction or encounter a wild beast, it would be tantamount to signing her own death warrant. After careful consideration, she turned her gaze upward toward the nearest towering tree. Only from a height could she gain a broader perspective to spot others, and her cries for help might reach the interstellar natives. She resolved to climb. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around the tree trunk and began her arduous ascent. Her frail body quickly became winded, and her hands were scraped and sore from the rough bark. Nevertheless, with the specter of death looming just 2 days away, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Just as she neared a sturdy branch, an aberrant golden-eyed snake emerged from the trunk, locking its gaze with hers. Terrified, Lu Ruan's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing her to plummet from the tree. Holding her breath, she swiftly evaded to the side, clamping her legs around another branch, seizing a twig to strike at the mutated serpent. As anticipated, the snake fell to the ground, its head raised as it seemed intent on climbing back up. Refusing to tarry any longer, Lu Ruan hastily ascended to the treetop, 10 meters above the ground. Steadying herself, she scanned the horizon and, at last, spotted movement 2 kilometers away. With all her might, she shouted toward the distant figures. Is anyone there? Please help me. A group of individuals appeared to have heard her call, turning in unison to look her way before swiftly approaching. The tension in Lu Ruan's body finally eased. Hope surged within her. A chance at survival had emerged. Chapter 2. The first encounter with the anomalous matchmaker. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruan gazed down upon a group of interstellar men who had gathered beneath the tree. There were 12 of them, all men, each averaging an impressive height of 6 feet, clad in adventure suits of black and blue. They wore gas masks, obscuring their faces. Yet their physiques suggested they were all remarkably handsome. A life detector scanned for the target's location. As Lu Ruan appraised the members of the expedition team, their leader, Ko Dong, was simultaneously searching for her presence. Received. One of the team members produced a device to survey the surroundings. In the course of his search, Ko Dong's gaze swept past a mutated snake hidden in the grass, and his eyes narrowed with sudden coldness. He bent down swiftly, capturing the snake by its midsection, tightening his grip until it ceased to struggle. He tossed the now limp creature aside, leaving a robust venomous snake exposed on the barren ground. The man's movements were fluid and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Lu Ruan, peering through the gaps in the branches, gasped in astonishment at the scene. This captain was undeniably a real man, a paragon among men. Having dealt with the snake, Ko Dong surveyed the area contemplatively. The presence of mutated snakes in the vicinity suggested that the woman who had called for help had likely been bitten. Everyone, split up and search. We must act swiftly. His deep, melodious voice resonated from beneath the tree. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruan called out to the group below. Hello. I'm up in the tree, obscured by the leaves. The 12 men simultaneously directed their gaze upward. Lu Ruan quickly adjusted her skirt to prevent any accidental exposure, offering them a friendly and demure smile. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from below. Goodness, it truly is a woman. How rare and precious. How did she end up on this desolate planet? Who is the villain responsible for this? I must know, and ensure he is imprisoned to endure a lifetime of suffering. Lu Ruan, parting the leaves, pondered how to descend while feeling utterly helpless. Having hurried up the tree, the 10-meter height now posed a challenge. Just as she contemplated her predicament, the captain who had so effortlessly dispatched the snake reached out to touch the tree's roots. He then pressed a mechanism in his glove, causing several sharp hooks to extend from his fingertips and the tips of his boots. Using these hooks, Ko Dong agilely ascended the tree. In no time, he reached Lu Ruan's side, extending a hand towards her. "Take my hand, I will help you down." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruan placed her hand in his. Ko Dong's strong grip pulled her close, and he held her securely as they began their descent. She tightly closed her eyes, feeling the wind whip past her ears. At last, they landed safely on the ground. As they touched down, her legs wobbled slightly, and her ankle twisted, nearly causing her to fall.
Ko Dong reacted swiftly.
Steadying her. "Are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern. Lu Ruan shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Ko Dong regarded her with a gentle gaze. "This is our responsibility as men. But how did you end up on this desolate planet?" Achoo. Lu Ruan sneezed again. The air here was appallingly poor. She sighed weakly and recounted her plight. "I've been here since I regained consciousness, and many details have slipped my mind. Could you kindly take me to a hospital? Given my current state, I may not last more than 2 days." Upon hearing this, Ko Dong's brow furrowed in concern. "Rest assured, we will get you out of here," he assured her. He then signaled to his team to prepare for their return, removing his gloves and retrieving a new gas mask from his spatial button, which he personally helped Lu Ruan put on. His cool fingertips brushed against her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine. Lu Ruan did not reject his assistance. Preserving her life was of utmost importance. Once the mask was on, she found her breathing significantly eased. "Thank you," she whispered once more. A faint smile graced Ko Dong's lips as he pointed towards the sky, unleashing a brilliant blue light. A strikingly advanced battleship descended from above. He also deployed a small mech into the jungle. "Everyone, return to base." "Yes, Captain." The other team members responded, retrieving their own mechs. Ko Dong climbed aboard his mech, extending his hand towards Lu Ruan from the cockpit. "Come on, you can ride with me to the ship." Grasping his outstretched hand, Lu Ruan used his strength to hoist herself up. In the cramped confines of the cockpit, the proximity between them became palpable, allowing her to distinctly hear the steady rhythm of Ko Dong's heartbeat. As he maneuvered the mech towards the battleship, Lu Ruan gazed through the transparent walls at the desolate landscape of the barren planet, a whirlwind of emotions churning within her. She had crossed over into a world brimming with technology. Suddenly, alarms blared, and an urgent voice crackled through the battleship's communicator. "Unidentified energy fluctuations detected. Suspected enemy vessels approaching." Ko Dong's expression hardened as he swiftly piloted the mech to dock with the hovering battleship. The mech's hatch opened, and he cradled Lu Ruan as he entered the vessel, gently placing her in a seat in the rest area. Once the remaining team members boarded, they rushed to the control room, swiftly removing their gas masks and donning headsets. Ko Dong reassured the still-dazed Lu Ruan. "Do not be afraid. Just sit tight." Lu Ruan nodded obediently. Ko Dong entered the control room, immersing himself in preparations for battle. Before long, 3 enemy warships appeared within a 500-meter range. One of the enemies shouted towards them, "You have 3 minutes to surrender all your valuables, or this barren planet will become your grave." Which little brat dared to betray our location? The vice-captain of the expedition team fumed, his face darkening. Their covert operation was not supposed to have been detected by the space pirates. Yet now, the pirates had tracked them down to this desolate planet to raid them, indicating a high probability of an insider among the expedition team. "Who on earth revealed our mission? Step forward, and I promise to leave your corpse intact." In an instant, the 11 men exchanged glances, each casting silent suspicions upon the others. As the enemy ship drew nearer, Ko Dong scrutinized the expressions of his team, snorting derisively. "Enough chatter. The traitor isn't here. Let us fight our way out." Thus began an intense interstellar battle.
Boom.
A high-energy missile was launched, exploding around the enemy vessels. The 3 enemy ships were shattered, and Ko Dong skillfully piloted the battleship to escape. The space pirates were not to be underestimated, quickly hot on their heels. Ko Dong directed his team, operating the battleship through a hail of gunfire, searching for openings to launch missiles in retaliation against the pursuing enemy ships. Though frightened, Lu Ruan found an inexplicable sense of security in Ko Dong's resolute profile within the control room. She silently prayed for the battle to conclude favorably. Suddenly, as the battleship executed a 360-degree maneuver, her body spun along with the vessel. The abrupt motion disoriented her, and she nearly lost her stomach. Chapter 3. The Duty and Responsibility of a Man. The battle raged on for an hour, ultimately culminating in the destruction of all enemy ships. The vice captain piloted the battleship at top speed towards Alpha Star Hospital, while the others assisted the mechanic in repairing the damaged sections of their craft to ensure a successful arrival at Alpha Star. Kodong, methodically issuing orders to his team, removed his headset and exited the control room, kneeling beside the pale Lu Ruan. He retrieved a towel from the spatial pocket and, without a hint of disdain, wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth. With a low voice, he stated, "The battleship is currently racing towards the nearest Alpha Star. It will take 10 hours before we can get you to a hospital for treatment. I sincerely apologize. Please hold on for a little longer." Lu Ruan turned her gaze, and a strikingly handsome face came into view, with jet-black short hair, thick eyebrows framing large eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips adorned with a subtle sheen. He bore a faint stubble on his chin. Lu Ruan swallowed hard. The captain's face beneath the gas mask was undeniably captivating, paired with his imposing stature of 6 feet 2 inches and a dark blue and black exploration uniform. He was indeed 10 times more handsome than any top male star on Earth. The hand that had just crushed a venomous snake was now gently using the towel to wipe her mouth, his movements exuding a tenderness that evoked a sense of a fierce tiger delicately sniffing a rose. Lu Ruan felt an embarrassing flutter in her heart. Thankfully, her stomach was devoid of any remnants of food. What she had retched was merely bile. Otherwise, in the face of such a scene, she would have wished to vanish into the ground. Lu Ruan endeavored to maintain her composure, managing a faint, weak smile as she awkwardly said, "Captain, you need not apologize. If it weren't for you and your team, I might not have survived." She then added, "By the way, I still don't know your name."
Kodong replied, "Kodong."
"That is my name. Shall I carry you to the medical pod for a while?" Lu Ruan nodded gently, but quickly shook her head when she saw Kodong extend his hand. Kodong, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" Lu Ruan, feeling slightly uneasy, responded, "Oh, Captain Ko, it's really not necessary, haha. I can still walk on my own." She was uncertain whether this stunning man had a girlfriend or a wife. If he did have a partner, she regretted not considering this earlier. Now that the thought crossed her mind, she couldn't act like a seductress and disrupt someone else's family. That would surely bring misfortune upon her. She held firm principles in this regard. Kodong was even more perplexed. Women in the star realms were accustomed to a life of luxury and would never refuse the protection of a man. They would lie down rather than stand, and if a man offered to carry them, they would never take a step on their own. She was truly different. Kodong remained steadfast, stating, "Your body is quite weak. It is unwise for you to walk unaided. It is our duty and responsibility as men to care for women. If you do not wish for me to carry you, shall I summon another man whom you find more agreeable?" His gaze swept through the glass window to the 11 crew members in the control room. Humph. Those crew members were clumsy. How could they possibly care for her? Lu Ruan followed Kodong's line of sight and saw the other 11 members, her cheeks flushing suddenly. Did he genuinely believe he had neglected her care and was earnestly offering her the choice of a more agreeable crew member to attend to her? What kind of queenly treatment was this? "No, that's not what I meant." Lu Ruan waved her hands, speaking candidly. "I just wanted to know, Captain Ko, do you have a girlfriend?" "A girlfriend?" Kodong pondered the words thoughtfully. Lu Ruan, feeling bold, pressed on. "So, are you single or do you have a partner?" Finally, Kodong comprehended her inquiry. He smiled softly. "I am single. I do not have a wife." In the star realms, women were scarce, and the term girlfriend was virtually non-existent. It was only wife. If a man's gene matched with that of a rare woman, they would be registered and bonded for life. This fortunate man would be devoted solely to serving his bound wife, prohibited from approaching any other women. Such actions were strictly forbidden by the government, with violators facing a 20-year prison sentence. The ultimate aim was to prevent the already scarce women from fighting over a single man. It seemed she had forgotten everything, even the strange vocabulary she had created. Lu Ruan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Captain Ko was indeed a single handsome man, so she decided not to hold back. Without a hint of hesitation, she opened her arms towards Kodong and said, "Then I shall trouble you, Captain Ko. I truly feel weak." Kodong bent down to unfasten the safety belt around Lu Ruan's body, lifting her effortlessly and placing her into the corner of the capsule-shaped medical pod, closing the lid securely. The medical pod detected her life signs and began an automatic scan. The physiological data displayed on the external screen fluctuated continuously. Kodong observed intently, his brow furrowing. A blue warning flashed. Patient's life value below threshold. Estimated lifespan reduced to 24 hours.
Gedong es hartigtenet.
This woman, stranded on a desolate planet, appeared painfully thin. Previously, he had seen her climbing a tree, and her condition hadn't seemed so dire. He had assumed her earlier statement about her current state possibly not lasting 2 days was a jest. Only after the medical pod scan did he realize she had merely a day left to live. What had transpired in her life? Kodong was filled with questions. However, now was not the time to uncover the truth. After the medical pod completed its scan, he swiftly pressed the automatic treatment button on the panel. A notification chimed. Patient undergoing automatic treatment. Kodong softly assured Lu Ruan. Everything will be all right. You can rest easy. The medical pod will help repair most of your bodily damage, and once we reach Alpha Star's hospital, your ailment can be treated. The lack of a red warning from the medical pod indicated that she was not suffering from a primary genetic disease. As long as she could endure the next 10 hours, she would be saved. He felt a slight relief. Lu Ruan gazed at Kodong's weary yet gentle eyes, a warm current flowing through her heart as she gradually closed her eyes within the medical pod. During the ensuing hours, Kodong remained by the pod's side, periodically checking the data. The 10-hour journey passed slowly in this tense yet comforting atmosphere, with Alpha Star drawing ever closer. The automatic treatment concluded, extending the patient's lifespan to 72 hours. As they were just 2 hours away from Alpha Star, Lu Ruan was awakened from her warmth by the notification sound. The stunning man beside the medical pod, however, had fallen asleep. She attempted to open the pod's lid but was unsuccessful, so she softly called out, "Captain Ke?" Kodong opened his eyes, his voice raspy as he asked, "Oh, sorry, what is it?" Lu Ruan gazed at him eagerly. "Can I come out now?" Kodong paused, then realized, having taken a brief nap, he had almost forgotten that this beautiful woman before him, dressed in thin fabric, was suffering from amnesia. "Let me take a look." He glanced at the smart panel on the medical pod, tapped a few times, and the lid opened automatically. As Lu Ruan sat up and placed her feet on the floor, the battleship swayed slightly, causing her to stumble. Kodong quickly steadied her by grasping her delicate arm, the soft and smooth sensation sending a jolt through his heart, causing his gaze to darken momentarily. Previously, while rescuing her, he hadn't paid much attention, but now, savoring the moment, he realized just how soft a woman's body truly was. Chapter 4. Understanding the Star World. Once seated comfortably, Lu Ruan waved her hand in front of Kodong's face. "Captain Ke, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me so intently?" She hastily wiped her cheeks. "No," Kodong denied. "I just find you different from others. I apologize if I have offended you. Can you still recall your name? Or the name of your match?" Kodong's gaze shifted from Lu Ruan's face to the nightgown she wore. Though the fabric was soft, it was not the high-quality material typically worn by women in the star realms. Could it be that her matches were numerous and in a struggle for affection? She had been taken to this desolate planet by a jealous person, leading to a life of poverty, ill health, and ultimately, her decline? The man who had abducted her to this barren land must have met with misfortune. Thus, she was left alone on this desolate star, without a light brain to connect to the outside world, descending into despair that led to amnesia. Climbing trees and playing, she fortuitously encountered him and his crew? Kodong's thoughts drifted further and further away. It must be as it should be. He simply could not fathom any other underlying truths. After all, such a beautiful and gentle-natured woman could not possibly have enemies. How tragic her fate was, her previous match truly deserved condemnation. Kodong's gaze towards Lu Ruan was tinged with sympathy, and he suddenly found himself wishing that she would not regain her memories.
Lu Ruan,
bewildered by Kodong's compassionate look, inquired, "What is the matter, Captain Ke? My mind is currently a blank slate, and I have mostly forgotten the past. Perhaps I will gradually remember over time." Kodong gently reassured her, "If you cannot recall, then do not dwell on it. Perhaps those memories are unpleasant." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Ruan's eyes as she nodded. "Then I shall not think of it. However, everything around me feels quite alien. Captain Ke, could you tell me what year it is now, what the world is like, and how people sustain their livelihoods?" Since she had adopted the narrative of amnesia, she might as well play the part fully, while also seeking to understand this world. Kodong softly acknowledged her request, seated beside her, and began to explain. This year is 5050 in the stellar calendar. The inhabitants primarily reside on the 9 major planets. The 1,000 subordinate planets that have been explored are harsh and teeming with alien beasts, rendering them unsuitable for human habitation. The desolate planet where you found yourself is merely an adventurous site for an expedition team in search of resources. His voice was captivating and resonant, making the act of listening to him an exquisite pleasure. Lu Ruan, intoxicated by the sound, casually asked, "What do people typically do for work?" Ke Dong organized his thoughts and succinctly introduced soldiers, mechanics, explorers, doctors, researchers, and ordinary scavengers. These are the main occupations. Each fulfills their duties to earn stellar currency for necessary supplies. Of course, there are exceptions like space pirates and some individuals with significant societal contributions who receive government subsidies. Curiosity piqued, Lu Ruan asked, "And what about you, Captain Ke? What is your profession?" Ke Dong smiled lightly. "I am an explorer, primarily undertaking missions commissioned by nobles or the royal family, seeking resources across the 1,000 subordinate planets. My family has always engaged in this line of work. Though fraught with danger, the rewards are quite substantial. However, this current mission will be delayed due to my encounter with you." Lu Ruan complimented him. "You are truly remarkable." Ke Dong rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black wristband. "If you wish to know anything else, you can query it through the light brain. I will teach you how to use it." "All right." Lu Ruan obediently nodded, her gaze lingering on Ke Dong's wristband, filled with anticipation. Ke Dong gently grasped Lu Ruan's hand, lifting it as he patiently explained how to operate the light brain. "You remember how to read, don't you?" "I do," Lu Ruan replied, lowering her eyes. Feeling a warmth from Ke Dong's touch, he pointed to the diamond screen on his wristband. "After unlocking it with your fingerprint, simply touch start, and the virtual panel will automatically project into the air. Look, this is the home page of the light brain." With Ke Dong's guidance, Lu Ruan's finger lightly touched the screen area of his wristband, and a 24-inch virtual panel sprang forth before her eyes. The page displayed several icons: Star Network, Contacts, Album, Messages, and Settings. Ke Dong patiently explained from the side, "You can command via voice or click manually. If you wish to delve deeper into any unclear information, enter the Star Network's query section to search." "May I borrow your light brain to look up some things?" Lu Ruan asked, gazing into Ke Dong's inky black eyes. "Certainly. Feel free to use it. We are approaching Alpha Star. I will step into the control room for a moment." Noticing Lu Ruan's polite demeanor, Ke Dong couldn't help but smile, removing his wristband and carefully fastening it around her wrist before heading towards the control room. Left to explore the light brain, Lu Ruan accessed the homepage and clicked on the Star Network. The page refreshed, revealing sections for star news, games, and forums. Finally, at the bottom of the page, she discovered the inconspicuous query section. Without hesitation, she began to search for various inquiries, such as the meaning of matchers in Ke Dong's words, the gender ratio in the galaxy, the typical occupations of women, and the food consumed by the interstellar populace. After a flurry of questions, Lu Ruan's eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness! There are 9 major planets suitable for human habitation, each with over 10 billion inhabitants, yet women comprise only 1% of the total population? How exceedingly rare." The term matchers referred to men matched to women based on genetic information by the main brain once they reach adulthood. A matching value of 85% or higher allows women the option to bind with a man, while a perfect match results in a compulsory binding. Historically, the woman with the most matchers was the former interstellar empress, with only 1,000 matches to her name. The previous empress was a rarity.
So little more need be said.
Presently, nearly all interstellar women have between 5 to 50 matchers. This means that on any given major planet, there are approximately 7 billion men left single. The thought sent a shiver down Lu Ruan's spine. It was simply unimaginable.
No wonder.
In a world with such a severe gender imbalance, interstellar women were cherished more than national treasures. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruan pinched her flesh to ground herself. Once her mindset was adjusted, she continued to investigate fertility rates and other information. The fertility rate had been declining year by year. With a continuous negative growth for a century, clones could not survive in the interstellar environment. Only children nurtured from fertilized eggs could grow safely. Incubators could gestate fertilized eggs into boys, while girls could only be carried to term in a biological mother's womb, with a mere 10% probability of birthing girls. As Lu Ruan processed this information, she arrived at a new conclusion. The reason for the preciousness of women in this male-dominated galaxy was not solely due to their scarcity. Primarily, it was because, under the premise that clones could not survive, women were the foundation for the continuity of human civilization. Should women become extinct, humanity would likewise vanish, leaving no trace of the species across the planets. Chapter 5. struggling to survive in the arms of a handsome man. The warship docked at Alpha Star, settling in a corner of the Star City Plaza. All personnel disembarked, and Kudong, cradling Lu Ruan in his arms, gracefully leaped from the deck, landing securely before issuing orders to the 11 team members standing in formation. Deputy Team Leader, take 2 brothers and investigate the traitor who leaked our mission's whereabouts at the Ko family. Mechanics, gather to conduct maintenance on the warship. Once repairs are complete, everyone is to head to the marketplace to procure female supplies, leaving 1 person to deliver the items to the hospital. The rest, assemble here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes, Captain, the Deputy Team Leader replied, taking his leave with 2 companions. Before departing, he cast an endearing glance at Lu Ruan, nestled in Kudong's embrace. Everyone, grab your tools and follow me to repair the warship. The mechanic instructed the remaining members as they set about conducting a comprehensive inspection of the vessel. Lu Ruan remained cradled in Kudong's arms, observing him as he efficiently directed his team without ever being set down. Once Kudong had arranged everything, he turned towards the edge of the plaza. Lu Ruan tightened her grip around his neck, curiously surveying her surroundings. 100 meters ahead, she spotted a transportation track, where robotic vehicles sped towards various corners of the city, resembling elevator cabins in shape. She lifted her gaze, astonished to discover hundreds of ship hulls crisscrossing the sky, darting by like shooting stars. Are these interstellar spacecraft? As Kudong walked, he said, I will now take you to the finest hospital on Alpha Star for treatment.
All right.
Thank you. Lu Ruan retracted her gaze, genuinely grateful to Kudong. At that moment, their postures were relatively intimate. The crisp, masculine scent emanating from Kudong was clean and pleasant. His strong hands were securely wrapped around her waist, the warmth of his palms seeping through her nightgown and into her skin. Lu Ruan looked up, her eyes landing on Kudong's chiseled jawline, her cheeks flushing. Fortunately, just before disembarking from the spacecraft, she had learned that for interstellar men, carrying a precious woman in public is a mark of honor. Adapting to local customs, she accepted the Earthling's view of nonchalant physical contact, relishing the privileges afforded to interstellar women. The best hospital on Alpha Star was a mere 20 minutes from the docking area. Would you prefer to take the public shuttle or a personal transport robot? Kudong paused at the orbital track. Lu Ruan hesitated slightly. Is there a difference? The public shuttle accommodates 200 passengers, providing a stable ride but is crowded. The personal transport robot seats 2, is faster, but can be a bit bumpy. Let's take the personal transport robot, she said, disliking the thought of a packed crowd. Kudong nodded, signaling for an empty transport robot, and stepped inside with Lu Ruan, fastening their seatbelts. The space within was confined, resembling a transparent box. Kudong lightly tapped the intelligent panel on the box with his diamond-screened light brain, issuing the command for Davidson Hospital.
Beep.
10 star coins were deducted from his account, and the journey to Davidson Hospital was projected to take 15 minutes. In the next moment, before Lu Ruan could fully comprehend, the transport robot launched into supersonic speed, racing along the track. Her surroundings blurred into a haze of fleeting architecture. What speed is this? Faster than a roller coaster. Lu Ruan tightly shut her eyes, overwhelmed by the terror. Not even 2 seconds had passed before the transport robot veered from a horizontal track to a vertical curve, causing the box to jolt violently, tossing its occupants from side to side. Lu Ruan felt dizzy. What the hell? This isn't a roller coaster. It's a washing machine. Kudong had long since acclimated to such scenarios. For interstellar men, this was child's play. Piloting mechas or warships involved multidirectional spins and severe tremors during attacks, leaving operators in prolonged states of dizziness, far more intense than this. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lu Ruan's unusual complexion. Her reaction resembled that of someone experiencing their first ride in a transport robot. Could it be that she had never ventured out prior to her amnesia? Kudong quickly unbuckled Lu Ruan's seatbelt, pulling her securely into his embrace. I apologize. I shouldn't have brought you on this ride. I had no idea you might blame me. Are you alright? Lu Ruan found herself seated on Kudong's lap, clutching him like a lifeline, burying her head into the crook of his neck, utilizing him as a cushion. The material of Kudong's adventure suit was somewhat rigid, and the collar chafed her cheek painfully. Yet Lu Ruan chose to ignore it, feeling rather weak. Being in the arms of an exceptionally handsome man was far more comforting than suffering alone in dizziness. The transport robot dove swiftly along the track, soaring past towering skyscrapers. Dazed, Lu Ruan inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area of the man, though she remained oblivious. Dong's pupils quivered, but he regained his composure after a moment. 10 minutes later, the transport robot made its final curve, entering a horizontal track, and the box gradually stabilized. Lu Ruan sensed the cessation of shaking and slowly raised her head to look at Dong. The sight left her momentarily stunned. She saw beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion flushed, and he was breathing heavily, his gaze distinctly unsettling. His hand resting on her waist tightened, pressing her closer to him. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Lu Ruan attempted to shift back to her original position, but Dong's grip held her firmly in place. I didn't bring any suppressants. We're almost at the hospital. Could you allow me to hold you for a moment? Dong's voice was restrained and hoarse, and he promptly closed his eyes. The elder had warned him, beautiful women possess a certain magic. Proximity is perilous. All right, I won't move. You can hold me? Lu Ruan acquiesced after a brief pause, then inquired, what is a suppressant? Dong took a deep breath, and after a moment, opened his eyes to respond. It is a genetic medication that alleviates the frenzy men experience due to arousal.
Oh.
Lu Ruan blushed, realizing the implications. Wait. She hadn't even made an effort to entice him yet. Hadn't Dong held her before without issue? What was happening now? She found herself perplexed. Noticing Dong's struggle to maintain control, Lu Ruan lowered her head, obediently becoming a quail, remaining utterly still, while secretly reveling in the sensation of being held by a stunningly handsome man, nearly breathless from his overwhelming gaze.
Beep.
Arrival at Davidson Hospital. The announcement echoed within the box, and Dong's state returned to normal. Just as Lu Ruan contemplated walking, Dong lifted her into his arms. Striding toward a technologically advanced white building, she chose to remain silent. Entering Davidson Hospital, Dong passed through the automatic doors, where scanning lasers enveloped them both. He remained unfazed. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, which was devoid of anyone but a single robot, Lu Ruan watched as Dong swiped his light brain against the robot's abdomen. Immediately, the robot spoke in a remarkably human-like manner. Esteemed Mr. Ko, welcome to Davidson Hospital. Please escort the precious patient to room 1005 on the 10th floor for treatment. Dong carried her into the elevator, ascending to the 10th floor. In front of room 1005 sat a slender male doctor. Upon sighting her, the doctor carefully took her from Dong's arms and placed her on the operating table. Dear miss, your gastric tumor requires immediate removal. Do not be afraid, it will not hurt at all. Rest assured and have a good sleep here. Lu Ruan's heart raced with alarm. There was no need for a consultation or a registration. The moment she entered the hospital, her ailment was automatically scanned, and the doctor immediately addressed treatment. The efficiency of interstellar hospitals was astonishing. Doctor, can my illness be completely cured? Of course. Chapter 6. She is a purebred human. Cancer can indeed be cured, just as the system indicated. How wonderful! In the interstellar realm, the Rare Woman Protection Act. Article 108 states, women are entitled to free treatment for all ailments at interstellar hospitals. Lu Ruan obediently lay on the operating table. Surrounding her were instruments she could not comprehend, and a humanoid robot stood in the corner, presumably a nurse. The thought of waking up to a body devoid of pain, free from the need to drink until her stomach bled, to maintain her figure through extreme dieting, and to endure filming while suffering from menstrual cramps filled her with emotion. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. What seems to be the problem? Dr. Davis and Dong asked in unison. I'm fine. She shook her head. Dr. Davis scrutinized Lu Ruan, noting her emaciated form. She had barely reached adulthood, yet faced death. If treatment was delayed for 3 more days, she would surely perish. What kind of scoundrel would dare to mistreat a woman? Once we uncover the perpetrator, we will certainly send him to prison. Davis cast a cold glance at Dong before turning back to Lu Ruan with a gentle tone. I will perform the surgery now. Please do not be distressed. Thank you, doctor. Captain Ko saved me. He is a good person. David, Captain Ko, please step outside first. You can focus on your treatment. I will wait for you outside. Dong turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He leaned against the bench in the corridor, closing his eyes to rest. After Dong left, David began preparing for Lu Ruan's surgery. He was the chief physician at Davidson Hospital and also the nephew of the hospital's director, Davidson, renowned for his unparalleled medical skills. He specialized in treating severe cases and women. Donning his gloves, David first placed an oxygen mask on Lu Ruan before activating a special gas to disinfect and sterilize the entire room. He then administered an anesthetic into her body. Lu Ruan slowly closed her eyes, her consciousnness gradually fading. 5 minutes later, the special gas had eradicated all bacteria and viruses in the room, rendering it a sterile environment. Xiaoji, bring the complete set of tumor removal tools and medications. Noticing that Lu Ruan was successfully anesthetized and the parameters on the monitor were stable, David called to the robot standing in the corner to deliver the necessary tools and medications. The robot wheeled the items over to David's side. David carefully slid down Lu Ruan's nightgown strap, pulling it down to her waist, revealing her elegant curves, her creamy skin exposed to the air. He quickly averted his gaze and took a suppressor from the tray held by the robot, injecting it into his own arm. After a moment of calm, David picked up a scalpel and, with unwavering focus, made a small incision in Lu Ruan's skin. Utilizing the tumor device, he inserted a probe into her stomach, activating the apparatus to begin the meticulous treatment and repair of her internal damage. However, upon viewing the magnified images on the monitor, David furrowed his brow, a tempest of anger igniting within him. What devil had severed her stomach in half, and so carelessly? The women he had treated previously had either suffered from fevers or common gynecological ailments. This was the first time he encountered such a grave situation. David continued to administer another dose of anesthetic to Lu Ruan, then proceeded to address the stomach incision. After suturing the wound, he employed advanced equipment to scan her entire body, searching for any additional afflictions. Signs of foreign particles irritating her lungs suggested that this female patient had previously spent time on an auxiliary planet. Time passed slowly.
Outside.
Kudong occasionally glanced at the door. 3 hours later, after injecting Lu Ruan with a cancer cell eradicator, David gently placed her unconscious body into a high-tech medical capsule. He removed his surgical attire and mask, stepping out to confront Kudong, who was anxiously awaiting news.
Doctor, how is she?
Kudong inquired hastily. Davidson Hospital was one of the top 10 hospitals in the interstellar realm, and the physicians here possess skills far superior to those in smaller facilities. Non-critical patients could usually be discharged after 2 hours of treatment. Why had this doctor taken so long? Was her condition dire? David interrupted Kudong's worries. The surgery proceeded relatively smoothly. She is currently resting in the medical capsule and is expected to awaken in about 10 hours. But are you her follower? How did she come to be afflicted? In interstellar relationships, there existed not only bound partners, but also unbound followers, individuals whose genetic compatibility fell short, yet remained devoted to the woman, willingly accepting a lack of status. In simpler terms, they were akin to mistresses. However, due to the genetic mismatch, offspring produced from such unions were often born with congenital disabilities, leading the government to prohibit them from procreating with precious women. But I digress. Kudong replied calmly, I am not her follower. A day ago, while exploring a desolate planet, I encountered her and brought her to the nearest Alpha Star hospital for treatment. She claims to have lost her memory. We are unaware of her past experiences. Perhaps someone intentionally abandoned her on the desolate planet, or lost her memory? David mused, puzzled. Had he overlooked a possible brain injury during his examination? Kudong recounted Lu Ruan's behavior after being rescued in detail. Therefore, doctor, could you please conduct a genetic test for her? We need to locate her relatives and match her with a compatible partner so that we can filter out the villain who abandoned her on the desolate planet using the star network. Understood. David rose to enter the room and draw blood for the genetic test. Kudong settled into another round of waiting. After a while, David emerged, his expression one of shock, clutching the genetic test report. Captain Ko, the situation is somewhat complicated. Her genetic analysis reveals that she is a pure human, and I could not find any prior genetic archive information in the federal database. Kudong sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. How can a pure human exist? 300 years ago, pure humans became extinct. The interstellar environment is utterly inhospitable for them. Long ago, to adapt, interstellar scientists integrated superior genes from exotic beasts with humans, allowing humanity to survive in a healthier and longer-lived form. Although some gene-fused individuals exhibit traits of exotic beasts, such as wings, scales, or tails, these do not impede their normal lives. If she truly is a pure human, her frail condition could be explained. David shook his head. There must be more to this story. Let us not dwell on this for now. The most pressing concern is that pure humans have a limited lifespan. Under top-tier protective measures, she can only live for another 80 years at most. Kudong fell silent for a moment. She is not only suffering from amnesia, but also from illness. Is there any way you can extend her life? Interstellar beings typically live to an average of 300 years, with some even reaching 500. The thought of the only woman he had ever closely interacted with, who only hours ago had sweetly called him Captain Ko, learning alongside him and nestling in his embrace, stirred feelings within him.
Yet now,
She would be confined to a sealed protective area where a moment's carelessness could cost her life. An indescribable sensation welled up in Ko Dong's heart. I have already informed the director. He is an expert in genetic diseases and may have alternative solutions. Chapter 7. Encountering the Enigmatic Matchmaker, Part 2. Lu Ruan's body gradually recovered within the advanced medical capsule. Upon receiving the news, Davidson hurried back to the hospital from the auxiliary planet military base. Outside room 1005 on the 10th floor, a man with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of scholarly elegance stepped out of the elevator. Director Davidson, Gedong stod up. David approached the bespectacled man with a beaming smile. Uncle, you have finally arrived. The pure woman I received today is in very poor health and is still lying in the medical capsule. My knowledge of genetics is quite limited. As an expert, you must have ways to extend her life and enhance her vitality. I will first assess her condition. Davidson nodded slightly at Ko Dong, shifting his gaze to his nephew. Not immediately committing to anything. Uncle, please follow me. She is still unconscious. Here is her genetic test report and medical record. Davidson accompanied David into the room, stopping next to the medical capsule in the corner. He took the paper report from David and began to peruse it. 2 minutes later, he glanced at the physiological data displayed on the advanced medical capsule screen. After lying there for 2 hours, her heart rate and blood oxygen levels remained critically low. Her condition is even worse than I had anticipated. Uncle, you must find a way to ensure her health and longevity. She is the last purebred human in the galaxy. And moreover, the sole purebred woman. The greater the purity of her genes, the higher the probability of bearing daughters. Her genetic purity is at an astounding 100. If she can survive in good health, she is destined to bear a multitude of female offspring in the future. Furthermore, there may be no need for natural gestation. With some human intervention and the use of an incubator, her XX-type fertilized eggs could be successfully nurtured. Over the past 2 decades, amidst a population of 10 billion across the 9 major planets, not a single girl has been born from countless families, and should this continue, societal chaos is inevitable. This singular purebred represents the hope for the birth of girls. Her untimely demise would be a monumental loss for galactic society. David expressed everything he wished to convey in one breath, while Davidson did not interrupt his nephew, having thoroughly researched historical documents regarding purebreds, confirming his nephew's assertions. As Ko Dong listened to their conversation, he felt profoundly shaken. He understood the value of women, and the rarity of purebred women is unparalleled. Yet, he had not realized just how significant she truly was. His previous assumptions were likely misguided. Perhaps she had been secretly raised by a scientific madman from birth, a weapon in a grand conspiracy. She had not been exposed to the outside world, and by a twist of fate, had ended up on a desolate planet, encountering him. Thus, her genetic information was absent from the Federal Gene Bank, and she was utterly ignorant of interstellar knowledge. This possibility seemed the most plausible. Ko Dong pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of pity for Lu Ruan's background. Davidson glanced at David, then turned to Ko Dong, his elegant and handsome visage taking on a more serious and earnest expression. He believed Mr. Ko had grasped her significance. The news of her being a purebred must not be disclosed to the outside world in the slightest. It is sufficient for the 3 of us to know. After all, should villains catch wind of it, they would employ every means to capture her for the frenzied purpose of producing daughters, leaving us defenseless.
Gedong smiled likely, Dean Davidson.
You worry too much. I rescued her from the distant, desolate planet. I will not permit any malefactor to threaten her safety. Davidson replied, Then I must express my gratitude. Mr. Ko, protecting rare women is a shared duty amongst us men, Ko Dong stated. David added, I will promptly destroy all her medical records and test results. The 3 handsome men exchanged knowing smiles. Davidson cast a glance at Lu Ruan in the medical pod, his gaze softening with warmth and compassion, though tinged with regret. Ko Dong slightly furrowed his brow. Davidson pondered for a moment. This purebred woman had reached adulthood, yet the probability of her successfully integrating beast genes was only 0.1, with a mortality risk soaring to 99.9. Extending her lifespan was impossible. The only recourse was to attempt to enhance her constitution. Ko Dong inquired, Is there truly no other option?
No, Davidson replied.
The lifespan of purebred humans is limited in such a manner. Her ailment is severe. Thus, at most, she may live another 80 years, aging 3 times faster than us. Davidson turned his gaze toward his nephew.
Xiao er.
Go to the cold storage and retrieve a vial each of fire lizard, blue eel, and serrated tiger venom peptide extracts. Let us see if we can stimulate her cellular potential, allowing this singular purebred to gradually adapt to adverse conditions, ultimately achieving a constitution comparable to hybrids, enabling her to consume beast flesh and exotic flora, as well as engage in moderate aerobic activities outdoors. David hurriedly departed to fulfill the command. Kodong remained, anxiously hopeful as he watched Davidson. Davidson was focused, meticulously analyzing the data from the medical pod. Shortly, David returned, panting, with 3 vials of venom peptides. Are we testing now, Uncle? Extract some of her somatic cells to cultivate in the venom peptide and observe the tolerance level. Once her body recovers, we will select an appropriate dosage for injection. 8 hours later, Lu Ruan, in a daze, vaguely heard voices discussing around her, along with an unfamiliar voice. She opened her eyes to find 3 faces staring back at her. Davidson smiled gently at Lu Ruan. Your tumor has been completely cured. Are you feeling any discomfort? Lu Ruan moved her limbs, feeling light as if heavy shackles had been lifted. Her stomach no longer ached, though she felt a bit hungry. She looked at Davidson and replied, I feel well. Thank you, doctor. David opened the medical pod and retrieved a tube of premium nutritional paste, tearing open the packaging along the seal. Squeezing it out like a cat treat, he brought it to Lu Ruan's lips. Open up. Consuming this nutritional paste will give you strength. Hesitating, she took a small bite of the ham-colored paste. After a few chews, an odd flavor erupted in her mouth. Her charming face, adorned with a delicate dimple, contorted into a mask of agony. She was caught in a dilemma. Neither could she spit it out nor swallow it down. The taste was reminiscent of fermented tofu, cloyingly sweet artificial sweetener, with an overpowering fishy odor. It was a flavor she would forever remember. One she never wished to encounter again. After reluctantly swallowing, she looked at Kodong with pitiful eyes and asked, Captain Ko, could I have a glass of water? Kodong promptly handed her a glass of water. Lu Ruan drank it in one go, her pained expression finally easing. Kodong, David, and Davidson exchanged glances, perplexed. This fishy nutritional paste is one of the favorites among interstellar women. Is it truly that unpalatable? Xiao Er, bring one of each flavor of nutritional agents, nutritional pastes, and nutritional biscuits over. Understood, Uncle. Although your illness has been cured, your constitution remains weak. You will need to strengthen your physique through exercise. I will use venom peptides to stimulate your cellular structure and enhance your constitution. You must come to Davidson Hospital for a checkup each month, receiving venom peptide injections until your condition matches that of a normal person. Davidson removed his gold-framed glasses, his deep light brown eyes locking onto Lu Ruan. She nodded in understanding, aware that her constitution was inferior to that of the interstellar natives. Chapter 8. Willing to buy her everything. Kodong, standing nearby, retrieved a spatial button from the pocket of his exploration suit and handed it to Lu Ruan. This is for you. It contains a light brain, a caretaker robot, clothing, food, a gaming console, and other daily necessities. When you wish to retrieve something, simply press the fingerprint unlock area and softly state the item you desire. The chip will sensitively respond to your voice and automatically retrieve the item. The process for storing items is the same. Captain Ko, you are truly kind. All these items must have cost a fortune in star coins, right? Lu Ruan exclaimed with delight. She admired Kodong as striking features, noting his resolute jawline. Her heart racing with excitement. Having traversed to this desolate star and receiving his help, he paused his mission to ensure her treatment. And now he was even providing her with supplies? Such a benevolent, upright, and handsome man was not to be missed. She resolved that after her discharge, she would cling to Kodong, turning him into her long-term benefactor. From then on, she would rely on the dashing captain for support. Kodong maintained a nonchalant demeanor. These are not extravagant items. Should you need anything else, just let me know, and I will purchase it for you. He had spent his own star coins, enlisting his team to procure these items for her. The average annual income for a common citizen was 100,000 star coins, and the total cost of these items had amounted to 1 million star coins, slightly exceeding his budget. However, as he had no wife and could freely allocate his remaining assets after fulfilling his family obligations, he was more than willing to indulge her. Then, Captain Ko, may I accompany you after I am discharged? I have nowhere to go, and I eat very little. I am incredibly easy to care for and will not be a burden to you. Lu Ruan's smile broadened, her gaze towards Kodong becoming increasingly fervent. He is handsome and kind-hearted. A wise woman must understand the importance of adapting to circumstances and be flexible when needed. In a place like this, where women are treated as national treasures in the interstellar realm who would still toil away at work, isn't it far more delightful to embark on adventures with a stunningly handsome man? Ke Dong felt his heart race under Lu Ruan's intense gaze, yearning to take her away with him. Yet, suppressing his unwillingness, he replied in a somber tone, "I must venture to the wasteland for exploration. The environment there is harsh and rife with dangerous beasts, making it unsafe for you to accompany me. In a moment, Dean David will upload your genetic information to the Federal Gene Database, complete your identity registration, and personally escort you to a welfare villa. This villa is a residence granted to every interstellar woman upon reaching adulthood by the federal government." Oh, I see. Lu Ruan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Ke Dong was the first person she had encountered in the interstellar realm, and with her fledgling feelings, she longed to follow him. Ke Dong responded with a light hum. "Settle in there comfortably. Once I complete my mission, I will return to see you." "All right," Lu Ruan nodded, feeling grateful that Ke Dong would come to visit her after he finished. However, the welfare provided to interstellar women is indeed remarkable. With the government providing housing, she would have a home here in the future. Davidson, with a bemused expression, glanced over Ke Dong's exploration suit and spoke gently, "Mr. Ke, it is rare to see an explorer like you at the hospital. You should prepare some potions for your survival. Spending years in dangerous areas to earn a living is no easy feat. How about this? I will give you a 30% discount on all the potions in the hospital. Additionally, I will cover any expenses for supplies you purchase for her. This amount will be deducted from the hospital's charity fund, so you need not feel any psychological burden." Ke Dong's expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes filled with anger as if he could pierce Davidson with a glare. "Dean Davidson, that's unnecessary. I am not lacking in such trivialities." Lu Ruan's expression froze, and she quickly returned the spatial button to Ke Dong. "Captain Ke, you saved my life by bringing me here, and I have already taken up enough of your time. I cannot accept anything from you. Please return or sell them." So, Ke Dong was earning money through perilous endeavors? She had previously considered clinging to him as a long-term benefactor. Wouldn't he that be repaying kindness with ingratitude? Perhaps it was best to reconsider that notion. Accepting help is one thing, but one must never take advantage of another's hard-earned money. The idea of a long-term benefactor would require further contemplation. Ke Dong grasped Lu Ruan's delicate hand and gently yet firmly placed the spatial button into her palm.
Keep this. It is my gift to you.
Besides, these are merely women's supplies, non-refundable and unsellable. Then I shall save your contact information, and I will properly express my gratitude in the future. After a moment of silence, unable to refuse, Lu Ruan reluctantly accepted. She slipped the spatial button onto her index finger, using her other thumb to press down on the fingerprint unlocking area, softly uttering light brain. Instantly, a beautiful silver bracelet fell into her hand. Ke Dong fastened the light brain onto Lu Ruan's wrist, powered it on, and saved his contact number in her phone book. David entered, carrying a pile of food. "I have brought all the flavors available in the hospital. Choose whichever you like." Ke Dong stood to bid farewell to Lu Ruan. "I must rejoin my team. Once you can register your personal account, remember to reach out if you need anything. You can also contact me just to chat." Lu Ruan watched Ke Dong's departing figure, feeling disheartened. Her lips parted, yet ultimately, she refrained from calling out to him. Davidson placed the plethora of food on the table. "Eat, and don't dwell on him. After you are full, my uncle will upload your genetic information, and as a rare gem, you will surely match with many excellent candidates. Do not worry about your future. Maintain a cheerful and optimistic mindset." Lu Ruan perked up at his words, her brows arching as she smiled brightly. "Candidates? Is my long-term benefactor, oh no, I mean my match, about to arrive?" A moment of unexpected joy, followed by excitement and anticipation. Now that you have reached adulthood, the mainframe system will automatically match you with suitable men. Davidson couldn't help but chuckle at the rapid shift in Lu Ruan's demeanor. One moment she was despondent, and in the next, her spirits were notably lifted. This woman truly experienced swift emotional changes. He picked up a bottle of nutrient solution, unscrewed the cap, and, along with his nephew, began to feed her. Two delicate, elegant hands reached towards Lu Ruan's petite face, each offering a bottle near her lips, their eyes filled with anticipation, waiting for her to try. "Try this liquid. The taste is not as overpowering as the fishy-flavored nutrient paste. You should be able to drink it." Lu Ruan took a sip of the nutrient solution Davidson offered, her delicate brows knitting in discontent as she quickly shook her head. "This nutrient paste has such a beautiful color. You should like it." She hesitantly sampled another one Davidson presented, shaking her head once more. The two began to open package after package, while Lu Ruan continuously tried each sample, and soon, the food Davidson brought dwindled significantly. Observing Lu Ruan's changing expressions, Davidson pondered briefly and then said, "Try this plain cookie. It contains no flavoring, made solely from pure alien plant extracts." Lu Ruan leaned against a medical pod, her entire body shivering. At that moment, 10 unopened options remained on the table, while the trash bin overflowed with 50 or 60 open nutrient pastes, nutrient solutions, and nutrient cookies. She trembled internally. "Dean Davidson, may I choose to receive nutrient liquids instead? If I try to eat again, I might embarrass myself in front of you." Davidson merely shrugged, tearing open the package of the plain cookie, delicately offering her a piece that resembled a lotus cake. Lu Ruan's lips quivered as she opened her mouth slightly, taking a small bite and chewing. The next moment, a relieved smile spread across her face. "This is edible. The texture and flavor are excellent. Dean Davidson, this is the one." Davidson silently noted the nutrient cookie Lu Ruan could eat, a hint of contemplation crossing his gaze. His pheromones were quite compatible with hers. Once the genetic information was uploaded, he wondered if this purebred woman would be matched with him. Chapter 9. What? How many husbands can she bind to? In the hospital's data room, Lu Ruan stood before the scanning equipment, a beam of light sweeping from the top of her head to her feet. Davidson pricked her fingertip with a sampling needle, then pressed her finger against the sample area of the device. Gene identification in progress. "Dean Davidson, I've forgotten about the past. After uploading my genetic information, can I directly register my identity? You need not worry about that. Leave it to me." The green light on the device illuminated, and a citizen registration form appeared on the display. Davidson released Lu Ruan's hand, donned his gold-framed glasses, and focused intently on the panel. "It's done. What name would you like to register? Do you need my help in choosing?" He placed his hands on the device's keyboard, preparing to input the information. "I'll think of it myself." Lu Ruan feigned contemplation, and after a brief pause, she cheerfully announced, "Lu Ruan. I'll use Lu Ruan as my name." Davidson nodded and skillfully typed her name. Other basic information. Age, 20. Address, New District, Lowell City, Alpha Star. He skipped over the remaining details. As he filled out the registration form and clicked to confirm the upload, a line of red text suddenly appeared on the screen. "Genetic anomaly detected. Significant safety risk." Lu Ruan's heart tightened. Could it be that the non-interstellar bloodline was recognized by the device? "Do not be alarmed. You are a purebred human. There are some differences between you and us mixed-blood individuals, which is why the system cannot accurately identify your genetic information. However, you must remember that your identity as a purebred is a closely guarded secret that should not be disclosed lightly, for doing so could expose you to unforeseen dangers." Davidson spoke softly, gently tapping the confirmation key, before lifting his gaze to fixate intensely on Lu Ruan. Only 5 individuals possess the privileges to access the federal gene database: the Galactic Empress, the Supreme Executive of the Federation, and 3 esteemed deans from the top 10 interstellar hospitals. He is one of those esteemed deans. Once her genetic information is uploaded to the federal gene database, any anomalies will be incomprehensible to the Empress and the Executive. The other 2 deans are not involved in genetic disease research and seldom consult the database. As long as Lu Ruan remains silent, and neither her nephew nor the explorer named Ko Dong speaks, this secret will remain concealed. Lu Ruan felt intimidated by Davidson's serious gaze. This gentle dean, when stern, could be rather intimidating. She instinctively swallowed hard and obediently nodded in response. "All right, I understand." Her initially heightened anxiety eased slightly, yet her mind was soon awash with ripples of confusion. How could there be distinctions between purebreds and hybrids? What are the differences? What dangers might purebreds face? Observing Davidson's preoccupation, Lu Ruan suppressed her curiosity. It seemed that once she could access the light brain, she must swiftly unravel the mysteries of this world. The numerical values on the instrument panel fluctuated continuously. Genetic identification in progress, 27. Genetic identification in progress, 99. When the identification reached 99, the progress bar halted and the device emitted a sharp alarm. "Warning, genetic anomaly detected." Ignoring the alarm, Davidson swiftly clicked the option to continue at the end of the progress bar. A series of authorization documents sprang forth, one after another. Curious, Lu Ruan leaned in closer, watching as Davidson's fingers moved with the speed of an esports champion. The pages transitioned seamlessly, entering the federal gene database. She exhaled softly, her gaze gradually captivated by his hands. His hands were long and well-defined, with neatly trimmed, rounded nails, each click of the mouse imbued with a graceful rhythm. Just as Lu Ruan was lost in admiration, a notification sound broke her reverie. Davidson paused, raising his gaze to find Lu Ruan staring dreamily at his hands. He smiled gently. "What about my hands?" "I was thinking that Dean Davidson must have saved many patients in the past." Lu Ruan awkwardly averted her gaze, wishing to express how beautiful she found his hands, long, fair, and exquisitely crafted, akin to a fine piece of art. Yet, faced with the handsome Dean who had rescued and assisted her, she dared not be overly frivolous. Davidson suddenly smiled. "Not many, perhaps just a few million." His voice was soft, imbued with a reassuring strength. Lu Ruan, upon hearing this, looked at Davidson in astonishment. She had expected him to respond with humility. But he so casually mentioned such a staggering figure. A few million? That was no trifling number. Davidson seemed oblivious to her surprise, gently adjusting his glasses with an elegant, natural motion. The glasses, rather than appearing out of place, enhanced his aura as a healer. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Genetic information upload complete at 100. Detection indicates that Ms. Lu Ruan has reached adulthood. The matching program has commenced, searching for suitable male matches. Both Lu Ruan and Davidson turned their attention to the screen. Lu Ruan rubbed her hands together in excitement. The matching process had begun, and the moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. What kind of man would she be matched with? A glimmer of unspoken anticipation flickered in Davidson's eyes. She appeared to be a docile and gentle woman, and her presence brought him delight. The closer he was to her, the more his genes seemed to awaken, suggesting a genetic level of attraction. Would she be matched with him? If they did match, it could be quite beneficial, should their compatibility exceed 95, and if her number of matches were fewer than 10. He might just strive to bind himself to her. Lu Ruan, noticing the progress bar had not moved, asked with concern, "Dean Davidson, how long does it usually take for the matching results to arrive?" "The duration depends on the number of potential matches. It could take anywhere from a minute to 10. A minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Lu Ruan observed the progress bar showing no advancement. Davidson furrowed his brow. Generally, when hybrids matched with hybrids, the compatibility was low if one possessed genes from predatory or vastly different beasts. For example, a hybrid of a flying eagle and a constrictor snake would yield a maximum compatibility of 5. Conversely, when two hybrids of the same type merged their genes, their compatibility would exceed 85, even reaching 100. Lu Ruan was a purebred, and this was his first encounter with the matching of a purebred and a hybrid. Was it possible that purebred genes had a greater tolerance? The last Galactic Empress had 1,000 potential matches. How many would hers be? Time ticked away. As day turned to night, Lu Ruan nearly dozed off in the data room when the device chimed again. She quickly lifted her head, her pupils dilating in shock. Her mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. What? How many zeros were there? Surely, she wasn't mistaken. 500 billion potential matches? Simultaneously, Davidson's light brain pinged, revealing a marriage notification sent from the Federal Gene Database. "Congratulations, Dean Davidson. The mainframe has forcibly bound Ms. Lu Ruan with a genetic match value of 100 as your wife. Wishing you a joyful union. Please contact Ms. Lu Ruan promptly to facilitate asset transfer." Lu Ruan's contact information. Unlocked 404 not found. After reading the message, Davidson's lips curled into a faint smile. Upon glancing at the number of potential matches on the panel, he hastily removed his glasses, meticulously cleaned them, and put them back on. The numbers remained unchanged, an astounding 500 billion. Leaning back in his chair, Davidson found himself at a loss for words. Did he really have to compete with 500 billion men for a wife? The very fabric of reality felt as though it were crumbling. Help! This was madness. Lu Ruan's legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the man's lap. Chapter 10. The entire galaxy erupts. Initially, she had merely sought a few meal vouchers. But the mainframe's enthusiasm was overwhelming, showering her with 500 billion vouchers, leaving her utterly astonished. In the future, as she strolled down the streets, raising her arms and calling for her husband would cause the ground to tremble, with a throng of men surging in from all directions, blocking the streets completely. With every step she took, she would encounter a match, with her husband scattered across the 9 main planets. How terrifying! She was destined to become an unparalleled legend in interstellar history and the most formidable empress of all time. Her previous aspirations had been so limited, Slowly rising from Davidson's lap, Lu Ruan supported herself on his long thighs, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Dean Davidson, are you one of my matched husbands too?" Davidson nodded wearily. Lu Ruan's eyes gleamed mischievously as she reached out, gently lifting Davidson's chin, and lightly brushed her lips against his pale, delicate ones. A refreshing and delicate fragrance lingered at Davidson's nostrils, the soft and sweet sensation upon his lips coursing through his body like a tantalizing electric current. His spirit was stirred, and the depths of his hazel eyes were tinted with a hint of desire, every cell in his body awakening in response. He clenched the arms of his chair, his voice low and restrained as he murmured, "Your physique is both slender and frail. It is unwise to provoke matters now. In the realm of interstellar men, few could withstand the allure of women, especially those with a perfect genetic compatibility score of 100. Once such a woman drew near, her breath would be recognized by the man's pheromone receptors, rendering him helplessly ensnared in a state of heightened arousal. If left unfulfilled, emotions would spiral into a frenzy. Lu Ruan sought to tease him. She stood tall, her chest proudly presented, and said, "Director Davidson, how am I both slender and weak? Perhaps you should take a closer look?" "Do not gaze. Rather, keep your distance," Davidson retorted, his ears flushing crimson as he turned his face away. The dignified head of the institute rendered flustered. "Shall I take my leave?" Lu Ruan inched closer to him, inhaling the alluring scent of his handsome visage before stepping back to maintain a respectful 2-meter distance. The recent revelation of 500 billion potential matches had ignited a newfound understanding within her. In the interstellar realm, the initiative lay with women. If they fancied someone, they pursued them, a touch of boldness being inconsequential. Why should she, like the heroines of other tales, maintain an air of aloofness, waiting for men to grovel or to be subjected to forced affection, in order to appear noble and unblemished? She scoffed at such notions. Men were as plentiful as discarded cabbages, rotting in the ground, uncherished. Across the vast expanse of the interstellar domain, they grew like weeds. One could choose freely. A fleeting thought of Kodong crossed her mind. She was not frivolous. She merely wished to provide a home for the 500 billion men. Davidson took a deep breath, regaining his composure as he turned his attention to the instrument panel. The alarming figure of 500 billion potential matches did not imply that such a number would be forcibly bound. He delved into the data for further details, refreshing the page to reveal Lu Ruan's matching information. Number of matches with a genetic compatibility score of 109. System has enforced binding. Number of matches with a score above 85. 500 billion. Number of matches with a score above 99. 10,000. Davidson released a sigh of relief. Non-forced matches could be rejected by the woman. Analyzing the data, it became clear that Lu Ruan, his current wife, had a multitude of matches due to her high genetic purity. Furthermore, purebloods could potentially align with all hybrids, while men with a compatibility score below 85 likely possessed a significant number of beast genes, deviating from the human category. As Davidson pondered, Lu Ruan stepped closer. Although this time she maintained decorum. "Director Davidson, does this mean my identity is officially registered? Can I now create my own social account?" "Please hold on," Davidson replied, diligently assisting Lu Ruan in filling out the necessary documentation for her identity registration and Lightbrain account creation. Lu Ruan patiently awaited his busy hands. Amidst their warm and industrious atmosphere, unbeknownst to them, the entire interstellar community was in an uproar. All the men with a genetic compatibility score exceeding 85 had received notifications regarding the binding of Lu Ruan as their potential wife. Excitement and agitation spread, yet they found themselves at a loss due to the lack of contact information. The internet buzzed with inquiries about Lu Ruan's identity, the entire web clamoring to uncover her. Unlike the 500 billion men, the 9 exceptional individuals who had been forcibly matched with Lu Ruan experienced varying emotions. In the perilous depths of the wilds on the planet of Ashing, Kodong and his team had just engaged in a fierce battle with beasts over food. His rugged face bore traces of blood as he leaned against a great tree to rest, surrounded by watchful teammates. Suddenly, a red light blinked from his wrist Lightbrain. Upon opening it, he found a marriage notification from the Federal Gene Authority. "Congratulations, Captain Kerr. The system has forcibly bound you to Ms. Lu Ruan, with a genetic compatibility score of 100 as your wife. Wishing you a joyous union. Please contact Ms. Lu Ruan promptly to facilitate asset transfer. Contact information, 404 not found." Kodong's expression darkened, and in a fit of rage, He almost hurled his light brain to the ground but restrained himself at the last moment. Why was this notification arriving now, of all times? He had already envisioned a woman he wished to pursue for life. And now the system had forced him to bind with a frail and unfortunate pureblood woman. How could he possibly navigate this situation? He had promised to visit her once his duties were concluded, encouraging her to reach out for any needs. Yet now, binding her as a wife meant he could no longer engage closely with other women, or face 20 years in prison for breach of conduct. With a resounding thud, Ke Dong stood, clenching his fist and striking the tree root with force, flesh colliding with rough bark, blood splattering. "Captain, what has happened? You must remain calm." His team members quickly intervened, showering him with concern. After muttering that he was fine, Ke Dong fell into a brooding silence, his eyes concealing a tumult of conflicting emotions. Surprises were abundant. On the Imperial Star, a regal and aloof prince sat in a resplendent palace, engaged in a game of strategy, when he suddenly received a marriage notification. A flicker of astonishment passed through his blue eyes as he excused himself from his companion. "Forgive my absence." On the Dark Star, 3 identical men disembarked from a cargo-laden warship. Their light brains lit up simultaneously, revealing the same marriage notification. Hei Jun's cold, disdainful gaze flickered momentarily. "What? A forced binding of 100? If that woman dares to misuse my star currency, I shall see her imprisoned and her legs broken. She had better be sensible and refrain from coveting what does not belong to her." "Elder brother, you matched with Lu Ruan too? Should we not go warn her?" Hei Jun's eyes darkened as he fixated on the message that read, "Please ensure asset transfer." A shadowy smile crept across his lips. "TCH, no contact information? Let us wait a while." Once the trio had transformed from their battle gear into tattered scavenger attire, they stepped onto the bustling streets. Chapter 11. Living 100 years was no longer sufficient for her. While the entire interstellar community buzzed with excitement over the lack of contact information for the 500 billion potential husbands of Lu Ruan, Davidson had completed her identity registration at the hospital and reached out to the Empress for assistance in resolving the matter. With the Empress's intervention, all posts regarding Lu Ruan's identity were promptly removed from the Star Network. Upon completing these tasks, Davidson rejected the binding requests for Lu Ruan with a single click, resulting in an immediate outcry from men across the 9 major stars, each lamenting their lost prospects. Lu Ruan, seated nearby, glared at Davidson's devilish hand with a look of reproach. "Director Davidson, why did you reject my 500 billion potential matches with a single click? I had not even had a chance to peruse them." Though she had no intention of binding with them, she felt entitled to at least cast a glance. Once her lofty aspirations settled, she realized she did not particularly desire such an abundance of potential suitors. Firstly, it could incite chaos in societal order. With her single-handedly monopolizing all the single men in the interstellar realm, what would happen when the next generation of girls came of age and found themselves without partners? Her husband, with a staggering fortune of 500 billion, had bound 999 individuals to her. Yet perhaps she would never set eyes upon him even once in her lifetime. Such an immense wealth could scarcely be evenly distributed. Moreover, should those men unleash their predatory instincts, her fragile constitution could hardly withstand the onslaught. Presently, her greatest aspiration was to enjoy a long and healthy life, rather than to be surrounded by a harem of handsome men. From the Federal Gene Bank, she could observe detailed information about her matches. Just moments ago, she seemed to have spotted a match who was an elderly gentleman aged 277, resembling a middle-aged man. Just as she intended to investigate further, she was interrupted by Davidson. Seeing Lu Ruan still wearing a face of resentment, Davidson was nearly amused, thinking she was reluctant to part with her billion-dollar men. As he shut down the instrument, he remarked with a sigh, "Among the 9 matches, excluding the 3 scavengers from the black underworld, who among them is not a paragon of excellence in the cosmos? I, the director of one of the top 10 hospitals, a luminary in the field of genetic research. And let us not forget the adventurer Ke Dong, who escorted you here. He is a standout of the younger generation in an esteemed family of adventurers. And then there is the second prince of the stars, Di Chen, the illustrious General Qin Feng, the young Master Luo Yao of the Jupiter Feather Clan, and the foremost mechanic in the galaxy, Samuel. 6 stellar prodigies, along with 3 exceptionally handsome scavengers, are bound to you, and you dare to claim it is insufficient?" Lu Ruan, caught between laughter and tears, denied, "Director Davidson, please do not misconstrue my meaning. It is not that I find the number lacking. 9 tickets to dine with 9 breathtakingly handsome prodigies is quite enough for me. I assure you, I am not greedy. However, I did seem to notice a match among them, an elderly gentleman aged 277. Can you still procreate at that age? 277 years old. What is the lifespan limit for interstellar beings? At that moment, a multitude of doubts and fears surged within her, rendering her incredulous. Davidson, perceiving her astonishment, gently caressed Lu Ruan's delicate, fair face and explained that elderly gentleman is a hybrid of alien plant genes. Hybrids of alien plant genes possess significantly greater longevity than those of alien beast genes. The average lifespan of ordinary individuals is 300 years, while their maximum lifespan can reach 500 years. At 277, he is in his prime and fully capable of reproduction. The central brain selection process is never erroneous. There is no need for your astonishment. Lu Ruan nearly stumbled, her expression shifting from confusion to shock, which gradually transformed into frustration and regret. Her previous perspective had been too narrow. Back on Earth, she would spend 10 million RMB wishing to live for a century, which now seemed utterly insufficient. Her mind racing, she tentatively inquired, "So, are you a hybrid of alien beast genes or alien plant genes? What about the other matches I am bound to?" "Aside from you, they are all hybrids of alien beast genes," Davidson replied, his eyes shimmering with pride. "The probability of successfully integrating alien plant genes is 1 in a billion, and those who possess them are exceedingly rare, on the brink of extinction." Lu Ruan scrutinized Davidson anew. "At what age do hybrids like you begin to show signs of aging?"
400 years, he answered.
"And those with alien beast genes?"
200 years, he replied.
Lu Ruan felt utterly disheartened. As a pure-blooded human from Earth, still a woman, no matter how well she maintained herself, she would begin to show signs of aging at most after 20 years, and in a few decades, she would fade into dust. Yet her 9 companions, each as striking as Pan and were in the prime of their youth. "I wish to be alone," Lu Ruan sighed, collapsing into her chair, casting a weary glance at Davidson before turning her gaze downward, silently summoning the system. "System, come forth. I do not wish for mere longevity. I desire eternal life. You have led me astray. I had hoped to live a carefree life after my recovery, but alas." No response? Lu Ruan altered her tone, gently calling out, "Oh, adorable little dumpling of the universe, I miss you dearly. Can we meet and converse?" A tiny dumpling, visible only to Lu Ruan, floated out from her body, drifting to hover before her eyes. The little dumpling replied, "Wish system activation in progress. Activation complete. What can I assist you with, host?" "In need of assistance." Lu Ruan adopted a conciliatory tone. "Little dumpling, you must take responsibility now that you have brought me to the stars. Here, my lifespan is a mere third, or even a fifth of others. You need to grant me longevity. If I cannot live to 1,000 years, at least allow me to reach 500. Lu Ruan anticipated the system to bargain with her, but the next moment, she felt tears welling up. The little dumpling replied, "Host, I have already granted your wish for longevity. The rest is beyond my responsibility. Once my energy is fully gathered, I will depart from your body. Please take care of yourself." "That is unacceptable. If I do not reach the age of 100, you will have failed to fulfill my wish, and thus you cannot leave. For safety's sake, extend my life to 500 years before you go." The little dumpling responded, "Wish delivered. I am not responsible for after-sales service." Lu Ruan erupted in frustration, then tapped into her skills as a seasoned actress, feigning distress and despair. An hour later, the little dumpling said, "Host, please cease your clamor. My head is spinning. Is it not merely a matter of living healthily to 500 years? I'll assist you." Lu Ruan's sorrowful expression instantly transformed into radiant joy, eagerly awaiting the system's next words. The little dumpling continued, "I am the wish system. As long as there is sufficient willpower, I can help you realize any wish." "And how does one acquire sufficient willpower?" Lu Ruan pondered. She realized that to fulfill her own wish, she would need to complete tasks set by the system. The little dumpling giggled. "As long as the host fulfills the current wishes of those bound to you, I will gain willpower. Once I accumulate enough willpower, I can extend her life to 500 years. In truth, by helping the host realize wishes, it too could gain experience and upgrade." Lu Ruan nodded, understanding that she could only achieve her own desires by fulfilling the wishes of others. "Little dumpling, if I assist my matches in realizing their current wishes, will you gain willpower?" The little dumpling clarified, "Not quite, host. You and those 9 men are merely databound. Only once you have completed the physical marking will it constitute a true contract, thus enabling me to gather willpower. Also, their wishes cannot pertain directly to you. For instance, if they wish for you to gain weight, become healthier, or to love only one among them, these would all be ineffective. Even if you were to fulfill such wishes, I would not gain willpower. I understand, Lu Ruan said. Little Dumpling, please explain in detail what constitutes physical marking. It was evident that her first step was to establish a contractual relationship with her matches, namely through physical marking. The second step would be to help them realize their wishes. The third step would involve the system acquiring willpower to assist her in achieving her wish for longevity of 500 years. The Little Dumpling explained, physical marking can be understood as human mating. Lu Ruan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Are you saying that having children with them is the only way to establish a contractual relationship? The Little Dumpling reassured her, there is no need to go that far. Cohabiting with interstellar beings will result in their pheromones naturally marking you, thus fulfilling the contract. Lu Ruan let out a sigh of relief. She had no desire to bear children so soon. One last question. How many wishes must I fulfill for you to gather sufficient willpower? The Little Dumpling replied, Host. This cannot be quantified merely by numbers. It also depends on the difficulty and significance of their wishes. The more challenging a wish is to realize, and the greater its societal significance, the more willpower I will acquire. Lu Ruan slowly lifted her gaze to Davidson, who was reviewing the profiles of the other 8 matches. Director Davidson. Davidson set down the documents in his hands and turned to her. Have you regained your composure? Lu Ruan offered a slight smile. Yes, Director Davidson. Do you have any wishes at present? I have no particular wishes. If I were to express one, it would be a desire for your health and longevity. Truly? No other aspirations? None. For now, please come over and add the contact details of a few others for the asset transfer. What asset transfer? Once you are bonded with the 9 of us, you'll have the authority to manage or liquidate the assets under our names. The mainframe has already linked our asset accounts to yours. After adding us as friends, you will be able to view and freely manage our star coins or other assets through our communication numbers. Lu Ruan's eyes brightened as she immediately sat up and approached Davidson, glancing at the 9 documents in his hands. She activated her holographic device and began to add her husbands as friends. Captain Ke had previously stored his contact details, so she sent a direct request. Next, she proceeded with Di Chen, DI 55557795548, Qin Feng, DI 55557552686, and Luo Yao Mu 466855896. As Davidson recited their names, Lu Ruan inputted the details and sent the friend requests. Far across various star systems, the 8 men received Lu Ruan's friend requests on their holographic devices. Except for Ke Dong, each one accepted her request almost instantaneously. Upon entering her asset overview, Lu Ruan noticed a new section labeled Husbands had emerged alongside her original selections, thanks to the addition of the 9 friends. She clicked to explore. Aside from Ke Dong's unknown status, the asset situations of the other 8 husbands were indeed astonishingly varied. Luo Yao, -150, 000 star coins, other real estate, none. Di Chen, 900 star coins, other real estate, 1 SSS-class warship, 1 SSS-class mech, 1 private shuttle. Davidson, 20,000 star coins, other real estate, ownership of Davidson Hospital X1. Qin Feng, 5 million star coins, other real estate, 1 SSS-class warship, 5 SS-class warships, 10 S-class warships, 2 SSS-class mechs. Samuel, 2 billion star coins, other real estate, the first interstellar mechanical building. He Jin Yen, 100 billion star coins, other real estate, none. He Jin Yuan, 100 billion star coins, other real estate, none. He Jin Yi, 100 billion star coins, other real estate, none. After reviewing the asset statuses of her 8 husbands, Lu Ruan assessed Davidson for a moment. As the director of a hospital, how could he only have 20,000 star coins? Director Davidson, are you truly so impoverished? You stand amidst my assets, which extend for 100 meters in every direction. Do you still consider me poor? Lu Ruan surveyed the room, filled with advanced medical equipment and expensive medications. If sold, they would undoubtedly fetch billions.
Indeed.
You are like the second prince of the interstellar realm. Few star coins, yet abundant in real estate. Once bonded, all of our star coins are at your disposal. You may utilize them as you see fit. At this moment, you can transfer all our star coins into your account, or you may choose not to. When you make purchases, you can directly withdraw from our accounts. Lu Ruan contemplated and decided against transferring all her husband's star coins into her own account. She feared complications. If they needed money urgently while she was asleep or preoccupied, they might resent her. Her future life would involve nurturing relationships with these 9 men, marking them, and fulfilling their wishes. Being overly demanding at the outset could be counterproductive. She replied nonchalantly, "I shan't transfer your funds. It suffices that I can use your star coins when settling bills." Davidson was taken aback. His wife was indeed unlike other women in the interstellar realm. Once bonded, it was customary for women to transfer their partner's assets immediately, expecting to receive star coins from their wives when needed. This was a common method of managing men and the household, one that men had grown accustomed to and often embraced, as it was seen as an honor and a mission. It could be said that men bonded to rare women dedicated their lives to protecting their wives. "Very well. Feel free to spend our star coins as you wish." Lu Ruan responded with a cheerful smile. "All right. Splendid." With 9 meal tickets in hand, she would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Davidson took Lu Ruan's hand. "Now, let us proceed to the 10th floor ward, where you will receive your first injection of the toxin peptide. Once that is done, you'll be taken to your exclusive villa in the new district of Rowell City." Lu Ruan wriggled free from Davidson's elegant grasp, opened her arms, and mischievously blinked. "Aren't you going to carry me down, my dear husband Davidson?" In the interstellar realm, men took pride in carrying women, and she delighted in being catered to by handsome men. "All right, just this once. Your health is fragile. I intend for you to walk to strengthen your constitution," Davidson replied, slightly bending his tall, graceful figure. With a swift motion, he lifted Lu Ruan into his arms and strode out of the documentation room. Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around Davidson's neck, inhaling a distinct medicinal scent emanating from him, peculiar yet oddly pleasant. She couldn't help but lean closer to take in the aroma. Her warm breath brushed against Davidson's neck, sending shivers down his spine. "Softly now, do not move," Davidson cautioned, his gaze darkening as his pace quickened. He found himself both enamored and exasperated by his wife, who oscillated between being docile and playful. Lu Ruan tilted her head, curiosity piqued. "I haven't moved. Where does that scent come from?" "It is the pheromone signature unique to hybrid beings with foreign plant genes." Chapter 13, the interstellar version of body refinement. In the 10th floor ward, Lu Ruan was placed upon the hospital bed by Davidson, and away arrived with the toxin peptide. "Young master, I have adjusted the dosage as per your instructions. A muscle injection will suffice." Dewey handed the syringe and medication vial to Davidson, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Lu Ruan. She remained clad in a soft yellow nightgown, her visage pure and beautiful, adorned with charming dimples that emerged when she smiled, exceedingly endearing. Her slender neck and subtly alluring cleavage, delicate arms, slim waist, and smooth legs, paired with her pink toes, presented a captivating and innocent allure. Fortunately, the climate on Alpha Star was warm, allowing her to remain comfortable in such light attire. Dewey felt a pang of regret. Why was this beautiful purebred woman not his wife? In the evening, he too received a matching notification, with a staggering gene match value of 99. He had intended to speak with her, to seek an opportunity for her consideration, but before he could express himself, he was turned away. Davidson, noticing his nephew's lingering gaze on Lu Ruan, could not help but furrow his brow, speaking coolly, "Shao Air, if you have nothing further, please step outside."
"Oh."
Dao Wei averted his gaze and exited the ward. The room was left with just the two of them. Lu Ruan watched as Davidson held the needle and swallowed hard, feeling a wave of nervousness. She then closed her eyes and extended her arm towards him. "Director Davidson, please hurry. It is best to administer the injection into the gluteus maximus. Your arms are too slender, lacking sufficient muscle," Davidson remarked softly, his voice rich and magnetic. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan's face flushed crimson, and she stared at Davidson in disbelief. "What did you say? In my backside?"
"No, no."
Davidson showed no hint of embarrassment or awkwardness as he stated matter-of-factly, "This is the most scientifically effective injection site. There is no need for shyness. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a physician." He spoke and swiftly withdrew a suppressor from his attire, plunging it into his own arm. Lu Ruan bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. "Moreover, are you not my husband?" Davidson quirked a smile, teasingly remarking, "You just called me David, darling, and now you've forgotten?" Typically, Davidson would allow patients to recline in the medical pod themselves, setting the program to automatically administer medication. However, this particular individual was his obedient and gentle wife. and he wished to take matters into his own hands. After much hesitation, Lu Ruan finally turned around, presenting her back to Davidson, her hands clutching her skirt tightly. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Then please hurry." Davidson stepped forward, lifted her skirt, disinfected the area, and injected the medication with precise efficiency. Once completed, he softly declared, "All done." Lu Ruan turned back, a sigh of relief escaping her lips, her cheeks still flushed. She adjusted her skirt and gazed at Davidson. The elegant and refined dean with gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes betraying a hint of a different emotion. Her husband was indeed striking, possessing a suave charm intertwined with a touch of gentle dominance. Davidson meticulously disposed of the syringe and calmly advised, "Rest well. The pain will intensify shortly. 3 minutes after the peptide enters your system, you will experience unbearable itching and discomfort. This is a normal reaction, indicating your immune system is engaged in a fierce battle. This process will persist for half an hour until the peptide stabilizes within you. With the peptide's assistance, your cellular structure will gradually adapt to adverse conditions, and your physique will strengthen over time." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan felt a pang of anxiety, but nonetheless nodded in acquiescence. Merely 2 minutes later, she felt waves of itchiness begin to rise, starting from her hips and spreading to her thighs, calves, and toes, then enveloping her upper body, neck, and head, swiftly followed by pain crashing over her like a tidal wave. Her skin erupted in a myriad of small, raised bumps, with lymph nodes swelling at her neck and behind her ears. Unable to contain herself, she squirmed, her hands frantically clawing at her body. Noticing her distress, Davidson furrowed his brow, grasped her hands gently, and softly said, "Don't scratch, it will harm your skin." Lu Ruan gazed up at him, her eyes filled with pleading. "It hurts and itches, David." He enveloped her in his warm embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Hang in there, it will pass soon." In his comforting arms, with the faint scent of medicine enveloping her, Lu Ruan gradually began to find solace, yet the pain remained relentless. She unconsciously clutched at Davidson's clothing. Observing her suffering, Davidson felt a surge of tenderness swell within him. He held her tightly, whispering words of comfort into her ear. Finally, after half an hour had elapsed, Lu Ruan's discomfort began to wane. The rashes on her skin ceased to proliferate, leaving behind an array of tiny reds on her fair complexion, which was quite disconcerting. She glanced at her arm, then at her calf, and internally exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what has happened to my skin?" Lu Ruan's mind was in chaos. Davidson, without a hint of disdain, lifted her into the medical pod, closed the lid, set the restoration program, and initiated it. "Close your eyes and rest. Soon the rashes on your skin will vanish." Nestled within the warm and comfortable medical pod, her nerves relaxed, and her consciousness gradually blurred before she drifted into a deep slumber. Davidson observed her serene oval face, his gentle brown eyes shimmering with tenderness. He pulled over a chair and silently kept vigil by her side, patiently awaiting Lu Ruan's awakening. The peptides from the fire lizard, blue dragon, and serrated tiger were not easily obtained. The vial he had just administered was worth a staggering 10 billion star coins. He hoped she would soon attain the physical strength of a hybrid. After settling her into the exclusive villa they had applied for, he needed to hurry back to the F-1008 military base, where the fire lizards and serrated tigers were frequently active, and frontline soldiers were hunting these exotic beasts. He had to obtain samples immediately to ensure the peptides remained viable. As he contemplated this, the small bumps on Lu Ruan's skin gradually disappeared, and the lymph nodes at her neck and behind her ears vanished as well. The mixed peptides injected into her body stabilized within her internal organs, invigorating her cellular structure considerably. Lu Ruan slept for about 2 hours before awakening from a nightmare, gasping for breath. After taking a few deep breaths, she glanced at her arm and calf. The once dense rashes had completely vanished, her skin radiant and smooth. Most importantly, she reveled in the ease of her breathing, free from the previous sensation of chest tightness. Is this the interstellar version of body refinement? Quite impressive. She raised her head and found Davidson sitting nearby, eyes closed in quiet repose, waiting for her. A warm current surged through her heart. This husband was truly comforting. She softly called out, "Dean Davidson." Davidson opened his eyes in an instant, responding, "Now that you're awake, I shall escort you home." "I wish to ride the mobility robot," she expressed, eager to truly experience her recovery from stomach cancer and the benefits of interstellar body refinement. Davidson hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied, "Very well." Chapter 14. the exclusive mansion. Half an hour later, Lu Ruan and Davidson arrived in the new district of Rowell City on Alpha Star via the mobility robot. Despite the night, the area was illuminated, exuding a lively ambience. As she stepped out of the mobility robot, a refreshing breeze mingled with the scent of flowers enveloped her, revitalizing her spirit. She looked up to see 2 rows of standalone villas flanking a 5-meter-wide road, adorned with climbing vines and blooming flowers on the wrought iron fences. The roofs were a shade of purple, and each villa occupied approximately 500 square meters, exuding grandeur. "Wow, this is exceedingly luxurious," Lu Ruan exclaimed, patting Davidson's arm. "Dean Davidson, are these welfare residences provided by the federal government?" "Yes," Davidson affirmed as he guided Lu Ruan toward the first villa on the left. Walking on the specially paved surface, Lu Ruan felt as though her feet were cushioned by cotton, a delightful sensation akin to being massaged. Her peripheral vision caught sight of her husband, the 182-meter-tall Dean Doctor, and her thoughts drifted to the handsome, bushy-browed Ku Dong far away on the desolate star. She had never felt this happy before, having acted since the age of 9. She had endured countless slapstick moments with co-stars and face censorship from directors who sought to exploit her. Ultimately, she had risen to the position of a leading actress. With 9 sources of income at her disposal and an abundance of affluent men, the status of women was indeed elevated. Simply astounding. "Thank you, divine beings." Softa. We've arrived. Upon reaching the entrance of the first villa in the complex, Davidson paused. Lu Ruan peered into the yard, where she could faintly see 2 cleaning robots tidying up the space. "Let us go in," Davidson said, taking her hand and using the diamond screen on her wrist to interact with the villa's smart lock. With a click, the gate opened automatically. "This villa is immense," Lu Ruan marveled, having noted from the outside that its footprint was approximately 500 square meters. The overall area must be even larger. Living alone in such spacious quarters feels somewhat lonely. As she stepped into the yard, her satisfaction grew. The space was indeed vast, and living alone would be rather solitary. Thankfully, there were cleaning robots. Otherwise, maintaining such a large area would take an entire day. "We will all move in later. You won't be lonely." "That sounds splendid." Lu Ruan, filled with joy, closed the courtyard gate and made her way towards the villa entrance, where the robot, upon recognizing her presence, gracefully sidestepped. Mimicking Davidson, she utilized her light brain to unlock the villa door. Upon entering, she was greeted by a European-style hall adorned with a crystal chandelier, sofas, and a coffee table. Following this were a splendid dining table, an open kitchen, and a bar cabinet. After taking a leisurely stroll around the first floor, Lu Ruan ascended the stairs, with Davidson patiently accompanying her to familiarize herself with her new surroundings. The second floor housed the bedrooms, and upon pushing open the door to the largest master bedroom, Lu Ruan was instantly captivated by the sight before her. A grand circular bed, draped with delicate curtains, dominated the space, and a small viewing balcony offered a breathtaking view of the garden outside. "Oh my, this is simply enchanting." Ecstatic, Lu Ruan twirled around the room before plopping down onto the soft bed, which was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 10 people. Observing the radiant smile on her face, Davidson felt his indifferent heart soften. "If there's anything you need to add, just let me know." "Sure, I won't hold back then, but truly, thank you, Davidson." "Can I call you Arson from now on?" Lu Ruan pondered. The first step in forging a closer bond between humans is through names. While Davidson called her Ruan, she felt it inappropriate to continue addressing him as director, as it seemed too formal. After all, following the binding imposed by the mainframe on her and the other 9, they were legally recognized as a married couple in the interstellar realm, bound to each other for life, with the only option being widowhood, not divorce.
"All right."
Davidson chuckled softly, then retrieved a sack filled with plain nutritional biscuits and a case of pure water from his spatial button, placing them in the storage cabinet against the wall. "While your physique is not yet enhanced, stick to these plain biscuits. Do remember to avoid consuming raw materials such as alien beast meat or unprocessed exotic plants, as the foreign energies contained within could devastate your body. Only when your physique has completely transformed can you attempt to try them. Also, make sure to move around the house more and engage in physical exercise. I must attend to matters on the F-1008 satellite, so please contact me immediately if you need anything." His careful reminders to Lu Ruan were imbued with utmost tenderness. Lu Ruan stood from the bed, reluctantly gazing at Davidson. "When do you leave?" "I am leaving now," Davidson replied at the doorway, noticing the fleeting emotions in her eyes, and quickly changed the subject. I'll check out the other rooms and the bathing facilities to ensure everything is functional. We'll depart tomorrow morning. The villas in this new district have been built for 10 years, although they are regularly cleaned by robots. There's no guarantee that the electrical appliances are all in working order. Sit tight and wait for me. I'll come to get you once everything is checked. He initially planned to leave immediately but reconsidered, deciding to assist her with some tasks that a man ought to handle. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to wait until she fell asleep before departing. After Davidson exited, Lu Ruan promptly retrieved the nanny robot, gaming console, clothes, and food that Kudong had purchased from her spatial button. Unlike the cleaning robots outside, the nanny robot was entirely white, humanoid in appearance, and stood at a height of 1.5 meters. The gaming console was helmet-shaped, and the food consisted of various nutritional supplements and nutrient biscuits. After organizing these items, she laid out a pile of clothing on the bed, examining each piece. There were dresses for going out, sleepwear, shoes, undergarments, towels, and more. The 10 outfits, fresh and beautiful, seemed to be in vogue among the stars, and most importantly, the fabric felt incredibly comfortable. I must express my gratitude to Captain Ko. Once she finished inspecting, Lu Ruan carefully put the clothes away in the wardrobe and then opened her light brain to send a message to Kudong. Upon opening it, she realized her friend request had yet to be approved. Is he still busy? Never mind, I can address that later. After closing her light brain, she walked to the small viewing balcony by the window and peered outside. The night sky was devoid of stars, but the villa opposite hers was bustling with activity. 7 tall men, their muscular abdomens exposed, surrounded a voluptuous woman. In a hurry, she pulled the curtains shut, her nose suddenly bleeding. What a sight! One ought not to gaze upon such things. Interstellar women seem so unabashed, not even bothering to draw the curtains. Lu Ruan quickly wiped away the blood, just as Davidson's gentle, magnetic voice resonated from behind her. Ruan, I've repaired the electrical appliances for you. Oh, that's wonderful. Are you hurt? Davidson, detecting a faint metallic scent in the air, felt a pang of concern and hurriedly approached Lu Ruan, examining her from head to toe. No, you must be mistaken. Lu Ruan, feeling flustered and unable to meet Davidson's gaze, swiftly made her way to the wardrobe to retrieve a towel. Finally, without turning around, she inquired, Arson? Where is the bathing room? Chapter 15. Ruan, may I? After washing up, Lu Ruan changed into a soft nightgown and lay down on the comfortable giant circular bed. Before long, the master bedroom door swung open and Davidson, clad in semi-loose sleepwear and shorts, approached her with his long legs bare against the specialized vacuum floor. Each of his steps seemed to tread upon her very heart, exuding elegance and restraint. Ruan, the other rooms are still in disarray, so I shall sleep with you tonight. Lu Ruan quickly sat up to look at him. The esteemed director husband had now removed his golden-framed glasses, his deep-set eyes fixated on her. His pale, thin lips radiated an aura of restrained elegance, while beneath his sleepwear, his toned physique was subtly revealed. As a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt the bed dip slightly beside her as Davidson settled down next to her. Feigning calmness, she replied, All right, the bed is quite large. It can easily accommodate both of us. In her previous acting career, she had shared many intimate scenes with male co-stars, but at that time, she felt no stirrings of emotion. After all, it was merely acting, a job, with an audience watching. But now, with no work involved, the first time a man climbed into her bed at night, especially a gentle and handsome one, it would be a lie to say she felt no nervousness. Davidson took in every nuance of Lu Ruan's expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pulled up the blanket to cover her. He then addressed the smart light above, commanding it to turn off. Instantly, the lights dimmed, enveloping the room in darkness. Just as Lu Ruan felt her tension dissipate and was about to obediently close her eyes and drift into slumber, a pair of gentle yet firm hands pulled her into an embrace, drawing her close. The sound of their breathing became distinctly audible. Arson, Lu Ruan softly called out, her delicate hands encircling Davidson's waist, her cheek nestled against his chest as she closed her eyes to sleep. As her gentle form nestled against him, Davidson felt every cell in his body awaken. He closed his eyes in enjoyment, captivated by the scent of his wife.
Sleep now.
Davidson affectionately stroked Lu Ruan's head. When he injected the toxin peptide into his wife, he also administered a dose of suppressants to himself. Holding her as she slept should pose no problem. He wished to linger in her embrace for a bit longer, anticipating the dawn in a few hours. Knowing that such moments of exclusivity with her would be rare in the future, Lu Ruan inhaled the faint medicinal scent emanating from Davidson, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her drowsiness evaporating as her spirits lifted. After lying there for a while, she sensed Davidson's body temperature rising and his breathing growing irregular. This was hardly the demeanor of someone preparing for sleep. Ruan, Arson, are you unable to sleep? Could you share your story with me? I wish to know more about you. Davidson paused in the darkness, momentarily taken aback before slowly responding. My story? Let me tell you about our family. Our family is arguably the smallest in terms of population across the entire interstellar realm. My parents have long since passed away, leaving behind my elder sister, her husband, 5 brothers, and a lone nephew. You have met my nephew, Davison. As a hybrid of alien and human genes, our kind is exceedingly rare, and my sister's only match is her husband, with fewer than 5 matches. Her husband is compelled to pay an annual fine of $100,000 to the federal government for non-compliance. My 5 brothers and nephew are not in a much better situation. Over the years, none of them has encountered a match with a compatibility score exceeding 85, which necessitates an annual payment of $50,000 in bachelor taxes to the government. To avoid burdening future generations, my sister and her husband have refrained from procreating further, fearing the implications of their plight. Soft, being able to bond with you is the greatest fortune of my life. Lu Ruan tightened her embrace around Davison, attempting to offer him solace in this dire reality. Their family's circumstances were indeed lamentable, with so few hybrids among them. It became clear why the uncle with a compatibility score of 277 remained single for all those years. This was the reason. Thus, I consider myself fortunate. Lu Ruan chuckled lightly. I am even more fortunate to have encountered such a rare and handsome individual. Once I bond with you, my identity, household registration, and assets will automatically transfer to your family, liberating me entirely from my own. However, I was raised by my 5 brothers and sister after our parents, who had me in their later years, passed away. Now that I am severing ties with my family, I still wish to assist my brothers in paying their annual bachelor taxes to alleviate their burden. Is that acceptable? Lu Ruan was taken aback. Your nephew Davison works in your hospital. What do your brothers do? How can they afford to pay bachelor taxes with such low income? Isn't your husband a renowned director? Surely it wouldn't be difficult to find jobs for your brothers? Davison sighed deeply. An unfortunate incident during their parents' nurturing left all 5 of them physically impaired, rendering them incapable of performing ordinary jobs. My decision to become a doctor stemmed from the hope of one day curing them. Yet after years of research, I have not succeeded in fully restoring their health, and they can only survive as scavengers now. Lu Ruan understood and reassured him. It's all right. Please continue to support them. I have no objections. But doesn't the federal government intervene in such matters? I mean, shouldn't there be welfare for your brothers given their circumstances? If this were Earth, Davison's 5 brothers would likely qualify for social assistance. In the interstellar realm, where men are abundant, the government has no need for those deemed incapable. Since your brothers have not made significant contributions to society since birth, the government's lack of hostility towards them is, in fact, a form of mercy. A glimmer of derision flickered in Davison's eyes. Lu Ruan felt a swirl of emotions. It became evident how starkly different the government's treatment of men and women was. Men who are deemed useless and unaccomplished receive no aid. Rather, the government seeks to cleanse them from society. As for you, Davison, did your brothers scavenge to support you during your childhood? Davison softly affirmed. Lu Ruan replied, I mean, you are not lacking in star coins. I have no objection if you wish to provide for your brothers in their old age. Davison was deeply moved. In the interstellar realm, single men, from childhood to adulthood, must fend for themselves. His wife, surprisingly, was sympathetic enough to agree to such a seemingly excessive arrangement. So understanding and compassionate, she truly resembled an angel. What's wrong? Davison remained silent, inwardly grateful to have acquired such a kind and precious gem. As Lu Ruan awaited a response, she noticed Davison, who had been holding her, suddenly became quiet, his hand around her waist tightening gradually. She made no attempt to resist. After their previous conversation, the distance between her and her husband had diminished considerably. If he wished to embrace her, so be it. In the next moment, his lips descended upon hers in a soft, unrefined kiss. Lu Ruan's mind went blank. Their breaths intertwined, her heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from her chest. Having acted in plays from the age of 9 until 18, she had never experienced a romantic relationship during her youth. After gaining fame at 18, she transitioned from dramas to films focused on familial themes. only to withdraw from the entertainment industry at 19 due to severe gastric cancer, and now, having traversed into the interstellar realm. This was her first genuine kiss with a man. Did it feel good? Davison suddenly paused, his lips slightly parting from hers. Soft, may I? His voice carried a husky timbre, laced with a breathy undertone that was utterly beguiling. Lu Ruan's thoughts flashed to the system's task, recognizing that marking a match and establishing a contractual relationship was essential to fulfilling their wishes and, in turn, achieving her own desires. Davison's current wish was intertwined with her. Yet, human nature is often greedy, and one wish is rarely sufficient. Since he had voluntarily offered himself, it would be prudent for her to mark him first. Thus, completing the system's required contractual relationship. Lu Ruan answered Davison's inquiry with action. She reached out, her hand finding Davison's face in the dim light, clumsily capturing his lips in return. After a moment of surprise, Davison deepened the kiss. Gradually, his hand gently caressed Lu Ruan's back. His movements tender, yet infused with urgency, as he slipped her nightgown off and pulled her onto him. Lu Ruan felt engulfed in a fiery inferno, her blood surging with fervor. Davison breathed heavily, restrained yet primal urges surging forth. Lu Ruan gradually surrendered to Davison's tenderness, ultimately succumbing to the depths of their passion. In a haze, a voice echoed in her mind, congratulating her on successfully marking Davison and establishing a contractual relationship. Chapter 16. Her next target. In the afternoon, Lu Ruan awoke with bleary eyes, finding herself alone in the vast room, the space empty save for her presence. She winced as she sat up, her waist feeling as if it had been shattered, sore and weak. It was all due to Davison's gentle insistence the previous night, as he had sought her again and again, only easing off when dawn broke. Yet, she felt fortunate that her first experience was with a doctor like Davison. He would have been mindful of her physical condition and exercised restraint. If it had been another match, she might have met her demise by now. I must say, you've hit the jackpot, having spent the night with Davison. The robotic caretaker, controlled by the system, approached her bedside with its mechanical legs, holding a cup of greenish liquid. Lu Ruan turned her face and met the gaze of the robot's black and white mechanical eyes. The system manipulated the caretaker's body, forcing a mechanical smile. I am your system, little Tuanzi, now residing within this robot. This potion was sent by Davison, said to help restore your strength. Here, take it. Lu Ruan felt a surge of joy as she accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. It bore no taste, confirming that Davison's instructions were indeed accurate. As the liquid coursed through her abdomen, a warm current spread throughout her limbs, alleviating the discomfort in her waist. Once she felt a bit more comfortable, Lu Ruan, with a puzzled expression, inquired of the system. Little Tuanzi, what did you mean when you said I hit the jackpot by sleeping with Davison? Please explain. Does this mean I did not establish a contractual relationship with him? You must not mislead me. You first fulfilled his current wish, to continue helping his brothers with their bachelor taxes after severing ties with his family. And only then did you establish a contractual relationship. What else could it be but having hit the jackpot? Next time, do not confuse the order. We must first establish the contract, then help him fulfill his wishes to gain his willpower. Once an old wish is fulfilled, new desires are bound to arise. It is improbable for one to be devoid of them. Davidson's other aspirations are intricately linked to you. The system spread its hands, shrugged, and portrayed a face of resigned exasperation. His wish from last night was modest in nature, but profound in significance. If you had first entered into a contract with him and subsequently acquiesced his request, we could have accrued 3 units of willpower right now. Little by little, once the willpower reaches 100, wouldn't you be able to live for 5 centuries? Just think about what you would be missing out on. Lu Ruan recalled the events of the previous night and pondered that had she instigated matters first and then engaged Davison in casual conversation, agreeing to his request for several brothers to pay their bachelor tax, those 3 units of willpower would have been in her grasp long ago. Ah, how careless. She slapped her forehead, her face a canvas of regret, wondering how she could have miscalculated so. After a moment of self-reflection, she decided to seek fault with the system. Why had it not alerted her in advance? Little one, if you had informed me of his wishes beforehand, I certainly would not have inverted the order. Host. I am but a humble wish system, capable only of querying the desires of the bound individual. Before you contract with those men, I am unable to infiltrate their mental realms. Only after you establish a contract can I, through your connection, access their innermost thoughts. Once she successfully marked her husband's, the system would be able to retrieve their wishes. Lu Ruan had an epiphany. From now on, irrespective of the circumstances, she would prioritize securing the men before discussing any subsequent matters. All right, I shall certainly be more mindful next time. Little one, please assist me by taking the sheets for a wash. Lu Ruan got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and glanced at the amorous traces on the round bed, issuing her command. Host, I do not wish to go. If you refuse, you may relinquish the caretaker robot. I will send it to wash. You cannot occupy its form without contributing. Currently, I rely solely on it as my caretaker. The system hesitated for a long moment before finally extending its mechanical hand to gather the sheets and exit the room. It consumed energy to attach to physical objects, and detaching would waste more energy when reattaching. Considering this, it decided to proceed with its task. Humph, the host is quite intolerable, relishing in the exploitation of its universe-defying adorableness. Lu Ruan dressed, freshened up, and munched on some biscuits before settling down at the coffee table on the first floor of the villa. First step, to access the light brain and check the contact section. Almost a day had passed since she requested to add Captain Ko as a friend. Why had he yet to approve her? The others had sent her warm messages, Davidson offering care and concern. The interstellar second prince, Di Chen, mentioned he would be mailing his belongings. The Grand Marshal, Qin Feng, sent her a sticker saying, "Hello, my wife." The remaining individuals, after accepting her friend request, remained silent, not a peep escaping their lips. Lu Ruan entered the chat box, sending a friendly message to Di Chen along with the coordinates of the villa area, and replying to the Grand Marshal with a sticker that read, "Hello, my husband." She contemplated for a moment, with Davidson's marking complete. It was time to switch to the next target to expedite the realization of her 5-century lifespan wish, thus allowing her to truly lounge about in the interstellar realm. Who should be the next target? Captain Ko had yet to approve her friend request, so he would have to be put on hold. The interstellar second prince, Di Chen, being a man born at the pinnacle of the food chain, would undoubtedly have grand wishes. Thus he was eliminated. Grand Marshal Qin Feng, the highest commander of the military, likely had wishes related to exterminating alien beasts, and given her current circumstances, she could not assist him. Her gaze drifted to the other candidates. The 3 brothers of the He family, each possessing 1,000 billion star coins. They masqueraded as scavengers while engaging in unknown illicit activities, leading to their immense wealth. For now, she would not provoke the underworld forces. Finally, she was left with the Interstellar's foremost mechanic, Samuel, and the young master of the Jupiter Feather Clan, Luo Yao. Let us choose Luo Yao. She suddenly recalled that Luo Yao was in a state of negative assets. Wouldn't helping him clear his debts equate to fulfilling one of his current wishes? Lu Ruan opened her asset overview to double-check her husband's status. The page transitioned, and she gazed in disbelief at the asset information. Luo Yao, negative 200,000 star coins, other real estate, 1 sea-level mech. What is this? What has this young master been up to? In just one night, he spent 50,000 star coins on a sea-level mech, increasing his debt from 150,000 to 200,000. ISNT, he's supposed to be a young master of the Feather Clan? How could he be so impoverished? Lu Ruan retrieved the stack of partner profiles she had received from Davidson when adding her husbands as friends and began browsing through Luo Yao's entry. Name, Luo Yao. Gender, male. Age, 23. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 74 kilograms. Mixed race, Feather Clan. Occupation, uncertain. Family coordinates, District 108 of the Kavira Great Forest on Jupiter. Profile summary. Luo Yao, the 500th son of the leader of the Jupiter White Feather Clan. Born through natural birth, he was the center of attention at birth. Upon reaching adulthood, he was ridiculed and bullied by his peers for failing to grow the wings of the Feather Clan. Unable to endure the humiliation, Luo Yao voluntarily sought to leave the family. However, as he had neither bound a wife nor repaid the family's investment in his upbringing, the elders did not grant his request, instead confining him to the clan, forced into servitude. Chapter 17. The defiant silver-haired younger brother. Having perused Luo Yao's profile, Lu Ruan had formed a plan. This young master of the Feather Clan, trapped within his family as a servant, found himself in a state of negative assets. How splendidly poor. If she could help Luo Yao clear his debts, her first unit of willpower would be hers at last. Clearing debts was a straightforward task. Once an interstellar woman binds to a man, she becomes the head of the household, wielding the authority to manage the assets of her matched partners. thereby facilitating the equitable distribution of resources and achieving the goal of resource sharing. In this manner, every family member could benefit from resources they had not enjoyed while single. She could allocate star coins from her other husbands to eliminate Luo Yao's debts. However, his inability to grow the wings of the Feather Clan posed a bit of a challenge. She needed to understand his situation firsthand to extract this unit of willpower. What could Luo Yao be doing now? Perhaps a video call would help her familiarize herself with him? Lu Ruan sat at the coffee table, took a sip of water to soothe her throat, and proceeded to initiate a video call to Luo Yao through her light brain. After a minute of waiting, the call did not connect. She dialed again, but still no response. After 5 consecutive attempts, just as Lu Ruan was about to give up, the light brain emitted a blue glow. A rebellious young man with silver, slightly disheveled hair and blue sapphire earrings materialized before her. The projection was strikingly lifelike. Every pore on his skin distinctly visible. A ghastly wound marred the corner of his mouth, suggesting he had recently been in a scuffle. His arms were adorned with bruises. His clothing a dusty mess, speckled with blood. Lu Ruan gently called out Luo Yao. Luo Yao's appearance belied his age, perhaps due to the longevity of interstellar beings. At 23 years old, he looked akin to a 17 or 18-year-old from Earth. Observing this battle-worn young master, she realized he had been busy fighting. What is it? Luo Yao asked, his tone flat and unenthusiastic, his deep voice resonating in a captivating manner, with traces of battle still lingering in his eyes. As he spoke, the wound at the corner of his mouth pulled painfully, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. I am your fated partner, Lu Ruan. Have you severed ties with your original family? When will you relocate to Alpha Star and reside with me? Observing the scene before her, she refrained from indulging in idle chatter and instead delved straight into the matter at hand. In 6 months, I shall move over. The youth replied succinctly after a brief contemplation, abruptly terminating the video call. Not far from him, sprawled across the ground, were several winged men, alongside scattered fragments of severely damaged C-grade mechs. After shutting down his holographic device, he surveyed the men lying on the ground from a superior vantage point. What does possessing wings matter? They are utterly defenseless. The winged men bared their teeth, struggling to rise. One man, barely managing to stand, shouted at Luo Yao, "The use of mechs is forbidden within the Feather Clan. You have violated clan rules and attempted to harm your kin. Prepare to be imprisoned by the elders and have your blood drained to nourish the young. You are but a wingless wretch. Do not expect your matriarch to show you mercy."
Is that so?
"I shall await your judgment," he retorted. On Alpha Star, Lu Ruan leaned against the sofa, staring at the terminated video call, momentarily lost in thought. This young master seemed rather aloof. 6 months felt like an eternity. Her tasks could not be postponed, else risk the loss of life before reaching a willpower value of 100. Her match could either be a potential malevolent force or a renowned high-ranking individual across the galaxy. Fulfilling their desires would be a Herculean task. It would be prudent to commence with the more comprehensible young master of the Feather Clan. Later that evening, Lu Ruan initiated another video call with Luo Yao. This time, he appeared to have the time, as he answered after approximately 30 seconds. A holographic projection materialized, revealing the youth seated at the base of a tree, twisting open a bottle of water to drink. While his lip bore signs of treatment, sweat glistened on his face, and his black fitted uniform was drenched, indicating he had just completed arduous labor. Luo Yao, what keeps you so occupied within the Feather Clan? Just some trivial matters, Luo Yao replied vaguely, stowing away the water bottle. The tasks he undertook within the clan were hardly honorable. Very well, if you prefer silence. I shall reluctantly journey to Jupiter to find you if you cannot come to Alpha Star. Upon uttering these words, she noticed the silver-haired youth fell silent. She could not decipher his thoughts and thus asserted, "Either you come here, or I shall go there. Naturally, I would prefer your presence. Come then. When would you like to arrive?" Luo Yao deliberated before responding, "In 1 month." A smile crept onto Lu Ruan's face. Her brother was indeed communicative. Preparations for her journey to Jupiter were necessary. While aboard the battleship, she learned that women in the interstellar realm were afforded exceptional treatment, with laws favoring them. Interstellar men dared not harm women, lest they face incarceration. However, there were numerous other customs that required her study. Having just recovered from stomach cancer, her current condition was unsuitable for travel. She resolved to wait until after receiving her second peptide injection in a month, which would significantly bolster her vitality. Very well. The youth on the other end seemed particularly busy after receiving her response and did not engage in further conversation before cutting the line. Lu Ruan closed her holographic device, opened the villa door, and commenced a light jog around the courtyard. She quickly found herself breathless after just a few laps. Yet, visions of living for 500 years alongside 9 enchanting companions, with a gaggle of children affectionately calling her mother, fueled her determination to persist. In the days that followed, Lu Ruan dedicated herself to rigorous training during the day, engaging in weighted running, weightlifting, sit-ups, and yoga. Even when utterly exhausted, she refused to relent. By night, she voraciously absorbed interstellar knowledge through her holographic device. 1 month later, Lu Ruan's health had improved significantly, and she had mastered the fundamentals of interstellar knowledge, gaining deeper insights into the cosmos. She discovered that in interstellar families, daughters held inheritance rights while sons did not. Once a man was bound, he effectively severed ties with his original family, integrating into the woman's household. In their new family, if a daughter was born, she could inherit the family business, marry a man upon reaching adulthood, and produce grandchildren, thereby expanding the household into a larger clan. Conversely, if only sons were born, the family business would remain without an heir, preventing the formation of an extended family. Upon the woman's death, the federal government would confiscate the welfare villa previously granted to her along with 50 of the assets, dispersing the remaining 50 among her husband and sons. It was revealed that purebreds had gone extinct 3 centuries prior, and all interstellar citizens were hybrids. She was the sole purebred in the entire galaxy. Among hybrids, various races existed, with the Feather Clan being one of them. The Feather Clan prided themselves on their physical manifestation of beastly wings. Members of the Feather Clan were naturally gifted fighters, often becoming exceptional soldiers or outstanding explorers. Their wings allowed them to safely retreat when mechs were damaged and to navigate perilous terrains. As she reflected on these revelations, Lu Ruan received her second peptide injection, enhancing her constitution once more. After packing her belongings and bidding farewell to Davidson, she set off for Jupiter. Interstellar women could travel independently without safety concerns, though they occasionally faced minor inconveniences akin to celebrity encounters. Standing before the viewing window of the starship, she was surrounded by a throng of attentive men, one of whom presented her with a flower. She disregarded their advances, gazing instead into the vast cosmos, her heart filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Willpower, dear sister. I am coming. Chapter 18. You cannot take Luo Yao away just yet. Jupiter. The Kavira Great Forest. Jurisdiction 108. Lu Ruan stood alongside the system outside the protective barrier, awaiting Luo Yao. The mutated trees within the jurisdiction soared to heights of 500 meters, even taller than those on the barren planets. Their root systems extended a kilometer away, and their expansive canopies blocked out the sun. Within the 300-meter-high tree segment, the Feather Clan had constructed numerous small tree houses, each accommodating a single occupant, with a single tree able to house around 200 individuals. Through the protective netting, she observed 2 winged men standing before the nearest treehouse, gently flapping their wings as they glided down from above. Upon landing and retracting their wings, they appeared no different from ordinary humans. One stood by the tree's roots, looking up at the highest treehouse with glee, taunting, "You wingless wretch, 300 of our young ones await your nourishment.
Come down,
If the elder's offspring go hungry, your punishment this time will not be as lenient as last, where they merely extracted 3 vials of your blood. Brother, that wretch's flying device has been destroyed by us, and his C-grade mech, which he purchased on credit, was reduced to mere fragments a month ago. He possesses no tools now. To leap from 300 meters would surely lead to his demise. Would he dare?" Another mocked. Suddenly, the door to the highest treehouse creaked open. A silver-haired youth, adorned with sapphire earrings, emerged. With a cold glance at the 2 men below, he donned a pair of black gloves and, gripping the protruding edges of the tree trunk, began to descend painstakingly. The trunk of the mutated tree was colossal, so much so that 20 people could not encircle it with their arms. Members of the Feather Clan typically relied on their wings to navigate the treehouses. Descending unaided was nearly impossible. The youth stood at an altitude of 300 meters above the ground, with no protective measures in place below. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal fall. Lu Ruan stood outside the safety net, her breath catching in her throat, her heart nearly rising to her mouth. She feared that the boy might become distracted by her presence and plummet, so she instinctively covered her mouth, stifling any sound. This visage, this form, He was undoubtedly the Luo Yao she had been waiting for. From her research, she had learned that Luo Yao's circumstances within the Yu clan were precarious. But she had not anticipated them to be so dire. How could he be bullied to such an extent by his own kin? Those two Yu clan men had destroyed his flying apparatus, forcing him, a wingless individual, to descend from the treehouse? Before Lu Ruan could ponder further, the two Yu clan men below mocked Luo Yao as he emerged. "Oh, look who has come out. Planning to climb down with nothing but your bare hands? Have you any idea of your own worth? Useless wretch, if you fall and break your neck, it's of no concern to us."
Ha!
You used to flaunt your privileged status as the chief's favored child, but now you're just a pathetic shell of your former self. The chief no longer cares if you live or die. Can you still hold your head high? Luo Yao, shout to the entire clan 3 times. I am worthless. I am the dog of Grandpa Luo Ji and Grandpa Luo Ko, and after you land, slap yourself 10 times. Perhaps out of pity, we might haul you down from the air. Their laughter grew louder. Luo Yao ignored their taunts, focusing intently as he cautiously maneuvered downward. His hands turned pale from exertion, the veins in his arms bulging. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, plummeting toward the ground. Lu Ruan's heart seized in panic. She instinctively wanted to rush in to save him, but the safety net of the jurisdiction barred her entry. Just as everyone believed Luo Yao would crash to the ground in a shattered heap, he quickly adjusted his posture, gripping the tree trunk tightly once more. After a few precarious moments, he regained his stability. The two Yu clan men below watched in disbelief, their smiles faltering. Luo Yao took a deep breath and continued his descent, step by careful step, each movement fraught with difficulty. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, he successfully reached the ground. He dusted himself off, strode over to the two Yu clan men, and without uttering a word, seized one by the collar and delivered a fierce punch to his face. 1 punch, 2 punches, each a heavy blow that left the man dazed, unable to retaliate. Lu Ruan's mouth fell open in astonishment, silently cheering on his actions, thinking to herself how satisfying it was to see him strike back against those who bullied her husband. How dare you lay a hand on us? The other man reacted, unfurling his wings to strike at Luo Yao. Instantly, Luo Yao was sent tumbling like a broken kite, crashing against the roots of a 2-meter-high tree with a dull thud, his body sliding down to the ground. Feeling so proud, are we? The Yu clan man approached Luo Yao, sneering, get up and kneel, slap yourself 50 times, and apologize to Grandpa Luo Ji and Grandpa Luo Ko. Otherwise. Luo Yao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the man. His lips moved slightly as he murmured a few words. The Yu clan man crouched down, a look of arrogance on his face as he leaned closer. What did you say? Do you know what an apology is? Speak louder. Have you not eaten? With a sudden, contemptuous spit, Luo Yao expelled saliva at the man just as he leaned in. Enraged, the man delivered a brutal kick to Luo Yao.
Duh.
Luo Yao coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the Yu clan man prepared to continue his assault on the boy, Lu Ruan, in a moment of quick thinking, grabbed a stone from outside the safety net and hurled it with all her might. The stone struck the man's wing, causing him to falter as he turned to look at her. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yao rolled to the side onto the grass, forcing himself to rise. From his spatial button, he retrieved an iron rod as thick as his arm, aiming for the man's skull, ready to strike.
Suddenly,
a massive flying vehicle descended from the distance, landing steadily nearby. From the craft emerged a resplendent woman, the leader of the Yu clan and Luo Yao's mother. Her authoritative gaze swept across the scene, and she commanded loudly, "Everyone, cease this at once." A flicker of irritation crossed Luo Yao's eyes, but he ultimately dropped the iron rod. Leader. The two Yu clan men greeted her respectfully. The leader approached Luo Yao, her expression unyielding as she surveyed his disheveled state. Then turned to reprimand the two men. How dare you bully your own kin? Luo Yao, Luo Ji, Luo Ko, you 3 will return home and reflect on your actions. Should I encounter such behavior again, you will all be imprisoned in the clan's dungeon. Then, she turned her attention to the area outside the jurisdiction. Miss, what brings you to our Yu clan territory? Leader Luo, I have come to escort my husband Luo Yao home. We have been bound for a month, yet he has not arrived, so I felt compelled to come in person, Lu Ruan replied, standing a meter away from the safety net, her demeanor calm and poised. In the realm of starry women, status was held in high esteem, and among women, there existed a relative equality. Though Luo Yao's mother was the clan leader, she felt no need to belittle herself. Luo Yao looked out at the sound of her voice, spotting a woman clad in a blue gown, her beauty pure and ethereal, conversing with his mother. He felt a flicker of surprise. His newly bound wife had arrived ahead of schedule. You cannot take Luo Yao with you just yet. Why not? The leader explained. Until Luo Yao has repaid his debts to the clan, he must care for the clan's young as a form of repayment. Only upon fulfilling the terms of the childcare agreement can you take him away. Leader, why not employ professional childcare robots for tending to the young? Lu Ruan questioned incredulously. Surely the Yu clan could afford such technology? Forcing a youth to care for 300 clan offspring. What sort of madness was this? The leader coldly replied. This is a matter of my clan. You have no right to inquire. The Yu clan's young were unlike those of other races, possessing 10 times the energy. Some hatchlings grew wings and began flying about immediately upon hatching. They required human supervision, as robots could not substitute. Otherwise, if a batch of 300 lively Yu clan younglings were entrusted entirely to machines, by the time they matured to a sufficient intellectual level, only a handful would remain. How much debt does he owe? I will repay it. You can find someone else to care for the young. I want to take him away. Are you certain you wish to help him repay? Indeed. As she spoke, the stunningly beautiful youth from within the jurisdiction began to walk toward her, step by deliberate step. His expression was one of defiance, his sharp brows slightly lowered, his gait somewhat unsteady. She smiled gently at him, and after he met her gaze, he continued to make his way over, swaying slightly. Lu Ruan averted her eyes. The leader, having not noticed Luo Yao behind her, raised an eyebrow at Lu Ruan, a newfound interest glimmering in her eyes. The debt owed by him amounts to a staggering 3,270,000 star coins, dear miss. If you cannot repay it, kindly take your leave. The Yu clan does not entertain outsiders. She had once harbored great expectations for Luo Yao, yet now finds herself thoroughly disillusioned. After enduring the arduous 10 months of pregnancy, it would have been one thing if her offspring had not been a daughter. However, she invested considerable resources into this young son, hoping he would emerge as the most exceptional warrior of the Yu clan, bringing honor to the family. To her dismay, 3 years into adulthood, he remains wingless, now a profound embarrassment to the Yu clan, tarnishing her reputation as his mother and leader. If someone were to take him away, it would be a relief. Out of sight, out of mind. 3,270,000 star coins? Lu Ruan pondered for a moment, maintaining her composure as she fixed her gaze upon the leader of the Yu clan. I can repay Luo Yao's debt, but I require a few days to gather the necessary funds. During this time, I wish to stay by Luo Yao's side, as his wife. I am not considered an outsider, correct, leader Yu? Having learned from her past mistakes, she knew she must first mark her man and establish their contractual relationship before addressing the debt. Repaying the clan's debt is evidently one of Luo Yao's current desires as well, a fact the system need not elucidate. She would seize any opportunity to acquire willpower value. A few days would suffice for her to win over Luo Yao. The leader's gaze flicked toward the 50,000 star coin nanny robot beside Lu Ruan, then at the fabric of her dress. After a moment of silence, she broke into a cheerful smile. Very well, you may do as you please for these few days. The woman matched to her youngest son does not appear impoverished. A typical nanny robot costs around 10,000 star coins. One that costs 50,000 suggests she hails from a middle-class background. Just as the leader finished speaking, another voice, tinged with urgency, interrupted her. Mother, I do not require her to repay my debt. Luo Yao approached the two swiftly. He looked at Lu Ruan, his expression filled with disapproval. I can handle my own affairs. 3 million plus is no trifling sum. Lu Ruan met his gaze sincerely. Since you have already entered my small family, your debt is now my debt. If you feel uneasy about it, you may repay me double in the future. She produced a vial of restorative potion and pressed it into the young man's hand. Prior to her arrival, she had procured many valuable items from Davidson, and basic potions were among them. Luo Yao examined the potion worth 20,000 star coins in his hand. That amount could sustain him for several months. He uncapped the vial and drank its contents in one go. Up close, Lu Ruan's gaze was drawn to the sapphire earring adorning the young man's earlobe. This earring was a striking accent, lending an air of wild allure to the defiant youth who resembled a character from a comic. Setting aside other considerations, this younger brother conformed to her aesthetic ideals. As Luo Yao tucked the empty vial away, a flicker of gratitude sparked in his eyes as he said quietly, I accept the potion. You have seen my circumstances. So you should leave. Once I repay the debt, I will seek you out immediately. I am quite busy at the moment and have no time to care for a woman. Lu Ruan flashed a mischievous smile, then returned the money for the potion, and I shall take my leave. You. Luo Yao was momentarily speechless, realizing it was too late to regurgitate the potion. As they spoke, their eyes remained locked on one another, completely oblivious to the fact that the leader of the Yu clan had already departed. Luo, this matter is settled. Lu Ruan turned her head, only to find the surroundings utterly vacant. A woman's silhouette lingered 100 meters ahead, just beyond the jurisdiction.
Luo Yao.
This matter is settled. I will gather the star coins to repay your debt, and once it's cleared, you will return with me to Alpha Star. I will be busy for another 6 months, and by then, the younglings should be able to move about freely. You need not waste star coins on me. Given the recent circumstances, his own mother did not advocate for him. If he stayed another 6 months, this young master of the Yu clan might very well be driven to his demise by his kin. Lu Ruan was not inclined to heed the young man's words. Even if she were to leave, she would first extract a measure of willpower value. In a gentle tone, she spoke incisively. Luo Yao, the Yu clan is fundamentally unsuitable for you. What purpose does your presence here serve? Are you willing to endure humiliation among your kin, like today, when you descended from the treehouse and nearly fell to your demise, or were you kicked by your peers until you bled? Your mother will not concern herself with your well-being. It was unclear which of Lu Ruan's words struck a chord with Luo Yao, but his expression soured. I will repay you double for the potion, now leave. His hands clenched slightly, suppressing a tide of emotion. Kicked until he bled by his peers. Did this bound wife also share the sentiment that his lack of wings rendered him disabled and worthless? How foolish he had been to entertain the notion that his wife would not be so shallow. With that, Luo Yao strode away into the jurisdiction. But due to his injuries still unhealed, he stumbled and fell to the ground, clumsily rising before hastily moving forward again. Lu Ruan realized she had inadvertently tread upon a sensitive topic and felt a pang of regret for her bluntness. She had aimed to prod at Luo Yao's wounds, but should have allowed him a modicum of dignity. Sighing inwardly, Lu Ruan stepped forward and grasped the young man's arm, altering her approach. Yao, you are now my bound husband. I was merely concerned for you, nothing more. I cannot bear to see them treat you so. I also do not wish to witness you injured and unsteady on your feet. Can you understand my intent? Luo Yao paused, gazing at the arm she held, then shifted his attention to Lu Ruan's smiling face, the gentle dimples gracing her cheeks and the crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with warmth. He studied her for a long time, noting that her eyes bore no hint of disdain, only kindness and compassion. It dawned on him that she had not been mocking him after all. After a lengthy silence, he finally relented. All right. Witnessing Luo Yao's softened demeanor, Lu Ruan eagerly produced 3 identical vials of restorative potion and pressed them into his hands. Is the pain from your earlier injuries still lingering? 1 vial is insufficient. Take 3. I have plenty of potions to spare. Thank you. Luo Yao felt an inexplicable lump in his throat. Since he could not grow the wings of the Yu clan, no one cared for his life or inquired about his pain. His peers mocked and humiliated him for their amusement, while the elders treated him like livestock, expecting him to care for 300 younglings alone. Never had anyone shown him such selfless concern for his well-being. He swiftly uncapped the vials and drank them all, his expression reverting to its usual aloof defiance. In the future, he would repay her double if need be. Chapter 20. To bear 10 children in 5 years? The younglings are waking. I must tend to them. Jupiter is rife with forests, and the bustling city of Starjo lies 100 kilometers from the Yu clan's jurisdiction, rendering his treehouse inaccessible. For a moment, Luo Yao was at a loss as to where to arrange for Lu Ruan to go. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Lu Ruan pulled the hesitant young man into the jurisdiction and called out to the robot. Little Dumpling, keep up. Right away. Little Dumpling hurriedly followed with its mechanical legs. Witnessing this, Luo Yao ultimately relented, allowing Lu Ruan to accompany him. The protective gate closed behind them. Locke and Logi sat beneath the roots of a large tree, taking their potions. Upon seeing Lu Ruan enter the jurisdiction, Locke assisted Logi in standing and approached her. Esteemed and beautiful miss, I am Locke, the most handsome man of the Yu clan. Were you captivated by my magnificent stature and grand wings when you used a stone to massage my wings earlier? My brother and I are willing to become your followers, though we hope you will dismiss Luo Yao. Locke struck a pose, flaunting his wings like a peacock spreading its plumage. Lu Ruan felt a wave of revulsion. Do not flatter yourself. Before them stood 2 individuals. One lay bruised and battered from a beating by Luo Yao, while the other, with a robust physique, struck a rather effeminate pose, claiming to be the finest beauty of the Feather Clan. In truth, he paled in comparison to Luo Yao by a vast margin. With a wealth of 7 figures in star coins between the brothers, the prospect of Luo Yao, a worthless waste, only contributing 3 million to the deal seemed decidedly unprofitable. Locke cast a scornful glance at Luo Yao. Both he and his brother had been overshadowed by the numerous husbands of a woman they had previously pursued. There had scarcely been a month when they had the opportunity to enter her chamber. Accompanying her was a robotic caretaker, indicative of her rarity as a match. Abandoning their former pursuit for her was hardly a loss. Lozi chimed in, "Indeed, miss, if you consent, my brother and I would be willing to bestow half of our fortune upon you immediately." Luo Yao stood silently beside Lu Ruan, observing the brazen display of affection between the two. Should she acquiesce, she would gain 2 devoted followers from the Feather Clan, a substantial sum of star coins, and the opportunity to rid herself of her useless husband, thereby saving 327,000. Surely no woman across the galaxy could resist such temptation? With a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic, Lu Ruan replied, "If you wish for my consent to become your followers, you must first sever your own wings and present them to me as a token of your unwavering loyalty. Only then will I consider your proposal." Locke instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with horror as he regarded the pure and beautiful Lu Ruan. Luo Yao's wife exuded a pleasant aura and possessed a gentle beauty, yet her actions were tenfold more ruthless than those of other women in the galaxy. "Miss, Luo Yao is utterly incapable. Only someone as magnificent as I, the foremost beauty of the Feather Clan, can ensure your lineage bears daughters. After all, my father was able to have my mother bear 3 sisters in succession, and I have inherited his perfect genes, guaranteeing you 10 pregnancies in 5 years. Each one a daughter." Once composed, Locke sought to entice Lu Ruan with tales of his father's illustrious legacy. For nearly 20 years, no female infant had been born across the stars. He was convinced she would be swayed. A cold glimmer ignited in Luo Yao's eyes as he retrieved an iron rod, as thick as a forearm, from his space button. "I am not willing. You two are simply unworthy." As tension thickened in the air, Lu Ruan disdainfully rejected Locke's overtures. 5 pregnancies in 5 years? Do you take me for a sow? Luo Yao's gaze turned icy as he directed his words at Locke. "Are you listening? She does not wish to be imprisoned in the clan's jail, so you best vacate the premises." With that, he raised the iron rod, preparing to confront Locke and Lozi. The atmosphere among the 3 men became charged with hostility. In that instant, a small figure entered the fray. Host. The second rule of interstellar reproduction: followers and women are prohibited from bearing children together. Violation results in a fine of 300,000 star coins for the woman and 30 years of imprisonment for the man. Luo Yao smirked with pride. "If you don't leave, enticing a rare woman is illegal, and the punishment is even greater." Locke, harboring resentment, recalled the leader's warning before departing. Regardless of the outcome, entering the clan's jail was inevitable. He snorted dismissively before helping Locke turn away. "You wait here, waste. Brother, let us return to our abode to recuperate. We shall deal with him properly next time." Lozi spread his wings, preparing to ascend to their treehouse, but turned back to Lu Ruan, urging, "Miss, Luo Yao is genuinely a useless waste. Should you have regrets, seek us out." "Regrets? Humph." Lu Ruan couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance.
"Ayo."
"If I intend to bear children, it shall only be with you and other suitable partners." "Indeed," Luo Yao replied with a smile, sheathing his weapon as he led Lu Ruan toward the incubation facility. 10 minutes later, deep within the forest, they arrived at a 500-square-meter wooden building. This was the incubation base. Standing at the entrance, Luo Yao felt a surge of irritation at the thought of the 300 offspring inside. Upon entering, Lu Ruan was taken aback by the scene before her. As she surveyed the room, she found 30 rows of empty cribs. The 300 infants scurried about, crawling, flying, fighting, and crying. They donned garments in blue, purple, and black. The blue-clad infants, around 2 years of age, were the most numerous, mostly crawling on the ground. A few winged ones fluttered about, colliding with the ceiling and tumbling to the floor, bursting into tears. The purple-clad toddlers, aged 3, flailed their small hands, wreaking havoc on the cribs, leaving them in disarray. The black-clad ones, 10 in total and the oldest at 5, were engaged in a chaotic brawl, sporting bruises, broken arms, and some even lying in pools of blood, trampled by their peers. It was truly overwhelming. Lu Ruan pinched her philtrum. The scene could be summed up in one word: chaos. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Luo Yao bellowed, "Stop." Silence. In an instant the infants fell silent, the vast room so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the children, including the injured, turned their gaze towards Luo Yao, who was radiating displeasure. The blue and purple infants returned to their cribs while the black ones lined up. Luo Yao's command echoed again, and the children complied, cowed by his authoritative presence. Lu Ruan watched in astonishment. She had not anticipated the infants to fear him so. Shaking off her thoughts, she hurried towards the injured ones. Several winged infants had suffered serious falls, one even having a gash on its forehead. She couldn't afford to create further disturbances before leaving the Feather Clan with Luo Yao. Kneeling down, she retrieved healing potions and cotton swabs, starting with the most severely injured. Don't cry, sister will apply the medicine, and it won't hurt anymore." A blue-clad infant wiped its tear-streaked face and asked in a tiny voice, "Sister, who are you?" "My name is Lu Ruan, and I am your brother Luo Yao's wife." She gently caressed the infant's cheek before calling out to the robotic caretaker, "Little one, come help me." As Luo Yao placed the severely injured black infant into the medical pod, he turned to find Lu Ruan patiently tending to the other infants. Her movements were tender and careful, and the children were surprisingly cooperative, not crying or fussing. He had never seen a woman exude such maternal charm, and an odd feeling blossomed in his heart. Chapter 21 Call Me Sister. As he contemplated their future offspring, he hoped she would not be like his mother, abandoning the young ones once they lost their worth. Luo Yao chuckled softly, shaking his head. She was Lu Ruan, the woman coveted by billions across the star network, not lacking in suitable partners. It was uncertain whether she would choose to bear children with him. Furthermore, his genetic material was inadequate, and their offspring would not develop wings. Steeling himself, he approached the busy figure on the ground. The base has only 3 medical pods. They won't be available soon. Could you please continue tending to the injured blue infants? I must feed the others, or they will become restless and difficult to calm. Lu Ruan paused her ministrations and looked up, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Ah Yao, call me sister, and I shall assist you." Luo Yao blinked in surprise.
Huh?
This wife of his was younger than he. Did she truly want him to call her sister, as if he appeared juvenile and unmanly? Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "If you don't call me sister, the other infants will surely go hungry." Sister, Luo Yao stammered, feeling awkward as he uttered the words. "Ah, splendid. Such a delightful sound. Now go feed them. I shall join you once I finish here," Lu Ruan replied, secretly reveling in the moment. It appeared that the once rebellious younger brother was not so indifferent after all. He was still quite obedient to her. She bowed her head and continued her busy work, first applying medicine to the remaining injured blue cubs alongside the little round one. After administering the medicine, she cradled them and placed them in their designated beds, while those whose beds had been dismantled had no choice but to sit on the soft floor and wait. As Lu Ruan stood up, she noticed Luo Yao pushing a cart down the corridor, distributing bottles of milk to the cubs lying in their small beds as he passed by each one. His movements were remarkably adept, having practiced countless times, yet a hint of mild annoyance lingered in his brow, while his actions remained gentle and meticulous. When he encountered a crying cub, he would softly coo to soothe them. The little ones gradually quieted down, reaching out their tiny hands, resembling lotus roots, to grasp the bottles and obediently suckle. A slight smile graced her lips as she approached Luo Yao. "May I assist you with the feeding? Do you have an extra cart?" Luo Yao glanced at the cubs, noting they were not yet starving and could hold on until he finished delivering the milk. He lazily smiled. "No, you rest and wait for me. Women in the starry realms are rare treasures, and they need only to wait for men to serve them." Had he not been preoccupied earlier, he would never have requested her assistance. Now that there was no urgency, he certainly would not allow a woman to work. "Very well. I shall repair their little beds with the round one. I will handle the milk distribution and come back to it. You need not worry. It's fine. Continue feeding your milk. You need not concern yourself with me." Lu Ruan, accompanied by the little round one, approached the dismantled little beds, beginning a new round of busyness, albeit at a leisurely pace this time. As the afternoon passed, they engaged in various tasks: feeding, repairing beds, intelligence training, physical training, laundry, and cleaning. By the time they finally paused to rest, 6 hours had elapsed. Luo Yao was drenched in sweat, while a slight sheen appeared on Lu Ruan's forehead. The black uniform he wore was soaked, clearly outlining his muscular chest and abdomen. The unique pheromones of the feathered tribe mingled with the scent of sweat in the air. Lu Ruan narrowed her eyes, inhaling the masculine aroma of the young man, her every cell reveling in it. She found herself involuntarily assessing his physique, judging by his appearance. This young Master-S build was not dissimilar to Davidson's, slim in clothing, yet muscular when bare. It seemed her bound husband was no mere string bean. Here, have a drink. Under Lu Ruan's unabashed gaze, Luo Yao remained composed as he retrieved a water bottle and glass, pouring her a drink. Starry men are typically generous, unbothered by women's scrutiny. It seemed his wife was rather pleased with his less-than-perfect physique. Lu Ruan lifted the cup to her lips, taking a sip before asking, Yao, are you the only one tending to the 300 cubs in the base? That's at least a 10-person workload. If I hadn't been here today, you would have been occupied until midnight. They were seated in the resting area, which consisted of a simple table and a chair. The chair Lu Ruan occupied was one she had brought with her. Luo Yao took out a towel, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. The previous blow and kick from Locke had nearly incapacitated him. Thankfully, he had consumed 4 of her recovery potions, otherwise, his injured body would not have endured. Lu Ruan felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, sensing his hidden gentleness beneath his rebellious exterior. Given Luo Yao's status, he should have been a proud and carefree youth, yet due to his inability to grow the wings of the feathered tribe, he had fallen from a position of prominence to the depths of despair. In the starry realms, adulthood is reached at 20 and now at 23. He had endured untold hardships in the 3 years since. Although he had not lost his pride in front of his peers, she believed his demeanor was more akin to a protective camouflage. When did you start taking care of the cubs? 2 years ago, Luo Yao replied flatly. At that time, he had been determined to escape the feathered tribe, but the elders had refused, ultimately forcing him to sign a cub-rearing agreement. Several elders seized the opportunity to have him care for their own cubs. They would come to inspect the cubs' conditions at irregular intervals. And if any cub showed even minor issues, he would face whipping, scorn, or even having his blood drawn to feed the cubs. Currently, any of the 10 black cubs in the base could be plucked from the group, all having grown on his blood.
Ayo.
I will do my utmost to take you away from the feathered tribe tomorrow. Actually, there's no rush. I can stay a few more months and train the youngest batch of blue cubs before we leave. I disagree. We should leave tomorrow, not the day after. Your feathered tribe doesn't lack for hands. There are plenty who can tend to the cubs in your absence. You shouldn't remain here to suffer. However, before we go, we must find an opportunity to teach a lesson to those who have bullied you. A warm current surged within Luo Yao, and as thoughts of the feathered tribe crossed his mind, he hesitated. All right, but... Lu Ruan inquired, what? A look of embarrassment crossed his delicate features. And he shyly admitted, my flying device is broken, and I can't reach the treehouse. The cubs are already falling asleep one by one. I will now take you to find my mother, hoping she can spare a room for you to rest, or lend us her flying device. The feathered tribe never hosts outsiders, and there are no guest rooms within the clan. He could only shamelessly plead with his mother, hoping she would accommodate him considering that his wife was also a dignified woman. You needn't bother. If we can't find a flying device, I will simply buy another. Lu Ruan pulled out her holographic device and entered the star network to shop. Luo Yao's flying device had been broken by those ostentatious male companions of his. The interstellar delivery is remarkably swift. If she orders one now, it can arrive within half an hour. As Luo Yao observed Lu Ruan's actions, he saw the holographic interface projected in the air. In the shopping section, various flying devices were available, priced between 10,000 and 1 million star coins. He chimed in, choose a cheaper one. How about this one for 50,000 star coins? The quality is decent and quite economical, though its appearance is a tad unattractive. What do you think? Lu Ruan's gaze lingered on a basic flying device shaped like a flying saucer. Luo Yao nodded. Good. Without hesitation, Lu Ruan placed the order. But when the page transitioned to the payment section, she discovered her balance was 0 star coins. Her husband's balance was noted as Luo Yao, minus 200,000 star coins. Dicen, 888 star coins. Davidson, 100,000 star coins. Chinfeng, 880,000 star coins. Gedong, Lima, 200,000 star coins. Samuel, 2 billion star coins. Folding Ashen disdain, Ashen Yuan, Ashen Wild. She hesitated for a moment, pondering whose account to charge. Luo Yao gazed at the names and balances displayed on the projection, his pupils trembling. It seemed he had inadvertently entered a rather formidable family. Chapter 22. Moving into his treehouse. The master of interstellar medical genetics. An elite of the Gamma Star adventurers, a general with numerous accolades in the Imperial War, a prince adept in both strategy and combat, and the foremost mechanic in the stars. Her designated partner, aside from him, was a paragon among men. Luo Yao felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, pursing his lips and lowering his gaze into silence. Lu Ruan's fingertips lightly tapped in the air, transferring 50,000 star coins from the account of her esteemed general husband for payment. Captain Ke had accepted her friend request 10 days prior. His account balance was 5.2 million, but she was reluctant to spend his hard-earned money unless absolutely necessary. The general was generous. She would start with this individual. The order was successfully placed. Lu Ruan exited the holographic interface, only to find Luo Yao's expression despondent, exuding an air of dejection that starkly contrasted with the defiant pride he had displayed when confronting that ostentatious man. She felt somewhat puzzled. Yao, what's wrong? Luo Yao lifted his gaze to meet hers, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It's nothing. I am your wife, now and forever, your closest kin in this lifetime. You can confide anything in me. Lu Ruan drew her chair closer to Luo Yao, clasping his hand and gazing into his somber gray eyes. After a lengthy pause, Luo Yao asked in a husky, muted tone, how many matchmakers have you bound? Including yourself, there are a total of 9. All of whom have a genetic compatibility of 100 with me, forcibly bound by the mainframe. Lu Ruan replied, if I am not mistaken, you are the wife that hundreds of billions of men were searching for a month ago, and you have only bound 9 men? Indeed. Then what about in the future? Luo Yao's words were interrupted by Lu Ruan's light laughter. You 9 are more than sufficient. I have no intentions of binding new matchmakers. Every year, women in the starry realm have the opportunity to apply for rematching. If they encounter a man with a satisfactory compatibility score, they may continue to augment their households with new husbands. Although Davidson had rejected her 500 billion potential matches this year, she would still have the chance to find new partners in the years to come, and those previously rejected men would remain available for her selection, though at present, she had no desire for such endeavors. With this understanding, Luo Yao felt a sense of inexplicable relief wash over him. He had been trapped in the Feather Clan for years, constantly seeking to sprout wings, only to ultimately fail and become worthless, suffering humiliation at the hands of his kin. The prospect of having fewer new family members, alongside men of notable stature, provided him a glimmer of hope. Despite his shortcomings, they would likely not mistreat him. His future days might indeed prove far better than his time within the Feather Clan. Lu Ruan retrieved a large bag of plain biscuits from her space and gently placed it on the table. After a long afternoon of toil, have some nutritious biscuits to tide you over. Thank you, Luo Yao responded, casually grabbing a biscuit and beginning to chew. Lu Ruan also took a biscuit, savoring its flavor as they chatted amiably. Half an hour slipped by, and Lu Ruan's light brain emitted a blue glow, signaling the arrival of goods. She stood, casting a glance at the rows of sleeping cubs before turning to the little dumpling. You stay here and watch over the cubs. We'll return tomorrow morning. If we're late,
Just soothe them a bit.
within the starry realm, the system could sense her and could return to her body at any moment. So she felt at ease leaving it to guard the little ones. The little dumpling pouted. Host, you've been squeezing me dry all afternoon. Do you still wish to monopolize my delightful evening? Nonsense. If you're unwilling, you can detach from the babysitting robot. But alas, little dumpling, I have no other caretaker. Lu Ruan teased with a mischievous smile, a tactic that had never failed her. The babysitting robot standing nearby adopted a resigned expression, letting out a helpless sigh before moving to stand before the rows of cubs. Lu Ruan turned to Luo Yao. Yao, our vehicle has arrived. Let us depart. Luo Yao stood and shut the base's door behind them. By the time they reached the entrance of the jurisdiction, dusk had settled. A brand new flying vehicle awaited them at the entrance, and Lu Ruan skillfully unlocked it with her light brain, confirming everything was in order before opening the cabin door and taking her seat in the passenger area. The model she had purchased could accommodate 5 passengers and featured autopilot capabilities. Come aboard. Luo Yao followed suit, activating the view window and night vision. Through the transparent glass made of special materials, the scenery ahead was vividly clear. This is your territory. You are familiar with the controls, so please proceed. Set the destination coordinates. 101 Treehouse, tree number 7, 100 meters ahead.
Beep.
Scanning complete. In transit, estimated arrival in 15 seconds. Lu Ruan closed her eyes, experiencing several seconds of weightlessness as the vehicle ascended. Upon reaching a suitable altitude, it glided past the protective netting and into the jurisdiction, subsequently descending and hovering at the entrance of Luo Yao's treehouse. We have arrived. Luo Yao opened the cabin door and stepped onto the platform, pushing the door open and entering the interior while extending his hand toward Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan opened her eyes, shifting her body inward and using Luo Yao's support to step into the treehouse. The interior was modest, divided into 2 levels. The lower level served as the living space, with soundproof panels adorning the walls, an air purification system, and a portrait hanging nearby, alongside a simple kitchen and dining table and a storage cabinet. The upper level featured a bed, a wardrobe, and a compact bathing area. My abode is rather simple. I can only ask for your understanding. It's quite well equipped. It's more than satisfactory, she reassured him. Upon ascending, she indicated the door on the wall leading to the bathing area. After a long day, go ahead and take a bath to relax your muscles. I will prepare dinner while you do. Lu Ruan waved her hand dismissively. I am already full. Just cook enough for yourself. Luo Yao approached the small kitchen, opening the refrigerator to showcase the ingredients to Lu Ruan. In the freezer, I have the exotic snakes, rabbits, and dolphins I hunted in the forest, as well as freshly grown exotic plants. I can prepare any dish you desire. Are you truly certain you do not wish for a little more? Luo Yao asked earnestly, noting how his wife had only consumed a few biscuits at the incubation base and appeared to have little appetite. I truly do not need any more. I will go wash up now. Lu Ruan smiled in refusal, ascending the stairs while Luo Yao looked on with a hint of disappointment. After washing up and changing into her nightgown, she descended once more. Upon her return to the lower level, she found Luo Yao had finished his meal and was in the process of removing his sweat-soaked black caretaker uniform. Her steps faltered, her gaze lingering on the broad shoulders of the 183-meter-tall youth. Sucking in a breath, she admired his back, which could only be described as perfect, akin to a work of art. As her gaze shifted, she found herself captivated once more by the sapphire earring dangling from his earlobe. He exuded a wild and alluring charm. At that moment, Luo Yao seemed to sense her intense gaze and turned his head. Have you finished eating? How was it? Their eyes met, and Lu Ruan coughed awkwardly, feigning calmness as she descended the stairs. What you made tonight was quite good, but unfortunately, you did not get to taste it. Luo Yao lazily tossed his discarded shirt over his arm and ascended the stairs, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he moved out of Lu Ruan's sight. Despite being a worthless being unable to sprout wings, he was content knowing he had a wife who cherished him. Chapter 23. Unable to satisfy her. Lu Ruan watched the boy's retreating figure up the stairs, her eyes flickering with intent. She approached the table, lifting the teapot's lid and dropping a pill into the tea before shaking it gently. Everything was in place. Now she merely needed to wait for the right moment. Setting down the teapot, she took a few steps toward the staircase, but then turned back, retrieving another identical pill to add to the mixture. With this double dosage, even a 10-foot-tall man would succumb. Tonight, she must mark Luo Yao to clear his clan debts and lead him away from the Feather Clan. With all preparations complete, Lu Ruan ascended, slipping off her shoes and lying down on the boy's simple bed, adjusting the straps of her nightgown and arranging herself in an alluring pose, ready to wait for the right moment. Were someone to witness the scene within the room, they would find it impossible to look away. A woman clad in a red nightgown lay gracefully on a black-gray single bed, her head resting on a man's pillow, her eyes glistening with allure, her lips slightly parted. Her swan-like neck was slender and pale, the contours of her curves subtly visible, her slim waist pressed against the folded light blanket, and her long, straight legs were elegantly positioned, with her pink toes gently tapping the bed frame. At first glance, she appeared both pure and enticing. After posing for a while, Lu Ruan felt a twinge of discomfort in her neck. At that moment, the holographic device illuminated, and Davidson initiated a video call. She instantly sprang up, adjusting her shoulder straps with the agility of a fish leaping from water. Once satisfied that everything was in order, Lu Ruan settled down to accept the video call. A composed and ascetic man clad in a white lab coat materialized before her, with a sophisticated medical room behind him. Ruan, have you returned to Alpha Star, Arson? A wave of happiness washed over Lu Ruan, recalling that during her last visit to Arson's hospital for her second peptide injection, he had been on the front lines collecting samples. And it was his nephew, Davidson, who had assisted her with the medical pod. She found herself missing this amiable director husband, as their interactions had been genuinely comfortable. I just returned today. The man on the projection spoke with a tenderness that seemed to brim with longing, his voice low and soothing, as if his gaze sought to envelop her and alleviate his yearning. Lu Ruan smiled gently. Arson, this time you're not in a hurry to head out for sampling, right? I'll be back at Alpha Star in just a couple of days, so you must wait patiently at home for me.
All right.
Davidson reluctantly ended the call. Lu Ruan glanced at the chat window with Kadong, letting out a soft sigh. Just as she was about to lie down, the holographic device lit up again, this time with a call from her martial husband. In the past month, Qin Feng had been video calling her intermittently. This gallant, muscular man, known for his hearty demeanor, seemed to treasure her, perhaps due to his long singlehood. She accepted the call, and a man in crisp military attire appeared before her, his rugged features breaking into a radiant smile. Little Ruan, have you had dinner today? Lu Ruan chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I have. What did you eat? She replied with a mix of laughter and embarrassment. Plain cookies. This marked the 20th time this month that the marshal had greeted her in such a manner. And given his straightforward nature, it was unlikely he would find a wife on Earth, disregarding his status. You're so thin, you can't keep eating that. The frontline soldiers caught a black eel, and I'll send you the most tender and fresh pork tenderloin. With a loud creak, one of the walls swung open. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruan hastily cut off the video, adjusting her shoulder straps and returning to her alluring pose. Just then, Luo Yao, shirtless and wearing only shorts, approached barefoot. Lu Ruan gazed at him with affectionate eyes, a delicate smile gracing her lips. As a professional actress, she had practiced for an entire month to achieve the most enchanting poses for her performances. Now, she found herself using these skills for her husband, a delightful benefit. Luo Yao, upon catching sight of the captivating scene, felt his throat dry out, the air around them seemingly heating up. He swallowed hard and approached the bed, pulling the blanket from the side to cover Lu Ruan, trembling slightly as he grasped her outstretched, fair leg, tucking it under the covers before lying down beside her. On the narrow single bed, two adults were pressed closely together, their bodies inevitably intertwined. Luo Yao turned his back to Lu Ruan, his heartbeat thundering. Too nervous to face her. His mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Ruan's enchanting figure and the smoothness of her skin. Feeling the tension in his back, Lu Ruan shifted closer, noticing the flush of his ears. Was he too nervous to move? She had traveled all the way from Alpha Star to find him, had helped him throughout the afternoon, and still owed him for tomorrow. She couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to earn her worth. A determined glint crossed Lu Ruan's eyes. She decided to make another attempt. She still had her trump card downstairs. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around Luo Yao's strong waist. But the moment her hands made contact with his side, he trembled, startling her. "Ah Yao," she exclaimed, a slightly annoyed tone creeping into her voice. She let her hands wander over his body, giving his abs a playful squeeze, which elicited a muffled groan from him. His top body was on the verge of breaking. "Turn around. I have something important to tell you."
Oh.
Luo Yao slowly turned to face Lu Ruan, his voice gravelly. "What's so important?"
Please go ahead.
Having a wife with a matching gene score of 100 was truly overwhelming. He found it impossible to remain calm. Though men were outnumbered by women in the stars, they were trained thoroughly before adulthood to better serve their rare female counterparts. He understood everything, but having been injured and exhausted from the afternoon's work, he was not in peak condition. What if he couldn't satisfy her? Would he ever get another chance? He had heard tales within his clan of a matriarch who summoned 30 suitors in one night, and the next day, those 30 men appeared utterly drained, while the matriarch looked as radiant as ever as she flew off to enjoy herself 100 kilometers away in Star City. His wife appeared delicate, but that didn't guarantee he could meet her needs in his current state. Tonight, he would endure. Next time, when he was well rested, he would attend to her properly. The important matter was that Lu Ruan gazed into Luo Yao's handsome face, their eyes locking, and she gently pressed her lips against his alluring mouth. As their lips met, time seemed to freeze. Luo Yao felt a rush, as if he were a beast breaking free from a cage, and he pulled Lu Ruan closer, passionately exploring her mouth with fervor. His cheeks flushed with heat, his body ablaze. Under the ardent influence of her advances, Lu Ruan's earlier annoyance began to fade away, and she began to reciprocate his fervor. Suddenly, she felt something hard against her waist, marking the mission's progress at 99. Luo Yao abruptly released her. "Sister, I need to step outside for some fresh air." Before Lu Ruan could respond, the flustered boy hurried down the stairs. "Wait, what?" "The duck that was almost in my grasp has flown away." Chapter 24. He has returned again. Luo Yao descended to the ground floor, opened the treehouse door, and let the cool breeze wash over him, yet the heat within him remained unquenched. Men in the stars were susceptible to temptation, especially when faced with a woman whose gene compatibility was a perfect score. He gazed into the inky darkness of the night and opened the holographic device to arrange a loan. If he expedited an order of 10 suppressants and chose Star City, the nearest location to the Feather Clan for delivery, he could expect them to arrive in about 15 minutes. However, the moment he opened the loan app, a torrent of messages demanding repayment flooded in, and to his dismay, the platform had blacklisted him. With a frustrated slam, Luo Yao shut the treehouse door and approached the small table. He hadn't used suppressants in years. Perhaps a cup of water would calm him down until she fell asleep, after which he could return upstairs. He poured a cup of tea and drank it in one go. A refreshing chill spread through his body, easing the internal heat significantly. Luo Yao quickly finished the remaining tea. That's better, he sighed, setting down the teapot and preparing to check the news from Alpha Star on his holographic device. In the next moment, the cooling sensation vanished, and the heat surged back through his limbs, his skin reddening and burning. Simultaneously, an unnameable fire began to rise in his lower abdomen. Luo Yao's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, striding quickly back upstairs. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan sat on the gray-toned bed, staring at the door. She was certain that Luo Yao had no hidden ailments. Had he truly fled in the heat of the moment? She murmured to herself in confusion. Does this young master perhaps have a fear of women? Lu Ruan was preparing to descend the stairs to capture someone when she suddenly stood up, only to see a silver-haired boy with blue earrings rushing towards her. His exquisitely handsome face was flushed a fiery red, and his skin tone appeared 10 shades darker than before. Her gaze traversed from Luo Yao's visage to his chest, then to his taut abdomen, and in the next moment, the impressive dimensions left her taken aback, causing her to retreat a step. Her rebellious younger brother appeared youthful and diminutive, yet in every other regard, he was utterly terrifying. Lu Ruan swallowed hard, her initial resolve wavering. He had returned, bold and brimming with confidence. Should she advance or retreat? Before she could deliberate for even 2 seconds, Luo Yao emerged from the staircase, striding into the room and heading straight for the wall door. Wait. Seeing Luo Yao about to enter the bathing area, Lu Ruan's hesitation vanished, and she called out to him loudly. Luo Yao halted, turning to face Lu Ruan. She stepped closer, seizing his hand and pulling him toward her. Before he could comprehend her intentions, she deftly pinned his hands behind him and gently shoved him onto the bed. Her movements were swift, leaving no opportunity for Luo Yao to resist. During her previous acting rehearsals, she had practiced this maneuver for an entire week, and now, applying it on him felt surprisingly effortless. Luo Yao, momentarily forgetting to struggle, fell onto the bed like a beautifully crafted fish awaiting its fate on a chopping board. Lu Ruan's fingers tenderly traced Luo Yao's sharp features, gliding down to press against his lips, caressing them softly. As Luo Yao's senses momentarily cleared, he hoarsely restrained himself and asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" His body was on the verge of exploding. He felt as though he might go mad. Lu Ruan leaned closer to Luo Yao's ear, her breath like fragrant whispers. This time, let's not escape, all right? I want you. The slight rise in her tone sent shivers through his heart. Locking eyes with Lu Ruan's sultry gaze, the string of rationality within him snapped, all concerns fading away. His focus narrowed to the alluring form of the woman before him and the faint, intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. A tempest brewed in his eyes, and his gaze upon Lu Ruan was like a storm ready to devastate everything in its path. Seeing Luo Yao pause, Lu Ruan's lips brushed against his earlobe, and under the heat of his fervent gaze, she captured his lips, kissing him delicately. The air thickened with desire as it instantly permeated Luo Yao's sharp brow. His now free hands enveloped Lu Ruan's soft waist tightly. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of whispered moans and gasps as the single bed creaked rhythmically. Within a kilometer of the treehouse, congratulations were in order for the host and Luo Yao as they successfully marked each other, establishing a bond. After announcing the task's progress, the little one in the incubation base danced joyfully, twirling in place. The following morning, Lu Ruan awakened in the boy's embrace. As she opened her eyes, she found the single bed empty, with Luo Yao peacefully sleeping on the floor. She hazily recalled the madness of the previous night. Under the influence of a double dose of the drug, Luo Yao's ardor remained unquenched. Displeased with the narrowness of the bed, The young master had tossed a blanket onto the slightly more spacious floor and taken her down with him, leading to a series of ecstatic encounters until they were utterly spent. Thankfully, Luoyao's injuries had not healed, and her own constitution had significantly strengthened prior to her arrival at the Feather Clan. Otherwise, she might have truly succumbed to his advances. Just as Lu Ruan contemplated rising, Luoyao stirred awake. Sensing the weight on him, he looked down to find Lu Ruan nestled in his embrace, her disheveled hair framing her innocent, alluring face. Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave, and his eyes brimmed with affection as he lazily rasped, "Sister, stay with me a bit longer." Lu Ruan playfully poked his cheek. "Once we finish our business, we'll go find your mother to repay the debt and teach your enemies a lesson." In truth, she was eager to discover how much willpower she could accumulate by aiding Luoyao in settling his debts. "There's no rush." Luoyao secured her in his arms, his warm breath cascading over her neck as his hand gently traced her waist, descending slowly. His voice, low and sultry, carried a hint of yearning. "Sister, I still want more." Feeling the firmness against her waist, Lu Ruan shot him an admonishing glare. What a devilish younger brother. Could it be that the effects of the previous night's potion still lingered? As such thoughts crossed her mind, she ceased her struggle and let her delicate fingers glide over Luoyao's skin. With a slight flex of his arms, they were instantly pressed together, perfectly aligned. Just then, a childish voice echoed in her mind. "Host, the cubs are crawling all over the place. You must come quickly." Chapter 25. Seeking justice for him. When Lu Ruan and Luoyao arrived at the entrance of the incubation base, the door stood ajar. At a glance, they noticed the Feather Clan leader, an elder matriarch, and the flamboyant pair of brothers from the previous day standing in the corridor between the cribs. The scene described by the little one had vanished, but the dark cubs surrounded the elder, some tugging at her arms, while others clung to her legs, clamoring to report grievances. "Mother, yesterday my arm was broken. He pushed me down and stepped on my stomach. It hurts so much. My eyes were nearly gouged out by him. You didn't lose your sight. I barely managed to take off the wings that were just starting to grow." The black cubs pointed fingers at one another. This elder was the mother of the flamboyant brothers and also the shared mother of the 10 dark cubs. She had previously mercilessly whipped Luoyao for the smallest of infractions and drained half of his blood to nourish the cubs. Dressed in an opulent black lace gown, her figure slightly plump, she immediately inspected each cub upon hearing their complaints. Discovering a healed scar on one of the cubs' arms ignited her fury. "Leader, Luoyao failed to supervise the cubs, allowing them to be injured like this. I propose we imprison him in the clan's dungeon for 7 days of punishment. You cannot show him favoritism just because he is your son." Unaware of Luoyao's past sufferings at the hands of the elder, Lu Ruan frowned at the harshness of the accusations. Upon seeing the flamboyant brothers, she quickly pieced together the situation. Initially intending to settle the debts and then seek vengeance with Locke and Luoji, she now found that everyone was gathered. It saved her the trouble of searching. The clan leader reflected on the events of the previous day. Her younger son had been preoccupied with fighting amongst his kin, neglecting the welfare of the clan's young ones. Indeed, punishment was warranted. She glanced at the wailing dark cubs and nodded at the elder. "Handle this as you see fit, but keep it light. After all, Luoyao has a match with a wife. My son's bride will be taking him away soon, and the Feather Clan is in a period of growth. It is unwise to antagonize outsiders." In this context, the term bride referred to the woman bound to her son, akin to the meaning of son-in-law in human terms. Luoyao stood beside Lu Ruan, witnessing his mother's impartial words, devoid of inquiry or discernment of right and wrong, eliciting a self-deprecating smile from him. "Let us move on. Once we're done here, I'll take you home." Lu Ruan grasped Luoyao's hand and entered the room. The individuals standing in the corridor turned upon hearing the sound, quickly glancing toward the door. Upon seeing Luoyao, the elder shouted fiercely, "Luoyao, will you go to the clan dungeon for your punishment voluntarily? Or shall I have someone escort you there?" Ignoring Lu Ruan entirely, she fixated on Luoyao. With a mocking smile, Luoyao retorted, "Elder, you might want to examine your 2 fine sons more closely to ascertain what truly transpired. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. The injuries to the cubs are a direct result of your negligence. They deliberately sabotaged my spacecraft. To rush to the base and tend to the young ones, I risked my life descending from the tree. Upon landing, they began to provoke me again. In the end, no one cared for the young ones, and they resorted to fighting among themselves. What concern was that of mine?" He had no desire to explain. It seemed futile. However, after today, It was highly probable that he would never encounter these individuals again, and he did not wish to continue being slandered. As Luo Yao conversed with the clan elder, Lu Ruan silently inquired of the little companion. Little companion, please check Luo Yao's current wishes. The little companion replied, Luo Yao's current desires are threefold: to clear his debts, to deliver a sound thrashing to the 5 clan elders, and to grow the wings of the Feather Clan. It was perplexing that his second wish was to punish the 5 clan elders rather than the flamboyant male brothers. What could possibly explain this? The little companion explained, Host. Wishes are termed as such precisely because they are challenging to fulfill. Teaching a lesson to Locke and Logi is trivial for him, but punishing the clan elders and avenging past grievances is considerably more complex. For a man in the interstellar realm, striking a woman could lead to imprisonment, rendering him unable to act. Lu Ruan understood. At that moment, the clan elder, feeling his dignity affronted by Luo Yao's accusations, sought to regain his lost face. Luo Yao, if you do not provoke AK and Aji, why would they bother to engage with someone as worthless as you? Besides, regarding the damaged spacecraft, did you not consider contacting others to assist you down from the tree? Ultimately, you have shown no regard for the young ones, allowing the future hope of the Feather Clan to be harmed. Punishment is warranted, and it shall be severe. After finishing, the clan elder muttered under his breath, still thinking of yourself as the pampered young master of the clan, causing trouble at will. Luo Yao could not be bothered to respond further and shifted his gaze to his mother. He wished to see if she could handle the situation impartially upon learning the facts. Seeing her younger son suddenly look at her, the clan leader furrowed her brow and asked, Do you not understand the importance of the young ones? Why did you not contact me about the damaged spacecraft? Mother, have you forgotten that 2 years ago, you blacklisted my communication number? Luo Yao's heart sank. What was once disappointment had now become indifference. Once his debts were settled, he would sever ties with this place, and the Feather Clan would no longer concern him.
What?
The clan leader was taken aback. She quickly activated her holographic device to verify. Moments later, she addressed the clan elder. Elder 5, this matter is the fault of Logi and Locke. You shall personally escort them to the clan prison for punishment. The clan elder was reluctant, but the clan leader's voice turned icy. The young ones of Elder 4 and Elder 7 are also in the base. Are you going to continue shielding their sons who have caused harm to the young ones? Will you not accompany me to the clan prison for punishment? Unable to vent his fury upon Luo Yao, the clan elder snorted coldly and attempted to drag his 2 sons away. Wait, they cannot leave yet. Lu Ruan called out to halt the departing mother and sons. The clan leader looked at Lu Ruan, puzzled. Clan leader, today I shall clear Luo Yao's debts. But before that, I wish to seek justice for him. You already know that yesterday's incident was not his fault. But have you investigated the many yesterdays that preceded yesterday? In truth, over the past 3 years he has done nothing wrong, yet he has been imprisoned and whipped countless times. The clan leader's expression remained frosty. So? I hope you can hand over the 3 of them to me for handling and do not interfere with my subsequent actions. Once I am done, I shall immediately clear his clan debts. Lu Ruan replied. On the territory of the Feather Clan, if one wished to deliver a thorough lesson to its members without causing further trouble, only money could provide a solution. She would not be so short-sighted as to hesitate to spend this sum of star coins. The clan leader began to weigh the pros and cons, ultimately deciding that the interests of the Feather Clan must take precedence. The resources expended in nurturing her younger son amounted to 3 million star coins. His care for the young ones over the past 3 years had offset 2/3. Now, by sacrificing the clan elder and his 2 sons, she could gain 327,000, an advantageous deal. She spoke to Lu Ruan, very well. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. She strode toward the clan elder and the flamboyant male brothers, waved her hand in the air, and a transparent powder immediately infiltrated the lungs of the 3 individuals. Chapter 26. Into the Heart. The female clan elder and her 2 sons collapsed to the ground in an instant, their bodies rendered weak, yet their minds remained startlingly clear. The clan leader frowned slightly. What are you planning to do with them? Lu Ruan first bound the 3 with thin ropes, then sealed their mouths. Clapping her hands, she raised her gaze and smiled meaningfully. Of course, I am here to deal with them. You just promise not to interfere. Will you uphold your word? Yes. I will uphold my word. The clan leader nodded slightly. As soon as the clan leader finished speaking, the clan elder's eyes widened in fury. Yet she found herself utterly powerless. Her mouth was also blocked, and although she attempted to voice her protest, only muffled sounds escaped. The flamboyant male brothers first looked bewildered, then terror-stricken. Luo Yao's wife, though appearing delicate, was indeed remarkably ruthless. In the interstellar realm, it was not illegal for women to strike men, provided no fatal harm was inflicted. Everything else could be negotiated. If things escalated, the most that could happen would be compensation of tenfold for medical expenses. If Luo Yao's wife were to incapacitate them, she would merely pay for their medical costs and walk away unscathed. The thought of her previous statement, that they could become her followers if they were willing to sever their own wings as a gift, turned Locke's fear into dread. Their proud wings, if truly severed, would leave them as powerless as Luo Yao, and men who struck women faced imprisonment. After his wife had incapacitated them, they would be unable to seek revenge.
A Yao.
Leave the men to you. Return to them what they have done to you with a vengeance. You cannot strike a woman, so leave the clan elder to me. Lu Ruan urged the young man forward, pointing at the flamboyant brothers on the ground. All right. A warm current surged through Luo Yao's heart. No one had ever asked him if he was in pain after he had been rendered powerless, nor had anyone offered to clear his debts. Nor had they looked down upon him for his poor genes while showing him affection. Upon learning of his plight, they sought justice and revenge on his behalf. He gazed at the fallen Logie and Locke, and the warmth in his eyes swiftly transformed into icy resolve as he kicked them brutally, again and again. Locke attempted to struggle and scream, but his efforts were reduced to painful grunts. Soon, both brothers were bruised and bloodied. The cloth Lu Ruan had used to gag them soaked with their blood, which they could only swallow down. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan was not idle. She scavenged materials from the ground and found a whip. As long as the little companion had not announced the completion of her task, she relentlessly lashed out at the previously domineering clan elder. It was rare for women to engage in such confrontations. Given their scarcity, encounters were already infrequent, and conflicts even less so. If a fight did break out, the federal government would at most intervene to mediate, and the culpable party would be required to compensate tenfold for any losses. Moreover, the clan leader had just promised not to interfere, thus allowing her to act without consequence. The clan leader silently observed the scene, not uttering a word. 20 minutes later, Lu Ruan's palms were blistered, while the clan elder was left battered and bruised. The scene reminiscent of the torment she had once inflicted upon Luo Yao. Fortunately, her black lace dress concealed the blood, making her appear merely damp rather than gruesomely bloodied. Luo Yao halted his kick and turned to gaze at the contorted face of the clan elder on the ground, then shifted his attention to the slender figure of Lu Ruan wielding the long whip. An uncontrollable surge of emotions welled up within his heart. Her image, holding the whip, etched itself into the deepest recesses of his soul, taking root in an untouchable sanctuary. Sister, thank you. In that moment, all the tribulations endured over the past 3 years dissipated like smoke, leaving only a woman named Lu Ruan in his heart. From that day forth, he vowed to be her most faithful guardian. As the moment of hatred subsided, a cheerful announcement echoed in Lu Ruan's mind from the little entity. Congratulations, host, for helping Luo Yao fulfill his current wish to avenge the elder, earning 2 willpower points. Lu Ruan finally heard the voice of the little entity and paused her actions. Helping her husband exact vengeance while gaining 2 willpower points was truly splendid. Little by little, every bit counts. With 2 points accumulated, how far could 100 be? Lu Ruan cast a sidelong glance at the clan elder, whose flesh was torn and bloodied, and at the pitiful figures of Locke and Luji sprawled at Luo Yao's feet. Letting out a cold chuckle, she then approached clan leader Luo and accessed her assets on the holographic screen. Clan leader, I am here to repay Luo Yao's debts. Could you provide me with the agreement he previously signed? Clan leader Luo nodded slightly and handed her a document while preparing to process the payment. After glancing at the document a few times, Lu Ruan tore it up and transferred a small portion from her husband, the renowned interstellar mechanics, account of 2 billion to clear Luo Yao's debts. Payment of 27 million star coins. Received 27 million star coins. After settling Luo Yao's clan debts, she stood still for a few seconds, yet the little entity's announcement did not come. Oh, perhaps merely repaying the clan debts is insufficient. I must also address his negative assets. Lu Ruan tapped a few more times on the holographic interface and transferred another 300,000 from her husband's account to fill the gap. Payment of 300,000 star coins. Luo Yao's wrist-mounted holographic device lit up and a crisp, pleasant notification echoed throughout the base. Received 300,000 star coins. Dear user, your account has been reset with a balance of 100,000 star coins. Little entity, congratulations host, for helping Luo Yao fulfill his current wish to clear his debts, earning 2 willpower points with a cumulative total of 4 points. Keep up the good work. Finally, the ordeal came to a close. Lu Ruan brushed off non-existent dust from her attire. She grasped Luo Yao's hand and said, Yao, let us depart. Luo Yao glanced at the 3 individuals on the ground, then at Lu Ruan, and briskly followed her out. The 3 on the ground could only watch helplessly as the pair departed, their hearts filled with resentment yet powerless to act. While the once boisterous black cubs trembled in fear, cowering in the corners, motionless. Whenever the topic of fighting arose, those 10 cubs would flee faster than rabbits. As Lu Ruan stepped out of the hatching base, she was suddenly lifted into the air, cradled in Luo Yao's embrace. Sister, women need not walk. Lu Ruan wrapped her arms around the young man's neck and teased, then why didn't you take the initiative to carry me when I first arrived? Luo Yao's sharp gaze softened into gentleness as he looked into Lu Ruan's eyes, a hint of affection glimmering within, yet he stammered, all right, I see you're unfamiliar. Let us go home. Back to our true home on Alpha Star. Luo Yao replied in a low voice. Just as they approached the protective gate, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and a torrential downpour commenced. Chapter 27. Late Bloomer. Sister, the rain outside is too heavy. Let us wait indoors until it stops. Luo Yao produced a flying device, placing Lu Ruan gently inside, followed closely by the caretaker robot. That works. Take a moment to gather anything you might need. Back at the treehouse, Lu Ruan engaged in conversation with the little entity while Luo Yao busied himself packing. After living in the Feather Clan for over 20 years, he realized that there was nothing here he felt particularly attached to as he prepared to leave, leaving him uncertain whether to feel happy or sad. The most valuable possession he had was a portrait hanging on the first floor wall and the bathing space behind the wall on the second floor. Little entity, do you wish to enter the space? Host, I do not. The air outside is so fresh and delightful. All right. As Lu Ruan chatted with the little entity, she suddenly noticed Luo Yao standing by the wall, lost in thought as he stared at a painting. In the artwork, a strikingly handsome feathered man was soaring through the skies, his broad black wings captivating and evoking a sense of grandeur. As if he were a great eagle soaring through the vast expanse. Lu Ruan rose and approached Luo Yao, tilting her head to examine the painting.
Yao.
Who is the figure in the painting? She hadn't paid special attention to it upon her arrival the previous day. But seeing Luo Yao stand there for so long meant that the person in the painting must hold significant meaning for him. Luo Yao's expression turned contemplative as he slowly spoke. The figure in the painting is the ancestor of the White Feather Clan and my great-grandfather. A millennium ago, when resources were scarce across the 9 main stars, humanity had only discovered 10 affiliated planets. To seek more resources for survival, the Marshal embarked on numerous explorations of new planets. The ancestor was a vice commander by the Marshal's side at that time. On multiple occasions, he single-handedly rescued the army from dire predicaments. During the most critical instances, when the army lost contact with the main star and all mecha warships were destroyed on an unknown new planet, with living supplies nearly exhausted, it was he who flew in one direction for a month before reaching the main star, ultimately bringing back rescue supplies to save the army. Today, humanity can explore 1,000 affiliated planets, and half of that is due to his contributions. After his years of valor, he brought a legacy of honor and settled with my great-grandmother in what is now the domain of the Feather Clan, gradually aiding in the growth of the clan. However, the Feather Clan has since declined. Lu Ruan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. She murmured in disbelief. To fly from one star to another, setting aside the possibility of getting lost, how could a mere human body survive in the perilous cosmos? Does he still belong to humanity? Before coming to the Feather Clan, she knew of a particularly illustrious ancestor, but the online materials depicted him as an old man, with scant details on his military achievements. Now, hearing Luo Yao's account, she finally grasped the extent of his prowess. As for whether he belongs to humanity, I cannot say. However, he remains a legend within the Feather Clan, unmatched to this day. The first gift my mother bestowed upon me in my childhood was this painting. She wished for me to take my ancestor as a role model, striving to reach even 1% of his level to bring glory to our family. Luo Yao's lips curled into a faint, ironic smile. Lu Ruan, intrigued, asked, Yao, why does your great-grandfather have black feathers? Aren't you of the White Feather clan? According to the clan elders, he experienced a genetic mutation. Lu Ruan's expression turned animated. Did he possess his wings from birth? Or did he only acquire them at an older age? I wonder if you inherited from him, which is why you've remained dormant thus far. The ancestor developed his wings in the year prior to coming of age. Initially, the entire clan believed I would follow in his footsteps. But here I am at 23 years old. Luo Yao chuckled lightly. Once the Feather clan reaches adulthood, they can no longer grow wings. I have no hope of that in this lifetime. Lu Ruan's excitement gradually dimmed. She hastily called out to the little entity. If I help Luo Yao realize the wish of growing wings, how many willpower points will I earn? 20. Lu Ruan took a deep breath. The first 2 wishes combined only amounted to 4. If she assisted Luo Yao in growing wings, she would instantly accumulate 24 willpower points, equating to a quarter of her wish being fulfilled. She certainly did not want to miss out on those 20 willpower points. This matter requires thorough contemplation. Sister, I am truly happy that you do not despise me. Luo Yao reached out to embrace the delicate Lu Ruan beside him, silently vowing that even in the absence of wings, he would dedicate his life to her protection. Lu Ruan gently stroked the boy's soft, lustrous silver hair, urging a Yao. Quickly gather your belongings. The rain outside is beginning to lessen. Once it stops, we shall depart. Understood. Luo Yao carefully stowed the painting from the wall into his spatial pouch. This piece was an authentic masterpiece. Surely it would fetch a handsome price on the Starnet, allowing him to earn a little pocket money for her use. Truly, it would be worth the effort. His financial state was dire, and he felt a pang of regret for his ancestors. After ascending the stairs, Lu Ruan immediately turned to the small creature beside her and inquired, "You possess vast knowledge. Is there anyone in the winged clan who only grows their wings upon reaching adulthood?" Host, according to the interstellar knowledge I have assimilated, there is none. However, possibilities abound. Do not humans have an old adage about late bloomers? The small creature continued. From Luo Yao's appearance, it seems he has developed more slowly than the average man. Perhaps, with time, he might yet grow his wings? The small creature smiled. You make a valid point. Lu Ruan fell into contemplation. At 23, Luo Yao appeared as a youth of 17 or 18. She had always regarded him as a younger brother and had never considered the implications of his delayed development. Hence, despite his age, his body had not yet reached the standard of maturity required to sprout wings. Lu Ruan swiftly activated her holographic device and delved into the Starnet to search for images of interstellar men aged 20. The page transitioned, revealing an array of youthful and handsome faces. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Luo Yao was indeed developing slowly. Thus, if she could assist him in growing his wings before he reached true maturity, she would fulfill her wish task. A sense of relief washed over her. As silence enveloped the surroundings, she rose and approached the door of the treehouse, peering outside to find the torrential rain had ceased and the sky had cleared. Though the ground remained damp, gazing down from the treehouse, she felt a twinge of dizziness. At a height of 300 meters, Luo Yao had bravely descended without any aid the previous day. Such courage. Wait, bravery? A sudden thought struck Lu Ruan. If Luo Yao were to witness her falling from the doorway of the treehouse, would he leap after her in an attempt to save her? Perhaps, at that critical moment, he might sprout wings. Little creature, I have conceived a splendid plan. The only uncertainty lies in how much weight I hold in Luo Yao's heart. Would he truly jump to save me? Host, you have 20 willpower points. Lu Ruan chuckled softly. Very well. Regardless of the significance, one must try to find out. Prior to her arrival at the winged clan, knowing Luo Yao resided in a lofty treehouse, she had long prepared a protective device against falls. Sister, let us return home. As Luo Yao descended, he approached Lu Ruan, his handsome visage adorned with a captivating smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, in the next instant, the expectation in his gaze morphed into urgency and panic. Sister. Chapter 28. Oh, men. Lu Ruan misstepped on the platform before the treehouse door, her body uncontrollably tilting backward, plummeting toward the ground 300 meters below. Upon seeing Luo Yao rush toward her, a glimmer of hope ignited amidst her despair as she reached out a hand toward him, grasping for salvation. A Yao, save me. Every movement, every subtle expression she exhibited was so natural, mirroring the genuine response of her unintended fall. Her acting prowess could rival that of an Oscar winner. As Luo Yao frantically reached the treehouse door, Lu Ruan's body had already broken free from the horizontal line of the treehouse, descending. His outstretched hand fell a mere 10 centimeters short of her fingertips, utterly unable to grasp her. Gazing at the despair etched on Lu Ruan's beautiful face below, the lingering affection in her eyes for him, Luo Yao felt his heart shatter. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely leaped into the void. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. A man and a woman plummeted from the sky, the boy positioned 2 meters above the woman. Everything around them blurred, save for the deafening roar of the wind, akin to a demon's growl, resounding in their ears. Luo Yao desperately sought Lu Ruan's figure, yearning to catch her. However, the moment his gaze locked onto her, his hands felt as if cursed. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not reach her below. In a fleeting second, memories of his life over the past 20 years flashed through his mind like a cinematic reel. His recollections came to a halt on Lu Ruan just 2 seconds ago. He had intended to return home with her, to earn a plethora of star coins for her to spend, determined to protect her with his very life, even as a perceived failure. Yet now, all of it was dissolving like vapor before his eyes. Regret, self-reproach, and hatred consumed him. He lamented bringing her up the tree, reproached himself for not keeping a vigilant watch, and resented his inability to save her in her moment of perilous descent. As he watched his beloved draw nearer to the ground, the next instant, her slender, beautiful form was poised to shatter upon impact. Her blood staining the land of the winged clan. Luo Yao's eyes blazed red, and from his throat erupted a hoarse scream. No.
A Yao.
A single tear cascaded down Lu Ruan's cheek, as if bidding a final farewell to the boy. In that moment, an intense desire surged within Luo Yao to sprout wings. Only by gaining wings could he possibly protect her, ensuring she would not meet a tragic fate. The two figures descended ever closer to the ground. From a height of 300 meters, the fall would last merely 7 or 8 seconds. 5 seconds had elapsed, and their descent accelerated. The ground loomed nearer. 30 meters, 29 meters, 28 meters, 11 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Lu Ruan gazed up at Luo Yao, noticing his back remained bare, devoid of any sign of wings, and sighed inwardly. This performance had failed. Indeed, earning 20 willpower points was no simple feat. Luo Yao's wish seemed exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Their bodies continued to plummet 7 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as despair engulfed Luo Yao's heart, a miracle occurred. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back, followed by a violent eruption as a pair of enormous black wings burst forth from his shoulder blades, tearing through his clothing. Simultaneously, Lu Ruan, devoid of hope, closed her eyes, bracing for impact. With a resounding thud, the 3 protective devices she carried activated simultaneously. A 5 square meter protective cushion unfurled beneath her. A safety helmet emerged to shield her head and neck, and finally, the ultimate secret weapon, an anti-gravity device. Under this triad of protection, even the fiercest of foes would find it impossible to claim her life. She was a woman who valued her existence. As Lu Ruan rolled to the side, attempting to create space for Luo Yao to land safely alongside her, a wide set of wings enveloped her, thwarting her movement. A silver-haired head collided heavily against her chest, causing a crack. Her ribs shattered in an instant. Lu Ruan's previously closed eyes shot open, filled with shock and disbelief. "A Yao, you in the next heartbeat." She foamed at the mouth and fainted, just before hearing the small creature's excited announcement. "Congratulations, host, for assisting Luo Yao in fulfilling his current wish to sprout the wings of the winged clan, earning 20 willpower points, bringing your total to 24. She had calculated every detail, yet never anticipated being struck in the chest, resulting in several broken ribs. Today's sacrifice is indeed substantial. Oh, man. Thankfully, the mission has been accomplished. Otherwise, I would have been tempted to lift this brother up and give him a sound thrashing." Luo Yao gazed anxiously at his wife, who had fainted from the impact. In that critical moment, within those fleeting milliseconds, he had not anticipated her carrying life-saving equipment. His mind was solely focused on enveloping her with his newly sprouted wings to prevent her from crashing down into a heap of flesh. Unfortunately, the fledgling black feathers could not withstand the strain, and due to inertia, his body crashed heavily onto hers. At this moment, Luo Yao wished fervently to slap himself twice. If only time could rewind, he would not have made such a foolish move. With trembling hands, he checked for a pulse on Lu Ruan's soft nose. Finding a sign of life, He hastily retracted his wings and swiftly carried her into the flying vehicle, promptly setting it on autopilot towards the hospital in Xingzhou City. 15 minutes later, Luo Yao arrived at the transportation hub on the outskirts of Xingzhou City. To safeguard public safety, the federal government had installed disruptors in the airspace above the city, prohibiting civilians from piloting flying vehicles within urban areas. Consequently, individuals were left with no choice but to rely on transportation robots or public shuttles. Luo Yao, filled with urgency, paced restlessly for a minute in this spot. The hospital was a 10-minute distance away, but the transportation robots were unstable and unsuitable for injured passengers, while the next public shuttle would not arrive for another 15 minutes. He cast his gaze down at his wife in his arms. Her pallid complexion was heart-wrenching, and the furrowed brow made one yearn to smooth it out. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yao abruptly unfurled his black wings and, fueled by sheer determination, soared towards the hospital with Lu Ruan. However, just as he flew into the urban area from the edge of the station, the piercing sound of alarms blared overhead, and blinding beams of energy began to target him. Unauthorized flight within the city was deemed a severe threat, and he was precisely in that predicament. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yao dodged the energy beams, the newly formed black wings aching under the assault, yet he steadfastly shielded Lu Ruan, unwilling to allow her to suffer any further harm. A few passers-by glanced up at the scene unfolding above and gasped in shock. Is he out of his mind? Look. A man with black wings is flying over Xingzhou City. Black wings. A once-in-a-millennium sight. Wait, he is abducting a woman. Call the police. There's a kidnapper in the vicinity of Xingzhou City. Ignoring the shouts below, Luo Yao finally reached the hospital amidst the barrage of energy beams. He retracted his singed wings and carried Lu Ruan through the hospital doors, where scanning lasers swiftly swept over them. Welcome, Mr. Luo, to the 5th hospital of Xingzhou City. Please take the patient to room 301 on the 3rd floor for treatment. Your laser burns should be treated in room 305 on the same floor. Luo Yao ascended to the 3rd floor with Lu Ruan in his arms. Just as they reached the top, a group of adventurers entered the hospital. Their black and blue expedition suits were tattered, and their bodies bore numerous injuries. Most alarming was a ruggedly handsome man with thick brows and a short beard. Being carried in by several team members, his body drenched in blood and his eyes vacant. Captain, hold on, we've arrived at the hospital. Chapter 29. What is wrong with spending a few star coins? Kudong was taken into room 303 on the 3rd floor, while his team members received treatment as well. However, Kudong was severely injured and required surgery, while the others merely needed to rest in medical pods. The surgical area and the medical pod section were separated by soundproof glass. The team members lay in their pods, craning their necks to observe Kudong undergoing surgery, recalling the harrowing experience with trepidation. This mission was truly perilous. Without the captain, we would have likely perished in the clutches of the alien beasts, unable to return. This was the 120th time their squad had encountered danger since its formation. Indeed, under the captain's guidance, we have navigated one crisis after another, completing numerous adventurous missions. And the star coins we've earned are nearly enough for retirement. Deputy, do you wish to continue adventuring? We adventurers are born for this line of work. I know nothing else, so of course, we shall continue our explorations. But the captain matched with a wife a month ago and has automatically severed ties with the family. Once the settlement is complete, our expedition team will disband. They were all members of the Gamma Star Adventure family, and the resources within their squad, such as mechs, warships, and medical pods, were all family assets. Consequently, the star coins earned during missions had to be split with the family. With the captain leaving the family, he would no longer need to remit star coins, but he would also lose access to the family's resources. Thus, the squad faced disbandment. Once the squad disbanded, they would no longer have the captain's leadership and would hesitate to venture into dangerous auxiliary star explorations. After all, if something went awry, it would be challenging to escape without an experienced leader like the captain. At this moment, the deputy's earnest face revealed a resolute expression. The captain has left the family, henceforth, we shall rely on ourselves. Those willing to follow me may sign up now, those unwilling may part ways amicably. We will all follow you, the others chimed in unison. After chatting for a while, someone gazed at Kudong, who was still undergoing surgery, and sighed. I wonder if the captain, upon entering his new family, will recruit new members to continue adventuring, or if he will pursue a different path. I truly don't want to see him go. Regretting one to change anything. After all, our captain has matched with a wife. Room 303 on the third floor was bustling, while the two adjacent medical rooms were equally busy. Lu Ruan was in room 301 receiving rib treatment, while Luo Yao sat in room 305 as the doctor re-examined his burn injuries. The wings at Luo Yao's scapula were like meticulously carved jade, lustrous and expansive, resembling clouds that could obscure the sun. However, after being struck by energy beams, many feathers that originally shimmered with a ghostly glow were singed, and the flesh beneath the burnt feathers turned a charred yellow, filling the air with a pungent odor of scorched flesh. After the examination, the doctor stated, "Mr. Luo, your wing burns are quite severe. This constitutes a severe burn and is challenging to treat. There are 3 treatment options available. 1. Advanced medical pod repair for 5 hours, which can treat most of the burn damage to your wings, but will not restore them to normal condition. Price, 150,000 star coins.
2.
Medicinal bath repair for 5 hours, which can treat your severe burns without leaving scars, but will require 5 years for the feathers to return to their normal appearance. Price, 1,000,000 star coins. 3. Premium medicinal bath repair for 24 hours, which will restore both wings to their pristine condition immediately. Price, 10,000,000 star coins. Which option do you choose? Without hesitation, Luo Yao selected the third option. The doctor confirmed once more, "Mr. Luo, are you sure you want to proceed with this option?" Luo Yao's gaze was resolute. "Please arrange for the most expensive treatment as soon as possible." His long-awaited wings had finally emerged, and they were a rare, exquisite black. He could not accept the idea of his black wings becoming damaged, nor could he wait 5 years for them to regain their original form. He needed to heal them swiftly. When his wife awakens and sees his wings, she will undoubtedly be delighted. In the future, he could obtain a flying permit and take her soaring through the skies, sparing her from the bumpy rides on transportation robots. He would become her very own aircraft. Moreover, the wings would serve as his greatest weapon to protect her. As for not having enough star coins to cover the treatment fees, Luo Yao's lips curled into a slight smile. His wife's other suitors were all immensely wealthy. After all, they were one big family. What harm was there in redistributing a few star coins from them? He could always earn back countless star coins for his wife in the future. "Very well, Mr. Luo. Please proceed to make your payment here. Once the payment is completed, I will immediately arrange a premium medicinal bath for you." The doctor indicated toward the auxiliary robot in the room. Women received free treatment in interstellar hospitals, while men were required to pay, no matter how severe the injury. Without funds, treatment was simply denied. Such were the ruthless and unyielding rules. "Please hold on." Luo Yao stood up and stepped outside. 20 minutes later, he returned to the burn treatment room, now holding a silver bracelet-like light brain. His wife's ribs had been set, and she had just been placed into the medical pod. She encouraged him to use it freely, and he did not hesitate. In 2 strides, Luo Yao reached the auxiliary robot, pressing the light brain against its abdomen. The payment interface instantly projected into the air. Payment methods. Mine, my husband's. Luo Yao opted for the latter. The page redirected to the account of Lu Ruan's matchmakers, and he scrolled past those with slightly fewer star coins, landing on the immensely wealthy Samuel and the black triplets. Samuel, 2, 19 billion star coins. Black Ian 100, 0.91 billion star coins. Black Yuan 100, 0.90 billion star coins. Black Yi 100, 0.901 billion star coins. The doctor beside him, upon seeing the projected payment page, was left agape, astonished at the connections of the feathered young master Luo Yao. Samuel's reputation was well known, but who were these 3? Their combined wealth surpassed the GDP of Star City for 5 years. They were even wealthier than he had imagined. How fortunate that he could borrow from your generosity to treat my injuries. Unaware of the doctor's astonished expression, Luo Yao adhered to the principle of paying from the highest to the lowest, opting to deduct the medical fee from Black Yin's account. Payment of 10 million star coins, successful. The crisp sound of a system notification echoed, and the doctor promptly arranged a premium medicinal bath for Luo Yao. In one of the medical room's compartments, there was a spacious bath filled with swirling, steaming medicinal liquid. Luo Yao slowly stepped into the bath, the warm medicinal fluid enveloping his injured wings, providing a soothing relief. He closed his eyes contentedly, envisioning the surprise on Lu Ruan's face when she awoke to see his beautiful wings. Meanwhile, far away in a secluded villa on Black Abyss Star, Black Ian was attending to organizational affairs, his 2 inseparable brothers by his side. Suddenly, A payment notification pinged on his light brain.
What?
10 million star coins? Black Ian furrowed his brow, his displeasure palpable in his sinister gaze. He quickly checked the payment details and discovered it was the handiwork of his wife, who had been bound to his account a month ago, rather than a hacker's intrusion. He let out a cold chuckle, tapping on his light brain to further investigate the audacious woman who had unilaterally appropriated his star coins to purchase extravagant items. Brother, such matters only occur either once or innumerable times. Black Yuan, catching a glimpse of Black Yin's light brain, had a fleeting shadow cross his eyes. The grand enterprise must not be disrupted by a woman. Perhaps we could simply confine her. Black Ye's gaze was icy and ruthless, as if kidnapping a woman held no consequence. After reviewing the payment details, Black Ian raised his head to his two brothers and said, 3 days from now, once the negotiations with the federal government conclude, we shall visit Alpha Star. In the medical pod, Lu Ruan lay in a drowsy slumber, blissfully unaware that a storm was quietly approaching. Chapter 30. Who should be the next target? 12 hours later, in the medical pod of room 301, Lu Ruan gradually regained consciousness, her eyelashes fluttering before her eyes opened. Miss, do you feel any discomfort in your body? The attending physician inquired promptly, having dutifully monitored her condition. He had never encountered an interstellar woman so severely injured, with 6 broken ribs. Fortunately, her lung cavity had remained intact. Otherwise, she likely would not have survived until reaching the hospital. No, just a bit tired, Lu Ruan replied, sitting up. The pain in her ribs had subsided, a testament to the advanced medical technology of the interstellar realm, which had facilitated her recovery within mere hours. You have recovered far better than anticipated. However, after discharge, you must refrain from strenuous activities for 3 days, allowing for careful recuperation before engaging in intimate activities or stimulating entertainment, the attending physician said with a reassuring smile, carefully instructing her as he opened the medical pod. Thank you, doctor. Lu Ruan rose and left room 301, intending to visit room 305 to see Luo Yao. As she passed by the entrance of room 303, the physician who had just completed a surgery on Ku Dong emerged, muttering to himself about how, when his sons grew up, they must never become explorers, and that those who disobeyed should have their legs broken. Surely it was preferable to dying in treacherous lands. Lu Ruan glanced at the door of room 303. Was there an explorer inside who had succumbed to their injuries? Speaking of explorers, she wondered if Captain Ko had completed his mission. Ever since he accepted her friend request, she had messaged him, but it took him a week to respond. And even then, only with a punctuation mark. She found it perplexing that such a good man like Captain Ko had suddenly turned distant. When he rescued her from the desolate star, he had treated her with such kindness, lavishly bestowing supplies upon her and assuring her that she could reach out to him whenever needed. At that time, she had been keenly aware of his feelings towards her, those of romantic affection. Now, with the system's forced binding of their relationship, elevating her to the status of his wife, Captain Ko had become indifferent to her. The most outrageous part was that every time she attempted to video call him, she could never get through, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The male heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Captain Ko's thoughts were more difficult to fathom than those of the young girls on Earth. With a resigned shake of her head, Lu Ruan sighed for what felt like the umpteenth time, due to Captain Ko. She then departed from the doorway of room 303 and made her way to room 305 to check on Luo Yao. Upon entering room 305, she found a doctor sound asleep in a massage chair, while the young man was submerged in a milky medicinal solution. His neck and above resting against the edge of the tub, his sharp eyes closed, lips slightly parted, breathing steadily. Next to the bath, her light brain sat on the shelf alongside his space button. Lu Ruan tiptoed to the side of the bath, picked up the light brain from the shelf, and retrieved a chair from her space, sitting beside the bath to wait for Luo Yao to wake. Whenever she opened her light brain, the first thing she did was check the chat interface. First, she looked to see if Captain Ko had replied, then checked if any of her other husbands had messaged her. However, in the past month, the only people who had contacted her were Davidson and Chin Foam. Samuel and the Black triplets had not sent her a single punctuation mark since becoming friends, maintaining an unbearably aloof demeanor. Lu Ruan opened the chat with Captain Ko. Captain Ko, when will you finish your mission and come to Alpha Star to see me? Date: 1 week ago. Captain Ko. Date: 1 week ago. He had replied with only a punctuation mark and then ceased all communication. Thinking back to the words she had overheard at the entrance of room 303, She felt a twinge of concern for Captain Ke's safety, so she extended her hands to the projection panel, typing a message. Captain Ke, are you still on the desolate star exploring? Please reply upon receipt. She sent the message to Captain Ke. She remained oblivious to when the other party would respond, closing her light brain after sending the message and pondering her next course of action. Among her 9 husbands, she had already exhausted 2. Who should be her next target? The 4 aloof ones were not options. They paid her no mind, and she had no desire to engage with them either. That left her with the interstellar second prince, Dichinji, the Grand Marshal Qinfeng, and Captain Ke, whose responses were notably sluggish due to his 2G network, coupled with the inability to connect via video. A choice among 3. This month, Dichinji had merely sent items to her villa, while he remained on the Imperial Star, assisting the Empress with governmental affairs. Grand Marshal Qinfeng was quite fond of her, frequently sending her affectionate messages, suggesting she come stay at the base with him, and enticing her with exotic beasts he had captured on the front lines, claiming he wished to plump her up. She had considered the Marshal, but he was stationed far away on the F-1008 satellite, and his current desires, one could easily guess they were related to her, while the second was something she currently could not fulfill. Captain Ke, oh Captain Ke, are you planning to keep me waiting until next month for a reply? Lu Ruan found herself in a state of helplessness and conflict as time ticked away. In the adjacent room, Kedong awakened from a hazy slumber. The first thing he did was survey his surroundings. His last memory lingered on the moment the mecha was wrecked by a beast. As he exerted every effort to protect his team, ultimately leading everyone onto the battleship for their return journey. Seeing his comrades safe and sound in the medical bay brought him great relief. As he attempted to move, he discovered his body was mostly unharmed. He reached for his light brain, instinctively opening it, only to be greeted by a message from Lu Ruan. Captain Ke, are you still on your interstellar adventure? Please reply upon receipt. Please reply? A wave of irritation surged through him. This woman, Lu Ruan, with whom he was bound by fate, he had taken the time to learn about a month ago, despite the rapid removal of related posts. The fact that hundreds of billions of men in the star network were seeking her could not be concealed. His team members would gather daily, discussing Lu Ruan, and as the captain, how could he be unaware? Fearing she might report him as missing, he had accepted her friend request. After doing so, she bombarded him with a series of messages inquiring about his activities. Each time he saw her messages, he felt neither inclined nor inclined to respond. Yet he was apprehensive about the possibility of being reported, so he replied with a mere punctuation mark a week later, hoping to convey his unpleasant demeanor and encourage her to find another man, ideally never to contact him again. What was happening now? With hundreds of billions of men at her disposal, why was she fixated on him?
Damn, it was truly vexing.
Had he not encountered a purebred woman, he would have resigned himself to becoming just another face among her countless suitors. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the shadow of her presence lingered in his heart. He did not desire a wife with a compatibility score of 100. The woman he wished to protect was only her, beautiful, gentle, slender, and timid, who would burrow into his arms at the mere thought of riding a robotic transport, evoking a profound sense of protectiveness within him. The purebred woman who affectionately called him Captain Ke. As Kedong's expression gradually fell into reminiscence, a touch of tenderness emerged in his inky black eyes. He had given that purebred woman his contact information, yet she had not added him as a friend, leaving him in the dark about her current well-being and health. Chapter 31. Her private plane. The medicinal bath had reached its 24-hour mark, prompting the automated voice to instruct the patient to vacate the bath and proceed to the cleansing area. Just as Lu Ruan was on the verge of dozing off beside the bath, the assistant robot's voice roused her, also awakening the doctor, who had been sound asleep in the massage chair. Yao, wake up. She gently tapped the silver-haired youth in the pool, but he remained unresponsive, his breathing unchanged. Zzz, Lu Ruan. At that moment, the doctor approached and explained, Miss, the liquid in the pool is a special potion for growth and recovery, which can be quite stimulating. To alleviate Mr. Luo's pain, I administered an anesthetic before treatment. Now that the course is complete, he requires detoxification to awaken. So that was it. She had wondered why Luo Yao seemed to be in such a deep slumber. Lu Ruan tucked away Luo Yao's spatial button and stepped aside to give the doctor room. The doctor leaned over, grasped Luo Yao's hand, and administered an injection into his arm. 2 minutes later, Luo Yao slowly awakened, though his gaze was somewhat vacant. Upon seeing Lu Ruan, his bewildered mind gradually cleared. Sister, he called out in a husky whisper. Lu Ruan responded softly. Luo Yao's eyes fell upon Lu Ruan's chest, and he sheepishly apologized. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Just get up and clean yourself. I want to see what your new wings look like, Lu Ruan said gently. Although sacrificing a few ribs due to her brother's actions was a considerable loss, in that moment of crisis, there was hardly a fraction of a second to react. Luo Yao had not acted with malice, and she had no intention of holding it against him. Moreover, he had not hesitated to leap from the treehouse with her, contributing a significant 24 points of willpower. In her heart, she had already acknowledged this young master. Sister, you are so kind. Luo Yao's previously rebellious demeanor transformed into one of utmost gentleness. The injury he had caused her was severe, yet she bore him no resentment. She was undoubtedly the most magnanimous woman in the galaxy. He silently vowed to earn a fortune in star coins to shower her with gifts, taking her to explore every corner of the universe and witness the most breathtaking sights. Then, you must listen to me well in the future. Whatever I ask you to do, you must do, Lu Ruan instructed. Luo Yao slowly rose from the pool. His wings, partially exposed at his shoulder blades, glistened with droplets of water, resembling a prince of the water born from the depths. His skin appeared exceptionally smooth under the light, with muscle contours subtly revealing a rugged beauty of masculine strength. Lu Ruan could not help but gaze in admiration. Her brother, now adorned with wings, had shed much of his youthful innocence, and the allure of a mature man began to flourish within him. It seemed another unparalleled prodigy had emerged among her matched suitors. Luo Yao followed the doctor to the cleansing area to wash off the medicinal liquid and dry his wings. When he re-emerged, he walked to a relatively spacious spot in the room, paused, turned his back to Lu Ruan, and slightly leaned forward, showcasing his broad, black wings. Sister, take a look. Lu Ruan's gaze was instantly captivated by the sight of Luo Yao's magnificent black wings, rendering her unable to tear her eyes away, her heart profoundly shaken. Before his unconsciousness, she had not noticed the appearance of his black feathers. Now that she saw them clearly, she could only describe them as breathtaking. Luo Yao's single wing measured 3 meters in length, and when both wings unfurled, they spanned over 6 meters wide. A spectacle far more striking than the flamboyant wings of others. With a gentle flap, they resembled a surging tide of darkness, exuding an imposing presence. Each feather shimmered with an otherworldly glow, mysterious and romantic, their texture soft as if woven from the very fabric of night, tempting one to reach out and touch them. Feeling the intense gaze upon him, Luo Yao smirked. How do you like it? Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled with affection as she stepped forward to lightly caress the feathers, unable to suppress her admiration. So beautiful. Sister, the Zhou mansion is only a 5-minute drive from the hospital. We can go there to apply for the flight permit. Wherever you wish to go in the future, I can take you there, Luo Yao declared, turning to look at Lu Ruan. His demeanor restored to the wildness of his youth. In truth, he had always been a proud individual. Lu Ruan playfully inquired, how far can you fly? Based on my current stamina, I can temporarily soar 5,000 miles. With systematic training in the future, I could traverse millions or even billions of kilometers, effortlessly hopping from one planet to another like our ancestors. Flight is merely a fundamental operation for the feathered clan. Engaging in combat with our wings is the ultimate technique. With diligent practice, I could face formidable beasts without the aid of mechs or warships. Lu Ruan found it hard to believe. Is that true? It sounds a bit exaggerated. Luo Yao grinned mischievously. Sister, you'll find out the truth in due time. If our ancestors could achieve it, I certainly won't fall short. I believe in you. Lu Ruan smiled, feeling a spark of anticipation in her heart. This brother of hers would be her personal aircraft. She could fly wherever she desired, at whatever time she wished. Her visit to Jupiter would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. If the leader of the feathered clan and the elders were to discover that Luo Yao had sprouted black feathers, would they regret the years of training they had put him through? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. The clan's treasure had already been claimed by her. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the state office to obtain your flying permit and let you have a taste of it. He wrapped his arm around Lu Ruan's waist and gently kissed her hair. Lu Ruan affectionately embraced her personal aircraft, subtly teasing his abs. A soft hum escaped Luo Yao's lips, his heart enveloped in sweetness. The doctor, watching the harmonious interaction between the two, couldn't help but shed tears of envy and jealousy. If only he had received the contact information from the match message a month ago, wouldn't he have to witness such displays of affection? My dear Lu Ruan, could you arrange for me to be matched again next year? I could steal you back from the hands of billions of men. As the doctor lamented, Lu Ruan and Luo Yao exited the hospital, boarding a transport robot bound for the state office nearby. Unbeknownst to them, just as they departed, Ku Dong and his team were concluding their treatment and heading to the same destination. Several vice captains and team members squeezed into the public shuttle. Captain, once we settle the tasks at the state office, we should return to the clan for replacements. What about you? Will you continue recruiting new members for exploration? Or pursue another profession? Ku Dong remained silent, taking a sip of water while his gaze fixated on the view outside. Below, on the curved track beneath the shuttle, sat a transport robot housing a familiar figure. It looked remarkably like her. Surely, it must be an illusion? The transport robot and the shuttle were heading in the same direction, and in the next moment, it ascended along the curved track, nearly aligning with the shuttle's trajectory. In that instant, Ku Dong caught a clear glimpse of the delicate dimple on the woman's cheek and the silver-haired youth embracing her, kissing her waist. With a crash, his water cup slipped from his grasp, shattering into several pieces upon impact with the ground. Chapter 32. He, homeless. Captain, what's wrong? The cleaning robot inside the shuttle quickly cleared away the glass shards, yet Ku Dong's silence left the team perplexed. He replied nonchalantly nothing. The vice captain pondered. Ever since the captain was matched with a wife, he had been absent-minded, staring blankly at his light brain during breaks, often tuning them out. The vice captain could sense the captain's distress, but the reason eluded him. Moments later, the shuttle arrived at the entrance of the state office. Ku Dong exited, pausing for a few seconds to admire the grand structure before trudging in alongside his team, as if in a trance. The state office serves as an official institution in the interstellar realm. Each city on the 9 main stars has a state office dedicated to serving interstellar citizens, akin to a chain of establishments, with the supreme authority resting in the hands of the interstellar Empress. Within this comprehensive building, citizens can not only process documents and report incidents, but also accept bounties issued by the royal family or various families across the 9 main stars. Due to the lucrative rewards, numerous adventurers have emerged in the interstellar realm. However, those who have made a name for themselves predominantly hail from the adventurer families of Gamma Star. After entering, Ku Dong and his team headed straight for the bounty section. At the front desk sat an agent, with a massive projection screen behind them displaying a list of bounties and their rewards. Gentlemen, are you here to accept or settle a task? The agent greeted them with a professional smile, lingering a moment longer on Ku Dong. Ku Dong presented a task token for settlement. This token is given to adventurers upon task acceptance, serving as a special key for storing resources. The agent affixed the token to the belly of a helper robot, and moments later, a crisp mechanical voice announced, "Verification complete. 2 ivory tusks from the monstrous elephant. Task number R0099 completed. Reward, 5 million star coins. 10 kilograms of clamweed. Task number R00537 completed. Reward, 97 million star coins. Task number R00078 completed. Reward, 50 million star coins." As the robot finished announcing, Ku Dong's light brain lit up and his account balance surged. After confirming the amounts were accurate, he promptly transferred the proportional shares to his team. Their net profit this time amounted to over 3 million, a substantial sum indeed. The team members beamed as they received their transfers. Having taken on multiple tasks, they would surrender half to their clan while still keeping a significant amount for themselves. Captain, now that we've settled the tasks, we should head back to the clan. Farewell, and take care. Wishing you and your sister-in-law a happy marriage, the vice captain said before leading the team away. Ku Dong stood alone, watching their departing figures with vacant eyes. He was now homeless, destined to be solitary from here on out. At that moment, the front desk agent, noticing Ku Dong's prolonged stillness, assumed he was interested in accepting a task and called out, "Mr. Ku, the esteemed interstellar mechanic Lord Samuel has issued a task to find rare minerals, with a reward of 100 million. As an experienced adventurer, would you like to take a look?" Ku Dong was relatively well known in the adventure community, and the agent recognized him. Each time they saw his familiar face come in for tasks, it brought them joy, as Ku Dong boasted a task completion rate of 99, ranking 7th on the adventurer leaderboard. Tasks he accepted, regardless of size, had almost never failed. Each time an adventurer returned to settle tasks, the agents could earn a commission. And the larger the bounty, the greater their share. They relished having someone like Ku Dong come by, as it meant easy profits for them. Ku Dong turned and approached the front desk. "Show me the task details." "Certainly, Mr. Ku." The agent swiftly typed commands on the keyboard, and the projection behind them switched pages to display the specifics of Samuel's personal task. Kudong read the text on the screen word by word. Task bounty, 100 million. Samuel has hired an expedition team to search for rare minerals, and he wishes to accompany them personally. If rare minerals are found, the bounty could increase tenfold. If not, as long as Samuel suffers no harm during the expedition, the team will still receive the bounty of 100 million. Kudong continued reading. The penalty for failing a task amounts to 5% of the bounty. The penalty for task failure has been halved compared to the norm, enticing adventurers to undertake the mission. Should they fail, they need only compensate Samuel with 5 million. However, if they succeed, the expedition team will immediately receive Samuel's bounty of 1 billion. Upon reading this, Kudong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were to complete this mission, he could have a custom-made 2S-grade mech. Mr. Ke, such opportunities are rare. The bounty is tenfold compared to your previous task. I highly recommend you accept this mission promptly, for if you delay, other expedition teams may seize it, the agent urged, noting Kudong's interest. I will consider it. Kudong replied before turning and departing from the state building, pausing at the transportation rail. He lifted his wrist and activated his holographic device to check his assets. Account balance, 13.09 million star coins, other real estate, none. A single expedition team requires a minimum of 7 members, each with designated roles including commander, captain, mechanic, medic, and mech warrior. A mechanic is indispensable, while a medical pod can marginally substitute for a medic. The more mech warriors there are, the better, with strength being paramount. With a balance of 10 million, he could hire a team of adventurers. Yet, all the equipment he previously used belonged to his family. Now that he had distanced himself from them, all his gear had been reclaimed, and advanced medical pods, S-grade mechs, and warships were unavailable for rent. Even if he were to recruit newcomers, he had no equipment for their expeditions. Alas, after severing ties with his family, he found himself destitute and unable to progress. If only he had a team equipped with S-grade gear. Then he could undertake the bounty missions issued by Samuel, accumulate wealth to procure top-tier equipment, and explore any star he desired, disregarding that compulsory binding spouse. Unfortunately, his account held just over 10 million star coins, sufficient only for an A-grade mech or to hire personnel, leaving other aspirations unattainable, who would ultimately claim Samuel's bounty. It truly seemed a boon for other expedition teams. Kudong gazed up at the gray sky, where swift shuttles darted like fleeting shadows and phantasmagorical transport robots scuttled to various corners of the city. Everyone had a destination. He, however, was left adrift. After standing at the transportation rail for quite some time, he finally made his way to Star City Square and boarded the starship bound for Alpha Star. Chapter 33. A man unwanted by women is a loser. I never anticipated you could fly so steadily and at such a brisk pace. At Jupiter's Star City Square, Lu Ruan stood before a starship, her legs somewhat unsteady. After completing the flight permit formalities at the state building, Luo Yao had taken her to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies, covering the distance from the state building to this point in roughly the same time as a shuttle. In truth, if you weren't afraid, I could have gone even faster. Luo Yao gracefully folded his black wings, lifting the slightly wobbly Lu Ruan into his arms as they boarded the last starship heading to Alpha Star that day. Lu Ruan playfully pinched Luo Yao's handsome face. Safety first, no matter the circumstances. Remember that? All right, I will heed your advice, dear sister, Luo Yao responded as they walked. The starship's cabin was filled to capacity with a throng of men, numbering approximately 100. As soon as Lu Ruan entered, she was met with a multitude of infatuated gazes from the men. Luo Yao quickly positioned himself to shield her from prying eyes. These men were all bachelors, each gazing at his wife with such longing as if they had not seen a woman in decades. How irritating! They should not dare think of competing for his wife. Lower your gazes. My wife is timid and dislikes being watched. Luo Yao glared coldly.
HMPH, selfish Mann.
The other men in the cabin grumbled in discontent upon hearing Luo Yao's words, then turned their attention back to their own affairs. Only one strikingly handsome man with thick eyebrows and short stubble had yet to lift his head. He quietly rested his eyes, leaning against his seat. Lu Ruan nestled her head against the young man's chest, unaware of the man resting with closed eyes. She reminisced about her experience arriving alone on Jupiter. The men of the starry realms tended to show respect towards women. The last time she had been gazed at, it was with the same infatuation, yet devoid of lewdness. When they had seen her alone, they had flocked to her, offering their attentions, but upon her firm rejections, they had dutifully returned to their places without any coercion, occasionally sneaking glances at her, a rare gem. In her days as an actress on Earth, the gazes she received ranged from admiration to lecherous. The scrutiny of interstellar men paled in comparison. She was quite adept at adapting to this atmosphere. 2 vacant seats happened to be available in front of the enigmatic man, and Luo Yao carried Lu Ruan to one of them. As she settled down, her head naturally found its way to rest against the young man's shoulder. Ah Yao. It takes only 10 hours to travel from Jupiter to Alpha Star. We shall soon be home. Lu Ruan's voice was sweet and gentle, a soothing melody that captivated the surrounding men, who longed for her to speak more. The enigmatic man behind them suddenly opened his deep black eyes. I look forward to it, Luo Yao said, feeling the weight on his shoulder and wrapping his arm around Lu Ruan, drawing her in closer for her comfort. Currently, only Asen is at home. The others are busy outside. Asen is older than you, so you may call him Brother Asen, Lu Ruan instructed. Luo Yao reluctantly acknowledged with a soft "oh." Lu Ruan's tone grew slightly more serious. You both must learn to be considerate of one another. We are all family. You cannot quarrel or fight over trivial matters. Luo Yao's temperament was already rebellious, and with the emergence of his wings, he had grown even more audacious. Davidson was gentle in nature, and if the two were to clash, her husband, the head of the academy, would undoubtedly suffer. Provided he does not provoke me, I have no interest in engaging with him, Luo Yao replied nonchalantly. The fact that his wife had left Davidson at home and sought him out alone indicated that among all her potential matches, she favored the youthful and handsome him. He had no need to vie for her affection against her older suitors. Lu Ruan, then I can rest easy. As Luo Yao carried Lu Ruan from the State Building to Star City Square, fatigue began to set in, and before long, he dozed off with her in his embrace. Ke Dong sat in the rear, observing the 2 rounded heads closely nestled together in the front row, one silver-haired and the other black-haired. The black-haired woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the purebred woman he had rescued. Her mention of Asen only further validated her identity. So it truly was her. Before boarding the starship, he had convinced himself that the scene he witnessed 3 hours prior had been a mere illusion. A purebred woman, delicate in nature. How could she possibly come to Jupiter? Surely, this person was merely a lookalike. He had then planned to travel to Alpha Star to fulfill the promise he had made to her, intending to return to see her once the mission was complete. Now it appeared that she no longer required his assistance. She had evidently recovered splendidly, matched with a youthful husband, and was now in the company of the renowned Davidson. Surrounded by a throng of men, how could she possibly remember to contact him? A pang of bitterness surged within Ke Dong as he gazed at Lu Ruan, nestled against Luo Yao's shoulder. He had often imagined this purebred woman softly nestled in his embrace, sweetly calling him husband, adorning him with her tender affections, depending on him, and seeking his assistance with a pitiful plea, "Captain Ke, could you help me?" Yet now, she was accompanied by another, and she no longer required his presence. A man who is not needed by a woman is deemed a loser. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within him, and gradually stood, intending to disembark from the starship, wandering aimlessly wherever fate might lead him, for it was certain he would never set foot on Alpha Star. Just as Ke Dong was about to take a step, the starship roared to life, ascending into the sky, causing the cabin to jolt violently, compelling him to return to his seat. Lu Ruan remained oblivious to the fact that the man seated behind her was her longed-for Captain Ke. Once the starship steadied into its orbit, she instinctively activated her holographic device to check her messages. Captain Ke, are you still exploring the wasteland? Please reply upon receipt. Scrolling down revealed not a single punctuation mark. Damn it, when would Captain Ke respond? Reluctantly, she decided to initiate a video call. Even if he were engaged in battle with alien beasts, he could at least connect without speaking. If he was not busy yet still declined her call, it must mean he was facing some peril, and she would need to report it. The holographic device lit up, a video call request emerging before Ke Dong. He squinted, swiftly setting his notification bar to invisible. However, in his haste, he inadvertently ended the call request, setting off a cascade of dire consequences. Lu Ruan glanced at the holographic display on her wrist, her brows knitting in confusion. What was happening? Captain Ke had actually hung up? Undeterred, she dialed again.
Ke Dong,
seated in the rear, noticed the incoming call request and quickly clicked to decline, reasoning that since he had already rejected it once, what harm could another refusal do? Meanwhile, Lu Ruan, in the front, fumed and redialed. Ke Dong, increasingly exasperated, hung up once more. This back and forth persisted, with Lu Ruan repeatedly calling and Kedong promptly terminating the connection. After countless iterations, Lu Ruan felt a fiery indignation rising within her clear eyes. Her cheeks flushed with anger. Kedong's patience wore thin. How could Lu Ruan be so bothersome? Women in the star realm were rare and precious. Without them, human civilization could not endure. They deserved respect, and it was the shared duty of men to protect and care for women, with the safeguarding of one's bonded wife being a lifelong mission. Yet this enforced bond with Lu Ruan had rendered him homeless, stripped him of any chance to pursue purebred women, and now she persisted in pestering him. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and an unspoken bitterness. She desired his star coins at will, sought his body, but he would rather perish than comply. Finally reaching his breaking point, Kedong sent a message. If you want star coins, take them directly. Please cease calling me for video chats. Chapter 34. The most tricky dilemma of his life. Lu Ruan stared at the words in the chat box, frozen for several seconds. The first man she encountered upon traversing the stars was Captain Ko, the one who had rescued her from the wasteland, allowing her to enjoy her current blissful life. In her heart, Kedong was unlike any of her other 8 matches. She harbored a special affection for him, a kind of innocent attachment. She vividly recalled their first parting, feeling a deep reluctance, wishing to accompany him, to cling to this remarkably masculine, exquisite man, to turn him into her long-term provider, to be cared for by him. However, Kedong was embarking on an adventure, earning his keep through perilous endeavors. Thus she obediently remained with Davidson at the hospital. How could the once gentle Captain Ko now be so cold, sending such indifferent messages? Was this truly him? Lu Ruan bit her lip, composed a message, and sent it. Captain Ko, I do not want your star coins. Do you remember what you gifted me at the hospital and what you promised before you left? If you remember, please respond with 1. If you have forgotten, respond with 2. Should he remain silent or respond incorrectly, she would promptly report him. It was not uncommon for star women to report their matches. Once she filed a report, unless he ceased using his holographic device, the federal officers could utilize the central system's location data to dispatch a team to bring him before her. Thus, she would ascertain whether the individual using his device was indeed him. If it were, and he had genuinely changed, no longer resembling the upright and kind Captain Ko in her heart, she would immediately cast him aside. After all, she possessed 8 lifetime providers and an abundance of alternative options. Tolerating Kedong's cold demeanor was out of the question. Just 5 seconds after Lu Ruan dispatched her new message, Kedong's gaze fixated on the words in the hospital. What did you gift? What did you promise before leaving? And his pupils constricted sharply. This was knowledge only he, the purebred woman, and Davidson possessed. Even the aide who had fetched the nutrient solution for the purebred woman had not witnessed it. How could the woman on the other end of the holographic device be aware? Unless the central system had forcibly bound him to the one and only purebred woman. Clarity flooded his mind as he realized that the woman he had been bound to a month ago was indeed the one he had longed for. The unique and invaluable purebred, granting him a home and a purpose. He was no longer alone. Kedong slowly lifted his gaze towards Lu Ruan's soft, rounded head. His heart raced, his mind buzzing, his dark eyes sparkling like stars, his lips parting as if to call out to her. Yet, the next moment, upon glancing at the chat box's content, he pressed his lips together, opting for silence. Just as decisively as he had rejected the call earlier, he now felt a wave of guilt and unease wash over him. Lu Ruan silently counted down. 10, 9, 8. She awaited Kedong's response. Should he fail to reply within a minute, she would report him. Hearing Lu Ruan's whispered countdown, Kedong acted swiftly, retracting his previous message. If you want star coins, take them directly. Please cease calling me for video chats, and promptly sent a 1 in its stead. Fortunately, he had not exceeded the 3-minute window to retract it. Kedong, the other party has retracted a message. Kedong, 1. Lu Ruan, seated in the front, noticed that Kedong had retracted his message and eagerly replied with a 1, then pressed him for more details. What did you gift me? And what did you promise? Kedong, answering every inquiry, typed swiftly, accurately relaying the information to Lu Ruan. Once she confirmed that Kedong had not been kidnapped, a spark of determination ignited in her gaze. Captain Ko, why do you always hang up on my video calls? Kedong felt a tightening in his chest upon reading her words. His wife had previously suffered amnesia and could not recall her name. He was unaware that she had later chosen the name Lu Ruan, leading to a series of misunderstandings. She must be incredibly angry now. For the first time, he felt a pang of urgency, pondering how he could earn her forgiveness. He found himself facing the most challenging dilemma of his life. It was entirely his fault for harboring selfish desires, unwilling to engage with other rare women. Yet, the situation had escalated, and her anger was his responsibility. He had no choice but to seek assistance on the Star Network, posting in the help section. Seeking assistance. I have a friend who has been indifferent to his wife for an entire month, actively rejecting video calls 100 times, and has uttered some rather excessive remarks. How can he appease her anger and earn her forgiveness? He subsequently set a bounty on the post, allowing those who answered to receive 2 star coins. As users on the Starnet stumbled upon the bounty post, they paused in shock upon reading Kudong's plea for help. Bro, your friend is really stubborn. What outrageous things did he say?
I'm curious.
Upon noticing someone's inquiry, Kudong decided to be transparent and confessed, after continuously refusing video calls. My friend even instructed his wife to forfeit her star coins and forbade her from calling him. With 1 trillion citizens across the galaxy utilizing Starnet, it did not take long for a flurry of comments to materialize beneath Kudong's post, causing his account balance to plummet from 13.09 million star coins to 12.99 million star coins. Observing that users were nearing a consensus, he removed the bounty and began skimming through guides on how to seek forgiveness. Yet, bro, your friend is doomed. May he find solace, haha JPJ. Let me see who has the audacity to provoke a woman. OP, share a photo so we can all witness this peculiar creature of the galaxy. 1. Apologize. 2. Seek punishment. 3. Present gifts. 4. Kneel. 5. Declare your love for your wife until she forgives you. With 50,000 comments, 30,000 expressed sympathy for him, while 100 reveled in schadenfreude and 1 offered some suggestions. Kudong murmured to himself the advice of apologizing, seeking punishment, presenting gifts, kneeling, and declaring love. Feeling somewhat skeptical about its viability, as he racked his brain for ways to soothe Lu Ruan's ire, time slipped away unnoticed. Lu Ruan sat like a statue, awaiting Kudong's message. An hour passed without a single response, leaving her in silence. She quickly edited her last message and sent it. Is it so difficult to answer why you keep hanging up on my video calls? If you don't want to talk, then just don't ever say anything again. She then powered down her light brain and donned high-tech earbuds, isolating herself from the world's clamor, resembling an irate pufferfish, her eyes shut in defiance. Her chest rising and falling, with her cheeks puffed like a squirrel.
Amen.
She contemplated casting Kudong into the cold abyss of her affections. Upon seeing Lu Ruan's message, Kudong realized the gravity of his actions and that he had thoroughly provoked his wife's anger. Without further ado, he abandoned the unreliable guides on seeking forgiveness, stood up, navigated through the narrow corridor, and squatted beside Lu Ruan. He cautiously touched her shoulder, receiving no response. He gently poked her inflamed cheek. The soft sensation of his fingers sent a jolt through him, electrifying his heart. Unable to resist, he poked her again, and yet again. His wife was indeed so soft. Lu Ruan, already irked, had just closed her eyes to sleep when she felt a man's persistent intrusion. His hand encroaching upon her face, without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a swift slap. Women are not penalized for striking men, especially when provoked.
Slap.
The resounding sound echoed as a glaring handprint appeared on his chiseled face. Wife, I was wrong. Lu Ruan heard a rich, magnetic voice by her ear. Turning her head, she was met with an unexpectedly familiar visage. Chapter 35. Only now realizing your wife is left? Lu Ruan focused her gaze. Kudong, clad in a sharply tailored suit, stood in stark contrast to his previous black and blue expedition attire. The suit fit his robust 1.88-meter frame perfectly, accentuating his muscular contours and exuding the aura of a mature man. His hair was meticulously styled, his thick brows cast a shadow of determination, and the sensual curve of his lips held an air of cool detachment. The fierce demeanor he usually commanded softened with the gentle light in his eyes and the visible mark on his face. He was now crouching beside her chair, gazing at her intently. Lu Ruan scoffed softly, turning her head away and tightening her earbuds. Kudong had repeatedly hung up on her video calls without offering an explanation, and for an entire month, he had shown her nothing but indifference. She was still seething. Having been exposed to the charms of Davidson and Luo Yao, the allure of handsome men was no longer effective on her. A simple "I'm sorry" followed by a softened gaze was insufficient to quell her anger and indignation. Absolutely not. Wife, please allow me to explain. Dong removed Lu Ruan's earbuds, ensuring she could hear him. Lu Ruan swatted his hand away. I'm not listening. Don't call me wife. In her previous life as an actress, she had encountered a myriad of individuals and absurd situations, remaining indifferent as she did not care. But here, Captain Ko was someone she genuinely cared for. His indifference and coldness made her feel wronged and irate, even a touch saddened. Observing Lu Ruan's vehement resistance, Dong recalled the guide. Apologize, seek punishment, present gifts, kneel, and declare love. Transitioning from a crouch to a kneeling position, he grasped Lu Ruan's hand, urging her to turn and face him, then explained. Wife, can I call you Wan instead? I initially believed the AI had bound me to another woman, which is why I constantly rejected communication. It was my mistake. You can hit me a few more times if it helps, but please don't ignore me. I've saved some star coins after completing my mission. When we return home, buy whatever you desire, it's all yours. I love you. Lu Ruan looked down at Dong, who knelt before her, grasping her hand as if proposing. Yet, hearing his explanation, her anger subsided slightly. She remained perplexed. Why did you think your bound wife was someone else and not me? Because Dong recalled the scene when he was forcibly bound. The team members had received matching notifications and were so excited they couldn't sleep, while posts asking for Lu Ruan's contact information flooded Starnet. He believed that a woman of her caliber could only be matched with the most exceptional man in the galaxy. How could he possibly be paired with so many mismatched individuals? Even his teammates? From the outset, he couldn't connect the notion of a rare gem like her with Lu Ruan. Now it seemed that his precious gem was too formidable, and she was merely accommodating him. Because I'm foolish. Dong continued, unabashedly belittling himself, his big dog-like eyes fixed on Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan remained silent for a moment, her anger dissipating. All right, you can get up now, sit back down properly. Have you forgiven me? Dong's lips curled upwards, the fear within him dissipating slightly. He had genuinely feared she would never forgive him. Lu Ruan brushed aside Dong's hand, turning away from him, her expression inscrutable, making it hard to decipher her thoughts. Although she had accepted his apology and explanation internally, she could not immediately grant him forgiveness. Otherwise, Dong might come to believe that the cost of inciting her wrath was merely a simple apology and explanation, leading him to think she was soft-hearted and easily bullied. She needed to give him some space, allowing him to fully realize his mistakes and offer her meaningful reparations before she could present him with a smile. Otherwise, her month of sighs and grievances, culminating in today's tempestuous anger, would have been in vain.
Wife.
A flicker of grievance crossed Dong's eyes, reminiscent of a neglected dog yearning for its owner's affection. Lu Ruan, he pleaded, can you please acknowledge me? I can't hear you, she retorted, feigning ignorance. Just as she anticipated that Dong would retreat to reflect on his actions and contemplate how to make amends, a pair of long, bony hands slipped around her waist and under her knees, lifting her off the ground. The unique scent of Dong enveloped her. In the next moment, she found herself seated upon his long thigh. What are you doing, Captain Ko? Lu Ruan protested, twisting her body in an attempt to return to her seat beside Luo Yao. Yet, Dong's warm arms tightened around her waist, playfully refusing to let her go. Wife. You can punish me however you wish, just don't ignore me. A wave of jealousy washed over him as he recalled the image of Lu Ruan sharing a passionate kiss with the silver-haired youth in the mobility pod. It stirred a pang of sadness and loneliness within him. When he had saved her before, she had expressed her fondness for him, even stating her desire to accompany him. Now, with another suitor in sight, did she intend to cast him aside? After a brief silence, his precious charge remained silent, and despair settled in his heart. With a sharp motion, he seized her hand and slapped his own face. The sound echoed as he struck himself repeatedly, without flinching. Lu Ruan hurriedly withdrew her hand from his grasp. I'm not ignoring you. Just let me go. We can discuss this at home. What are you doing? Have you forgotten Article 10 of the Rare Woman Protection Law? At that moment, the men awake in the cabin turned towards the commotion, and upon witnessing Dong's forceful hold on Lu Ruan, they approached from various angles, intent on rescuing her. I'm fine. No need to concern yourselves. Lu Ruan waved them off. After the other men retreated, Dong firmly held Lu Ruan in his embrace, his fingers extending to open his holographic device, transferring all his earnings from the past 2 years to her. Payment of 12,990,000 star coins. Your account balance is now 0. Wife. I am at a loss as to what gift would bring you joy, so I am giving you all my saved star coins. I promise to respond to your messages immediately and will never decline your video calls, so could you please forgive me just this once? As Lu Ruan heard the notification sound from the device and beheld Ko Dong's humble and despondent demeanor, coupled with the red palm print adorning his handsome face, her intention to continue punishing him faded. Some things, when taken to extremes, can backfire. She couldn't maintain her aloofness forever. Gently, she touched his brow, saying, I'm not angry anymore, but you must keep your word. All right, Ko Dong replied softly. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, having dozed off, instinctively reached out to embrace what he thought was Lu Ruan beside him, only to find nothing but air. Startled awake, he opened his eyes to see her perched on the lap of the man in the back row, her delicate hand caressing his throat. Do not seduce my wife, he exclaimed. Oh, you only just realized your wife is gone? Ko Dong shot him a mocking glance. Let her go, Luo Yao demanded, his voice laced with fury.
Ha!
Yet another man like Locke coveting my wife. He seems slightly more presentable than Locke, yet still unacceptable. Luo Yao's eyes glinted with cold determination as he rose, advancing towards the back row, fists ready to strike Ko Dong. With a swift and powerful motion, Luo Yao's fist, imbued with a fierce wind, flew towards Ko Dong's head, causing a few strands of Lu Ruan's hair to flutter. Instinctively, she shrank against Ko Dong, her clear eyes reflecting the glint of the blue earrings dangling from the youth's earlobe. Brother, when you get serious, it can be quite frightening. Ko Dong effortlessly caught Luo Yao's fist, applying just enough pressure that it nearly dislocated the young man's arm. What if I refuse to let go? He taunted, dismissively swatting away the youth's fist. He provocatively tightened his hold around Lu Ruan's slender waist, pressing a heavy kiss on her cheek, his tone languid and disdainful, showing no regard for the challenger before him. This young man in the front row was utterly unreliable. He could not allow his wife to associate with him in the future. While most men in the stars are law-abiding citizens, a small minority are devoid of moral integrity, treating women as mere objects for their desires or breeding purposes. If this were on the infamous planet of Heiming, this young man would likely put his wife in peril time and again while he slumbered soundly. But not him. He would always keep his wife securely in his embrace, ensuring no one could take her away. Luo Yao, feeling provoked by Ko Dong's blatant disrespect and his kiss on his wife, felt as though someone had taken a bite out of his cake. Don't push your luck, he warned, seething with rage, akin to a wild beast ready to pounce once more. I can be even more excessive, Ko Dong replied, his dark eyes narrowing as he prepared to dislocate the youth's arm. Cease this at once, Lu Ruan exclaimed, peeking out from Ko Dong's embrace, arms wide to prevent the two from escalating further. Forced to halt, Luo Yao's gaze turned into icy daggers aimed at Ko Dong, who retaliated with equally fierce glances. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the two men exchanged glances, sparks flying between them. Lu Ruan found herself caught in the middle, feeling as though she were standing under an impending storm, anticipating a lightning strike. How terrifying, she murmured, swallowing hard before mustering a smile to introduce them. Yao. This is Captain Ko Dong, an explorer and one of my bonded partners. He is slightly older than you, so from now on call him Dongji. Captain Ko. This is Luo Yao, a member of the Feather Tribe and also one of my bonded partners. We are all family here, so let us strive for harmony. She wished to avoid the battlefield of two competing men vying for affection. All she desired was for her suitors to work together to earn star coins and provide for her. Now that she had traversed into this realm dominated by men, she intended to thrive without the need to toil, as she once had. She sought to live openly and shamelessly, supported by a cadre of exquisite gentlemen. So you are Ko Dong, Luo Yao remarked, his demeanor shifting as he scrutinized the man before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Ko Dong as the adventurer from the family he had been too preoccupied to notice. Get out of the way, Luo Yao, Ko Dong insisted. Sister, I'm not sleeping anymore. Come back to the front row with me. You can touch wherever you like. This old man here isn't as appealing as I am. Ignoring Ko Dong's comment, Luo Yao leaned closer to Lu Ruan, whispering seductively as he took her hand and slipped it beneath his clothing, pressing it against his sculpted abs. Cough, cough. The firm yet resilient sensation emanated from her palm, causing Lu Ruan to cough softly in embarrassment, her hand retracting as if jolted by electricity. In the ancient times, she would have faced the dire consequence of being submerged in a pig cage. In modern society, she would be labeled as a heartless seductress. And among interstellar men, Such occurrences were commonplace. Glancing at the time, she noted that there remained half an hour before entering the cosmic storm zone. Captain Ko, I shall return to the front row for safety, she stated. There is still half an hour, I'll go later. Ko Dong, unwilling, pulled Lu Ruan back into his embrace and coldly remarked to Luo Yao, you're still young. You cannot take care of your wife, losing her even in sleep. I will look after her. You hurry back to your seat. It had not been easy for him to find the beloved wife he yearned for. This unreliable lad should not dare to compete with him. Yao, please return to the front row. I shall speak with Captain Ko and join you shortly. Lu Ruan assumed the demeanor of a family head. Reluctantly, Luo Yao returned to his original position. She opened her hollow brain and transferred 100,000 star coins to Ko Dong, who had just transferred all his assets to her. She could not truly accept them all. She allocated 100,000 as pocket money, while the remainder was a penalty for his missteps. Whether she would later utilize the money he had painstakingly earned remained to be seen. The notification of the 100,000 star coins arrived.
Ko Dong,
Upon hearing the system's alert, felt a surge of joy. His wife was indeed magnanimous, though he did not require such a substantial amount at present. Wife. 200 star coins would suffice, he stated. Previously, he had saved star coins for his own retirement. Henceforth, he would save them to support his beloved soft and gentle Lu Ruan. The thought of having a beautiful wife to care for motivated him immensely. He longed to form a team and embark on new missions. Men should not appear too shabby when out in the world, Lu Ruan admonished. A smile curled at the corners of Ko Dong's mouth. My wife is truly wonderful, yet you call him Yao but refer to me as Captain Ko? Should I address you as Dong then? Why not call me husband? A flicker of regret passed through his dark eyes as he recalled the multitude of posts flooding the star net a month ago. After a brief pause, he inquired, how many matchmakers have you bound yourself to? 9. You all were forcibly bound by the mainframe, Lu Ruan replied, stifling a laugh as she recognized that Luo Yao had previously posed the same question. Ko Dong nodded, relieved that the number was not excessive. Just as she was about to rise from his lap, Ko Dong leaned in closer, whispering suggestively in her ear with a raspy voice, wife. Do not heed Luo Yao's nonsense. What does a boy who isn't even grown all his hair have to offer? If you wish to touch someone, let it be me. His heated breath brushed against her sensitive ear, sending shivers down her spine. Startled, Lu Ruan turned her head slightly away from his lips. Yet her hand was captured by him and drawn into the fabric of his waist, pressing against him. Her eyes widened in shock. 5 hours later, the starship arrived at Alpha Star Plaza. Ko Dong, cradling Lu Ruan, stepped down from the starship. Meanwhile, Luo Yao seized the opportunity to whisk Lu Ruan away the moment Ko Dong sought a transport robot, lifting her into his arms. Sister, I'll take you back. Luo Yao spread his broad black wings, flapping them a few times, stirring up a gust of wind that scattered his molted feathers, which landed perfectly on Ko Dong's face. By the time Lu Ruan realized what was happening, she was already soaring high above the ground in her private aircraft. Peering down at the minuscule figures below, she hurriedly activated her hollow brain to send Ko Dong the address. Dong, we're heading out first.
I've sent you the address.
Luo Yao, you wait for me. Ko Dong flicked the feathers from his head in disdain, squinting up at the sky. Chapter 37, The Cultured Rogue. Half an hour later, Lu Ruan and Luo Yao arrived at the villa's entrance. She activated the door with her hollow brain and immediately spotted Davidson waiting in the courtyard. Though she was uncertain how long he had been there, clad in a brown shirt reminiscent of autumn leaves, warm and profound, the shirt's hem was neatly tucked into black trousers, accentuating his tall and upright figure. The collar of his shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a hint of skin, with subtle lines suggesting an air of inadvertent sensuality. Upon seeing her and Luo Yao enter, he gently adjusted his glasses, a faint smile adorning his face as he rose to greet them. Ruan, he called softly, the tenderness in his voice imbued with a month's worth of longing. Lu Ruan's heart fluttered. She had not anticipated that the dean's husband would be waiting for her in the courtyard, seemingly for quite some time. The feeling was indescribable, yet it radiated warmth. She stepped forward, embracing Davidson, burying her cheek in his warm chest, inhaling the scent of his pheromones, a blend of wood and herbal aromas, murmuring affectionately, Asen. The dean's husband was her first man, and in her heart, he held a unique significance, much like Ko Dong. The embrace momentarily startled Davidson, but his smile deepened, and he gently reciprocated, his hand softly patting her back, his light brown eyes glimmering with affection. Luo Yao observed the two embracing and let out a hum of discontent. His wife seemed to harbor no dislike for her other older partners. Rather, she appeared to depend on them. Was his prior assumption incorrect? Did she not prefer the youthful and handsome him? Hey, have you finished your embrace, sister? I want to see what our home is like. After waiting for 10 minutes and witnessing no sign of their parting, Luo Yao felt an unexplainable irritation. Sensing that Lu Ruan and Davidson had likely engaged in clandestine conversations for days and nights without him, Lu Ruan released Davidson and began the introductions. Asen, this is Luo Yao. Yao, you should be somewhat familiar with Asen. Remember what I mentioned aboard the starship? A family should be considerate of one another. Harmony brings prosperity. Sun Go, Luo Yao called expressionlessly. He had now grown the rarest black feathers of the feathered tribe, no longer the useless boy of the past. Standing before the renowned dean of the interstellar realm, he felt no shame. Davidson regarded Luo Yao with a measured gaze, offering a slight nod. Lu Ruan took one hand in hers, grasping each of their larger hands as she led them into the house. Come, Yao. Let me show you the surroundings of our home. Just then, a somewhat urgent, deep male voice called from outside the gate. Wife, wait. Open the door for me first. Lu Ruan turned to see Kudong arriving at the villa gate, looking somewhat disheveled. She paused, opened her hollow brain to access the butler center, and with a couple of taps, the villa's gate opened automatically. Once Kudong entered, it closed behind him. He approached Lu Ruan, using his arm to nudge Luo Yao aside. Kudong, are you looking for a fight? Luo Yao was displeased with Kudong's actions, but recalling Lu Ruan's words, he swallowed his retort. Kudong, holding Lu Ruan's hand, shot a challenging glance at Luo Yao, as if to say, come at me if you dare. The atmosphere between the two men grew tense. Lu Ruan, both amused and exasperated, noted that while Luo Yao called Davidson Sengo, he had never referred to Kudong as Dongo. It seemed these two were at odds. Let us go. She decided to ignore the men's antics and stepped into the house. Davidson cast a fleeting glance at Kudong before following Lu Ruan inside. Upon entering, a refreshing floral fragrance enveloped them, akin to a pure spring, invigorating and delightful. In the center of the living room table, a bouquet of vibrant, blooming flowers was arranged, their multicolored petals intertwining beautifully, a sight to behold. Lu Ruan gracefully approached the sofa, settling down to relish its soft comfort. As she sank into its embrace, her body gradually relaxed, and the weariness that clung to her quickly dissipated. Home is indeed the most comforting place, she mused. Davidson retrieved his instruments and sat before her, gently taking her hand. It's soft, he remarked. Allow me to examine your health. Lu Ruan willingly extended her hand, permitting Davidson to draw blood, scan, and conduct a series of tests. Your current health is satisfactory. With one more injection of a high-dose toxin peptide and some rigorous exercise, you should reach the physical condition of an ordinary citizen of the stars, allowing you to engage in moderate activities outdoors. However, have you suffered any severe blows to your chest or ribs recently? After concluding his examination, Davidson set aside his equipment and seated himself beside Lu Ruan, speaking slowly. Yes. I sustained some injuries during my trip to Jupiter. How did that happen? Lu Ruan glanced outside where two individuals were engaged in a spirited tussle. A silver-haired youth flapped his wings above a handsome man with pronounced brows, creating quite the scene. The latter brandished a laser weapon, attempting to bring the airborne youth down. As they battled, a few feathers drifted down from the sky, and the absurdity of the scene rendered it nearly unbearable to watch. She redirected her gaze back to Davidson. While in the territory of the feathered tribe, I was accidentally struck by a falling object. Asen, is there still an issue with this injury? It was best not to mention that it was Lu Yao who had caused it, otherwise, chaos would ensue at home, potentially leading to a brawl among the three men. Davidson advised earnestly, the injury is not serious. The fractured ribs have already healed. I will assist in your recovery over the next few days. But you must refrain from strenuous activities. Moreover, it would be prudent to avoid contact with those two outside. They are brutes who only know how to brawl and are incapable of caring for you properly. Understood. Lu Ruan gazed at Davidson, who was bustling about for her, and warmth surged within her heart. Suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, she leaned in and gently kissed Davidson's cheek. This unexpected gesture made his heart flutter, and longing filled his deep hazel eyes. Unable to contain himself, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed his lips to hers. The long-awaited kiss enveloped Lu Ruan, and for a moment, they forgot the commotion outside. The world around them faded away, leaving only each other. Davidson tugged at the collar of his shirt, breathing softly and exuding a sensuality that teetered on the edge of restraint. Lu Ruan felt a daze wash over her. As she removed his glasses, she clung to her dwindling sense of reason and reluctantly pushed back against his advancing form. Asen, we can't. Davidson retrieved a suppressive serum and injected it into his arm, yet the turbulence within him refused to subside. Soft, he bit his lip, breathing heavily, while his hand sought out Lu Ruan's to touch himself. It was unclear how much time passed, but the air became thick with a rich musk. Lu Ruan, feeling faint, slumped back on the sofa, her ears flushed crimson. She never anticipated that her seemingly tempered husband, the dean, could possess such a hidden depravity. As their eyes locked in a tender gaze, the door swung open. Ke Dong and Liu Yao, sensing the charged atmosphere, noticed Lu Ruan's flushed palms. In unison they advanced, fists raised, towards the disheveled Davidson. Chapter 38. What are the husbands thinking? No fighting. Whoever raises their hand again will be thrown out of the villa. A voice, tinged with a hint of menace, echoed through the spacious living room. Their fists halted a mere 10 centimeters from Davidson's forehead, as if time itself had been paused.
Ke Dong glared at Davidson.
Just wait. Davidson, how could you bully my sister like this? Liu Yao, now no longer addressing him as senior brother, glared with evident hostility. Davidson wore a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by their accusations. He calmly fastened his belt, slowly rising to a seated position, meticulously buttoning his shirt. He then donned his glasses and gently tucked Lu Ruan's disheveled hair behind her ear before standing up. Ruan, I'll prepare breakfast for you. His voice retained a husky quality, a remnant of their earlier intimacy. Lu Ruan smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Davidson strode deliberately towards the kitchen, his eyes losing their lustful sheen, replaced by a trace of unyielding determination. If looks could kill, her dean husband would have undoubtedly faced 1,000 deaths at the hands of Captain Ku and his brother. She directed her gaze towards the two men casting daggers at Davidson's retreating form. Adong, Ayao, why don't you go upstairs and choose your rooms? There are several spare bedrooms on the upper floor aside from the master suite for the ladies, designated for companions to rest. She needed to separate the three men to prevent a familial conflict from erupting. Okay, sister, I'll pick the room closest to you. Liu Yao dashed upstairs to select a room, while Ke Dong remained behind. Without uttering a word, he bent down and effortlessly lifted her, carrying her towards the sink. Lu Ruan found this behavior puzzling. In the next moment, Ke Dong gently placed her down, turned on the faucet, and meticulously washed her slightly reddened hand with soap, leaving no part uncleaned, not even her nails. The water flowed ceaselessly as he rinsed her hand for 3 minutes before finally drying it. At first, Lu Ruan hadn't given it much thought, but after Ke Dong's thorough cleaning, she glanced down at her hand and suddenly felt it had become unclean after touching too many things in one day. Adong, actually, Ke Dong suppressed the urge to throw Davidson out of the villa, leaning in to hear what Lu Ruan wished to say. Actually what? The red mark on my hand was from slapping you, not what you might think.
Oh.
Ke Dong chuckled, a hint of amusement in his tone. He scooped her back onto the sofa, positioning himself on either side of her, staring earnestly into her eyes, his gaze scrutinizing. I recall you used your right hand when you slapped me. This is your left. Lu Ruan averted her gaze from Ke Dong's penetrating stare, feeling a blush of embarrassment wash over her. Captain Ku remembered so clearly, and yet he had just washed her guilty hand.
My goodness, how mortifying.
Just when she was contemplating how to escape the situation, Ke Dong left her momentarily stunned with his next words. No. Tonight. Let us see what I can do. He then strode confidently upstairs, his tall figure exuding an aura of a long-dormant apex predator. Lu Ruan momentarily forgot her embarrassment, her expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Was Captain Ku implying that he was very capable? She found herself glancing at his retreating figure. Ugh, what was she thinking? Shaking off her thoughts, she summoned a housekeeping robot from her space and began discussing tasks with it. Her next target was already clear. Ke Dong. She hoped to discover what the desires of this enigmatic husband were, wishing she possessed the ability to fulfill them. In the kitchen, Davidson, having overheard Ke Dong's derogatory remarks about him, let out a light snort, unconcerned as he continued preparing breakfast for Lu Ruan. Her physical condition still fell below the acceptable threshold, and given her recent injuries, she required careful nurturing. He resolved to issue a stern warning to that scoundrel Ke and the silver-haired youth, especially Ke Dong, ensuring he would not allow any impropriety towards his wife. Contemplating the fleeting lifespan of his precious purebred darling, which remained a mere 80 years, a sense of melancholy welled up within him. She had yet to reach her prime. And already, she would face mortality. The last trip to the F-1008 star system yielded only the toxin peptides from fire lizards and serrated tigers. The mixture he administered to his wife was incomplete without one crucial component. He needed to acquire the toxin peptide from the blue dragon in order to give her the final injection. Recently, Marshal Qin has managed to hunt down a black Jiao. Yet after a month of searching, he has yet to uncover any trace of the elusive blue Jiao. One wonders where this rare creature is currently concealed. He turns his gaze towards her, who is engaging playfully with a housekeeping robot. Her gentle smile is profoundly soothing to the soul. He fervently wishes that her laughter would linger a little longer, allowing her to accompany him through life for a while more, sparing him from enduring 4 centuries of solitude. A truly cruel fate. With a resigned sigh, he reflects that since the conclusion cannot be altered, he might as well make the journey more spectacular. Davidson pauses, his hand clutching a blade, and suddenly rolls up his sleeves, slicing the sharp edge against his own arm. In moments, a long gash appears, green blood gushing forth from the wound. With a swift motion, he discards the knife and retrieves a cup, filling it to the brim with his own blood, before hastily tending to his injury and rolling down his sleeve as if nothing had occurred. Should Lu Ruan witness this spectacle, she would undoubtedly recognize the green liquid within the cup as identical to the restorative potion he had instructed to be brought to him upon awakening from his first marking by her. Davidson wipes away the splattered green liquid from the rim of the cup, muttering softly to himself. This blood can expedite her recovery. But to fully unleash the potential of her cellular structure, a mixture of toxic peptides is essential. He must find the blue Jiao post-haste. Upstairs, in the bedroom closest to the master suite, Luo Yao sits on the edge of his bed, meticulously grooming his feathers before activating his light brain to check the consignment information on the star net. Consigned item. A true artifact from the ancestors of the Feather Clan. Remarks, this artwork allows one to admire the youthful grace of the Feather Clan's ancestors, holding immense aesthetic and collectible value. Buyer bidding information. Buyer number 1 bids 10,000 star coins. Buyer number 2 bids 110,000 star coins. Buyer number 10 bids 100,000 star coins, the highest bid. After browsing, Luo Yao opens his shopping cart and gazes at a pair of yet-to-be customized blue sapphire earrings for women. Price: 150,000 star coins each. Ancestor: how is it that you are valued at only 100,000 star coins? Such a disappointment. Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost of a single earring for my wife. An expression of exasperation crosses Luo Yao's defiant face, revealing his frustration at the lack of worth. Chapter 39. What of his woman? Very well, 100,000 it is. Luo Yao sells the strikingly handsome first beauty of the Feather Clan from a millennium past, his account balance immediately soaring to 200,000 star coins. And he decisively orders a single earring. Payment of 150,000 star coins is completed successfully. Just one it shall be. The older men lack an understanding of fashion, preoccupied solely with their wives' sustenance and health, oblivious to the joy that exquisite adornments can bring and how they can elevate their spirits. Alas, his account now dwindles to a mere 50,000, leaving him unable to whisk his wife away to Imperial Star for a delightful getaway. He must accumulate a wealth of star coins. What industry might be profitable? Luo Yao gradually sinks into contemplation. In the room adjacent to the master suite, Ke Dong meticulously combs his hair, lazily reclining in a lounge chair as he opens his light brain and enters the Explorer's website. His demeanor is no longer that of the fierce combatant he was during his altercations with Luo Yao. Nor is it the cold ruthlessness he displayed when contemplating throwing Davidson out of the villa. Instead, he now exudes a calm and stoic air. To accept an explorer's task, one must personally confirm it at the provincial office, yet the latest task details can be accessed on the dedicated website. Upon entering the Explorer network, he instinctively browses the top 10 ranked tasks. Number 1. The royal family seeks the blue Jiao, with a bounty of 3 billion star coins, and a penalty of 10 star coins for failure. Not claimed, incomplete, task duration 1 year. Number 2. Samuel seeks rare minerals, with a base bounty of 100 million, which can be multiplied tenfold upon completion. Penalty for failure, 5 star coins. Claimed, incomplete, task duration, 6 months. Scrolling further down, He finds that all subsequent tasks have already been claimed. He clicks on the second-ranked task to examine the details, which was previously issued by Samuel and has just been picked up 2 hours ago. The team that has taken it belongs to his cunning second cousin from the same family, who is likely leading Samuel in circles, planning to extract a cool 100 million star coins from this fool, Samuel, after 6 months of fruitless wandering. How amusing. Yet, this is of no concern to him. The Blue Jiao has been elusive for many years, and no one dares to take on the royal family's task, as the adventurers within the clan are similarly hesitant. Each fears the repercussions of failure, which would entail a hefty compensation of 300 million star coins. He recalls the beast tracks overlooked by his team while traversing a subsidiary star, which were none other than the claw prints of the Blue Jiao. Without a doubt, that subsidiary star must harbor the Blue Jiao. Having missed the opportunity with Samuel, he cannot afford to let the royal task slip away this time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kedong resolves to join another exploration team and persuade the team leader to accept the task, ensuring he receives a portion of the reward upon its completion. He peruses the recruitment status of new teams. To his dismay, every team has stringent requirements: males aged 25 to 100, possessing exploration qualifications, and without women. Here, women refers to 2 categories: wives bound in marriage and closely followed women who are not legally bound. These teams are not even classified as S rank. What's wrong with having a woman? Are they afraid he might be forcibly summoned home by his wife during an expedition? Kedong rubs his throbbing temples in frustration. The new teams will not accept him, and he cannot even consider the exploration teams from his own family, as they strictly prohibit non-family members from participation.
Now,
He possesses clues but lacks opportunities to accept tasks. Watching the glimmering 3 billion star coins slip through his fingers is a truly infuriating sensation. He lights a cigarette, taking a delicate puff and exhaling a ring of smoke, his irritation slightly alleviated. 3 days later, as night falls, Lu Ruan has devoted herself to meticulous recuperation within the villa for 3 days, her previous injuries now fully healed. After 3 chaotic days, the men in the villa have finally managed to coexist peacefully, no longer prone to resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. This evening, she intends to mark Kedong and establish a contractual relationship with him. Lu Ruan gently closes the master bedroom door, stealthily tiptoeing past Luo Yao's room, and approaches Kedong's door, unlocking it with her light brain. With a click, the door to Kedong's room opens slightly. She cautiously pushes the door open and quietly steps inside, closing it behind her. Her caution stems from a desire to avoid Luo Yao pulling her into his room for an overly vigorous rendezvous. She lifts her gaze within the dimly lit room, her pupils narrowing slightly. There, in the shadowy confines, Kedong sits in a rattan chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression inscrutable as he puffs on a cigarette. Wisps of white smoke swirling in the air with each exhale. A pile of cigarette butts litter the floor, and the room is enveloped in a haze of smoke. His gaze is directed out the window, though it is unclear what has captured his attention. The presence of smoke persists even in the vastness of space. It is indeed a curious substance, though fortunately, its harmful effects on hybrids have been mitigated to the utmost degree. For the men of the stars, such indulgences serve as a means to alleviate stress and soothe adverse emotions, akin to the suppressants that temper their urges. However, the aroma of interstellar cigarettes is as pungent as that of their earthly counterparts. She wrinkled her nose and called out a dong. Wife. Kedong turned at the sound, noticing Lu Ruan's distaste for the smoke, and swiftly extinguished his cigarette, discarding it into the trash bin. He activated the air purification system and murmured an apology. Within moments, the air in the room regained its freshness. Lu Ruan approached Kedong and naturally settled herself upon his lap, cradling his sculpted, chiseled face in her hands. She gazed into his eyes and softly inquired, Adong, I've noticed you're not in a good mood. Would you share what's troubling you? Her warm body pressed against his chest, melting Kedong's heart like spring's thaw. He suppressed his earlier vexation, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied in a deep, husky voice, I was contemplating what work lies ahead. In truth, work constituted but a fraction. 9/10 of his thoughts revolved around her. Regardless of whether you continue to explore or choose another path, I will support you. Lu Ruan nodded slightly before shifting the conversation. If you continue exploring, you must ensure your safety. Completing the mission is secondary. What matters most is your safe return. If not, I cannot permit you to go. How wonderful my wife is. Kedong grasped Lu Ruan's delicate waist, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes as he swallowed hard. Over the past 3 days, Davidson had treated him as if he were a threat. Even a slight proximity to his wife seemed to provoke a venomous reaction.
Saying kadong as spirits lift.
Lu Ruan wasted no time in kissing his enticing lips. Chapter 40. My 188-centimeter husband, Ko. I could taste the lingering smoke. Ko Dong's gaze darkened. A flicker of emotion rising within him, his steady heartbeat faltering. This was the first time his wife had kissed him. Little did she know. He had dreamt of kissing her countless times over the past month, awakening each time with a sense of solitary despair. The subsequent moments of recognition and witnessing her closeness with other suitors had ignited a fierce jealousy within him. He had fantasized about eliminating every man who had touched her, reducing them to mere pulp, yet rationality had prevailed, forcing him to endure. He withdrew his hand from her waist, his lips parting from hers. She was his most cherished treasure, a rarity he yearned to protect. She despised the smell of smoke, and he could not allow himself to kiss her under such circumstances. Damn it! Why had he smoked just now? Lu Ruan adjusted Kadong's tilted head, her gentle fingers caressing his face. Adong, as long as it's you. I don't mind. Though she loathed the potent, acrid scent, the purified air mingled with the remnants of his smoke and the freshness of his breath, making her willing to kiss him. Moreover, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Ku Dong, she had wished to return home with him. This man possessed an allure that captivated her. A hint of smoke was inconsequential. Ku Dong hesitated slightly, but did she truly not mind the taste of smoke on his lips? A sweet warmth blossomed within him. But what? Lu Ruan lowered her head and playfully nibbled on the prominent Adam's apple of Ku Dong, her tongue grazing it delicately. A low, involuntary groan escaped Ku Dong's throat, his fingers tightening around the chair, a hint of crimson blooming in the corners of his eyes. Lu Ruan paused for 2 seconds before reclaiming his lips, this time with a fervent and passionate kiss. Adong, close your eyes. With that, she swept her hand over his darkened gaze, surrendering herself to the moment. The stubble on his chin brushed against her skin, causing a delightful itch, and she adjusted her position to avoid discomfort. Once Ku Dong closed his eyes, his strong hands enveloped Lu Ruan's shoulders, passionately devouring her lips and savoring the sweetness she offered. In the dimly lit room, the fiery chemistry between the two ignited like dry tinder. After a long, emotionally charged kiss, Lu Ruan slowly opened her eyes. Captivated by the desire that colored Ku Dong's features, love blossoming in her heart, she tugged at the tie around his neck, carelessly tossing it aside, and began to unbutton his shirt, one button at a time. Captain Ku was the most masculine of her suitors, with a sculpted silhouette and a tall, imposing figure that would surely turn heads on earth. Each time he approached her, he bore an uncanny resemblance to an international model strutting down a runway. Seated in his tailored suit upon a wicker chair, she found herself perched on his lap. Ku Dong abruptly opened his dark eyes, his lips slightly swollen from her kisses as he rasped, "Wife, you are truly sweet." Lu Ruan gazed at Ku Dong's sultry expression, her heart fluttering at his allure. This man was like a fine, aged wine, his intoxicating scent wafting through the air. After a moment of restraint, Ku Dong lifted Lu Ruan, his strong hand supporting her waist as he headed for the door. "My room is too small. Let us move to the master bedroom." "Wait, don't go." Lu Ruan's heart raced, struggling to escape his grasp. She couldn't let him go. Davidson was still lying in her room, though her husband, the director, was unconscious. She could not simply dismiss him, as if he were non-existent. Ku Dong observed Lu Ruan's expression, as if a realization struck him. He paused, his dark eyes narrowing. "Is there someone in your room?" Arson just delivered my recovery medication, and hasn't he left yet?" Ku Dong's bronzed hand tightened around Lu Ruan's waist, forming a fist, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. His expression darkened, a flicker of destructive intent flashing in his eyes. If it weren't solely up to him to protect and care for her, the only pure woman in the galaxy, he would long to annihilate all her other suitors. Possessiveness and jealousy were cardinal sins among men of the stars. TSK, he was guilty. Yet Davidson clung to her like a leech, taking advantage of his position as a healer, and he couldn't afford to act rashly, which was profoundly frustrating. "Adong, what is wrong?" Seeing Ku Dong's somber expression, Lu Ruan hurriedly asked. "Nothing." Ku Dong dismissed his darker thoughts with a smile, taking a few steps before sitting her down on the bed, his rough fingers gliding over her legs. Lu Ruan trembled slightly, her skin igniting under his touch, the color shifting from pale to a rosy hue. She lifted her gaze. wishing to read Ke Dong's expression, but her attention was drawn to the expansive width of his shoulders. His shirt hung open, revealing his bronze skin, exuding raw masculinity. His well-defined muscles radiated strength. These were not the superficial gains of a gym enthusiast on Earth, but the hardened physique born from years of navigating perilous territories. Fighting for survival. Unable to resist, her hand reached out, captivated, as she caressed him. His abs were rock-solid, brimming with explosive power. And the view beneath his leather belt was even more enticing. Cough cough. Lu Ruan's cheeks flushed. Her 188-centimeter husband boasted a physique that rendered her weak at the knees. She finally understood the meaning behind his earlier remark about testing his worth tonight. She swallowed hard, her once clear gaze now clouded with desire. Wife. Ke Dong followed Lu Ruan's gaze, lowering his head to find her soft little hand resting against his waist, along with the seductive glances she cast upon his physique, driving him utterly mad. He discarded the hindering garment, carelessly tossing it behind him, and with his strong, powerful arms, he embraced her and tossed her inward. In the next moment, Lu Ruan found herself nestled upon the gray blanket that carried a hint of tobacco scent. And in the subsequent heartbeat, he became her blanket, and the blanket served as her bed. Ke Dong's lips enveloped her delicate earlobe, tenderly kissing it, followed by her lips, and he meticulously explored every inch of her collarbone. Her breath was claimed by him, the mingling of the tobacco scent with his crisp essence gradually embedding itself in the depths of her heart. She melted under Ke Dong's kisses, completely unaware of when her nightgown was removed, transforming into a pool of spring water. His large hand rested on her waist, his body pressing against hers. Lu Ruan listened to Ke Dong's heavy breathing, her consciousness slowly fading. Just before she completely lost herself, a mechanical, childlike voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You and Ke Dong have successfully marked each other, establishing a contractual relationship. Ke Dong gazed at the woman beneath him who had succumbed to unconsciousness, a trace of unfulfilled desire lingering in his dark eyes. He sighed, resigned, and carefully rolled out of bed, cradling Lu Ruan as he headed towards the bathroom. Chapter 41. Ke Dong's current wish. The following morning, Lu Ruan, still in a haze, caught a faint whiff of blood mingled with male pheromones in the air. Confused, she intended to open her eyes to assess the situation when suddenly something beneath her stirred. Her eyes snapped open, and she rolled off the man. Ke Dong, feeling the sudden loss of weight, slowly opened his black eyes to see Lu Ruan awake. He quickly tugged down the sleeves of his nightgown to conceal the wounds and injection marks on his arms. Good morning, Adong, Lu Ruan called lazily, and as her gaze focused on his face, she exclaimed, Why do you have such serious dark circles under your eyes? Ke Dong turned slightly, pulling Lu Ruan into his embrace, burying his head in her neck and affectionately rubbing against her, responding in a husky voice, I couldn't sleep last night. Intergalactic women typically summon 7 men at once, and since his wife had a weaker constitution, after only one summon last night, she had become overly excited and fainted for a brief moment. He had only eaten a third of a meal, and holding her made it impossible to sleep. Rationality urged him to keep his distance, yet his body betrayed him, drawing him closer. The consequence was that he had to inject himself repeatedly with suppressants in his arm, and ultimately even had to draw a vial of blood just to manage some sleep. However, not 2 hours later, dawn broke. Lu Ruan stroked the large head nestled in her neck. You should catch up on your sleep. I'll get up first and call you for lunch at noon. Ke Dong lifted his head from her shoulder, his puppy-like eyes gazing at her with longing. Then kiss me once more. With a soft peck on his lips. Lu Ruan retrieved her clothes from the space and got dressed, then left the room, closing the door behind her as she made her way down the corridor towards the communal bathroom on their floor. As she walked, she called out to the little dumpling in her mind. Little dumpling, please check what Ke Dong's current wish is. A white caretaker robot emerged from the main bedroom and hurried toward Lu Ruan. Host. Ke Dong's current wishes are twofold: to establish an S-level adventure team and to complete the royal mission of capturing the Blue Serpent. How much wish power does each wish require? Little dumpling. Forming an S-level adventure team grants 5 wish points, while capturing the Blue Serpent grants 15 wish points. The caretaker robot reached Lu Ruan's side and made a comically cute face. Host, could you please repair my arm? Just wait a moment. I'll help you after I freshen up. Lu Ruan entered the bathroom, and upon looking in the mirror, she was startled to find her neck covered in hickeys, purple and blue marks that were both glaring and ambiguous. Memories of last night's passionate entanglement flashed through her mind. Although it was his first time, her husband, Kudong, was surprisingly adept. The experience was nothing short of exhilarating. One could not help but admire the extensive knowledge that intergalactic men possessed. She shook off her distracting thoughts and briskly picked up her toothbrush to freshen up. Once she finished, she planned to tackle her system tasks to ensure a long life. Just as she dried her face and began applying skincare products, she was suddenly embraced from behind, a pair of beautifully long, cartoonish hands wrapping around her waist, followed by a silver-haired head resting on her shoulder. "Sister, good morning." A lazy, deep voice murmured in her ear. Lu Ruan gently pushed the head off her shoulder and smiled.
A Yao.
"Could you take a look at Little Dumpling's arm and help fix it?" "Sure." Just as Luo Yao was about to obediently repair the caretaker robot's arm, he caught sight of the conspicuous hickeys on the woman's skin in the mirror. He paused for a moment and 2 seconds later, he released Lu Ruan to tend to the caretaker robot's arm instead. While Luo Yao was fixing Little Dumpling's arm, another figure entered the bathroom. Davidson strolled in yawning, and immediately noticed the hickeys beneath Lu Ruan's neck, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. "Luo Yao, I need to talk to you later." Having slept quite soundly the previous night, he had been oblivious to the fact that his wife had been taken away by Luo Yao. He was determined to let this silver-haired boy experience the meaning of unable to live and unable to die. "Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well." Luo Yao quickly finished repairing the robot's arm, discarded his tools, and a bloodthirsty smirk crept across his lips. This old man, taking advantage of his medical knowledge, had insisted on staying in his wife's room to treat her. But was he merely guarding his own stash? It was time to show him the futility of seeking refuge. As Lu Ruan turned around after drying her face, she caught sight of Davidson and Luo Yao, their eyes locked in a fierce battle. She was puzzled. When had these two begun to clash again? Sighing, she thought to herself that with so many men around, conflicts were bound to arise. They coexisted peacefully in her presence, yet beneath the surface, tension simmered. She interrupted them, saying, "Son, I'm done. You can come in and wash up." "Softy. This is a special recovery potion. Drinking it will help you recover quickly," Davidson said, withdrawing his gaze and handing her a bottle of green potion. Lu Ruan accepted it, uncapped it, and drank it down. Within seconds, the soreness in her waist vanished. Unbeknownst to her, the marks on her skin also faded rapidly. She smiled gratefully. "Thank you." Senator Davidson smiled gently in return. "You go downstairs and wait for me. I'll come down to cook breakfast for you once I'm done."
Okay.
Lu Ruan nodded lightly. Just as she was about to leave, Luo Yao called out to her, "Sister, I bought you a pair of ear studs. Try them on and see if you like them." He produced a delicate sapphire earring and carefully adorned Lu Ruan's ear with it. Looking in the mirror, she was struck by how much the addition of the blue stud enhanced her natural beauty, transforming her from a dusty pearl into a radiant gem. She hadn't expected her brother's taste to align so perfectly with hers. "Yao, your taste is truly commendable. I love it. I'm heading downstairs now. And if you and son have any issues, just talk it out. We are all family after all. You two must not resort to violence, understand?" She admonished the two of them. "Don't worry, Softy. Rest assured, sister." The two replied in unison. Lu Ruan left with peace of mind, heading downstairs to research what was needed to assemble an adventure team. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she descended the stairs, the expressions of Davidson and Luo Yao shifted from gentle to fierce. Luo Yao seized Davidson by the collar, dragging him toward the door, and Davidson smirked, swiftly producing a miniature syringe to jab into Luo Yao's body. Within moments, Luo Yao was engulfed in an unbearable itch. The toxin will not dissipate within an hour. By the way, if you feel an overwhelming itch and are tempted to scratch, remember that your skin is at its most vulnerable during this time. A mere scratch can lead to festering wounds, and an hour later, you may find yourself in a state of decay, requiring at least a day of hospitalization in a high-grade medical pod to ensure your recovery. I advise you to refrain from any actions and simply relish the sensation of discomfort. Davidson observed the youth, who was nearly driven to distraction by the itching, with a smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling. His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet the implications were deeply chilling. With that, he swiftly vacated the scene. Seeing Davidson's intent to escape, Luo Yao immediately pursued him, grasping his collar, and together they leaped out of the corridor window, unfurling black wings as they soared into the sky. At a height of 100 meters above the villa, Luo Yao exclaimed, "Let me down. I need to prepare breakfast for Roro. If she goes hungry, I won't hesitate to dispose of you right now. You rascal, hurry and provide the antidote." or I shall hurl you down until you become nothing but a pulp. Luo Yao felt a profound discomfort, driven by a desire to rend Davidson apart. Meanwhile, Davidson's acrophobia spiked his heart rate beyond its limits, prompting him to inject a calming agent. Meanwhile, the catalyst of this chaos, Kedong, was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, lost in slumber within his room. Ruaruo remained oblivious to the commotion above, ensconced on a soft sofa, immersed in the ocean of adventure knowledge. She discovered that forming an expedition team necessitated at least 7 members. Chapter 42, a salary of 1 million a year. Are you joking? Team composition: 1 captain, 1 mechanic, 1 medic, and 4 mecha warriors. A mechanic is indispensable, while a medic is of utmost importance, as medical pods are typically irreplaceable. However, a dilemma arises. Doctors are usually quite protective of their lives and tend to remain on the main star, rarely venturing to accompany expedition teams to satellite planets. Among Kedong's former team members, the medic was specially trained by his family to be an adventurer, unafraid of death. Where could she possibly find a doctor who is not afraid of danger? Perhaps she should explore the Adventure Network? Ruoro accessed the Star Network and clicked on the link to the Professional Adventure website, only to find that registration and login required a valid adventurer's qualification certificate. With no alternative, she resigned herself to waiting for Kedong to awaken. As she aimlessly surfed the Star Network, the living room door suddenly swung open, and Luo Yao and Davidson entered. Ruoro was bewildered. Shouldn't they have come down the stairs? A Yao, a son. How did you both come in through the door? She queried in astonishment. Sister. Davidson expressed a desire to ascend to the heavens, so I reluctantly took him up for an experience. Luo Yao replied with a grin. He had just been poisoned again by Davidson and could not utilize his wings. Otherwise, he would not have entered from the first floor. He spoke the truth. Davidson offered Ruoro a faint smile, recalling how he had been taken high into the air by Luo Yao without any protective measures, almost believing he would never see her again. That debt would be settled in due time. First, he needed to prepare her breakfast and ensure she was well fed. Ruoro's eyes suddenly sparkled. A son. Do you enjoy thrills? Coughing, Davidson maintained his smile, though he did not favor the kind of excitement that came from losing control. When do you plan to start working? She pressed on. The director's husband relished thrills. Perhaps he could be included in the expedition team, thereby resolving her difficulty in finding a doctor. For now, she would see if he was available. Completing the team would earn her 5 wish power points. However, if this team accomplished the second task, would she not receive the 15 wish power points tied to Kedong's second wish? She summoned the little dumpling. If I assemble a team for him, would accomplishing the royal tasks count as aiding him in realizing his next wish? Little Dumpling replied. Host. Merely forming a team without participation will limit your contribution to 20. It does not count as assisting him in fulfilling his next wish. Must I participate?
Indeed.
Little Dumpling confirmed. Not only must you participate, but you must also assist in capturing the blue serpent, achieving an 80 contribution rate in the mission to find and capture it. Ruoro grasped the situation. She sighed gently. Truly, no wish power points come easily. Davidson settled beside Ruoro, saying, Ruoro, I intend to spend this period at home with you. Would you like to go out? His primary concern was finding the blue serpent to enhance her vitality. With no leads on the creature yet, he planned to wait until Marshal Qin located traces of this exotic beast before venturing out. How wonderful that you can accompany me, Ruoro exclaimed, shaking her head with a smile. Perhaps her medic prospects were looking up. Davidson patted her head affectionately and stood up. I'll prepare breakfast for you. Once Davidson had left, Luo Yao sat beside Ruoro, enveloping her in an embrace as he activated his cat-cuddling mode. Sister, you smell delightful.
A Yao.
Are you planning to stay home with me indefinitely? No thoughts of going out to work? Luo Yao raised his gaze to meet Ruoro's. In a few days, I plan to participate in the adventurer's assessment and then embark on an expedition. He had explored numerous job opportunities recently, but none interested him as much. Adventurers could earn between 100,000 to 5 million star coins per completed task, while ordinary citizens earned only 100,000 star coins in a year. Even respectable professions, like doctors or mentors, capped their annual salary at a mere million. To labor as an ordinary citizen seemed less lucrative than scavenging. He pondered about the 3 elderly men, Black Ash Yuan, and Black Ashi, who each wielded billions of star coins. Had they robbed 100 banks? Ruoro's eyes lit up again. That's perfect. You should embark on adventures with a dong. You can look out for one another. Luo Yao smiled faintly. That sounds feasible. Joining other expedition teams could be a double-edged sword. If he exerted the most effort during a task but received the least reward upon completion, it would be disadvantageous. Ko Dong was a seasoned veteran among adventurers. Having him lead the way would ensure that any earnings post-task would benefit his wife, thus eliminating any potential conflict of interest. Yao, can you operate a mecha?
Yes.
What is your spirit power level? Not all men in the Star Realm could operate mechas. One needed a sufficiently high spirit power level to control mechas of the corresponding tier, as well as those below their level. Spirit power levels range from SSS to F, divided into 9 tiers. Ruoruo was completely unaware of the spirit power levels of her 9 potential husbands. Luo Yao recalled, I tested at 2S when I was young. I should be at 3S now. For the Feathered Clan, spirit power levels were not of paramount importance. He preferred to battle with his wings. Mechas were optional and, in some cases, could even be a burden. Ruoruo was elated. An S-ranked expedition team required that all 7 members possess combat prowess or professional skills at the S level. Luo Yao's spirit power indicated he could easily handle an S-ranked mecha. The team had just welcomed its first mecha warrior. As noon approached, she eagerly dashed upstairs to summon Ko Dong. Upon opening the door, she found him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, a burning cigarette poised between his fingers. Engaged in a phone conversation. Mr. Ko, we're pleased to invite you to serve as the adventure mentor at the 5th Military Academy. With an annual salary of 1 million. 1 million a year? Are you jesting? This was the highest salary the Academy could offer, unique among mentors in the same field. Okay, I will come over the day after tomorrow. Ko Dong, upon hearing a commotion outside the door, unhesitatingly extinguished the freshly lit cigarette in his hand. Chapter 43. Darling. I love you, Adong. Please don't pursue the position of mentor. After discerning the content, Lu Ruan disapprovingly approached Ko Dong. Ko Dong redialed the military academy contact, declining the invitation. I am truly sorry, but I have pressing matters to attend to and must forego this opportunity for now. Mr. Ko, might you reconsider? Very well. Should you find yourself free later and still wish to discuss this, please reach out to us again. With that, Ko Dong severed the connection and activated the air purification system. His movements were as swift as a gust of wind. My dear, do you not wish for me to take up the role of mentor at the military academy? He embraced her, guiding her to a chair, his gaze filled with inquiry. The position of mentor at the military academy held considerable social standing. Over half of the women in the galaxy aspired to have a mentor for a husband. He originally intended to spend a year at the academy, training a promising batch of explorers, with plans to resign the following year and assemble an exploration team composed solely of his own students, allowing him to embark on adventures with peace of mind. Frankly speaking, it was about recruiting the best talent to his own team. Unfortunately, the mentor's annual salary of 1 million was rather meager. Moreover, taking this position would mean missing out on the royal bounty mission. The 30 billion reward would slip through his fingers. Lu Ruan gently touched the corner of Ko Dong's mouth, coaxing a smile from him. I've noticed you've been rather somber lately. Are you perhaps contemplating a mission that you cannot accept? She paused, a cheerful smile gracing her lips as she continued. I was not opposing your role as a mentor. Rather, I wish for you to pursue your passion. Hence, I would like to assist you in forming an exploration team so that you may undertake missions. Really? Ko Dong was taken aback. Did she truly understand him so well? Meeting Lu Ruan's gentle gaze, a warm current surged within him. He embraced her tightly. My love, you are truly wonderful. As long as you are happy. Forming a team is no small feat. Aside from myself, we will need at least 6 more members, along with the necessary exploration equipment. Ko Dong chuckled. Rest assured, we lack neither mechas nor warships, and for team members I shall enlist Ah Sun and Ah Yao to join you. You can now log onto the exploration network to recruit 1 mechanic and 3 mecha warriors. Ko Dong hesitated. Lu Ruan grasped his arm, shaking it with urgency. Do not dawdle. Act swiftly. First, log onto the exploration network to recruit, and after lunch, head directly to the state office to accept the mission. The royal tasks must not be taken by others. Otherwise, I will lose 15 of my willpower points. Alright, no need to rush. Ko Dong accessed his holographic terminal, entering the exploration website and swiftly drafting a recruitment post. The royal bounty was substantial, and it was likely that some S-class exploration teams would band together to claim the task. Thus, prompt action was imperative. As for the matter of recruiting talent from the military academy, that could wait until next year. Oh, by the way, we are only recruiting S-class members. Why is that? Your previous team consisted solely of S-class members. A new team cannot include those who would only hinder your progress. Otherwise, if the exploration mission fails, you would have to rescue them. Understood. Kudong nodded, raising the criteria and posting the advertisement. Team name Lu Ke Exploration Team. Recruiting members. 1 S-class mechanic. 3 S-class mecha warriors. Salary. Generous remuneration. Specifics to be discussed. Remarks. Ages 25 to 100, possessing exploration qualifications. No female candidates. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan was not idle. She accessed her husband's assets, scrutinizing the mechas and warships possessed by 3 individuals. Di Chinji, 600 star coins, other properties. 1 castle in Imperial Star City. 1 SSS-class warship. 1 SSS-class mecha. 1 private shuttle. Qinfeng, 4. 5 million star coins, other properties. 1 SSS-class warship. 5 SS-class warships. 10 S-class warships. 2 SSS-class mechas. 5 SS-class mechas. 10 S-class mechas. Samuel, 2. 1 billion star coins, other properties. 1 building of the galaxy's premier mechanics. Kudong gazed at the familiar names projected in the air, a flicker of surprise crossing his elongated eyes. It was them. Lu Ruan was too preoccupied to notice Kudong's expression. She contemplated which husband to contact for resources. The prince had mechas and warships but could not make use of them. The marshal had many supplies, yet he was stationed on a perilous satellite, consuming resources rapidly. The mechanic husband's assets were not disclosed, but one could only wonder how many treasures were hidden within the galaxy's foremost mechanics. After careful consideration, she ultimately decided against selecting any of them and drafted a message. My dear husband, I would like you to send me the mechas and warships you no longer require. Preferably S-class or above, the more numerous and of higher rank, the better. Thank you, my dear, love you loads. JPG shipping address. Current location. She appended a playful and adorable emoji to the message, and then long pressed the display panel, selecting to send it to multiple recipients.
Why not?
Whoever sent the goods. She would graciously accept. If all 3 responded, she would take everything offered. Watching the words husband, I love you hover in the air, Kudong pressed his lips together. My dear, you've never called me husband before. Lu Ruan ruffled Kudong's handsome hair, giggling. All right, my husband, let us head downstairs for a meal. After we finish, you must hurry to the state office to accept the mission, she said, planting a kiss on his lips. Only then did Kudong relent. Far away in different star systems, the 3 men received the message. Di Chinji, dining beside the Empress, glimpsed the adorable emoji and the term husband in the message, a faint smile breaking across his stern visage. Your Majesty, I am full. Please enjoy your meal. He stood and returned to his castle, locating the long-unused SSS-class mecha and SSS-class warship, preparing them for shipment. At the F-1008 military base on a satellite, Qinfeng had just removed his military jacket to take a midday rest when he received Lu Ruan's message. His eyes lit up, and he promptly initiated a video call with her. My little Ruan, it's been 3 days since we last video called. I've been wondering what you've been up to. I miss you so much. In a distant, unknown star system, a long-haired girl resembling a Barbie doll was seated in the command room of an Explorer Family S warship, conducting system repairs when she received a message. Her luminescent blue eyes narrowed in confusion for a moment. What does my wife want with these? Does she really expect a woman to pilot a warship or mecha? Such dangerous endeavors cannot be entrusted to women. Lord Samuel, the captain requests your presence in the ship's chamber. Next time, do not disturb me without my permission.
Depart.
The long-haired girl pointed a finger at the man entering the command room. A flicker of ethereal light coursing through the air as he was instantly knocked to the ground by an unseen force. Chapter 44. Team Formation Missing 3. Lu Ruan had spent 3 days at the villa, during which Kudong successfully accepted the royal bounty mission, and the other husbands had also sent the mechas and warships. In the villa's courtyard, 5 2-meter-tall mechas were lined up, and Davidson, Luo Yao, and she stood before them, admiring their striking appearances. 2 5-meter-long warships hovered above the villa. Among them, Kudong stood atop one of the warships with a detector in hand, addressing the 3 below. 1 SSS-class mecha and warship each, 1 SS-class mecha, 3 S-class mechas, and 1 S-class warship. This is all of it. The inspection is complete. Everything is in order. After hearing Kudong's words, Luo Yao spread his wings and soared into the air, bringing Kudong down. The 2 landed gracefully. Adong, as the captain, you are responsible for gathering the equipment. The distribution and usage are entirely up to you. Lu Ruan glanced at Kedong.
All right.
Kedong assessed Davidson. You are the medic of the team. Once we depart, your sole responsibility is to care for your wife and treat the wounds of the team members when they are injured. You have no objections to not receiving a mech, correct? Davidson adjusted his glasses. Even if you give it to me, I wouldn't know how to use it, so I have no objections. Kedong turned to Luo Yao. You prefer to fight with your wings, yet in certain situations, conserving energy is crucial to avoid unpredictable circumstances. Thus, I shall assign you the only 2S mech. I want a 3S mech. If I give you a 3S mech, will you know how to operate it? What do you mean I wouldn't know how to use it? It's merely a matter of being inexperienced, Luo Yao retorted stubbornly.
Kedong trukletlikli.
By the time you become proficient, the mission deadline will have passed. Fine, you can have it. We still have 3 S-class mechs left. They will be assigned to the 3 S-class mech warriors we are currently recruiting. Kedong stored all the mechs placed in the courtyard into the mech button, along with the 2 warships floating in midair. Currently, mechs and warships are abundant, including an SSS-class warship. If the recruited team members possess a mental strength level of 3S, they can operate the 3S warship together. If they only reach S level, then they will utilize the S-class warship for combat. Davidson followed suit, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about team members getting their limbs severed, allowing them to fight with abandon. Luo Yao interrupted Kedong's thoughts. Do we have all the necessary equipment? Have you recruited any mech warriors yet? So far, apart from these few, we've only managed to recruit 1 mechanic, and we are still short 3 mech warriors. Don't rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Kedong opened his holographic computer to check the recruitment posts he had previously sent out on the exploration network, but no new messages appeared. The number of men in the stars with a mental strength level of S is approximately 10, with about 5 at SS level and less than 1 at SSS level. Most of these individuals have been conscripted into the military, and few venture out as explorers. His luck had not been favorable, as he had yet to encounter this small segment of explorers who were currently unattached. Kedong, I suggest we collaborate with other teams. Setting out early will enable us to complete the mission sooner. Each time Luo Yao laid eyes on Lu Ruan's asymmetrical earrings, he felt an overwhelming urge to earn a substantial amount of star coins. He was indeed impoverished, unable to even gather enough for his wife's earrings. He yearned to complete the mission and acquire 30 billion star coins, which would allow him to buy another earring and whisk his wife away to the Imperial Star for a delightful excursion. Upon hearing Luo Yao's words, Lu Ruan was the first to voice her opposition. If we cooperate with other teams, how will the rewards be distributed at the end of the mission? Will we do all the hard work while others merely contribute words and take away the lion's share of the rewards? Her true concern was that collaborating with other teams equated to a failure in her own team, resulting in a loss of 5 willpower points. Kedong concurred with Lu Ruan's perspective. What my wife says is correct. We are well equipped now, and it is best to form our own team without collaborating with others. Luo Yao frowned. Then lower the recruitment standards. If we can't find S-class mech warriors, can't we just recruit more A-class mech warriors? He understood the rationale, but was simply too eager to strike it rich overnight. 30 billion star coins was no small sum. Kedong replied, it's not about the number of team members, but their quality. A-class warriors would only be a burden, and most importantly, they cannot operate the S-class warships in combat. Operating a warship requires multiple people working in tandem. One person can only pilot it. Luo Yao's expression fell. After a brief pause, a spark of inspiration struck him. We could wait at the bounty area in the State Hall to scout for people, offering double the salary to lure them over. Kedong chuckled at Luo Yao. Explorers coming to settle tasks have mostly signed long-term contracts. Do you think you can compensate for their hefty breach of contract fees? This won't work, and that won't work either. When can we set off? Luo Yao felt utterly deflated. Seeing Luo Yao's anxiety, Lu Ruan reassured him. Yao, we've already accepted the mission. There's no need to rush these next 2 days. Let's take another look tomorrow. If we still can't find the other 3 mech warriors, we can go to the bounty area in the State Hall to scout for people. Kedong handed the 2S mech button to Luo Yao. For now, let us proceed with this. Take the time before we depart to familiarize yourself with the mech.
All right.
Luo Yao took the mech button, unfolded his wings, and soared into the sky to find a suitable place to practice with the mech. Davidson stood quietly nearby, observing the 3. He never expected that after entrusting General Qin to search for the Blue Dragon for over a month with no leads, Kedong would actually have clues regarding the Blue Dragon. Now, he simply needed to wait for the team to be formed before they could set off. Lu Ruan remarked, after a busy day, let's head back to rest. The 3 of them entered the house. On the Dark Star, 3 identical men boarded a devil warship. simultaneously entering the control room and taking their respective seats in the cockpit. Big brother, this negotiation hasn't gone smoothly. We've delayed for 2 extra days, but fortunately, we achieved the desired outcome, He-jin said, crossing his legs. Now that there is no security intervention, once our organization's defensive network fully covers the entire Dark Star, it will completely become our domain. In the future, the various state halls of the Dark Star will be our private garden, with all the federal officials within being our pawns. Anyone we encounter on the streets will merely be tools for us to earn star coins. He-jin smiled sinisterly. Yuan, check Lu Ruan's current location. Yi, this time you will pilot. I will take a rest for a while. Chapter 45. Which one should I touch first? The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the 4 individuals gathered in the living room for a meal, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere. Sister, Kudong and I are going to scout for recruits in the State Hall. You wait for us at home. Luo Yao elegantly set down his utensils, gazing at Lu Ruan, who was nibbling on a nutritious biscuit. That old man Kudong checked the exploration network early in the morning, and the recruitment posts still remain unanswered. It's better to take a chance at the bounty area in the State Hall. Alright, you two go ahead. If you encounter any explorers who meet the criteria and whose breach of contract fees are within our budget, do your best to bring them over. Wan. I'm heading to the hospital to prepare medical supplies. If you feel bored at home, just video call me or play games, Davidson said, handing a milk-like nutritional supplement to Lu Ruan, his deep brown eyes full of tenderness.
Kudong smiled. You can also video call me.
You all can go without worry. Lu Ruan took a sip of the nutritional supplement and waved her hand at the 3 men, realizing they truly viewed her as a restless little girl. Davidson stood up and called out to the housekeeping robot standing by the wall. Little Tuanzi, come over and tidy up the dishes. Little Tuanzi resignedly accepted her role as the family's housekeeper. Kudong and Luo Yao stood up simultaneously, their strong bronze hands and delicate, pale comic-like hands reaching out towards her, seeking a farewell embrace before they departed. However, the pale comic-like hand was quicker, wrapping around her first. In the next moment, her lips were graced by a soft kiss, followed by the boy's moist tongue brushing her mouth, licking away a drop of creamy nutritional supplement from the corner of her lips. Lu Ruan. She looked up to see Luo Yao licking his lips with a wild and wanton expression, his gaze filled with intense possessiveness. The next instant, he languidly spoke, Sister, it tastes really good. Before she could utter a word, Kudong, with his bronze-hued hand, forcefully pushed Luo Yao aside. His broad palm encircled her waist, applying a gentle pressure that compelled her to rise, drawing her into his fervent embrace. A wave of masculine pheromones assailed her nostrils, sending a shiver down her spine. He leaned down, capturing her earlobe between his lips, his voice a low, husky murmur. Come with me tonight, A jolt of electric sensation coursed through her mind, leaving her soft body trembling with surprise. At that moment, Davidson approached, observing the scene with a subtly altered expression, though he quickly regained his composure. He swiftly extricated her from Kudong's arms. She looked up at her composed and restrained husband with innocent eyes. Davidson's gaze flickered over her lips, which had been kissed by Luo Yao, and her ear, which had been nibbled by Kudong. Finally, seemingly at a loss, he gently patted her head. Rora, tonight I will teach you a set of aerobics to enhance your physique. All right, you 3 should be on your way. Rua ushered the 3 of them towards the door, watching their charming silhouettes disappear into the yard before returning to the house and securing the door. She sat on the sofa, engrossed in a game for half an hour, growing increasingly weary, and eventually removed her gaming headset and ascended to the upstairs for a nap. Rua lay on the master bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, 3 identical men stood at her villa's entrance. They sported tousled ash-brown hair and pale golden eyes, their gazes as menacing as that of a serpent, with slightly downturned lips and features that conveyed an intimidating air. Each stood at an imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch, clad in fitted black leather jackets that left their toned, tanned abs exposed, their loose trousers hanging comfortably from their hips. If one could overlook their terrifying presence, they would indeed form a striking tableau. One of them glanced at the device in his hand. Big brother, Rua's location is within this villa. He-jun's disdainful gaze swept around the villa. Do not ring the doorbell, nor make any calls. Yuan, continue to investigate how many people are inside. Yuan tapped the device twice with his fingertip. After 3 seconds, he confirmed, just her. That simplifies matters. Pressed the doorbell with a decisive motion. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The 3 silently counted down, Yet the woman inside remained utterly still. With a subtle signal from He Jun, He Yi took action. Donning sunglasses and insulated gloves, He Yi retrieved a chainsaw from his spatial pocket and began to cut along the edge of the villa's door. As the rare alloy security door met the chainsaw, a shower of sparks erupted, accompanied by a piercing, crackling sound. Within minutes, the villa's entrance was forcefully breached, collapsing inward. The three men stepped across the threshold unhindered, advancing into a garden adorned with vibrant flora, before another loud crash signaled the fall of the villa door. They ascended the staircase, arriving at the door of her bedroom. "Ruan, Ruan, will you come out willingly, or shall we drag you out?" They knocked thrice, but the woman inside remained unresponsive. He Yuan and He Yi exchanged glances before turning their attention back to He Jun. He Jun gestured for He Yi to proceed. Once more, He Yi brandished his tool, and with a few swift motions, the unprotected inner door yielded, the lock falling away. He stowed away his equipment and kicked the door open. With a resounding bang, the master bedroom door swung wide, revealing a scene that captivated the three men. On a vast circular bed, Ruan lay peacefully in the center. Clad in a delicate nightgown, the corner of a blanket draped over her abdomen. Her limbs were casually splayed, and her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow, gently brushing her fair neck, a vision of beauty and tranquility. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were experiencing something delightful in her dreams. Suddenly, her lips stirred slightly, releasing a soft murmur, followed by a light, melodic laughter that echoed in the serene room, conveying her inner joy. He Jun motioned for his brothers to approach. He Yuan and He Yi reached out simultaneously, one grasping an ankle and dragging her from the center of the bed to its edge. He Jun stepped onto the soft mat beside Ruan. She furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively attempting to pull the blanket over her abdomen, but in her search, her fingers brushed against something cold. Startled awake, she opened her eyes, her blurred vision aligning with three sets of tanned, well-defined abs. However, the curtains were drawn, rendering the shadows indistinct. She presumed she had slept until evening, believing Kodong, Luo Yao, and Davidson had returned home. Which one should I touch first? Ruan extended both hands, initially squeezing the two sides. But as she prepared to evenly distribute her attention to the middle set of abs, a chilling hand seized her chin. Chapter 46. The mastermind has betrothed you to me. Truly unafraid of death. A voice, reminiscent of moisture-laden decay resonating from a dank well, pierced her eardrums. Her hazy awareness rapidly sharpened. With a swift motion, He Yuan drew back the curtains, flooding the dim room with light. Simultaneously, Ruan beheld the face of the man before her. A visage that bore a semblance of familiarity, as though she had encountered it before. Shifting her gaze slightly, she was met with two identical faces. A flash of recognition surged through her mind, recalling the profiles of her potential matches. "Let go, you're hurting me." She evaded He Jun's penetrating gaze, her heart-shaped face shifting as she attempted to free herself from his grip. However, He Jun's strength was formidable, and she found herself unable to escape his hold. Resolute, she bit down fiercely on his hand. He Jun gradually released her, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the line of bite marks on his palm. At that moment, He Yuan and He Yi leaned closer, encircling her at the edge of the bed, their imposing figures towering over her. "A week ago, you misappropriated 10 million star coins from Big Brother.
Now,
You have three options. Either transfer all your star coins along with those of your other matches to Big Brother's account, and we shall consider this matter settled. Or you can accompany us willingly, or we will break your legs and carry you away." He Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile as he articulated words that brooked no dissent, his voice chilling as the depths of a frozen pond. Upon finishing, he rudely removed the light computer from her wrist, sitting at the edge of the bed and presenting the device before her, signaling her to unlock it. "Go on. Unlock it as I request. If you dare to play tricks, I will break your legs." A wave of cold dread surged within Ruan, her heart racing. Transferring her own account balance to them was one thing, but handing over the star coins of other matches was utterly out of the question. Accompanying them or being forcibly taken was an even greater impossibility. After all, she still had adventures to embark upon, and she needed to earn the 515 willpower points. She glanced out the window, noting that it was around 3 in the afternoon. Her husband Davidson, along with Kodong and Luo Yao, would not return home so soon. How could she extricate herself from the clutches of these three men? He waited for 2 seconds, observing that Lu Ruan did not respond. With a firm grip, He seized her hand and pressed the power button on her light brain. However, Lu Ruan's device was secured with a password lock, and he was unable to unlock it as effortlessly as he had envisioned. Black Genia fixed a cold stare upon Lu Ruan, implying that her cooperation would spare her further suffering. As he spoke, he applied a slight pressure. Ouch! Ouch! I will transfer the money to you right away.
Just let go of me.
Black Genia clicked his tongue and slowly eased his grip. Lu Ruan withdrew her hand, managing to muster an obedient smile. I had to use your 10 million last time. I will return it to you now. Little did she realize that Luo Yao was being treated for wing burn in the hospital using their star currency, having consumed 10 million in the process. However, these three individuals with the surname He were truly petty and vindictive, with over 100 billion in their accounts. They had traversed a great distance to threaten her over a mere 10 million, disregarding the protection of women law, showing her no respect, invading her villa, and even attempting to seize the star currency of other matches? Indeed, those from Black Underworld Star were hardly upstanding citizens. They were nothing but ruthless, meticulous, and petty brigands. Feigning compliance, she pretended to unlock her light brain while contemplating how to extricate herself from these brigands' grasp. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the spatial button on her hand, and a spark of hope ignited within her. She had something valuable stored within her space. To whose account should the funds be transferred? She entered her password, unlocked her light brain, accessed her assets, and diverted the trio's attention to the device while discreetly plotting her escape. Transfer to the elder brother's account. Black Genia and Black Genia echoed in unison. She scrutinized the three men before her. Who is the elder brother? Faced with three identical faces, identical attire, and identical abs, distinguished only by a sinister gaze, a shadowy look, and a dark smile, there was nothing to help her discern one from the other. Black Genia, elder. Lu Ruan extended her finger, clicked on transfer, then selected from the husband list, scrolling down to Black Genia's name, transferring her entire balance of 12 million to him. 12 million star currency has been credited. Black Genia's light brain illuminated. Lu Ruan attempted to negotiate, saying, I have returned the 10 million I borrowed, plus an additional 2 million in interest. I assure you I will not touch your star currency again. Let's consider this matter settled. Continue, Black Genia replied succinctly. The mainframe has betrothed you to me. You are all mine, so what does it matter if I utilize a fraction of your star currency? Moreover, isn't it customary for interstellar men to earn star currency for their wives? As soon as the words left his mouth, his unnerving gaze fell upon her. If you are so unwilling, I want to force you. Let us remain as distant as water from fire. Lu Ruan clenched the hand concealed beneath her nightwear. Continue. Black Genia repeated, though his tone had shifted from before. Fine, I will transfer it, but the other matches have minimal star currency. She placed her hand before the three, clicking on husband's assets, targeting the first match with the least currency, starting from Emperor Qin. He only has a few hundred star currency, do you want that? She held her breath. And as the three heads leaned closer to scrutinize the contents of Black Genia's light brain, revealing expressions of disbelief, she seized the moment. With her other hand emerging from beneath her nightwear, she swiftly thrust it towards their faces. A fine, transparent powder dispersed from her palm, infiltrating their lungs with each breath.
Boom.
The three men collapsed heavily onto the bed. Lu Ruan gazed at the once menacing brigands now rendered as docile as lambs under the influence of the drug. Take that as a warning. A triumphant smile spread across her face. The facade of submissiveness vanished as she kicked Black Genia, who lay sprawled on the bed. Thankfully, the powdered sedative she had prepared during her visit to Jupiter was still in her possession. The director's husband-esque concoction was indeed effective. Black Genia glared at her with murderous intent, attempting to rise, but finding himself too weak. This is what you get for attempting to seize my light brain. She kicked at Black Genia again. And for looking at me like that? She pivoted, delivering a kick to Black Genia. After her kicks, Lu Ruan successfully garnered the venomous glares of the three. She quickly reached for Black Genia, aiming to reclaim her light brain and notify Kodong and Davidson outside. However, Black Genia unexpectedly seized her arm. Chapter 47. The frustrating maneuver rendered them inept. Revised. Lu Ruan struggled against Black Genia's grasp but found herself unable to break free. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes. The powder she had just dispersed, capable of incapacitating a beast with mere milligrams, had an effect lasting an hour, during which her prey should be unable to move a muscle. Yet this man was regaining strength within moments? What extraordinary resistance to toxins! Ceasing her resistance, she turned her gaze to the other two. She observed that Black Genia and Black Genia, who had initially been unable to rise, were also recovering some strength, each grasping her ankle with a firm grip. The two sun-kissed hands were chillingly cold, sending a shiver up her spine and deep into her heart, leaving her more astonished. Interstellar citizens typically maintain a body temperature around 37 degrees Celsius, with men generally warmer than women. Thus, their touch should be warm. Yet these three were as icy as ice blocks. What kind of hybrid were they? She needed to find an opportunity to investigate their detailed profiles. Very well. You have successfully provoked my ire. Black Genia smirked, swiftly releasing her arm before lightning fast. He seized her throat, mercilessly tightening his grip. Lu Ruan regained her composure and struggled fiercely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and Black Genia's grip tightened further. Cough, cough. Brother, elder brother. Let us talk this over. Just let go. I was wrong. Killing me brings you no benefit. Lu Ruan clawed and scratched at Black Genia's hand, but he seemed impervious to her efforts, maintaining his position, constricting her breath and causing pain in her throat, making it difficult for her to speak. She had no choice but to feign submission. Black Genia taunted, "Weren't you quite bold just now? Go on, continue kicking us." Black Genia held her foot firmly in place, preventing her from moving an inch. Black Genia observed Lu Ruan's discomfort with a detached appreciation, as if relishing the struggle of his prey.
Oh.
So now you realize your mistakes? Big brothers, I will never dare again, Lu Ruan fervently nodded. Her expression transformed into one of utmost compliance, her demeanor shifting from arrogance to pitiable fragility, resembling a delicate flower wilting at the slightest touch. Her peripheral vision scanned the surroundings, her mind racing to devise another means of escape. The drugs in her space had been depleted, and employing the same tactics would surely not deceive them again. Resorting to drugs was futile. What to do? She must not fall into the clutches of these three ruthless brigands. Suddenly, through the window, she caught sight of a plump woman lounging on a sofa on the first floor of the villa directly across the road from her own, indulging in the offerings of her matches. She discreetly retracted her gaze. "Continue," Black Genia commanded, his lips parting slightly, issuing orders with the weight of his authority. Gesturing for Black Genia to take action, he released the delicate neck of Lu Ruan, presenting her with a holographic device. "Hurry and transfer the funds. Should you attempt any tricks this time, the consequences will be dire." His tone carried an ominous undertone that instilled fear. Though apprehensive, Lu Ruan dismissed her trepidation, recalling how quickly the trio recovered their strength and proceeded to execute her plan. "All right, I'm transferring it now." She input her password, accessed her assets, and promptly transferred 600 star coins from Di Chen to He Jinyan. 600 star coins received. He Jinyan's device lit up. 20,000 star coins received. She then transferred another 20,000 from Davidson, causing He Jinyan's device to illuminate once more. The satisfaction in the gazes of the three men deepened slightly. Stealing glances at the expressions of He Jinyan and He Jinyuan, Lu Ruan noted a hint of relaxation in their vigilance, as the grip binding her feet loosened marginally, allowing her to bide her time for an opportunity. In this precarious situation, contacting others or reporting her predicament was out of the question. Any rescue would arrive too late, leaving her at their mercy. Thus, she devised a plan that would achieve multiple objectives simultaneously. "Don't stop. Transfer the remaining 4 star coins as well," He Jinyan urged, exchanging glances with his two brothers. Initially, they had presumed that Lu Ruan could bind with countless men, anticipating she would connect with hundreds of thousands, and thought to rob her while simultaneously delivering a warning. They aimed to ensure she would never again covet their wealth, using the stolen funds to bolster their organization. However, they were taken aback to discover her matching partners were exceedingly few and among the most prominent men in the entire galaxy, with a substantial windfall now unlikely. Their objective shifted to ensuring she learned a lasting lesson from this encounter. They needed to return to their home planet, Heiming-Shing, soon, otherwise they risked encountering those formidable men and inviting complications. He Jinyan's device chimed with an incoming notification. "Aren't you hurrying? Don't rush me, I'm on it." In the room, the positioning of the four was peculiar. Lu Ruan was seated closely against the edge of the bed, facing the headboard, while her legs stretched across the back of the window, with He Jinyan and He Jinyuan, who had precariously positioned themselves at her feet, holding her firmly in place. This arrangement resembled her sitting sideways on He Jinyan's lap, her feet firmly grasped by the other two. One of her hands operated the holographic device presented by He Jinyan. 50,000 star coins received. She transferred Lu Yao's balance. 100,000 star coins received. She transferred Ke Dong's balance. With each crisp notification, the satisfaction in the eyes of the three men increased, and their vigilance toward Lu Ruan waned further. Just as He Jinyan and He Jinyuan anticipated that Lu Ruan would continue transferring funds, she leaned closer to He Jinyan's face, teasingly engaging with his unyielding lips. Noticing his stillness, she playfully licked them twice, a ruse to disorient him. The softness of her tongue glided across his lips, causing He Jinyan to stiffen, his pupils dilating as a ripple of surprise flickered in his eyes. He Jinyan and He Jinyuan were momentarily captivated by this unexpected scene, their expressions frozen, and the grip on Lu Ruan's ankles faltered. This woman had them all spellbound. Seizing the moment of their confusion, Lu Ruan coiled her arms around He Jinyan's neck like a serpent, using him as leverage to obscure his line of sight, while her feet slipped from the grasp of He Jinyan and He Jinyuan. Her toes aimed at their most sensitive areas, delivering a powerful kick. Luckily, her background in dance enabled her to execute such a complex maneuver. Hiss! Both He Jinyan and He Jinyuan gasped in unison, their faces contorting as they clutched their midsections. In the fleeting moment before He Jinyan fully grasped the situation, Lu Ruan swiftly bent her knees and thrust them toward his vulnerable region. Hiss! Another anguished expression joined the ranks in the spacious bedroom. Without a moment's pause, Lu Ruan pivoted toward the bed, her bare feet hitting the ground as she dashed out the door, leaving her shoes and the holographic device behind. The thunderous shouts from behind her propelled her to run even faster. She burst downstairs, leaping over the fallen door of the villa, disregarding the stones and debris underfoot, continuing her sprint across the road and ringing the doorbell of the opposite villa. "Open the door quickly, sister." Lu Ruan noted the absence of pedestrians along the nearby transport tracks and could only wait anxiously for the door to open. Counting silently to 30 in her mind, she resolved that if no one answered by then, she would find a concealed spot to hide. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Just as she reached one and was about to depart, the gate of the opposite villa creaked open. Chapter 48. It turns out they are mixed blood of the Dark Clan. Lu Ruan pushed open the gate and dashed into the living room of the unfamiliar home, her disheveled appearance instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. "Miss, what happened?" A plump woman named Sang. She sprang up from the sofa, her face etched with surprise as she inquired. Sang Shi's 7 matching partners mirrored her astonishment. "Hello, I'm Lu Ruan, the woman living across from you. I'm in a bit of a bind and don't have time to explain much. May I borrow your holographic device to summon a transport robot to the hospital? I promise to express my gratitude upon my return." She panted slightly, her words tumbling out rapidly, her clear eyes brimming with urgency. Seeing Lu Ruan nearly on the verge of stomping her feet, Sang Shi refrained from probing further and swiftly removed her holographic device, operating it briefly before handing it over. "Take it. There's no lock, and the limit is 1,000 star coins. Due to the scarcity of women in the galaxy, life for them was generally harmonious, with minimal conflicts among themselves. Most women found their first impression of another woman to be one of novelty. Should their temperaments align, they might forge a friendship. Weary of interactions with men, they would chat with female friends instead. Conversely, those whose personalities clashed would simply ignore one another or roll their eyes in disdain, making jibes about the inadequacies of men, among other things. Lu Ruan felt assured that this open-minded woman, who did not draw curtains, would assist her.
Thank you.
Exiting Sang Shi's home, Lu Ruan hurried towards the transport track, using the borrowed device to summon a transport robot to Davidson Hospital.
Ding.
10 star coins deducted from your account. You are en route to Davidson Hospital, with an estimated travel time of 13 minutes. Seated in the transport robot, listening to the announcement and watching the scenery was by outside. Her previously constricted heart finally began to relax. The hospital director's husband would likely still be at the hospital. She would seek him out first. Although the hospital was a bit farther from home, she couldn't recall the lengthy contact numbers of the 3 men. So she would ask Davidson to notify the others once she arrived.
Meanwhile,
she retrieved Sang Shi's holographic device and began dialing 333 to report her situation to the federal police, military. 13 minutes later, Lu Ruan rushed into the hospital, making a beeline for Davidson's office, only to find it empty. Exiting, she bumped into Do Wei. "Xiao Air, do you know where your uncle is?" "Uncle is in his private lab, room 909, Wei replied, his astonishment evident as he noticed the alarming marks on her neck.
Thank you.
Lu Ruan ascended the stairs to Laboratory 909, opened the door, and peered inside to find Davidson clad in a lab coat, engrossed in manipulating various items on the table. The workspace was cluttered with a spectrum of colorful bottles, some test tubes billowing steam. "Arson, something has happened," she called out. Davidson turned at the sound of her voice, stunned to see his wife, who should have been at home waiting for him, in such a disheveled state. She stood at the door, her face slick with sweat, breathless and with bruised marks around her neck, clad in a thin nightgown and barefoot. Her gaze, glistening with moisture, lingered on him. A pang of distress gripped his heart, prompting him to halt his actions and rush to her side, lifting her into his arms and hastening towards the medical room. "Soft, who did this to you? I will not let them go unpunished," Davidson murmured, his fingers trembling as they tenderly caressed Lu Ruan's neck, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Even the most disdainful of men in the cosmos would never resort to physical harm against women, who dared to throttle his beloved wife in such a manner. During my midday respite, He Jin Yuan, and He Jin Yi intruded into the villa. They sought to seize the star coins belonging to us all. I managed to stall them for a brief moment before making my escape. My light brain remains in their possession, although I have reported the incident. You must inform a Dong and a Yao about this matter promptly, so they can return home and assess the situation. We cannot allow He Jin and his cohorts to abscond. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lu Ruan recounted her harrowing encounter to Davidson. It was her first experience of being robbed at the hands of a mere meal ticket since traversing the stars. The sensation was far from pleasant. Once she retrieved her light brain, her foremost intention was to siphon every last star coin from those three, compelling them to kneel before her and call her wife. Henceforth, she would claim a portion of their earnings, transforming them from mere pretenders of scavengers into her true instruments of profit. However, given that He Jin and his brothers had stealthily infiltrated her villa, she pondered whether the federal police would be able to apprehend them in time. "All right, I will inform Kudong and the others about this matter immediately." Davidson entered the medical room, gently placing her into the medical pod before seating himself on a nearby stool to offer her some words of comfort. "Those emerging from the dark star are rarely of good character, Soft. Just lie here for a while. I will prepare something." As images of the He Jin brothers' genetic information flashed through his mind, a cold smile crept across his lips. He had found his experimental subjects. He turned and exited towards the laboratory, simultaneously notifying Kodong and Luo Yao, who were still at the state mansion. After Davidson departed, Lu Ruan extended her hands from the medical pod to retrieve the paper files on the three individuals she had stored in her space. Name: He Jin. Gender: male. Age: 29. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 78 kilograms. Mixed race: dark clan mutant glass snake tribe. Occupation: scavenger. Family coordinates: no family, dark star. Profile: He Jin. Mother deceased at 5. The He family of the Dark Star disbanded, scavenging for a living with his two brothers born of the same father. Lu Ruan proceeded to the next file. Name: He Jin Yuan. Gender: male. Age: 29. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 78 kilograms. Mixed race: dark clan mutant glass snake tribe.
Occupation: scavenger.
Family coordinates: no family, dark star. Profile: He Jin Yuan. Mother deceased at 5. The He family of the Dark Star disbanded, scavenging for a living with his elder brother and younger brother. The information on He Jin Yi closely mirrored that of the previous two. So they are of the Dark Clan mixed breed? No wonder they possess such a formidable resistance to toxins and a lower body temperature. Mixed breed individuals from the Dark Clan are generally known for their malevolence in the cosmos. They have integrated the genes of sinister, creeping beasts, resulting in lower body temperatures and selfish dispositions, often disregarding laws and regulations, making them exceedingly difficult to tame. The prevalence of such individuals among the Dark Clan on the Dark Star is alarming, with many aspiring to become space pirates, seeking to gain without toil. A flash of sensation recalled the icy touch of He Jin Ye's lips. It felt akin to licking two small pudding ice creams. She shook her head in disbelief. How could the mainframe assign a Dark Clan mutant glass snake hybrid to her? Following the audacious incident before her escape from the villa, it was clear that He Jin and his brothers would not let her off easily. She was now irrevocably entangled with them.
Now,
two choices lay before her. Either tame these three venomous serpents or live in constant peril of being abducted, facing dire consequences should she fall into their clutches. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, "Soft, we are going home." After spending 5 minutes in the laboratory, Davidson returned to the medical room, lifting Lu Ruan as he opened the medical pod. She tucked away the 3 files, affirming, "All right." Chapter 49. Is she both tender and fiery? 15 minutes later, Davidson and Lu Ruan arrived at the villa via a transport robot, coincidentally encountering Ke Dong and Luo Yao, who were hastening back from the state mansion. Luo Yao released his grip on Ke Dong's collar, retracting his wings, and swiftly turned his attention to Lu Ruan in Davidson's arms. Upon noticing the faint marks of strangulation on her neck, his eyes gleamed with a cold light. "Sister, we shall avenge you." Ke Dong's gaze shifted from Lu Ruan's neck to the fallen gate of the villa. The federal police sprawled on the second-floor corridor, cursing as they called for reinforcements. He then returned his focus to the metallic debris strewn across the villa's entrance and the slight traces left by Lu Ruan's bare feet, punctured by small stones and metal shards. His expression darkened. "Luo Yao, let us deal with those 3 scoundrels." "Understood." Luo Yao nodded. Just as they prepared to charge inside, Davidson restrained them. "Wait a moment. We cannot act recklessly. The federal army upstairs is evidently under control. Those 3 hail from the Dark Star and are known for their treacherous tactics. You both need to take the antidote." Davidson handed a vial of medication to everyone present. Lu Ruan consumed the antidote. As Asen said, "We cannot act impulsively." Ke Dong and Luo Yao ingested the detoxifying serum. Davidson then offered them a spray bottle and 3 miniature syringes filled with the antidote. The contents of this vial are specifically designed to counteract the neurotoxins of the Dark Clan. Contact with the skin will trigger its effects. First, spray the substance onto them. Once they are incapacitated and immobile, then administer the injections. After a brief explanation, Ke Dong and Luo Yao took the items and entered the courtyard, ascending the stairs into the house. Davidson followed closely, holding Lu Ruan in his arms. As the 4 reached the staircase landing, their eyes fell upon the second-floor corridor, where 20 federal police officers in blue uniforms were huddled against the wall in a neat row, their robust forms suddenly appearing diminutive. Just moments ago, they had been cursing and shouting, now reduced to quivering shadows of fear. They hunched like quails, their sunken eyes brimming with dread, appearing utterly pitiful. Scattered across the corridor floor were smoking laser weapons, shattered light brains, and fragmented detectors. He Jin Yuan, and He Jin Yi lounged against a small sofa in her master bedroom, nonchalantly draped in their black leather jackets, revealing tanned abs. Their disdainful gazes fixed on the cowering federal police. They held cigarettes in their mouths, one of them maliciously flicking ash onto a fellow officer's face. Suddenly, they heard a commotion, and their sinister expressions turned towards the staircase. He Jin's gaze assessed Ke Dong and Luo Yao at the forefront for 2 seconds before shifting to Davidson, finally locking onto Lu Ruan in his embrace. He addressed his brothers. "Only 3 of them? They pose no threat. Put on your gas masks and seize her." Upon seeing Lu Ruan, He Jin Yuan instinctively recalled the anguish he had just experienced, subconsciously tugging at his clothing to cover his lower half. He Jin Ye's eyes roamed over Lu Ruan's lips and her slender, graceful form, murmuring under his breath, so tender, yet so fiery. As Lu Ruan's gaze met that of the 3 men, an icy chill surged from the depths of her heart, causing a shiver to creep down her spine. Instinctively, she nestled closer into Davidson's embrace, inhaling the pleasant scent of medicinal herbs that enveloped him, which gradually eased her anxious heart. She redirected her attention to the trio, but her eyes briefly skimmed over their sculpted abdominal muscles before settling lower, her mind quietly speculating on the duration of their suffering. Hejuan followed Lu Ruan's line of sight downward, and in an instant, he comprehended her thoughts, his expression darkening. He commanded his 2 younger brothers, "Go. How dare you, woman? Humiliate us so." Hejuan rose, advancing step by step toward Lu Ruan and her companions. Hejuan donned his gas mask and stood up as well. Ke Dong and Luo Yao exchanged a knowing glance, swiftly parting ways like lightning. Without hesitation, Ke Dong launched the first attack, raising his spray bottle and dousing the faces of the 2 men with a potent neurotoxin mist that enveloped the air like a dark cloud. Hejuan Yuan was caught off guard. As the toxic mist made contact with his abdominal muscles, he crumpled to the ground, the first to succumb. Hejuan Yi, with a flick of his leather coat, turned away from Ke Dong, allowing the dispersing toxin to be swept towards Lu Ruan by the wind generated from his movement. The federal officers who inadvertently inhaled the fumes followed suit, collapsing, while the others still capable of movement fled in a frenzy. seated on the sofa. Hejuan-yen observed the unfolding chaos, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his pale golden eyes. They intend to use poison again. Be cautious, he warned, as a high-energy firearm materialized in his hand. I know. You cover me, Hejuan-yi replied, having evaded the initial onslaught of the toxic mist. He donned a pair of metallic gloves, extending his arms as mechanical bracers enveloped them. Luo Yao retrieved a familiar iron rod from his spatial pocket, entering the fray alongside Kedong to confront Hejuan-yi. The battle escalated into a fierce melee, the sounds of clashing metal, gunfire from the high-energy weapon, and the terrified cries of federal officers reverberating through the corridor. The three figures moved with the swiftness of lightning, while Hejuan-yen remained seated like a formidable overlord, intermittently raising his firearm to target Kedong and Luo Yao. After evading a surprise attack, Luo Yao and Kedong retaliated with fervor, delivering merciless blows to Hejuan-yi. Lu Ruan watched in horror, her heart racing at the sight. It was more terrifying than a science fiction film. Davidson silently took 2 steps back, preparing to descend the staircase and escort Lu Ruan to safety. Before heading down, he called out to the 2 combatants, "Try not to damage the villa." With that, Davidson led Lu Ruan downstairs. As Hejuan-yi began to falter, Kedong seized the opportunity, spraying the neurotoxin directly at him, causing Hejuan-yi to finally collapse. Hejuan-yen uncrossed his legs, his gaze shifting between his 2 brothers and then landing on Kedong, a hint of unrecognized interest flickering in his eyes. Quite intriguing, however. Without the aid of the toxin, you are still no match for me. He quickly donned a protective outfit. Kedong scoffed derisively and exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Yao, both of them turning their attention to the window. Luo Yao smashed the window with his iron rod, and while Hejuan-yen's attention was diverted, he swiftly unfurled his black wings and struck at Hejuan-yen. With a heavy thud, Hejuan-yen was caught off guard and sent crashing out of the window, landing hard on the ground. Lu Ruan, seated at the entrance of the villa, flinched at the sound of the heavy impact. In the next moment, Hejuan-yen spat blood, swiftly retrieving a towering golden mech and climbing aboard. Luo Yao flapped his wings, bringing Kedong down from the 2nd floor. Upon landing, Kedong quickly boarded an SSS-grade black mech, and the instant Hejuan-yen's senses wavered, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the golden mech flying. The sound of the mech colliding with the villa's exterior wall shattered the silence, leaving cracks in the structure. The golden mech slid down and crashed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside, Hejuan-yen let out a muffled groan as his mental energy dissipated, and the mech automatically retracted back into its control unit. The battle between the men came to an end, revealing Hejuan-yen's disheveled state, his lips stained with crimson, and bones likely broken from the fall. Arson, save him. We cannot allow him to die. Chapter 50, Sudden Wealth.
All right.
Davidson responded nonchalantly, taking his time to approach Hejuan-yen, showing no urgency, while instructing Kedong and Luo Yao, "You handle the situation upstairs." Kedong promptly retracted the mech. Luo Yao unfurled his black wings, lifting Kedong through the window to the 2nd floor, eschewing the stairs in favor of speed.
Yao.
Search the 2 upstairs and retrieve my light brain. Strip them of their light brains, spatial buttons, and everything else. Lu Ruan called out to the 2 as they ascended, then approached Davidson. "I understand, sister.
Don't worry, dear. How is he?"
Lu Ruan inquired as she stood beside Davidson. She glanced at the pitiful state of the man on the ground, feeling a twinge of bloodlust, yet devoid of any compassion or sorrow. "A few broken bones. He deserves it," Davidson remarked as he sprayed some toxin on the defiant Hejuan-yen, rendering him paralyzed. He then produced a miniature syringe and injected it into him. Hejuan-yen's face contorted in agony, gasping for breath. Within moments, his body began to convulse violently, his hands clawing at the ground, leaving deep trails of blood as he seemingly reached the pinnacle of pain. His gaze, filled with malice, fixated on Davidson, refusing to utter a sound despite his torment. It was as if he silently vowed, "You may do as you please, but should I ever escape your grasp, I will make you pay dearly." Lu Ruan quietly stepped back 2 paces. Davidson discarded the syringe and searched Hejuan-yen, confiscating his light brain and spatial button. "Ruan, your light brain is not with him. You should check with Kedong and the others."
Okay.
Lu Ruan turned away, no longer wishing to behold Hejuan-yen's miserable condition. As long as he remained alive, that was sufficient. She entered the living room on the 1st floor, intending to ascertain the situation upstairs, only to see Kedong and Luo Yao dragging two incapacitated figures down the staircase. He Juanyuan and He Juanyi, bruised and battered, bore expressions of distress. Their pale golden eyes nearly rolling back in their heads, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, unaware of how many blows they had endured. Their bodies were covered in dust, evidence of countless kicks. Most pitifully, they lay paralyzed, resembling limp, dying snakes.
Dong, Yao, they are not dead.
Kedong and Luo Yao deposited the two on the ground, then assisted the federal officers who had succumbed to the toxic mist down the stairs, placing them on the sofa to await Davidson's resolution. Miss Lu Ruan, we cannot handle your case. Since your match has been dealt with, we shall no longer be involved. Once the two federal officers were safely settled on the sofa, they addressed Lu Ruan, their eyes darting nervously towards the two men on the ground, seemingly fearful of what those on the floor might do to them. Lu Ruan paused in confusion. Logically, the Hejuan brothers had committed crimes severe enough to warrant 30 years in prison, yet the two federal officers made no mention of incarcerating them. She couldn't help but recall the scene she had witnessed when Davidson carried her upstairs. 20 imposing federal officers crouched against the wall, their demeanor one of palpable discomfort and trepidation. Logically, they should have been seething with resentment towards the trio of culprits known as the Ashen Enmity. Yet now that the three had been apprehended, what were they still afraid of? Was there perhaps a deeper mystery at play? Lu Ruan, enveloped in uncertainty, sat across on the sofa and finally uttered, "Thank you, officer. We owe our gratitude to you, otherwise, they might have escaped long ago." The federal officers exchanged awkward smiles but remained silent, internally praying to depart this cursed place and never return to this villa again. The identities of the two sprawled on the floor, along with the whereabouts of the third, were terrifying. Unless the Empress commanded Marshal Qin to wage war against the Black Abyss Star, none would dare to provoke them. However, Marshal Qin was presently occupied on the F-1008 satellite, eradicating monstrous beasts and expanding new main stars, leaving no time to lead an assault against the Black Abyss Star. If they were to eliminate or imprison the three, it would not be long before Alpha Star fell into ruin. A galactic war would ensue, shattering the long-standing peace among the 9 main stars. And the citizens of each star would surely suffer. They could only hope that these 3 ruthless overlords would not fixate on them, these mere officers, but instead return to the Black Abyss Star to manage the villains, ensuring they did not wreak havoc on other planets. They would be eternally grateful for that. Just as Lu Ruan settled in, Luo Yao and Kedong squeezed beside her. "Sister, your light brain," Luo Yao said, handing it to Lu Ruan. She caressed the familiar silver bracelet, her gaze drifting to the two on the floor, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she opened her light brain and accessed her assets. Account credited, 100 billion and 900 million. Account credited, 100 billion and 901 million. Account credited, 100 billion and 870 million. The spacious living room echoed with 3 clear, melodious notifications. The two sprawled on the ground, He Jinya and He Jinyuan. Upon hearing the notifications, struggled to catch their breath, rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness. The federal officers, leaning against the sofa, exchanged furtive glances at the two on the floor, their lips quivering, yet they ultimately remained silent. Those who were formidable enough to reduce the two to such a state were equally formidable. Lu Ruan's account balance skyrocketed by 300 billion, her clear eyes curving into crescent moons, her fair oval face radiating with a dazzling smile. In mere seconds, she transformed from a pauper into a billionaire, nearly bursting with excitement, wanting to shout in the room to release her exhilaration. Now that the funds of He Jinya, He Jinyuan, and He Jinya were in her possession, she relished the thought of how she would leverage their love for wealth against them. Let the economic suppression be the first step in taming the serpents, she mused. "Sister, tomorrow I'll take you to the Imperial Star for a leisurely outing. Let us skip the adventures, shall we? From now on you'll support me. I won't require much. Just 3 nutritious meals a day and a plate of beast meat will suffice." A charming smile illuminated Luo Yao's handsome face. With his wife's newfound wealth, there was no need for the family to toil outside. He envisioned a life where he could bask in her company every day. Lu Ruan readily patted the 2 men beside her. "Sounds good. From now on, I'll take care of you both, but since we've accepted a mission, we must see it through to completion. We cannot abandon it halfway. Otherwise, her willpower would remain unfulfilled. She wanted to stay at home, but when boredom struck, she would venture out. However, these plans hinged on her accumulating enough willpower. "Dear, once this adventure concludes, I'll accompany you day and night at home. Dong replied after a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of joy flickering in his inky black eyes. Davidson had mentioned needing to find a blue mantis to enhance his wife's physique. The adventure task could not be forsaken. Once the mission was complete and his wife's funds were ample, he could take a break and devote himself to caring for her. At that moment, Davidson dragged He Jinya into the courtyard. Dong, Luo Yao, bring the other two inside, he commanded. After issuing his orders, he continued to drag the barely conscious He Jinya towards the storage room on the first floor, his actions markedly rough, a stark contrast to how he treated other patients. Chapter 51. The legend of the mummy. He Jinya, He Jinyuan, and He Jinya were confined to the storage room. Davidson retrieved 3 medical pods from his spatial button and plugged them in, while Dong and Luo Yao assisted in placing the individuals inside. Davidson, should we really treat them? It seems like a waste of electricity, Luo Yao remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 within the pod. How could their genetic compatibility with my wife be 100? I can't wrap my head around it. Davidson adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. It would be wasteful to let them die without treatment. Though they appear as scavengers, they possess billions in star currency, and the scan information available about them suggests their identities are anything but ordinary. Killing them would lead to complications. Once I heal them, they can serve as punching bags for my wife to vent her frustrations. After all, studies indicate that expressing pent-up anger and grievances is beneficial for mental and physical health. My wife has endured so much today. She must be in dire need of an outlet. Dong pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then tidied his disheveled hair from the scuffle, ensuring his appearance returned to its usual striking allure before striding out of the storage room. He approached Lu Ruan in the living room, disregarding the federal officers opposite, and said in a low voice, "Wife, please play the surveillance video from when they barged into the villa." The welfare villa was constructed specifically for women, fortified with rare alloy security doors recognized as some of the finest within the interstellar realm. Without the owner's consent, ordinary individuals could not gain entry. He was curious to see how the Ashen Enmity trio had managed to breach such formidable entrances.
All right.
Having just transferred the funds to her husband, she felt a surge of satisfaction as she beheld the numerous zeros appearing in their balance. Exiting the transfer interface, she accessed the Butler Center, retrieving the surveillance footage from that afternoon when the Ashen Enmity brothers invaded the villa, projecting it for Dong to see. At that moment, Davidson and Luo Yao emerged, their gazes instantly fixated on the high-definition video. The footage revealed 3 men clad in leather jackets, storming towards the villa from the transportation track, their expressions menacing as they approached the villa's entrance. After stopping, they scrutinized the door, first employing a detector to ascertain that only one individual was inside before they symbolically pressed the doorbell. They waited less than 10 seconds. Upon receiving no response, one of them brandished a 1-meter-long electric saw emitting a blue light and commenced work on the door. The sound of the saw echoed for several minutes before a resounding crash signified the fall of the once impenetrable rare metal alloy door. A few more minutes passed, and with another crash, the second door fell, followed closely by the lock of the third door dropping. The trio then forcefully kicked the door open, striding directly into Lu Ruan's master bedroom. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruan silently thought, bandits have invaded the village. Luo Yao glared fiercely at the storage room, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "I should drag them out right now and give them another beating. Their physical torment has reached its zenith. It's time to subject them to psychological torture." Davidson's lips curled into a knowing smile. The quantum saw used to repair S-class battleships had been repurposed for door cutting. Such ingenuity was impressive. Dong fixated on the electric saw in the surveillance footage, nearly laughing in anger. The video continued, revealing Lu Ruan as she dashed out from the master bedroom. She descended the stairs barefoot in her pajamas, taking 2 steps at a time, her expression fraught with anxiety, and a crimson ring encircled her pale neck. After witnessing the scene, it was utterly outrageous. Dong, Davidson, and Luo Yao simultaneously reached out, embracing Lu Ruan to comfort her. The 2 federal police officers silently buried their heads, feigning ignorance, yet stealing furtive glances at Lu Ruan, who was situated amidst the 3 men. A colleague recently exiled to the Dark Abyss, Star had spoken of the 3 ruthless overlords, notorious for their extreme cruelty towards traitors and enemies. There had once been a family that opposed them on Dark Abyss Star. By the following day, its members seemed to have vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Initially, people speculated that the family had merely fled to another planet, but later, Someone stumbled upon a desolate thicket where the entire family was discovered hanging from trees, meticulously arranged as mummies, including the remains of 3 women. If not for the federal police extracting their genetic information for comparison in the gene database, no one would have dared to affirm that the 200 mummies hanging from the trees were indeed the family that had offended the 3 overlords, disappearing the very next day. Since then, the inhabitants of Dark Abyss Star have claimed that the 3 overlords harbored no distinction between genders. The fate of those who offended them was uniformly tragic. Yet, Lu Ruan had provoked their ire. Having been observed on surveillance footage spending a full 20 minutes in a room with them, emerging with merely a reddened neck and no other visible injuries, very much alive. It seemed that the 3 overlords exercised a certain restraint when dealing with women, contrary to the terrifying rumors that circulated. One could only wonder about the veracity of the mummification rumors. The situation was as it stood, for now. They needed to summon a mechanic to repair the villa's door and wall. Lu Ruan exited the butler center, her words pulling everyone's drifting thoughts back to reality. Ko Dong nodded. He accessed the star network through his holographic device, requesting a professional mechanic to come and fix the door. It was then that Davidson noticed 2 federal officers still seated on the couch, yet to regain their composure, he hurriedly produced an antidote for them to take. Once freed from their stupor, the 2 officers expressed their gratitude to Dean Davidson before hastily exiting, seemingly eager to vacate Lu Ruan's villa. Once the federal officers departed, Luo Yao and Davidson began to bicker. "Sister, I'll cook for you. Your cooking is terrible, let me do it." "Davidson, your cooking is the worst. You feed her nutritional biscuits at every meal, paired with that concocted beast milk? And what do you make? Just biscuits boiled into a mush with a sprinkle of sugar?" As Davidson spoke, he felt a pang of sympathy. His wife was still unable to consume exotic plants or beast meat. He could only prepare her monotonous meals. Though these simple dishes were nutritionally balanced, the longing glances she cast while watching them devour meat tugged at his heartstrings, nearly compelling him to feed her some. Lu Ruan interrupted their quarrel. "Why don't you both cook? Make 2 portions. I can eat 2 servings today." After a pause, she added, "Forget about cooking for yourselves. Today is a day of fortune. I'll order a luxurious set meal online, and we shall celebrate together tonight." With that, Davidson and Luo Yao resumed their kitchen rivalry. Ko Dong had also located someone to take on the repair of the door and wall. After Lu Ruan ordered the lavish set meal, she added a slightly expensive exotic plant salad, a favorite among interstellar women, and, accompanied by Ko Dong, went to the neighboring villa to thank Sang Shi and return the holographic device. She and Ko Dong chatted for a while at Sang Shi's residence. Upon returning, she found that repairs to the villa's door and wall were already underway. Meanwhile, the dining table was laden with an extravagant feast, over 20 plates of delectable beast meat, wafting alluring aromas, alongside 2 slightly simpler dishes. Just as Lu Ruan seated herself at the table, she suddenly beheld Davidson and the others, bound and weakened, with only their eyes and mouths able to move, being placed in chairs opposite her at the table, arranged to face the enticing scents. "Soft, time to eat," Davidson announced, as he and his companions sat closely beside her. The eyes of He Junyan, He Joni, and He Junyuan inadvertently drifted toward the tantalizing beast meat. After their stomachs audibly protested, they glanced toward Lu Ruan's plate of biscuits when they received no attention. Lu Ruan subtly shifted her plate closer, then inquired of Ko Dong about the progress of their recruitment efforts at the governor's mansion. With eager anticipation, she looked at both men and asked, "A Dong, a Yao. Did you manage to recruit anyone today?" Chapter 52. The foolish desire to be kissed by this woman again. "We didn't encounter anyone at the governor's mansion today. We'll check again tomorrow." Ko Dong, meeting Lu Ruan's hopeful gaze, parted his lips to reveal the truth. During this period, nearly all adventurers were engaged in tasks across various affiliated planets. Few had come to settle accounts, and the missions posted by the prominent families had mostly been claimed, leaving no one to visit the governor's mansion, resulting in both him and Luo Yao not encountering a single person. However, adventure missions had a deadline. Should the deadline arrive and the adventurers fail to complete their tasks, they were obligated to return to the governor's mansion, return the task buttons, and pay the corresponding penalties. Otherwise, the entire expedition team would be blacklisted across the industry, and those who had accepted the tasks would find it impossible to pursue this profession again.
Today,
He and Luo Yao primarily observed which tasks were nearing their deadlines, preparing to enlist individuals when they returned to turn in their buttons. Unfortunately, the outcome was unsatisfactory. There were merely a dozen tasks approaching their deadlines, all with due dates 2 months away. Unaware of Lu Ruan's secret, Luo Yao spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Sister, we're not short on star coins right now. Once we gather a team, we'll go. If not, we can take you out for a leisurely outing. There's no need to rush. His words immediately garnered peculiar glances from the other two men. Davidson thought to himself, he's anxious. He's south going to drive himself mad. If we can't find anyone to form a team to seek the blue mantis, my wife will be stuck eating biscuits every day. It's heartbreaking. Ke Dong internally echoed his sentiments. He's anxious. He's far too anxious. Does this kid not understand that my wife is a purebred woman, unlike the mixed-breed women? All he thinks about is taking her out for fun, every day. Davidson had mentioned that seeking the blue mantis would improve his wife's physique, yet with her current condition, just participating in this one outing would leave her faint. Could she truly enjoy herself? At the very least, her constitution needed to be enhanced to the average level of interstellar women capable of handling 7 outings at once, before she could freely and unabashedly enjoy herself, right? All right then, you both check again tomorrow, Lu Ruan replied, unperturbed. Gracefully, she picked up a plain biscuit, savoring it in small bites as she swallowed. The feeling of sudden wealth was exquisite. Clutching a staggering 3 trillion star coins, she was undoubtedly a top-tier heiress, her fortune nearly rivaling that of the interstellar Empress. However, she had only accumulated 24 points of willpower, still far from the coveted 100. And the prospect of living 500 years felt like a distant dream. She lay amidst a pile of money, yet lacked the means to spend it. Why was she still short 3 mech warriors? She truly longed to assemble an S-class expedition team and set forth on an adventure to obtain longevity as soon as possible, so she could one day relax like a salted fish. Once she grew tired of her forcibly bound husband, she would dive into the sea to fish for a wild 1 or 2 for a taste, and if 1 or 2 weren't enough, she might go for 7 or 8. That would truly make her journey through the interstellar world worthwhile. Lu Ruan slightly raised her gaze to glimpse the sky outside, only to suddenly lock eyes with the ravenous gazes of He Junyan and his companions. She shot them a glare. What are you staring at? He Junyuan was so famished that he could barely muster the strength to speak. You woman, understand this. It is you who are observing us, is it not? They merely frightened Lu Ruan for a moment, compelling her to obediently draw star coins, only to be met with a kick from her. Subsequently, other challengers took advantage of the situation, tormenting her until she was on the brink of exhaustion. Now, with her hands and feet bound, she sat before a feast, watching them flaunt their meat. It was the first time in his life he had ever felt so humiliated. You're overthinking it, He Junyuan retorted, retracting his sinister gaze. He ignored the enticing aroma wafting from the table, suppressing the primal urge to indulge in the meat. Unlike his brothers, He Junyuan's thoughts were uncontrollably consumed by memories of Lu Ruan's lips upon his during their intimate moments in the master bedroom. The sensation of her kiss lingered in his mind, and to his dismay, he found himself yearning, against all reason, to be kissed by her once more. He had endured a painful kick from her knee for nearly 20 minutes. How absurd it was that he continued to dwell on this. He Junyuan's expression grew increasingly complex. Hearing the captive's voice, he snapped, "What did you say?" Ke Dong's cold, piercing gaze suddenly fixated on He Junyuan, as if to convey that, amidst all the blame, it was undeniably the fault of the man across from them. Are you asking for a beating? Luo Yao was about to rise to deliver a lesson. Davidson cast a languid glance at the trio across the table, his index finger gently tapping the surface, deep in thought. After a brief pause, he produced a small whip from his spatial pocket, one he had acquired an hour prior on the StarNet, and laid it upon Lu Ruan's lap. "Ruan, this is for you. Feel free to strike or scold them. They're our captives now." Lu Ruan gazed at the meter-long black whip resting on her leg, seemingly tailored for her, fitting perfectly in her grasp. Must I look at her? He Junyuan, observing the fierce demeanor of the silver-haired youth opposite him, could sense the hidden malice beneath the refined exterior of the white-clad dean, as well as the intent of the black-haired man who wished to do away with their trio. He had no choice but to lower his head. Yet, the only parts of him that could move were his eyes and mouth. He simply could not bow his head. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze inevitably fell upon Lu Ruan. It was nearly impossible to avoid looking at her. Upon seeing her, he felt compelled to intimidate her, to make her understand who is not to be trifled with. Asen, Io, Adong. Eat your meal, and do not pay them any mind. Lu Ruan stepped in to mediate, reminding them that the food would soon grow cold. Only then did the 3 men at her side cease their bickering. picking up their utensils to indulge in the exquisite exotic beast meat. The variety of interstellar cuisine was quite vast, yet the men had a clear preference for meat. Nutritional supplements and processed foods were primarily crafted to maintain a balanced diet, and ordinary citizens, unable to afford exotic beast meat, had no choice but to consume these alternatives. Women, while also fond of meat, tended to favor exotic plants, such as the stems and leaves, or the processed stinky fish-flavored nutrient paste derived from these exotic flora. As the three men at Lu Ruan's side savored their meal with both elegance and speed, the 20 dishes on the table gradually vanished one by one. Lu Ruan felt full within 5 minutes. She paused, watching Ku Dong relish the food, a flicker of longing dancing in her dark, beautiful eyes. Damn it! She had traversed to this world only to eat plain biscuits every day. In that fleeting moment when her eyes betrayed her desire, she was unaware that the gazes of the three men seated across the table had shifted. The cold, golden hues of their eyes transformed, the malice and shadows dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of compassion. He Juan-Yen discreetly glanced at his brothers, while He Juan-Yuan and He Juan-Yi exchanged glances with him. Ultimately, their attention converged upon the plate before Lu Ruan, where few remnants of biscuits remained. They pursed their sensuous lips, fixated on the small biscuits, their expressions gradually sinking into nostalgia, their sharp brows tinged with a sadness that had not graced their features for many years. Chapter 53. This uncle is truly kind. He Juan-Yan's memories drifted back to the past. At the tender age of 5, after his mother's untimely demise, the once united Hejuan clan, comprising 500 members,
Was forced to disband.
Following the dissolution of the family, the federal government reclaimed the welfare villa allocated to his mother and seized 50% of her assets. The remaining 50% was divided among the 50 matched partners bound to his mother, her 200 sons, the elder uncles who had survived her, and the sons of those uncles, who were his half-brothers. He and his 2 brothers each received 30,000 star coins. After the villa was reclaimed by the federal government, their uncles each took their sons and sought new accommodations. He and his brothers had believed that their father would, like the other uncles, find a place for them to settle down and lead a new life. To their shock, their father set up a tent at the villa's entrance, settling them in it, and insisted they transfer their 30,000 star coins to him, claiming he needed the funds to purchase a small home. He promised that once he acquired the house, he would come back to bring them to live with him. At that age, they were oblivious to the treachery of the human heart, and they believed him, transferring their freshly acquired 30,000 star coins without hesitation. Perhaps they were too innocent. Their father, feeling a pang of conscience, decided that he wouldn't need too much to buy a small house and transferred 5,000 back to them. They sat in the tent, gazing at their father's towering figure, which gradually faded from their sight. That was the last time they ever saw him. Had it not been for the later sight of him thriving on another planet, they would have presumed he had met with misfortune. After their father left the tent, they waited 2 days and nights in vain, while he, having absconded with their money, had fled for 2 days and nights, eventually reaching another planet. It wasn't until the 3rd day, when the enforcement team arrived to inspect the villa and forbade them from lingering at its entrance, forcibly driving them away, that they were compelled to leave the welfare district. Armed with only the remaining 5,000 star coins, he and his brothers were left directionless. After all, the black underworld star was rife with thieves, scoundrels, and con artists. With a mere 5,000 star coins in hand, they were at risk of being robbed at any moment. Just when they felt utterly hopeless, they encountered an uncle from their former family on the street. Upon hearing of their father's disappearance and knowing they still possessed 90,000 star coins, the uncle feigned kindness, offering to take them back to his rented home to live with his 8 sons, treating them as if they were his own children. Believing the uncle's words, he and his brothers joyfully followed him to the rental, where they were treated to a feast for 2 days. In that moment, he thought to himself, this uncle is truly kind. Even though they had lost their father, he and his brothers could still live well alongside their 8 half-brothers. Yet, just 2 days later, the uncle insisted that their household required an all-purpose robotic maid, claiming it would relieve them of domestic chores. He then demanded that the brothers contribute the star coins they had received from the family dissolution, instructing them to transfer 50,000 to purchase the robotic maid. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. The majority of their star coins had already been given to their father to buy a small house. There was no way they could muster 50,000 for the robot. With only 5,000 remaining, he clumsily explained their situation to the uncle, offering the last of their funds in a naive attempt to contribute to the purchase of the maid robot. 50,000 star coins vanished in a stroke, And from that moment forth, he and his two younger brothers endured a life worse than that of swine or dogs. Their uncle, unwilling to spend money on a robotic caretaker, relegated the care of the household to them, mere 5-year-old children. Laundry, sweeping, cooking, every chore fell to their tender shoulders. Should they fail to meet the family's demands, they would suffer brutal beatings. Being so young and with nowhere to escape, the brothers could only endure in silence. Moreover, the He family, once affluent, found themselves ill-equipped to adapt to their diminished circumstances after the family disbanded. Even in their rented accommodations, their uncle and 8 older brothers clung to the standard of feasting on 3 servings of exotic beast meat per meal. The brothers would toil for hours preparing the meat, only to watch helplessly as the family indulged while they were relegated to nibbling on plain, near-expiry biscuits purchased online, cheap, costing merely 10 star coins for a sizable bag. Enough to sustain them for 3 days. Each time they witnessed the others devouring meat, longing would flicker in their eyes. Seeing his brother's plight, he once surreptitiously stole 2 pieces of exotic meat for them during meal preparation, only to be caught by one of his older brothers. That night, he and his siblings nearly lost their lives. From then on, they resigned themselves to gnawing on the cheap biscuits, enviously watching their uncle and brothers feast. This grim existence persisted for about 3 months, during which the family's daily consumption of meat steadily depleted their funds. By the end of this period, their uncle's assets had dwindled to a mere 20,000 star coins. The brothers were forced to scavenge for star coins, handing over every coin they earned to their uncle. Regardless of the biting cold that cracked their skin, they were required to surrender 500 star coins each day, or else face their uncle's wrath. Ultimately, they fell ill while scavenging and were rescued by a middle-aged scavenger who took them to a gathering place for scavengers, liberating them from their uncle's malevolent grip. Chapter 54. The Singular and Rare Warmth. He and his brothers began to follow this middle-aged scavenger, their adoptive father, and the companions at the gathering place, scavenging from the age of 5.5 until they turned 9. Their adoptive father represented the only warmth they had ever known. Yet, in the year they turned 9, tragedy struck when their adoptive father was robbed by thugs. In a desperate bid to protect their meager savings, he fought valiantly, managing to scare off the assailants, but ultimately succumbed to a pool of his own blood. In their grief, the brothers and their companions scoured the filthiest and most dangerous locales to gather enough money for their father's medical treatment. After 3 relentless days of rummaging through refuse, they finally amassed the necessary funds. However, when they returned to the gathering place, hopeful and clutching the treatment fee, they were mercilessly robbed by another group of thugs who saw their youth as an opportunity. In the ensuing struggle, 15 scavenging companions perished. The 2 younger brothers narrowly escaped, hiding in the shadows. Upon their return to the gathering place, they believed that the coins they had scavenged, combined with what remained in their father's account, would suffice for his hospital care. Yet, upon reaching the hospital to pay for treatment, they were confronted with the annual tax day, which mercilessly deducted 50,000 star coins from their father's account as a single tax. Consequently, they could not cover the medical expenses. In his final moments, lying in a low-grade medical pod, their father weakly retrieved a half-broken plain biscuit from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Xiao Yan, do not waste any morsel of food. With your uncle gone, live well with your brothers. To survive on this planet of villains, remember the word malice. You must be more malicious than the wicked." Before he could finish, he summoned his last ounce of strength to transfer all his star coins to the brothers and then breathed his last. From that moment onward, they lost the rare warmth that had graced their lives, and their companions at the gathering place mourned the loss of their most cherished warmth. After sharing the half-biscuit, they departed the hospital and returned to the gathering place, where they wept over their father's ashes for 3 days and nights, etching his words into their minds and reciting malice 1,000 times in their hearts. Damn the villains. Damn the single tax. This cursed world. Henceforth he and his brothers, alongside their scavenger companions, forsook scavenging and embarked on a path of robbing the wicked. United, they plundered one villain after another, dismantling their nefarious organizations. They sought to rally those already living in hardship who were burdened with the annual payment of 50,000 star coins in single tax to the federal government, forming the organization Shadow of the Scavengers, and continued their campaign against the malevolent individuals on the planet. Initially, many scavengers were timid, afraid to confront their former oppressors. He urged them to inscribe the word malice in their hearts 1,000 times, and gradually, they shed their fear, trampling down the villains who had once oppressed them. A storm of bloodshed swept across He Ming Star, filling the air with death as pallor. the federal police, intending to restore order, recoiled in fear upon seeing the members of the shadow of the scavengers, each a desperate outlaw, and chose to acquiesce, tacitly permitting their actions. On Haiming Star, the population was composed of 20 villains, 50 scavengers, and the remaining 30 comprised federal officials and ordinary workers. Over the course of 20 years, from the ages of 9 to 29, the number of scavengers dwindled while the membership of the Shadow of the Scavengers proliferated. The organization grew so vast that shadows of its members cast across the entirety of Haiming Star, gaining control over 70 of the planet's population. Thus, there were no longer any good souls on Haiming Star. Anyone one might encounter on the street had stained hands, guilty of countless heinous acts. He and his two brothers had become the feared leaders of the Shadow of the Scavengers, regarded as the epitome of evil by the wicked. Yet some villains, unable to endure the honest toil for meager rewards, sought to escape Haiming Star in pursuit of easier prey on other planets. Occasionally, a few would slip through the cracks to wreak havoc on the denizens of other worlds. To maintain order on the planet, the federal government found itself dependent on the Shadow of the Scavengers. Their first condition in negotiations was the abolishment of the single tax for men earning less than 200,000 star coins annually. The second condition was the dismantling of the security system on Haiming Star. They aimed to establish a new defense network to fully extricate Haiming Star from the 9 major star systems and forge a new order on the planet. Ultimately, the officials of Haiming Star conceded, becoming puppets of the Shadow of the Scavengers, while aligning with their cause.
Now,
once the organization's defense network enveloped the entirety of the planet, Haiming Star would be entirely under the dominion of the brothers. Since the core members of the Shadow of the Scavengers hailed from scavenging backgrounds, they favored disguising themselves as scavengers. On the streets of Haiming Star, the 30% of non-Shadow members donned scavenger attire for their safety. This resulted in the peculiar sight upon arriving at the Black Abyss Star. Amidst the bustling avenues adorned with opulence, pedestrians were clad in tattered attire. He Jianyan retracted his thoughts, his gaze shifting from the plain cookies to Lu Ruan. This woman. He had initially assumed that the dainty biscuits on the table were prepared for their brotherhood, only to discover they were intended for her. Just moments ago, she had begrudgingly munched on the cookies, casting envious glances at the man beside her as he savored meat. Too timid to voice her desire or reach out for a piece. Was she truly that foolish? In the realm of Black Abyss Star, within a typical family, women were always prioritized. Regardless of how starved the men might be, the women would never suffer from hunger. Witnessing her gaze filled with longing, he and his brother were inexplicably reminded of the scene from their childhood, at their uncle's home, watching a family indulge in meat, an uncomfortable sensation swelling within them. Lu Ruan was fierce and audacious towards the brothers, dispensing medicinal herbs, delivering swift kicks, and pilfering 300 billion star coins. Yet, in contrast, others would not dare even to reach out for meat. Women of the starry realms, regardless of where they roamed, would not endure such destitution as she did, reduced to this frail state. How hypocritical! He Jianyan's scornful gaze turned toward Davidson, Kudong, and Luo Yao, muttering a curse under his breath. This woman would fare better if captured by the brothers on Black Abyss Star. At least they would provide her with 3 plates of exotic beast meat, ensuring she lacked nothing in terms of sustenance, as opposed to the 3 self-righteous men beside her, allowing her to gnaw on plain cookies while she cast longing glances at the meat, too cowardly to ask for it. They, as leaders of the Shadow Gathering Organization, had believed themselves to be the epitome of malevolence across the starry expanse, but they were outdone by those before them. At that moment, Davidson set down his cutlery. "You accuse us of hypocrisy?" He Jianyan retorted. "You allow Lu Ruan to nibble on cookies while withholding meat, leaving her gazing at you with desire, all the while pretending to care for her. Is that not the very definition of hypocrisy? Could it be that this woman had been brainwashed by the men opposite her?" Davidson looked across the table. "You speak of us not providing Ruan with meat, yet what of you? Storming into her villa, threatening her, and choking her like that? Is it not your fault she has grown so frail? I barely touched her, and her neck turned red. Is that not on you?" He Jianyan snorted dismissively. Kudong joined the fray. "You have no right to speak." Lu Ruan first glanced at Kudong and Davidson beside her, then turned her puzzled gaze towards He Jianyan and He Jianyi, utterly bewildered. Were the men across the table defending her? Chapter 55. A deal is finally struck.
Hold on.
Let us not bicker. I'll ask and you'll answer. Heijian what? The expressions of Heijian Yen and Heijian Yi softened slightly, and Lu Ruan felt less intimidated by them. Contemplating the prospect of forming a team, She intended to attempt communication, hoping to leverage the 300 billion star coins to coerce them into joining her expedition. However, gazing at the two identical heads before her, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. He Jianyan, seated centrally, parted his thin lips, uttering a single word, yen. His cool tone bore an undercurrent of somber authority, a natural consequence of his long-standing command over the shadow gathering. I am He Jianyi. Do you remember that? He Jianyi chimed in from the left, his voice similar to that of He Jianyan, yet lacking the same oppressive weight. Lu Ruan shifted her gaze to He Jianyi, nodding slightly. From his earlier remark about not using force, she deduced he was the one who had threatened her by choking her. She would remember He Jianyi. She would seize an opportunity to deal with him later. After a brief pause on He Jianyi, her attention returned to He Jianyan, the man in the center evidently wielding greater authority. Her expression turned serious. He Jianyan, what exactly do the three of you do? Why do each of you possess over 1,000 billion star coins? Yet you travel all the way to Alpha Star to threaten and rob me over a mere 10 million? He Jianyan responded succinctly, leader of the Shadow Gathering. You cannot touch the sum. Davidson, Kodong, and Luo Yao simultaneously directed their gazes towards He Jianyan. The three men's pupils contracted, taking several seconds to regain their composure, their hearts still tumultuous. Why can't we touch your star coins? Once we are bound. I am the head of the family and can freely manage your assets, Lu Ruan pressed on. When she initially bound the 9 men, Davidson had mentioned asset transfer. She had chosen not to immediately transfer all the men's star coins into her account. However, women in the starry realms typically transferred the star coins upon binding, thereby managing the assets of all the men in the family. Did He Jianyan and the others truly possess such stinginess? Over a mere 10 million. They were making such a fuss. Lu Ruan, this sum is crucial for the stability of Black Abyss Star. You truly cannot move it. At this moment, He Jianyi interjected to explain. This 300 billion was originally intended for the organization, serving as funds for constructing our defensive network. However, the members of the Shadow Gathering are no longer the weak and obedient scavengers they once were. The dragon-slaying youth has transformed into a fearsome dragon. Placing 300 billion into the organization would undoubtedly tempt some. After all, they are quite familiar with the tendencies of their subordinates, who have grown accustomed to robbery. Once the next phase of the defense network commences, they will exhaust these star coins, which is precisely why the brothers traveled such a distance to warn you, and coincidentally,
Rob you.
Lu Ruan murmured, crucial for the stability of Black Abyss Star? He Jianyan gave a slight affirmative. He Jianyi surveyed Lu Ruan's slender frame, remaining silent for a moment before enticingly proposing, Lu Ruan, if you desire star coins, we can give them to you next year. Accompany us to Black Abyss Star, and we shall allocate 10 billion to you each day. Once the defense network is established, the Shadow Gathering will gain complete control over Black Abyss Star. By then, aside from the population that has perished over the last 20 years, Black Abyss Star currently retains a population of 70 billion, of which 20 billion are members of the Shadow Gathering. The remaining 50 billion are individuals under their control, serving as tools for generating star coins. The brothers would not demand much, merely collecting 10 star coins as protection fees from each person daily, amassing 500 billion star coins each day. What? 10 billion for my wife each day? Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, regarding He Jianyi as one might eye a golden lamb. He suddenly found the man across from him far less unpleasant. 10 billion a day, 100 billion in 10 days, 300 billion in a year. Was the leader of the Shadow Gathering solely focused on robbing wealth? Lu Ruan's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 billion a day was quite the temptation. She quickly shook her head. She had yet to fully discern the true nature of these three serpents. Resisting temptation, she redirected her focus to the matter at hand. Lu Ruan fixed her gaze on He Jianyan. How many star coins do you specifically require? He Jianyan pondered for 2 seconds before stating a whole number, 300 billion. The men across the table were all hypocritical miserables, treating the fractional star coin as a gift to her, hoping she would be wise enough not to foolishly transfer the star coins to others. If you wish to reclaim 300 billion, I have a condition. Lu Ruan nodded slightly. She currently had 350 billion in her account, sufficient to transfer back to He Jianyan. He Jianyan uttered a single word, wait. Let me first ask you, can the three of you operate mechas? What is your mental energy level? Yes, SSS. My condition is this. You three brothers must join my expedition team, obediently accompany us on our adventure, and upon the completion of our mission, I shall immediately return to you 300 billion. Adventure? He Jinyan furrowed his sharp brows slightly. Embarking on an adventure would require a journey to the affiliated star and would demand a considerable amount of time. Indeed, it is an adventure. What mission do you intend to undertake? How long do you anticipate it will take? The mission, as issued by the royal family, is to locate the Azure Serpent, with a deadline of 1 year. However, I possess clues that suggest we could complete it in 6 months, Kadong replied. What is the bounty for the mission? 30 billion. 6 months is rather extended. Return all our belongings and the 300 billion star coins to us immediately, and upon completion of the mission, we shall take 20 billion as our share, He Jinyan asserted, leaving no room for dissent. By next month, the 300 billion is to be entirely spent, and their account balance will be depleted. As Black Ming's star has yet to stabilize fully, the organization is in dire need of funds at this moment. He and his brother will accompany the expedition to secure 20 billion for unforeseen circumstances. Thereafter, in the coming year, they need not worry about earning star coins. From then on, they could have as many as they desire, as earning star coins would no longer be their primary concern. Lu Ruan was taken aback. What? She was startled by He Jinyan's shamelessness. After a brief exchange of glances, Kadong and Davidson shared a silent understanding. Kadong spoke up, I agree. This expedition is not solely for the star coins. The man before us seems genuinely intent on joining, which would allow us to set off sooner in search of the Azure Serpent. Seeing that both of her companions had consented, Lu Ruan chose not to dwell further on the matter. However, she scrutinized He Jinyan's subtle expressions and inquired, how can I be certain that upon receiving the 300 billion, the three of you will obediently follow us on the expedition? Lu Ruan, my elder brother has always been a man of his word. At that moment, Davidson wore a gentle yet oddly menacing smile. He rose and sauntered to the chair opposite, methodically producing a syringe, extending his hand with grace, and then plunged it forcefully into He Jinyan and his brothers, before turning to Lu Ruan, speaking in a soft, magnetic tone. Ruan, I have ways to ensure their compliance. Observing Davidson's unwavering confidence, Lu Ruan transferred the star coins to He Jinyan. The 300 billion star coins have been successfully credited. Kadong presented a somewhat bulging, clean garbage bag, pushing it across the table, filled with the personal belongings of He Jinyan and his brothers. The transaction complete, may we now be released? He Jinyan turned his pale golden eyes towards Davidson with an effort, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Just as He Jinyan finished speaking, a jubilant announcement echoed in Lu Ruan's mind. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Kadong's current wish to form an S-class expedition team, earning 5 willpower points, bringing the total to 29. Chapter 56. What did he do wrong? The night draped over the world like a vast expanse of black velvet, heavy and suffocating. Clad in loose summer pajamas, Lu Ruan reclined languidly on the spacious, cozy circular bed in the master bedroom, akin to a lazy feline. Her gaze drifted through the window, fixated on the night sky. The mere thought of embarking on a journey to the affiliated star the following day set her heart alight. Akin to a jubilant little bird flitting about, her joy palpable. Just as Lu Ruan immersed herself in her elation, a gentle knock at the door disrupted her reverie. Ruan. A low, soothing voice emanated from outside. It was Davidson. What is it, arson? Lu Ruan responded casually, a hint of curiosity flickering in her dark, clear eyes. She did not hasten to rise and open the door, for with tomorrow's departure, she had no intention of hosting a man for the night. Ruan. There are not many rooms tidied up in the villa. Your master bedroom has a larger bed. I will place one of the brothers on your bed. Lu Ruan's response was one of disbelief. What? She slipped on her shoes and slowly approached the newly repaired door, opening it. Upon lifting her gaze, she immediately spotted Davidson and Kadong, who were holding the immobile figure of the shadowy man before her. You want him to share my bed? Davidson nodded slightly. I administered some medication. He is currently unable to move or speak, so consider him a mere wooden figure. He cannot, nor dares to, harm you. With the expedition looming, everyone needed a proper rest tonight. In truth, he, Kadong, and Luo Yao had initially intended to take turns accompanying her, but her swift rejections left them no choice. Furthermore, the villa's limited rooms posed a challenge, as He Jinyan's trio was rather robust, making it impossible for 2 grown men to share a single bed. Thus, they devised this plan. Lu Ruan scrutinized the restrained He Jinyan. Who is he? Kadong replied. He Jinyan. He Jinyan glared at Kadong, indignant, asserting, I am clearly He Jinyuan. just as he attempted to vehemently refute this. His voice was rendered temporarily hoarse by Davidson's drug, producing only muffled sounds of protest, unable to articulate his discontent. Upon hearing the name, Lu Ruan's expression shifted to one of disapproval as she readily agreed. Very well, I consent. Let us see if she does not strangle He Jin Yen later. Davidson and Ke Dong pushed the wooden-like He Jin Yuan into the master bedroom, positioning him against the far side of the giant circular bed, ensuring he remained close to the wall to avoid encroaching on Lu Ruan's sleeping space. Ke Dong retrieved a single thin blanket to cover him, almost yearning to obscure the head of the one standing at 6 feet 1 inch, preventing Lu Ruan from seeing him. He Jin Yuan glared at Ke Dong with frustration. As a hybrid of the Shadow Clan, he inherently favored cool places. Yet the sweltering heat of Alpha Star and the elevated indoor temperature settings made him uncomfortable. How infuriating it was that Ke Dong, in collusion with Davidson, had subjected him to this treatment while mistaking him for a younger brother, and now had him swathed so thoroughly in a blanket. Davidson, being the renowned headmaster of the entire interstellar community, surely knew which drugs could subdue their kind. Did he not understand their preferences? A wave of frustration surged within He Jin Yuan, causing his expression to darken. Ke Dong feigned ignorance, while Davidson discreetly turned away. Ruan, rest well tonight. We depart at 9 tomorrow morning. If He Jin Yen bothers you, feel free to cover his head as well. Understood, Lu Ruan replied with a cheerful smile. Unbeknownst to them, following this night, a new contender would emerge to vie for the affections of their wife, a man whose eyes perpetually harbored a shadowy glint. Lu Ruan removed her shoes and climbed into bed, gazing at He Jin Yuan, who was tightly ensconced in the thin covering against the wall. She swept her hair back from her shoulder, moving to sit beside him, her slender, delicate hands reaching out to firmly grasp his neck. Gradually, she tightened her grip. He Jin Yen, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? He Jin Yuan, he is not my brother. This is truly troublesome. This woman had already been informed of his identity at the dinner table by his younger brother, and she had nodded in acknowledgement. How could she not recognize him by now? Lu Ruan lowered her gaze, observing the breathless yet powerless expression of He Jin Yuan beneath her. His golden eyes, shadowed with intensity, glared back at her, his lips moving as he attempted to convey something through silent words. She deciphered his lip movements. I am He Jin Yen? You mean to say, He Jin Yen? Your elder brother emanates an overwhelming sense of oppression, his gaze icy and unsettling, unlike your own fierce stare directed at me. Lu Ruan exerted her strength with fervor, her desire for vengeance against He Jin Yi intensifying with each passing moment. She summoned every ounce of her might to grip tighter. As Lu Ruan increased her force, He Jin Yuan felt the once gentle hands transform into those of a terrifying specter. His throat, constricted by her grasp, throbbed painfully, making it increasingly difficult to breathe until he was rendered breathless. I am He Jin Yuan, not Yen. He desperately tried to communicate with Lu Ruan, his mouth and eyes the only parts of him capable of movement, yet he could not utter a word, leaving him utterly frustrated. Are you truly He Jin Yen? Lu Ruan's skeptical gaze scrutinized the man below. Perhaps she had indeed mistaken him. After all, this individual was He Jin Yen. However, it mattered not, for she vividly remembered the man who had first intruded into her villa that afternoon. Seizing her chin, it was He Jin Yen. Observing He Jin Yuan's condition, and confirming that he would not be choked to death, she continued to squeeze mercilessly. After all, since he had caused her distress, she would ensure he suffered in return. This vendetta would be avenged. He Jin Yuan, now devoid of strength to resist, simply closed his eyes, inwardly cursing He Jin Yi and He Jin Yen 100 times over. Those damned brothers, clearly responsible for this debt, had merely spectated from the afternoon until now. What wrong had he committed? Why must he bear the burden of repaying their debts? As He Jin Yuan wallowed in his grievances, 10 minutes slipped by. Lu Ruan's hands grew weary from the exertion, and upon noticing the redness of He Jin Yuan's neck, along with his visibly pained and distressed expression, she finally relented. I care not whether you are He Jin Yen or He Jin Yi. After all, you both have threatened me. With her anger somewhat alleviated, she covered herself with the blanket, lying in the center of the bed and closing her eyes. It was not long before she succumbed to a deep slumber. He Jin Yuan, now freed, inhaled the fresh air deeply. This woman will learn her lesson tomorrow regarding who is who. As the night deepened, He Jin Yuan, cocooned under the heavy blanket, found himself uncomfortably warm and unable to sleep, his mind remaining alert. He was attempting to hypnotize himself into ignoring the oppressive heat when suddenly, Lu Ruan, lying in the center of the bed, seemed to be affected by the warmth, tossing aside the blanket and turning onto her side, one foot extending unconsciously. While He Jin Yuan continued his self-hypnosis, a warm foot unexpectedly made contact with him. Lu Ruan's foot brushed against a cool, yet not overly frigid object, prompting her body to instinctively shift toward He Jin Yuan. She then nestled beneath his thin blanket, entwining herself around him like an octopus, seeking comfort from the slightly cool entity. He Jin Yuan opened his light golden eyes in the darkness, his pupils subtly shifting to slits as he gazed deeply at the woman clinging to him. Chapter 57. Stop, I can't bear it. One of her legs draped across his solid waist, her arm resting on his cool chest, her head nestled against his shoulder, her soft body nearly melding with his. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like silk over his neck, a few strands grazing his chin, provoking a tantalizing itch. His gaze fell upon Lu Ruan's serene sleeping visage. Her cheeks bore a delicate blush, likely a sign of sweet dreams. And inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, while feeling her rhythmic breaths against his neck stirred ripples of emotion within him. This woman, truly perplexing, awake, she was fierce, soft, and spicy, yet in slumber, she appeared docile and beautiful. He couldn't help but recall the moment when she had forcibly bound herself to him. Their initial reaction was one of dismay, fearing that a woman would disrupt their fortunes and ambitions, longing to sever the bond. However, once the connection was established, there was no turning back. They were destined to have only one wife in this lifetime. At that time, they lacked her contact information to warn her against meddling with their fortunes. But once they exchanged details, they were relieved to find she had not immediately seized their wealth. As they puzzled over this, posts about her flooded the Star Network, leading them to believe she had numerous matches, which explained her lack of interest in their fortunes, and they thought to maintain the status quo. Little did they expect that a month later, she would directly withdraw 10 million star coins from their account. Upon witnessing this, after negotiating with the federal government, they rushed from He Ming Star to Alpha Star to confront her. When they finally laid eyes on her, they were taken aback by the small number of her matches, each a notable figure across the stars. Nevertheless, having come this far, they intended to rob her before returning. After all, women in the stars could thrive anywhere. Once they emptied her and her matches of their wealth, the others would surely find ways to care for her. Thus, they resorted to threats, seeking to teach her a lesson, ensuring she would never again covet their fortunes. After all, that wealth was crucial, and she indeed could not touch it. Unexpectedly, their attempts to intimidate her backfired, leading to their own capture. At dinner, he sat across the table, watching her eat plain biscuits with a look of distress. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pity for her. She was nothing like the women of He Ming Star, who would never allow themselves to be wronged. She would have been better off captured by them and taken to He Ming Star. He Jin Yuan's gaze upon Lu Ruan grew increasingly profound. With her limited number of matches, once this adventure concluded, his brothers could bring her to He Ming Star and care for her properly. She would become the esteemed sister-in-law of the shadow-picking organization. On He Ming Star, no villain would dare show her disrespect. The environment there was damp and lush, with abundant sweet exotic fruits that she would surely enjoy. Once she arrived, all her desires would be met. Furthermore, contrary to the fearful tales circulating on the Star Network, He Ming Star was not as dreadful as portrayed. The villains there were ruthless to their enemies, yet at home, they were obedient to their women. This was why, even in a realm rife with rogues, women willingly chose to remain rather than seek refuge elsewhere. As for the rumors of He Ming Star's villains abducting women from other planets and treating them poorly, such actions were exceedingly rare, occurring only among a minuscule fraction of individuals. The probability remained quite low. Though they were mixed-blood dark clan individuals, perceived by others as selfish, cold-blooded, and ruthless, they treated their chosen wives with far greater care than many other mixed-blood beings. They would never allow their wives to go hungry, even in acts of robbery. They would ensure to procure food for their wives, unlike Davidson and his ilk, who hoarded everything for themselves. They would certainly treat her better than Davidson and his companions did. As for what constituted a chosen wife, he himself was uncertain. Regardless, as she lay beside him, entwined with him, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, every cell in his body relishing the moment. Despite her earlier grip causing him discomfort and the psychological shadow cast by her earlier kick, he found it impossible to harbor any resentment towards her. Perhaps the mainframe never errs. The force bond between genetically compatible individuals is not without reason. While the attraction between such pairs may seem subtle from a distance, once they are in close proximity, the genetic allure becomes utterly irresistible. The desire to draw closer to one another was almost unbearable. The corners of He Jinyuan's lips subtly curved into a smile. Starry women were exceedingly rare, and there were billions of single men scattered across each planet. He, now a married man with a wife boasting a perfect genetic compatibility score of 100, considered himself far luckier than those billions of men. A wave of regret washed over him as he recalled threatening her alongside his brother and younger sibling. He wondered whether she would hold a grudge against him. A flicker of remorse flashed in He Jinyuan's eyes. As He Jinyuan wrestled with his feelings of regret, Lu Ruan, lost in slumber, lifted her soft arm, inadvertently tossing the thin blanket off He Jinyuan's body. Instantly, he felt a chill against his warm skin, and he comfortably squinted his golden eyes, silently thanking Lu Ruan 100 times. Meanwhile, after tossing aside the blanket, she found herself uncovered as well. After a few minutes, Lu Ruan's dream shifted to one of entrapment within an icy chamber. In her dream, her limbs were bound, curled up in a corner of the confined space, surrounded by impenetrable walls that offered no escape. She raised her gaze to the enclosing ice, silently lamenting that if she could not break free, she would perish from freezing and hunger. With gritted teeth, she resolved to lick the ice until it melted enough to create an exit. Thus, in her dazed state, she leaned closer to the corner, tentatively embarking on her first lick, akin to a cat grooming its fur. To her surprise, her tongue did not freeze to the icy wall. This method proved promising. With renewed determination, Lu Ruan pressed on, licking again and again, unaware that her soft, damp tongue was gliding over He Jinyuan's neck, again and again. In the darkness, He Jinyuan's slit pupils shifted from a pale gold to a deeper hue, as his body temperature rapidly escalated. Thump-thump. In the stillness of the room, the sound of his heartbeat resonated like thunder, his gaze softening with a hint of light as it began to lose focus. This woman, please stop licking, he thought. He could hardly bear it. The neck of a hybrid of the Dark Clan was the most vulnerable and sensitive part, and he felt overwhelmed. Perhaps, in her eyes, he was nothing more than a villain. Lu Ruan lost track of how many times she had licked, feeling as though the icy walls were nearly melting. She paused her actions and, with all her strength, threw her body against the wall. To her dismay, no matter how hard she tried, the icy barrier remained intact. What to do? Although the ice chamber was not cold, remaining trapped would lead to starvation. Just as panic set in, a succulent, dripping honey-glazed chicken leg descended from above, dangling tantalizingly before her eyes. A surge of joy filled Lu Ruan's heart, and without hesitation, she bit into it. In the next instant, He Jinyuan let out a hiss. Lu Ruan echoed the sound, feeling a sharp pain in her teeth. This chicken leg was incredibly tough. Was it made of wood? In an instant, she felt deceived, yet the juices from the leg seemed to flow. Well, if it was hard, so be it. If she couldn't have the meat, she would savor the sauce. Lu Ruan licked the juices clean and swallowed, a spicy sensation radiating from her throat to her digestive system and then spreading throughout her limbs. Within minutes, her previously cold body ignited with heat. Suddenly, a jolt of nerve pain pulled Lu Ruan from her dream. He Jinyuan, lying on his side, had anticipated that Lu Ruan would tire of licking and would stop, but in the next moment, she unexpectedly sank her teeth into his arm, drawing blood. A wave of pain, mixed with an itch, surged through his already tense body, causing his blood to boil. Simultaneously, the suppressive medication injected earlier that night lost its efficacy, granting him a sense of freedom. He flipped over, wrapping his arms around Lu Ruan, ready to kiss her. In the darkness, he noticed her eyes fluttering open. Their gazes met, her dark eyes locking onto his golden ones, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lu Ruan, still partially ensnared in her dream, groggily squinted at the figure of He Jinyuan, while he, stimulated by her earlier ministrations, found his rationality slipping away. Just as his lips were about to brush against hers, Lu Ruan suddenly raised her hand and slapped his face, the sharp sound echoing loudly in the silent room. He Jinyuan, what are you doing? Lu Ruan demanded, now fully awake. What was happening? How could he move? She had pinched him so hard before sleeping. Surely he wouldn't retaliate. Would he? The slap brought He Jinyuan back to a semblance of reason. He released Lu Ruan, gripping the bedsheets tightly, striving to suppress the surging desires within him. I am He Jinyuan, he managed to rasp, his voice hoarse and unnatural. Lu Ruan eyed him warily, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "You are He Jinyuan?" she asked, her surprise evident. After a brief pause, she noticed he made no attempt to harm her, prompting her to relax her guard. "Let us just sleep," she suggested lightly. However, as soon as she spoke, an overwhelming heat surged through her body, leaving her restless and utterly drained. "Did you poison me?" she asked, distressed. He Jinyuan, his voice still hoarse, replied no. He watched as Lu Ruan's face flushed, her limbs growing weak, suddenly recalling that she had bitten his arm and consumed his blood. The bodily fluids of the Dark Clan, including sweat, saliva, blood, and other secretions, naturally carried a hint of toxicity. Could she have been affected? Under normal circumstances, such toxicity was minimal, and she should not have felt anything. Was Lu Ruan truly this fragile? What was going on? Lu Ruan, feeling increasingly unwell, murmured incoherently. He Jinyuan extended his arm to show her. "You bit me. And perhaps you absorbed some toxin." Lu Ruan turned on the lights, revealing the deep bite marks on his tanned arm. Embarrassment washed over her, and she cleared her throat softly. As her gaze shifted, she noticed the intensity in his eyes had deepened. It was no longer the shadowy gaze from before, but rather one filled with a fiery desire to consume her. He Jinyuan inhaled deeply, concealing the primal urge to devour Lu Ruan, and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but what poison is hidden in the blood of your Dark Clan?" she retorted. "I'm not sure. Let me carry you to Davidson for a checkup." He Jinyuan replied, releasing the bedsheets and wrapping his arms around Lu Ruan as he sat up. As he attempted to stand with her in his arms, Lu Ruan's skin brushed against his cool skin, sending waves of comfort through her body. She disregarded all else and clung tightly to the source of her comfort. He Jinyuan, taken aback by Lu Ruan's embrace, felt her soft form pressed against him, her cheek nuzzling against his chest, sending his mind into a whirlwind. He halted his intention to stand, instead lying back down with her still in his arms, leaning in to kiss her. Lu Ruan gazed at his striking yet fierce visage, her eyes widening in surprise. Before she could ponder further, He Jinyuan captured her lips with fervor, losing himself in the kiss. Memories of his earlier concern for her well-being flooded her mind, along with his offer to seek Davidson's help, leading her to realize that perhaps He Jinyuan wasn't so bad after all. Sensing Lu Ruan's momentary distraction, He Jinyuan's golden eyes cracked open slightly. Upon encountering her, he was at a loss, a peculiar sensation swelling within him that he could scarcely articulate. His hand, which had been wrapped around Lu Ruan's delicate waist, loosened slightly, his fingers curling and uncurling in a tumultuous dance of tension and release. Perhaps, in her eyes, he appeared to be a villain of the highest order. After a moment, he steadied his breath and gently inquired, "Shall I assist you in seeking Davidson?" After a brief pause of 2 seconds, with no response from the woman, he rose from the bed and exited the room. Lu Ruan watched the silhouette of the man departing, her lips pressed together, rendered speechless. Her heart a tempest of unidentifiable emotions. He approached Davidson's door and knocked. Receiving no reply, he knocked again. When Davidson, bleary-eyed, finally emerged, he merely stated, "You should check on Lu Ruan," before disappearing into the bathroom. There, he retrieved his personal items from the storage space within the bathroom wall and submerged his entire form in an ice-cold bath. Leaning against the rim of the tub, fleeting images of Lu Ruan wrapping her limbs around him in sleep flooded his mind, as did the moment he attempted to lift her to seek Davidson, only for her to embrace him instead, nuzzling her cheek against his chest, igniting a fervor within him. The climax of his recollection was a moment of unrestrained passion, where he kissed her, yet she remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in thought. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he gently closed his eyes, still holding onto a hint of desire. Chapter 59. What did you all do last night? After a dose of the antidote, Lu Ruan expelled the toxins from her body. Yet her spirit remained undeniably vibrant, preventing her from descending into slumber. Noticing a light sheen of sweat upon her skin, she descended from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. Davidson had mentioned that the bloodline of He Jinyuan and his brothers bore unique traits, containing trace amounts of toxins. For someone of her pure bloodline, these toxins rendered her limbs weak and possessed an aphrodisiac effect. However, these toxins also contributed to enhancing her physique, albeit not as dramatically as the blue serpent's venom. She had never anticipated that among her 9 matched partners lay 3 men bearing toxins. Quite the novelty. Click. She stood before the darkened bathroom and opened the door, triggering the sensor lights to illuminate. Upon raising her gaze, she was nearly startled by the scene before her. There, He Junyuan reclined in a bathtub filled with ice. His golden eyes half closed, his body exuding an aura of frigid air, his complexion pale, as if succumbing to the cold. She hurried to the tub's edge and gently called out, "Hey Junyuan." His eyes snapped open, and upon recognizing Lu Ruan, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, quickly followed by a subtle glimmer of delight. What was this woman doing here? "Lu Ruan, do you wish to use the bathroom?" he inquired softly. Her gaze shifted from the ice within the tub to his perfect form shrouded in mist, finally locking onto his golden eyes. "Yes, I need the bathroom." "You shouldn't soak in this too long. It's detrimental to your health." Change to warm water. She recalled that He Junyuan was a hybrid of a mutated serpent. Surely, soaking in such icy water wouldn't induce a state of hibernation? Noticing the concern in her eyes, He Junyuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you worried about me? Damn it." He found himself relishing this feeling. Yet, had she not just been unresponsive to him? After deciding she was his wife, he refrained from being forceful, fearing her disdain. He chose to prioritize her feelings, akin to how the other men of He Mingxing treated her, which was why he sought Davidson's help to alleviate her toxins. Lu Ruan replied softly, offering him a radiant smile. The sight of her smile caused He Junyuan's heart to flutter. He asked, "Did Davidson mention what toxins are in my blood? Do they pose any harm to you?" "Not much harm, just leaves me feeling weak," she began, leaving the remainder of her thoughts unspoken for him to ponder. As she picked up a temperature ball from the wall and tossed it into the tub, the ice melted almost instantly, transforming the water into a warm embrace, the chilling atmosphere dissipating into steamy mists. Seated within the now warm water, He Junyuan's previously harsh demeanor softened, his toned, tanned body becoming a tantalizing sight amidst the fog. Lu Ruan unabashedly admired his physique. "As long as it poses no danger to you," he observed, noting her appraisal, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. "Please, immerse yourself thoroughly. Once you warm up, you can come out," she urged gently. Earlier, when he had kissed her, her instinctual human nature had led her to question whether he posed a threat. However, sensing his respect, her wariness melted away. With the realization that He Junyuan and his brothers had initially threatened her over the significant sum of 300 billion star coins, she began to understand their motives. Now, they were defending her honor at the dining table. And He Junyuan even offered her a tempting 10 billion to join him on He Mingxing. Her perception of the brothers had improved somewhat. The mainframe had bound these three brothers to her. They could only have her as their singular partner for life. They were, in essence, her pre-prepared meals. Whenever she desired, she could simply heat them up. While she had yet to fully discern the personalities of the other two poisonous serpents, He Junyuan, who had willingly approached her, had not retaliated against her earlier slight. He had shown concern and respect, even compromising himself rather than forcing her in an unwanted situation. His current demeanor instilled a sense of safety within her, since he had come to her willingly, sparing her the need to tame him. And given that his blood's toxins posed no severe threat but could potentially enhance her constitution slightly, she saw no reason to refuse this opportunity presented to her. Yet, she pondered the enigmatic desires harbored by this man, whose gaze often hinted at shadows. Nonetheless, the importance of such musings paled in comparison to marking him as her own. If he proved unsatisfactory, she could always replace him with another. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her gaze involuntarily drifted to He Junyuan's gradually reddening, seductive lips. She extended her finger, gently brushing against his mouth. He Junyuan found himself momentarily stunned by her affectionate gesture, never having anticipated such intimacy from Lu Ruan. His golden eyes sparkled with astonishment and joy. Without uttering a word, Lu Ruan's gaze bore a silent allure as her finger caressed his lips. The atmosphere in the confined bathroom thickened with a palpable tension, the very air warming with their unspoken connection. He Junyuan's throat moved slightly as his heartbeat quickened, his pupils transforming into a deeper shade of gold. Just then, Lu Ruan leaned in, capturing his lips with her own, delivering a gentle bite. This tender yet fleeting bite ignited a long-suppressed desire within He Junyuan, and he seized Lu Ruan's arms, drawing her into the tub. Warm droplets splashed as her nightgown became damp, revealing her alluring figure. His gaze swept over her form, darkening with intensity as he pulled her onto his lap, biting his tongue to deepen their kiss. Their silhouettes entwined within the steamy haze, lost in a world of their own. Lu Ruan savored the familiar spiciness, a sensation that surged through her, igniting an unbearable heat within. This time, she did not resist but rather surrendered to He Junyuan. The two were like thunder and lightning. Their lips and tongues entwined, their bodies intertwined in a passionate embrace, difficult to part. Time slipped away unnoticed as they kissed. Lu Ruan's breath was completely enveloped by the rich, deep fragrance of patchouli emanating from the man. This was the unique masculine aura of He Junyuan. As she slightly opened her eyes, she beheld He Junyuan, his golden irises unfocused as he kissed her. Gazing at his earnest expression made her heart flutter. He Junyuan sensed Lu Ruan's movements. He paused, looking into her eyes, his voice husky as he inquired, "Lu Ruan, where do you wish to go?" His hands tightly encircled her waist, as if he longed to meld her into him, yet he still sought her opinion. Lu Ruan, breathless, softly uttered a single word. Before long, her nightgown mysteriously found its way to the floor, and the warm water in the large bathtub splashed noisily. The friction between the tub and the floor creating a series of soft clinks. Time passed unmeasured. A cheerful announcement echoed in Lu Ruan's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully marking He Junyuan and establishing a contractual relationship." Ignoring the voice in her head, Lu Ruan felt her body, far from alleviating its heat, becoming even more restless. She looked at the man who had placed her on his lap, panting softly as she asked, "Yuan, besides your blood, are your other bodily fluids toxic as well?" She felt as if she had encountered a poppy. One touch ignited an insatiable desire for more. He Junyuan's gaze flickered slightly.
No.
"This time I guarantee I won't feed you my blood." Soon, a new round commenced. Seconds turned into minutes. The water in the room changed from tub to tub. And outside, the sky gradually brightened. The two locked in the bathroom could still hear the commotion. The other men in the house began to rise.
Lu Ruan.
"I can't take it anymore." "Then don't poison me." Lu Ruan glared at He Junyuan, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. He Junyuan leaned weakly against the edge of the bathtub, his throat dry as he apologized. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." Just as Lu Ruan was about to speak, a knock echoed from outside. "Soft, my dear wife. Are you in the bathroom?" Two pairs of panda-like eyes darted to the door, followed by a shared glance. Chapter 60. Almost got beaten. Lu Ruan cleared her throat and responded loudly to the person outside. "We're waiting outside for you. I've tidied up your things and brought you breakfast. Once we locate He Junyuan, we'll set off." It was unclear where He Junyuan had wandered off to. Without a light brain, she couldn't reach anyone else. Immediately, a low curse sounded from outside.
Lu Ruan heret kedong chursing He Junyuan.
She silently regarded the shadowy man cradling her in his arms, then turned her gaze back to the door. He Junyuan, meanwhile, shifted Lu Ruan slightly on his lap and extended his long, elegant fingers, gently untangling her tousled hair. "Asen, Io, Adong, what time is it?" "Exactly 8 o'clock. Lu Ruan, being considerate, called out to the men outside, "I still need a while to get myself ready. You don't have to stand by the door. Go search for He Junyuan. We must not delay our departure because of him." The departure time had been meticulously calculated to avoid cosmic storms. If they did not leave by 9 this morning, their next opportunity would not come until 5 tomorrow afternoon. This was why everyone had arisen early instead of sleeping in. He Yen and He Yi have already taken measures to find He Junyuan. "We'll wait for you." "It's no trouble," Kodong assured her, his voice both magnetic and affectionate. Lu Ruan turned to He Junyuan. This man had endured too much yesterday. He Junyuan had first been kicked by her, then beaten to the brink of unconsciousness by Luo Yao and Kodong, saved by Davidson, and finally delivered to her bed by a drugged state. After soaking in ice water for 20 minutes, he had resolutely exercised until dawn, never allowing her to tire even once. It was a wonder he had managed so much. She could not let the men outside discover the man inside, otherwise He Junyuan would face another round of severe beatings from Kodong and Luo Yao. With her mind racing, Lu Ruan suddenly recalled the habits of the men outside, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. She softened her voice and addressed the men outside. "Asen, could you please pick some flowers from the villa garden for me? Adong, help me cut the exotic fruits from the fridge into small cubes. I need them, and remember, they must be star-shaped. I want to accept anything else. I've misplaced my sapphire earrings. Could you search my room? I'm not accustomed to going without them right before we depart." Instantly, 3 voices responded in unison from outside. "Okay." He Junyuan stroked the sapphire earrings dangling from Lu Ruan's earlobe, a smirk playing on his lips. His wife was truly amusing, her mind racing with cleverness. Within minutes, Davidson was seen in the yard, meticulously polishing his gold-rimmed glasses until not a speck of dust remained. With a compulsive precision, his deep brown eyes scanned the flower bed, seeking identical blooms, satisfied only once he found them to cut. Ko Dong stood in the kitchen, tentatively attempting to cut star shapes from the fruits, but they ended up a mangled mess in his hands. His brows furrowed deeply like a caterpillar. He gazed at his hands, then at the disarray on the cutting board, feeling a strong urge to chop off his own hand in frustration. Luo Yao rummaged through every corner of the spacious master bedroom, leaving no crevice unchecked, only to end up questioning his very existence. In the living room downstairs, the mechanic observed the family preparing for an adventure, confusion etched across his face. In the bathroom, or rather, the bathtub, Lu Ruan suppressed her insatiable desires, swaying unsteadily as she stood with He Junyuan's assistance. She then dried herself off and donned her clothes. Internally, she had already categorized He Junyuan as a poppy-like man. She felt sufficiently fulfilled in spirit, yet her body remained insatiably heated, refusing to heed her commands. He Junyuan was irresistible. One touch led to an unquenchable desire for more. The most troubling aspect was that, influenced by the toxicity of his bodily fluids, her spirit remained excessively exhilarated, leaving her unable to succumb to fatigue. Unlike her encounters with Ko Dong, which allowed her to faint in satisfaction after just one. She scrutinized her reflection, noticing her dark circles. Then she glanced at He Junyuan's matching dark circles, hesitating for a few seconds. Yuan, if we go out like this, you'll surely get beaten. I'll go out first, you stay here and wait for me. I'll grab something to cover up your eyes. He Junyuan gazed at his weak reflection in the mirror, noting the dark circles around his eyes, feeling quite displeased with the men who had stood outside. If it weren't for them, he could have easily indulged her for 7 days and nights. After they tidied up, Lu Ruan concealed He Junyuan's dark circles with makeup. And then they descended the stairs, one after the other. As Lu Ruan reached the living room, she found the previously recruited S-class mechanic already waiting. Meanwhile, He Yen and He Yi stormed in from outside, their faces filled with fury. He Junyuan, perched on the stairs, watched his elder brother and younger brother below, their imposing aura evident. Had he dodged Ko Dong only to fall into the hands of his own brothers? He Junyuan, you better explain yourself. He Yi dropped the honorific, addressing him by name. Upon awakening early in the morning, he overheard Ko Dong and the others discussing the mysterious disappearance of his second brother. His immediate assumption was that his brother had chosen not to join the expedition and had departed from the villa to return to the dark underworld star. However, upon discovering that his brother's spatial button and light brain were still left behind in the villa, he dismissed the notion of voluntary departure. With that possibility eliminated, he speculated that his brother, in a weakened state, had ventured out in the dead of night and had fallen prey to an enemy's abduction. He and his elder brother promptly alerted the Shurring members to prepare for battle, readying 10 large warships to obliterate the enemy forces emboldened by their audacity. After notifying the organization, he and his elder brother embraced the notion that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety, suspecting that their adversaries might be lurking nearby. Observing their every move, they retrieved a detector, cautiously scouring the vicinity of the villa for any trace of their brother. The detector was adept at locating numerous items, making it ideal for the search for missing persons. When they first arrived, it had been employed to assess the number of individuals present within the villa. Furthermore, the 3 brothers shared a clandestine secret. They had each implanted asymmetrically positioned signal chips beneath the skin on the inner sides of their knees. Under normal circumstances, these chips could evade detection by the detector, thereby concealing their precise locations from any pursuing foes. It was due to this unique signal chip that the brothers had managed to survive intact over the years. In the event they found themselves in peril, such as being captured by enemies, they merely needed to align their legs so that the 2 chips would touch, thus deactivating the signal concealment and amplifying the signal to its maximum capacity, allowing the trapped individual to await rescue from those tracking their location. That morning, he and his elder brother wielded the detector, circling the vicinity of the villa repeatedly before venturing into the surrounding residential area, meticulously searching but failing to detect any signals exclusive to the 3 brothers' chips. If his brother had indeed been captured, he would have certainly aligned his legs, awaiting their arrival for rescue. However, the detector remained unresponsive, leading him to deduce that their enemies were likely not in the vicinity. Just as he and his elder brother contemplated abandoning the expedition and hastening back to the dark underworld star to devise a rescue plan, the signal from the special chip activated. Remarkably, the target location was right within their own villa. They hurriedly returned, and upon entering, their eyes were met with the sight of their brother standing upright on the staircase, seemingly unharmed. What on earth was happening? He scrutinized He Jin-yuan from head to toe, his gaze particularly unnerving. He Jin-yuan descended the stairs step by step, his movements unsteady and his posture wavering. Lacking the strength to respond, he reached the living room and noticed a plate of oddly shaped alien fruit cubes on the table. In one breath, he devoured an entire plate. In Chapter 61, it was evident that he was unable to close his legs. Lu Ruan, after greeting the S-rank mechanic who had been summoned, sat beside the coffee table, wide-eyed as she observed He Jin-yuan's actions, wondering just how hungry he was. Before she could ponder further, He Jin-yi stormed over, fury radiating from him as he approached with a gust of wind trailing behind. He Jin-yuan, do you even realize that my brother and I searched for you for a whole hour? We almost thought you. He Jin-yi stood beside He Jin-yuan, a mix of concern and ire evident in his tone. Could you not have aligned your legs? The phrase align your legs referred to bringing the chips on the inner sides of their knees together to emit a signal, revealing their position. This phrase held a significance understood only by the three brothers. After consuming the plate of fruit, He Jin-yuan regained a modicum of strength. Ignoring He Jin-ye's icy glare, he calmly replied to the irate He Jin-yi, I cannot close my legs. His tone bore no trace of remorse, and he even exuded a sense of defiance. From 2 in the morning until 8, Lu Ruan had been seated between his legs, expecting him to align them.
Impossible.
He simply could not do so. Yuan, explain yourself. What on earth have you been doing? He Jin-yi inquired, his voice dark and laced with the authoritative tone of an elder brother, exuding an imposing presence. He Jin-yuan fell silent for a moment before leaning closer to whisper a few words in He Jin-ye's ear. Instantly, He Jin-yi coughed lightly, his previously angry visage turning a shade darker, tinged with an unnatural crimson hue. What is going on? He Jin-yi appeared baffled. He Jin-yi then leaned in to whisper a few words to He Jin-yi, causing He Jin-yi's face to flush with anger before gradually darkening. Brother, why on earth did she choose you first? He exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Lu Ruan. That woman first kissed me, and it was I whom she admired. Last night. She must have mistaken my brother for me, which led to the absurdity of her having an intimate conversation with him. He had introduced himself as He Jin-yi at the dining table. Damn it. Although the brothers bore a resemblance, their temperaments and gazes were vastly different. How could Lu Ruan be so dim-witted as to confuse her affections for one brother with another, and to end up in his brother's embrace? He Jin-ye's gaze towards He Jin-yuan shifted, no longer reflecting the same sentiment as before. He was unsure why, but a sense of discomfort stirred within him, compelling him to want to give his brother a good beating. Lu Ruan, meanwhile, received a myriad of differing glances from the three brothers. She pretended not to notice and avoided eye contact. Rising, she prepared to call Davidson, who was in the yard. However, as she exerted pressure on her waist, a sharp twinge shot through her, causing her to nearly brace herself against the wall. Turning her head to ensure no one was watching, she gritted her teeth and let out a suppressed sound of pain before slowly returning to her seat. At that moment, the men she had been busying herself with approached her one by one. A gentle and reserved prodigy, a handsome and resolute man, and a strikingly beautiful youth approached, all wearing identical smiles that held varying shades of tenderness. They began to speak in unison. Ruan, are you satisfied with this bouquet of flowers?
Wife.
Here's the 5-pointed star you wanted. This plate looks better than the one on the table. Sister, I couldn't find it. Did you manage to locate the earrings yourself? They're lovely. Lu Ruan accepted the flowers, inhaling their fragrance delicately. She then picked up the plate, applying the 5-pointed star to the back of her hand to test the fruit mask's efficacy, deeming it quite satisfactory before storing the items in her space. Turning to Luo Yao, she remarked nonchalantly, I found it. It was hiding in my clothes all along. Thank you for your efforts, Yao. Fortunately, she had played enough roles in the past to lie without batting an eye. Kodong, Davidson, and Luo Yao, having shifted their gazes from Lu Ruan, simultaneously turned their attention back to He Jin-yuan, pressing for answers. He Jin-yuan, where have you been? After a moment of contemplation, He Jin-yuan silently turned his face towards the mechanic seated on the sofa, evading the inquiries from Kodong and the others. Furrowing his brow, he asked the mechanic, Are you the S-rank mechanic we hired for our expedition team? What is your mental power level? Which academy did you graduate from? Do you have any exploration experience? With this single query, He Jin-yuan successfully diverted everyone's attention. Lu Ruan followed suit, directing her gaze towards the S-rank mechanic, who had already donned a black and blue expedition suit. He stood at a height of 6 feet, exuding youthfulness, with a doll-like face framed by curly brown hair. Hello. My name is Lance. I graduated from the Alpha Star Mechanical Engineering Academy with an S-level mental power. I have spent my time in the academy researching mechas alongside my mentor, and I have just graduated, so I currently lack exploration experience. However, I assure you that I can repair S-class mechas and warships for you. A timid smile adorned Lance's doll-like face. Prior to his arrival, apart from Kudong, he was unaware of who else made up this expedition team. Upon entering the villa, he first encountered Kudong, which stirred a wave of excitement within him. Then, he met the illustrious Dean Davidson, who was also serving as a medic for the team, and his exhilaration escalated further. However, his enthusiasm swiftly diminished when he came face to face with 2 identical men who exuded an unmistakable air of malevolence, prompting him to contemplate withdrawing from the team. He feared that if he failed to repair their mechs, they might unceremoniously cast him away on a satellite planet. The situation worsened when he was confronted by another identical man, who furrowed his brow in inquiry, sending a shiver of trepidation through him. Noticing Lance's apprehension, Lu Ruan smiled and reassured him, "You've acquainted yourself with the team, haven't you? Captain Kudong, Dean Davidson is our medic, and then there's Luo Yao, along with the 3 brothers, all of whom are mech warriors. Just focus on your duties. There's no need to be anxious." Lance nodded slightly. Perhaps it was Lu Ruan's gentle voice that alleviated some of his fear. Heijun Yuan withdrew his gaze from Lance and activated his newly acquired holographic device. The time read 8:50 in the morning. "Now that everyone is present, let us embark." "Very well. Do you 3 possess S-class mechs?" Kudong cast a glance at Heijun Yen and the others, holding 3 mech keys in his hand. These S-class mechs were originally intended for the 3 S-class mech warriors being recruited, and it seemed Heijun Yen and his companions would have no use for them.
No.
They only had 3 S-class mechs. The S-class ones in Kudong's possession were non-negotiable, and they must be rendered utterly useless before unveiling their own treasures. "Hand them over to us, 1 for each, and use them sparingly." After a brief moment of hesitation, Kudong ultimately decided to give the mech keys to the 3 men, as there was currently only 1 S-class mechanic in the team. Unless absolutely necessary, he would rather not let Heijun Yen and his companions use the 3 S-class mechs for combat, for once damaged, the S-class mechanic would be unable to repair them. "Let's head out." As Kudong spoke, he moved to lift Lu Ruan from the couch. However, Davidson and Luo Yao were already prepared, brushing away Kudong's hand to take her themselves. Just then, Heijun Yuan acted quickly, wrapping his arms around Lu Ruan's waist and legs, lifting her effortlessly and making a swift exit from the living room. He shot Kudong a provocative glance from the corner of his eye and planted a kiss on Lu Ruan's fair cheek. This earned him glares from the 3 men who seemed ready to strike him down, along with a hint of hostility in Heijun Ye's eyes. Peeking over Heijun Yuan's shoulder, Lu Ruan forced a calm demeanor and addressed Kudong and the others. "Adong, don't just stand there, come on out." Faced with their incredulous expressions, she couldn't shake the feeling of betraying her organization. Chapter 62, Teaching Your Grandfather How to Work. Lu Ruan, Kudong, Davidson, Luo Yao, Heijun Yen, Heijun Yuan, and Heijun Yi formed a family of 7, accompanied by the mechanic Lance, making a total of 8 individuals standing neatly in the villa's courtyard. All of them donned adventure suits of dark blue and black hues. Kudong raised his hand to point at the sky, and a beam of white light flashed. A 5-meter-long S-class battleship materialized, hovering above the villa, its understated earthy tones giving it a sleek appearance, reminiscent of a lion crouched in the jungle. "1. Wait while I operate the mech." Heijun Yuan gently set Lu Ruan down and pressed the mech key. Luo Yao, who had been following closely behind Lu Ruan, seized the opportunity when Heijun Yuan was distracted, scooping Lu Ruan up in an instant. With a flap of his black wings, a whirlwind erupted from the ground, and in a heartbeat, he soared into the air with Lu Ruan in tow. His pose was elegant and dashing, silver hair dancing in the wind, while his dark feathers resembled a looming storm cloud. "All right, Ruan, I'm taking you with me." Just as Heijun Yuan reached out to grab Lu Ruan, he found the space beside him empty. When he turned to look around, his brother pointed skyward. He glanced up to see Lu Ruan already perched atop the battleship, where a silver-haired youth beckoned him with a playful gesture.
Damn.
Almost forgot that this kid is from the Feather Clan. Heijun Yuan reined in his gaze, a flicker of gloom crossing his features. Then, suppressing his discomfort, he boarded the S-class white mech distributed by Kudong and piloted it into the sky. The others followed suit, ascending one after another. Lu Ruan entered the ship's cabin alongside Luo Yao. At first glance, the layout of the cabin was quite simple, comprising the control room and a lounge. The control room served as the operational hub for the explorers, while the lounge was comparable in size to an ordinary room, furnished with sturdy tables and chairs for tea, a small kitchen for sporadic cooking of captured exotic beasts, and a foldable soft bed along the cabin walls for resting. In one corner of the lounge, there was a compact bathroom designed for spatial efficiency. Throughout the day, explorers primarily occupied the control room, maneuvering the battleship in combat against exotic beasts, or piloting mechs to seek out mission targets. Aside from sleeping and dining, they seldom utilized the lounge. The moment Lu Ruan stepped into the lounge, her first action was to pull down the foldable bed attached to the wall. After a night of activity, she intended to catch up on her sleep once the battleship settled into a steady course. "Sister, are you going to sleep?" Luo Yao asked, somewhat surprised. "You just woke up and now wish to sleep again? Don't you want to take in the beautiful sights of the universe? It's magnificent." Lu Ruan nodded while sitting on the bed. "Yes, I'm a bit tired. I'll take a short nap later." Heijun Yuan entered the lounge next. Upon seeing Lu Ruan's actions, he unhesitatingly pulled down the foldable bed beside hers and sat down. "One, come over and share my bed. I'll hold you, and you can rest comfortably in my embrace without any jostling." "What are you talking about, Heijun Yuan?" Just then, Kedong and several others entered. Meeting Lu Ruan's clear gaze, he hastily retracted some inappropriate words. Lu Ruan, addressing the commanding Kedong, said reassuringly, "Adong, we are all family here. Let's not quarrel." After a brief silence, Kedong instructed, "Heijun Yuan, go pilot the battleship." He frowned at Heijun Yuan, who was already reclining on the bed, ready to sleep. Then turned to survey the remaining crew. "You all stay in the lounge for now. I will introduce the mission and the precautions we need to take." With the ship yet to enter the cosmic storm zone, only one person was needed to pilot the battleship. He needed to ensure that these inexperienced team members were well informed about the necessary precautions. However, Kedong's new recruits were all headstrong, markedly different from the obedient members cultivated in previous adventurer families. Heijun Yuan flatly refused. "I'm not going. If you want to go, you can go yourself." For years, as one of the 3 leaders of the Shadow Collectors, no one had ever dared to command him in such a manner, not even his brother, who would always make requests. Besides, he needed to conserve his energy to fight better upon reaching their destination. After voicing his refusal, Heijun Yuan lifted his feet from the floor and placed them on the bed, turning his body towards the wall to avoid Kedong's murderous glare. He donned a U-shaped pillow around his neck, closed his eyes, and fell silent, resembling a snake that could not be roused.
"Come on."
Kedong retrieved an electric baton from his spatial button and zapped it at Heijun Yuan. Lu Ruan watched as Heijun Yuan's body trembled, his stylish flaxen hair standing on end for 2 seconds before drooping like withered grass. "Adong, let us keep it civil. No need for violence," she gasped in alarm, quickly intervening. "Aren't you going yet?" Kedong jabbed the electric baton at Heijun Yuan, his voice low and commanding. His disdain for Heijun Yuan's pursuit of his wife fueled his desire to order the man around. Heijun Yuan rolled out of bed and, with lightning speed, seized Kedong by the collar. "Are you attempting to instruct your elder?" he growled, his shadowy eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Towering at 186 meters, he exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, despite the slightly loose black leather jacket he wore. Lu Ruan silently shook her head. Initially, she had envisioned embarking on an adventure with her beloved husbands. Yet it appeared that among the group of men, 3 on her side and 3 on the opposing side, there was palpable discontent. She could foresee the ensuing journey brimming with excitement. It remained uncertain when Heijun Yuan and his brothers would reach a semblance of balance with Kedong's trio. Much like Luo Yao, Kedong, and Davidson, who had once been at odds but had now united against common adversaries, the current situation demanded harmony. Kedong, in turn, grasped Heijun Yuan's collar, raising his electric baton as if to strike. "Adong, Yuan didn't he rest well last night? Once he has regained his energy, he can follow your orders." Lu Ruan interjected. Fortunately, Kedong was amenable to her counsel. Temporarily setting aside personal grievances, he addressed the other men present. "Who among you will take the helm? The audio in the control room will remain synchronized. Should anyone have further questions after my explanation, feel free to ask." As the captain, he needed to prioritize the collective's interests, allowing Heijun Yuan a brief respite so that the team could coordinate effectively upon reaching their destination. Lu Ruan cast a glance at her other husbands. He Junyuan and He Junyi remained silent, feigning ignorance. Luo Yao turned away, resembling a group of students caught off guard by a teacher's inquiry. Davidson, indifferent to the unfolding tension, held a plate of Lu Ruan's lovingly prepared breakfast. At that moment, the gazes of He Junyuan, He Junyan, and He Junyi landed on Lance. "I'll take over, Captain Ko," Lance quickly volunteered. The atmosphere within the family was too intimidating. He preferred to retreat to the control room rather than remain under such oppressive pressure.
Kedong nodded slightly.
Very well, proceed along the designated route. After Lance headed to the control room, Lu Ruan climbed from her soft couch to a chair in the lounge, preparing to listen attentively to Kedong's briefing on the mission and its nuances before indulging in some much-needed rest. He Junyuan, mustering his energy, also sat up to listen. The other men followed suit, taking their seats. Kedong activated his holographic device, retrieving a video recording from 2 years prior on XM007. He projected it for all to see. Chapter 63. If last night's figure was him. A warship soared from Lu Ruan's villa, launching from the planet like a rocket, following a pre-planned trajectory towards the XM007 satellite. Once the ship settled into a stable orbit, Kedong began to present the visuals displayed on the screen to the team. The XM007 satellite is one of 1,000, located at a considerable distance from the main star, with 2/3 of its area covered by ocean and 1/3 by land. Our exploration mission this time is to capture a blue dragon alive on the XM007 satellite, Kedong explained, gesturing toward the paused video image. The footage depicted a forest adjacent to the ocean, where several large paw prints, about a centimeter deep, and corresponding smaller prints marked the ground, slightly damp. These are the paw prints of the blue dragon I encountered during a previous expedition on the star. The presence of multiple prints suggests there may be a whole clan of blue dragons, making our search considerably easier. As Kedong elaborated, the team listened intently, including He Junyuan, who had almost clashed with him moments before. Although Davidson was not participating in the expedition, he contemplated the toxic creatures that might inhabit such an environment. Suddenly, Luo Yao interjected, "Kedong, considering the danger posed by the blue dragon, which can grow over 100 meters long, do you think it's wise to attempt to capture one? Perhaps we should enlist additional help." Kedong chuckled confidently. "The larger ones are too difficult to catch, so we'll focus on the smaller ones. Just remember, upon reaching XM007, you must follow my commands. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must comply without deviation." His gaze lingered pointedly on He Junyuan and his brothers, emphasizing the critical importance of adherence to orders. Failure to do so could result in dire consequences on that star, where the risk of being severely injured by alien beasts was very real. Though Davidson would be there to provide medical assistance, any delays in treatment could jeopardize the mission, allowing the blue dragon to escape. "All right, we'll follow your lead," He Junyuan replied impatiently, clearly fatigued. The others expressed no dissent, recognizing that Kedong was the most experienced in exploration among them. The He Jun brothers, while formidable in combat against other fleets, had little experience contending with the various alien beasts that roamed the satellite and were unaware of their natures and weaknesses. As they approached XM007, the journey would take 3 days, during which they would traverse 15 cosmic storm zones. If anyone wishes to rest, now is the time. However, upon hearing the ship's alarm, you must promptly rise and head to the control room. Lu Ruan looked at Kedong. "Do Asen and I need to follow the same protocol?" After a moment's thought, Kedong nodded. "Yes."
Good.
After confirming, Kedong called for Luo Yao to join him in the control room. Davidson fed Lu Ruan a few bites of breakfast before retreating to the small kitchen to concoct some new medicinal potions. Once Lu Ruan finished eating, she applied the star-shaped stickers Kedong had previously cut for her as a fruit mask on her face, although she couldn't consume them. Using them on her skin posed no issue. He Junyuan's couch was positioned directly opposite Lu Ruan's, and as he lifted his head slightly, he noticed her face adorned with little stars. Curiosity sparked within him. "Ruan, what's this for?" Lu Ruan, her eyes covered by 2 star stickers, moved her lips gently, the fragrance wafting through the air. "It helps with sleep. Would you like me to place 2 on your eyes as well?" Her voice was soft and gentle, resonating notably in the small lounge. "Sure," He Junyuan readily agreed. Lu Ruan carefully peeled off 2 star stickers from her own face and gently placed them over his eyes. As he closed his eyes, inhaling the sweet scent of the exotic fruit and feeling the coolness of the stickers, he found himself enveloped in a state of bliss. "Your items are truly wonderful." Indeed. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruan and He Junyuan, He Junyi had been covertly observing the scene from the corner of his eye. Once Lu Ruan closed her eyes, the cool sensation on her face momentarily cleared her mind. She inwardly called for the little dumpling. What is He Junyuan's current wish? The little dumpling responded, Host, He Junyuan's current wish is significant. Achieving it would yield 35 willpower points. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan felt a jolt of surprise. Instantly, He Junyuan's image elevated in her mind. His desire was grand and meaningful. Unless she ascended to become the interstellar empress, fulfilling it would be exceedingly challenging. She let out a soft sigh. It appears that some men, although marked, remain merely marked, fervently wishing that their aspirations do not mirror those of the ashen source. Lu Ruan, gathering her thoughts, felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, her consciousness gradually succumbing to slumber. Apart from those in the control room, the rest of the crew soon followed suit into sleep, with Ashen Source being the most deeply entranced. The S-class battleship darted swiftly through the cosmos as hours slipped by. Ashen Ye's mind was preoccupied with the tender moments shared between Lu Ruan and her second brother from a few hours prior. The more he ruminated, the more discomfort he felt, the more elusive sleep became. If only he had been the one taken to the master bedroom last night. As Lu Ruan dozed, she turned slightly, causing the stars adorning her face to fall. Ashen Ye rose from his resting place, tiptoeing to her side to retrieve the fallen stars. Gazing at the fragrant stars in his hand, he looked back at the peacefully sleeping Lu Ruan. After a moment's hesitation, he flipped the stars over and gently affixed them back onto her face, one by one. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her cheek, the softness sending a jolt through him, causing his hand to retract instinctively, his heart fluttering in response. Standing beside her, he gazed at Lu Ruan with an expression filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, the ship's alarm blared. Ashen Yi snapped back to reality, scooping Lu Ruan into his arms and striding towards the control room. As he prepared to place her in the chair, Lu Ruan groggily opened her eyes. Yuan? Ashen Yi met her hazy gaze, his fingers curling slightly. He responded softly. Chapter 64. Are you capable? Ashen Yi gently set Lu Ruan down in the chair, observing through the monitors that Ashen Yuan had yet to awaken in the lounge. After fastening her seatbelt, he pressed a fervent kiss upon her delicate lips. The chill of his lips contrasted with a burning intensity. A shift in demeanor from the gentlemanly to the rogue. Lu Ruan felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from voicing it. Perhaps this was the true essence of Yuan. Nearby, Kudong's expression darkened at the sight. Really? You're kissing my wife at a time like this? He admonished. We have 3 minutes until we enter the cosmic storm zone. Ashen Yuan, get ready. He mentally noted Ashen Yuan, then swiftly redirected his focus to the monitoring screens with a serious demeanor. He calculated the optimal departure time to maximize avoidance of the storm. However, caution was paramount when traversing through the storm region. Ashen Yi donned Lu Ruan's helmet before taking a seat a little further away, savoring the memory of her kiss and the sensation of initiating one. The other crew members quickly filed into the control room, with Davidson hastily taking a seat beside Lu Ruan, who was engrossed in the display screen and oblivious to Ashen Yuan's earlier presence. The control room chairs were arranged in an elliptical formation, a total of 12 corresponding to various combat positions, each equipped with high-definition screens displaying the monitoring visuals of a storm ahead. Everyone in the room observed the same image on their screens, although during combat, they could switch to different angles as needed. Kudong positioned himself at the front of the ellipse, with Luo Yao and Lans at his side, while Lu Ruan and Davidson occupied the opposite side, followed by the remaining crew. From a small monitor, Kudong ensured everyone was seated and wearing their helmets. His dark eyes scanned the seating assignments of Luo Yao and the three brothers, his lips parting slightly as he called out, Positions 2, 6, 7, and 8. Prepare yourselves. Lu Ruan perked up, adjusting her posture, and the others followed suit, their expressions turning serious. Davidson's heart raced, seizing the moment before reaching the storm's edge. He quickly injected himself with a syringe. It wasn't that he doubted Kudong's abilities, but during his previous travels between the 9 major stars, he had navigated numerous storm zones, while Kudong had only traversed this area once, and few explorers had ventured here. If the battleship were to be ensnared by the dark vortex, they would all perish. Ruan, are you afraid? Davidson asked, pulling out another syringe and glancing at her. Lu Ruan responded calmly, I'm not afraid. In fact, she found it somewhat thrilling. Fear was futile, and at worst, she would be accompanied by her entire crew to the grave. Yet, she trusted her 188, Kudong would never let them fall into such peril. Good, good. Davidson thought silently, stowing the syringe away and taking a deep breath, finally steadying his heart and calming his shaking legs. Lu Ruan focused ahead. From afar, the cosmic storm zone loomed like a dark vortex, greedily consuming surrounding light, rendering the area a vast dark blot in the cosmos. Their battleship resembled a small vessel hurtling towards this oceanic abyss. As the ship reached the brink of the dark blot, space seemed to warp momentarily. An invisible force tugging at the battleship. Lu Ruan observed through the screen that nearly all matter within the storm was being torn apart by this immense force. Enormous clouds of interstellar dust swirled chaotically, akin to sand whipped by a tempest, while asteroids and comets disintegrated under the storm's wrath, their fragments splattering like raindrops, tracing bright yet fleeting arcs across the universe. Intense electromagnetic radiation surged like a torrential tide, countless high-energy particles darting through the chaos at a frenzied pace, striking anything bold enough to approach. Kudong commanded firmly, Number 2, shatter the obstacles ahead. Number 6, 7, and 8, handle the upper and side threats. With his command, the battleship's weapon systems activated instantly, energy beams shooting towards the storm's edge. Kudong expertly piloted the ship through the region with utmost speed and precision. Though Ashen Yen and his companions were not accustomed to navigating such territories, they acted decisively, obliterating incoming obstacles in an instant. Lu Ruan remained composed while Davidson feigned calmness. Ashen Yi caught a glimpse of Lu Ruan's demeanor from the corner of his eye, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a massive energy vortex surged towards the battleship. Kudong swiftly adjusted the ship's trajectory, attempting to evade the powerful pull. However, the vortex's strength was overwhelming, and the ship was partially engulfed, shaking violently as alarms blared throughout the control room. Warning! Damage level 1. Steady yourselves, everyone, steady! Kudong's expression hardened as he shouted, his hands flying over the control panel. For a moment, the battleship resembled a fish leaping from turbulent waters, spinning 360 degrees while striving to break free from the vortex's grasp. Yet in the next instant, it was pulled back in, only to attempt to leap once more. After countless leaps, the warship found itself at the heart of the storm zone, where the gravitational pull was at its peak. With its bow drawn perilously close to being engulfed, even with the activation of the top-tier defense systems, the hull began to sustain damage. Warning! Damage level of the warship, 5. Warning! Damage level of the warship, 6. Damage level, 7. Damage level, 30. At this moment, Lu Ruan's vision was clouded with stars, her head spinning while the world around her swirled. The cacophony of alarms filled her ears as she clutched the handrails tightly, striving to maintain her balance. Witnessing the escalating damage to the warship, she realized that if things continued this way, disintegration was imminent, and everyone aboard would face doom. Heian's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that his life would end here. Kudong, can you handle this? If not, relinquish control to me. I'll take over, Heian called out, his brow furrowed.
Kudong.
His obsidian eyes fixated on a parameter on the monitor, retorted, silence. Just a few more seconds. Heian, likewise focused on a parameter, caught the hint of understanding and surprise in Kudong's faintly golden eyes. His lips moved slightly, urging Heian, just wait a moment. Warning! Damage level of the warship, 31. Damage level, 32. Damage level, 35. The warship is on the verge of disintegration. The alarms blared like a death knell, raising the anxiety of all aboard to a fever pitch. The warship's bow was now fully engulfed in the black vortex, and just as everyone's hearts raced, believing the remainder of the ship would soon be consumed, Kudong's voice rang out with authority. Prepare for a jump. As soon as Kudong's command was issued, his deft fingers moved like shadows across the control panel, pressing various buttons with fluid grace, a testament to countless hours of practice. His tall frame exuded a calm and charismatic presence, while his strikingly handsome face blended seriousness and intensity, radiating an air of regal authority.
Lu Ruan.
Her previously dazed mind clearing as she turned towards Kudong, felt a surge of reassurance at his unwavering composure. Just as he finished speaking, Heian, Heian Yuan, Heian Yi, and Luo Yao simultaneously activated their respective systems. In an instant, the warship erupted with a brilliant light, a powerful energy wave emanating from within, temporarily dispersing the surrounding tempest. Like a cannonball, the warship surged forward, breaking free from the vortex's grip. Kudong, with precision, maneuvered the vessel as if it were a shooting star, propelling it swiftly out of the storm zone. The alarms ceased abruptly. A collective sigh of relief washed over the control room. We did it. We've made it out. Luo Yao exclaimed, the tension in his heart dissipating. Hein, observing Kadong, couldn't he help but feel a newfound respect for him. He had indeed led them through the cosmic storm. Now we enter the normal orbital zone. Lance, do your utmost to repair the ship from within. Understood, Captain Kadong. After witnessing the recent crisis, Lance was in awe of Kadong's composure under pressure. In that critical moment, Captain Kadong remained unfazed, issuing commands with a calm demeanor befitting a seasoned explorer, a true rising star ranked 7th on the explorer's ladder. Unlike the elder explorers who had toiled a lifetime to amass their task values, Captain Kadong had achieved remarkable success at such a young age, commanding respect even with a crew of novices. Once the crisis subsided, Kadong exhaled a breath of relief, his previously taut nerves beginning to relax. He removed his helmet and gloves, turning his sculpted features towards Lu Ruan, his dark eyes shimmering with warmth. Wife, were you frightened just now? Not at all. Lu Ruan replied, her mind still spinning, feigning calmness. Before she could finish her words, a large hand cupped her face, and she was lifted from her seat into the embrace of the man who exuded an aura of clarity. Davidson, come check on my wife's condition. After regaining his composure, Davidson hastily injected himself with an anti-nausea serum before unbuckling his seatbelt to assess Lu Ruan's state. Kadong then turned to Hein Yi, seated a distance from Lu Ruan, suppressing the urge to reprimand him. Hein Yuan, return to the lounge and rest. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Hein Ye's eyes as he nodded to Kadong, swiftly removing his helmet and seatbelt before heading to the lounge.
Hein Ye.
You take over piloting the warship, Kadong instructed, directing his command to Hein Yuan, who was seated furthest from Lu Ruan due to his inability to secure a closer position. In truth, he could only distinguish Hein Yi among the two brothers. He could only deduce their identities through subtle details. The one furthest from his wife must be Hein Yi, while the one who had kissed her before entering the control room was undoubtedly Hein Yuan. Still nestled in Kadong's embrace, Lu Ruan remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Kadong, after issuing his commands, strode towards the lounge, gently placing her on the soft couch. Davidson followed suit, taking out his instruments to examine Lu Ruan. What? In the control room, Hein Yuan's expression turned dark. He could not shake the feeling that Kadong was deliberately targeting him, especially since he had just been ordered around upon boarding the ship. After a few hours of rest, he was yet again summoned under the pretense of his brother's authority. Did they truly think he was so easily manipulated? Casting a glance at his elder brother, he turned to Luo Yao. Luo Yao, you take over piloting. Luo Yao replied, this is my second time operating an S-class warship. Hein Yi interjected. We want to reach XM007 star for another 2 days. Yuan, you take over now. After the next storm zone, you can rest, and I will take over. With his brother's command issued, Hein Yuan had no choice but to comply. In the lounge, Lu Ruan sat on the soft couch as Davidson completed his examination, administering a restorative serum. The dizziness that had clouded her mind dissipated, and she regained her composure. Adong, you exerted quite a bit of energy just now. You should lie down and rest for a bit. As for you, Arson, it seems you couldn't handle the stress better than I. I saw you injecting yourself with medication. Take care of yourself too. Kadong leaned down slightly, his enticing lips brushing against Lu Ruan's cheek in a soft kiss. She reveled in the sweet caress of the handsome rogue. In response, she planted a kiss on his lips, her affection reciprocated. Kadong, eyes half closed in bliss, embraced her tightly, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her presence before reluctantly releasing her. Davidson had become adept at ignoring such displays. It could be said they had reached a mutual understanding. In the presence of other men, they would refrain from kissing her lips. As for the occasional embrace, they could tolerate it. Hein Yi, seated 4 meters away, cast a dark glance at Kadong, feeling a familiar pang of discomfort as he witnessed Kadong kiss Lu Ruan, who wore a blissful expression. In her eyes, there was only the reflection of other men, and none of him. Unconsciously, his fingertips dug into his palm, drawing blood. Arson, too, had shared a kiss with Lu Ruan on Davidson's face. Davidson felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ruan, you should rest well. I'll wake you when we approach the next storm zone. He moved to the other side of the table, leaning against the chair to calm his racing heart. Such a precarious feeling was rare for him. Despite having received a sedative beforehand, his aging heart could hardly bear the strain. After the 3 had rested, Jinya rose from the table. With a blink of his eyes, his gaze shifted dramatically. Mimicking He Jinyuan, He stepped towards the recently reclined Ruan, clearing his throat.
He said, Ruan.
Ruan sat up slightly, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is it, Yuan? Hijinha bent down, lifting her from the couch and swiftly bringing her to the corner of the cabin where the space bathroom was located, pressing against the door as he ushered her inside. Ruan was somewhat bewildered, yet she wrapped her arms around Hijinha's neck to prevent herself from slipping. In an instant, Hijinha had her seated on the sink, his muscular frame looming over her, his sun-kissed abs prominently displayed before her. He leaned in, his shadowy visage inching closer, his eyes harboring an inscrutable emotion. Ruan, would you kiss me? You seem preoccupied with Kodong and Davidson, yet I am your husband with a genetic compatibility of 100, and yet you. Just as Ruan was about to respond, Hijinha took her hand and placed it against his chest. The rapid, powerful beat of his heart sent a tingling sensation through her palm. Are you jealous? He asked, his voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Yes, Hijinha admitted after a brief pause, a touch of grievance lacing his words. Chapter 66. Ruan found it somewhat amusing. Back at the villa, Kodong and the others occasionally exhibited jealousy, but they never displayed it in front of her. They resolved their conflicts privately, often settling scores with one another. Hijinha, however, was different. He actually sought her out to express his grievances. Ruan wrapped her arms around Hijinha's neck, drawing him closer, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Yuan, are you feeling less jealous now? After a brief moment of longing, Hijinha, aware that he still held the position of the second brother, gazed intently into Ruan's dark eyes. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Among us three brothers, who do you favor? Of course, it's you. Ruan replied without hesitation. In her mind, the images of Hijinha and Hijinha were starkly contrasted. One was a fearsome, cold gang leader, while the other was a ruthless bandit. Yet Yuan was different. He bore the same face, but exuded a sense of safety. Do you not like my elder brother or my younger brother? I don't, she replied. Dislike does not equate to hatred. The truth is, I am least fond of Hijinha. Her lack of fondness did not translate to hatred. Since uncovering the truth, her feelings towards both Hijinha and Hijinha had softened, though that did not imply affection. Unless, after assisting Kodong with this exploratory mission and devoid of any other male distractions, she might consider engaging with Hijinha and Hijinha, marking them to discern their desires. Least fond of Hijinha? Hijinha murmured, the warmth in his gaze dimming gradually. Ruan nodded, biting her lip. Yuan, do you share a good relationship with your brothers? Please don't tell Hijinha that I least like him. His temperament is rather self-centered and fierce. If he hears the truth, I fear he might wish to strangle me. She was perplexed as to why Hijinha had defended her at the dining table. His earlier words, I didn't use much force, had made her cheeks flush, indicating his self-absorbed nature, disregarding her femininity. She vividly recalled his fierce demeanor upon barging into the villa. Despite his newfound gentleness, a person's essence remains unchanged, and he could revert to his primal instincts at any moment. Hijinha was a venomous serpent, difficult to tame. Until she devised a strategy to manage him, she had no inclination to provoke him further. Revenge could wait for another day. I absolutely will not. Hijinha vehemently denied, his voice rising slightly.
Ruan.
He is not as terrible as you imagine, nor as ruthless as you claim. He won't harm you again. The previous intrusion into the villa was merely, he is not what you think. Ruan regarded the man before her anew. Indeed, he was her Yuan. With such grand aspirations, he secretly defended his younger brother. In that moment, she found him irresistibly charming. Far from being a villainous leader, he was a tender-hearted serpent, fiercely protective of those he cared for. Hijinha remained oblivious to how much his image had elevated in Ruan's mind.
Yuan.
If your brother could possess even a fraction of your qualities, how splendid that would be. Ruan stretched her arms, encircling Hijinha's neck, her legs dangling from the sink as she clung to him like a koala, affectionately nuzzling her nose against his prominent bridge. After all, she felt no qualms about touching him now, having thoroughly exhausted Hijinha the previous night. Hijinha's body stiffened momentarily before he embraced her waist. I am not. She began, tugging at the flesh on his taut cheeks. Not what? She queried, sensing a hint of discontent in his demeanor. When Hijinha met her gaze, he could distinctly see the reflection of a tiny figure in her dark pupils, so reminiscent of the second brother. Or rather, he played the part remarkably well. He murmured, It's nothing. He averted his eyes, and if Ruan could see behind her, she would notice the shadowy depths of his eyes in the mirror. With a cheerful smile, Ruan suggested, then let us go outside to rest. You stayed with me until dawn last night. I let you off the hook, yet you intentionally kept pushing me. Can't you show a bit of restraint? Once I'm better, it's not as if I wouldn't indulge you. The moment she finished speaking, Hijenya felt as if his heart had been pierced by a knife. He nearly lost his footing. He gazed at Ruan's face, adorned with a smile that distinctly belonged to the second brother, a sight so glaringly painful, revealing a hint of affection buried within her smile. Though scarce, it was still love. His heart plummeted into a chilling abyss, leaving him utterly despondent. Juan, I don't want to go outside. Let me tell you a story. A story? Hijenya gently placed Juan back on the counter, ensuring she was steady, and began to mimic Hijenya's demeanor. When we were 5 years old, my brothers and I lost our mother. With 10 hours remaining until the next cosmic storm, Juan took her time, quietly listening to Hijenya's tale. He recounted their lives in intricate detail, spanning from age 5 to 29. After 2 hours of listening, Juan finally grasped how they had evolved into the leaders of the Shadow Thieves. She could now comprehend Hijenya's criminal behavior. So, is the rumor about the corpse true? The corpse matter is a fabrication by those who oppose the Shadow Thieves, deliberately tarnishing our names. After dealing with those individuals, we opted not to clarify our stance publicly. While I can comprehend your actions, your brother barging into the villa with a quantum saw, forcefully seizing my luminous brain, and throttling me to demand a transfer is utterly outrageous, is it not? Hijenya chuckled softly. You cannot perceive us through the lens of an ordinary mind. In the eyes of rogues, there is only the act of taking from others. No one dares to snatch a star coin from them unless it is willingly given. My brother is rather sensitive about this matter due to his childhood experiences. However, after he stormed into the villa, he had no intention of causing you harm. He merely wished for you to expedite the transfer of star coins to us. Once the Black Abyss star stabilizes next year, all the star coins we earn will be yours. How you choose to utilize them is entirely up to you. So, please do not hold a grudge against him. Will you? Lu Ruan's mind flickered with Hijenya's words defending her. A few minutes later, she nodded at the imposing figure before her. All right. I shall not hold it against him. Seeing Lu Ruan's change in attitude, Hijenya's mood brightened. He could no longer suppress his inner desires and leaned in to kiss her aggressively. Lu Ruan responded to Hijenya's fervent kiss. Several minutes passed, and the faint minty essence of his breath could not conceal the rich aroma of patchouli that belonged to Hijenya. Suddenly, she forcefully pushed the increasingly breathless Hijenya away. Who exactly are you? Chapter 67. Do not be afraid, it is merely a bit hungry. I am Yuan. Hijenya rasped, continuing to mimic his second brother's tone. He gazed at Lu Ruan, who sat at the edge of the wash basin, her expression a mix of embarrassment and irritation, astonished that she could discern he was not her second brother. You are not Yuan at all. Tell me, who are you? Lu Ruan exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. How infuriating, she had nearly been deceived. Yet, the toxicity emanating from this person was even stronger than that of Hijenya. She scrutinized the breathless Hijenya knew. The three brothers were indeed difficult to differentiate. Their attire, hairstyles, and physiques were identical, and there were no distinguishing marks on their faces to guide her. She could only rely on his scent to recognize that he was not Hijenya. It was truly unforeseen that one day she would identify a man through his fragrance. I am indeed not Yuan. I am Hijenya, he said, pulling Lu Ruan back into his embrace, abandoning the hushed tone, and allowing a glimmer of mischief to dance in his eyes as he softly uttered a word, disdain. His voice, cold and resonant, carried a heavy sense of foreboding, reminiscent of Hijenya. Lu Ruan's pupils dilated. You are Hijenya? Hijenya nodded, yes. He initially employed his elder brother's identity to diminish her resistance. Otherwise, his previous words would ultimately transform into mere fabrications in her mind. She would perceive him as merely justifying himself rather than believing him. Lu Ruan was not troubled by the realization that the man she kissed was her elder brother. Presently, he felt a twinge of compassion for her, yet his true admiration lay with the intelligent, cerebral individuals. A simpleton like Lu Ruan, who nibbled on her cookies while watching Kodong and Davidson feast, would hardly stir his affections. But he was different. He adored Lu Ruan, a woman who appeared slightly clever on the surface but was, in essence, a soft and spicy little fool. Are you truly disdain? Yes, I am, Hijenya replied, his smile laden with significance. After several confirmations, Lu Ruan instinctively recoiled. Help! She had not anticipated that the cold and ruthless gang leader, Hijenya, would disguise himself as his brother merely to get closer to her. Her thoughts were in turmoil, unsure whether to feel joy or shock. Happiness arrived too abruptly, catching her off guard, leaving her in a state of bewilderment and celebration. If she could win over the most influential helmsman, Hee-junhee would merely be a brother, inconsequential. Hee-junhee chuckled softly. "Juan, are you surprised?" His deep, icy voice resonated like a whisper from a decaying well, tinged with a dampness that sent shivers down one's spine, yet beneath it lay an imperceptible tenderness. Lu Ruan's embarrassment and indignation evaporated, and she spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Indeed. It is a bit of a surprise. I did not expect it to be you." As soon as she finished speaking, Hee-junhee closed the distance between them. He wrapped his arms around her and initiated another round of passionate kisses. Lu Ruan felt slightly dizzy from the intoxicating taste of his lips, her eyes glazing over with burgeoning desire. As long as he was not Hee-junhee, she began to relish the kiss, experiencing the heat of his breath against her icy lips. Her body grew increasingly warm. She could not help but embrace Hee-junhee's cool form, clinging to him like a koala. Surprisingly, despite Hee-junhee's frigid skin, being held felt remarkably comforting. In the bathroom, the two were entwined against the mirror. With her soft arms wrapped around his neck, Lu Ruan passionately reciprocated. Hee-junhee, while kissing her, turned her around and pressed her against the wall, breaking the kiss. He leaned in, his lips grazing her neck, unable to resist lightly biting down. A wave of tingling sensations surged through Lu Ruan's neck, accompanied by the refreshing scent of mint from Hee-junhee's breath, creating an exquisite itch. She felt herself gradually sinking into a haze as time slipped away. A soft moan escaped her lips, and to Hee-junhee's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. In his deep golden eyes, emotion surged, creating ripples in his heart lake. And his breath grew heavier. He lowered his head and gently tugged at the zipper of Lu Ruan's exploration suit, revealing her delicate collarbone, accentuated by subtle curves. Unable to restrain himself, he nipped at her collarbone. "Disdain, that hurts," Lu Ruan protested, feeling a sharp pang and pushing away the head that rested against her chest. Hee-junhee paused, recalling that he was still assuming his elder brother's identity. Only then did he pull his lips away from her collarbone. His gaze narrowed as he struggled to suppress the overwhelming desire to merge with her. This brief distraction brought Lu Ruan back to her senses. She gradually leaned her cheek against his broad shoulder, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat and his disordered breaths. Suddenly, she felt something alarming between her legs, jolting her into full awareness. With a start, she released Hee-junhee, lowering her legs from his waist and stepping back a meter away from him. She needed to splash some cold water on her face to quell her agitation. "Disdain, let me wash my face to regain some composure, and then we shall go out." Just as she turned on the water, Hee-junhee pulled her back, pinning her against the wall, and then drew her back into his embrace once more. "Disdain, let me go." With her dark-clad physique, she could hardly resist. She must not touch him. Lu Ruan began to struggle within Hee-junhee's hold. Hee-junhee firmly restrained her, asserting in a domineering tone, "No." Lu Ruan raised her gaze to meet his eyes, filled with desire, and continued to fight against his grip. Seeing her struggle with determination, Hee-junhee's lips curled into a slight smile. He leaned in close to her ear, whispering in a husky voice, "Do not be afraid. It is merely a bit hungry." His voice was low and magnetic, rich with restraint. He gently caressed her brow and eyes with his fingers. Lu Ruan evaded his touch, her gaze lowering slightly. In the span of a mere second or two, a resounding buzz erupted in her mind, like a thunderclap. The channels within her consciousness instantaneously switched to a fantastical reel depicting deities engaged in epic battles, crafted in a small workshop of wild tales. You. Let me go." Lu Ruan glared fiercely at Hee-junhee, her voice tinged with indignation. "I'm just a bit hungry." She pushed him away with both hands.
Yet.
Hee-junhee seized her hands and pressed them against his chest, compelling her to feel the rapid, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "It beats so fervently for you." As Lu Ruan observed that Hee-junhee made no further advances, she gradually calmed down. A mischievous smile crept across Hee-junhee's lips. He subtly held her hand, letting it glide down from his chest, traversing over his sculpted abs and the alluring curve of his waist, resting at. Lu Ruan's ears flushed crimson in an instant. Just then, a furious roar blared from a speaker in the corner of the room. "Hee-junhee, get your ass out here." Lu Ruan trembled in fright. Chapter 68. Let the tension simmer. Hee-junhee glanced at the chronometer. 3 hours had already elapsed. "What are you afraid of, soft? Kodong can't do anything to me." Besides, I am your bonded husband. It's perfectly normal for us to indulge in a little something here, isn't it? His musings were disrupted by Ko Dong's voice, scattering the romantic thoughts that had begun to flourish. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Lu Ruan shivering in fear. A mix of tenderness and anger swelling within him. Ko Dong and his ilk should not merely be doling out cookies. They must be quite harsh with her behind the scenes. No wonder that man's furious shout could turn the innocent girl into such a frightened creature. Lu Ruan shook her head with a smile. No. She merely reacted instinctively to the sudden, fierce shout while being caught off guard. Observing her feigned strength, Haijinai felt a pang in his heart. How could this woman be so pitiable? From his spatial button, he retrieved a pack of exotic beast jerky and, with a somewhat rough motion, thrust it into her hands. Here, though it's a bit tough, it can satisfy your cravings. If you can't bite into it, just lick it. When we reach XM007, whatever exotic beast you wish to eat, I shall procure it for you on the spot. He pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead before releasing her hand. I actually can't eat exotic beast meat. What do you mean you can't eat exotic beast meat? Haijinai furrowed his brow in disbelief. Who in the entire galaxy couldn't consume exotic beast meat? Unless one lacked the means to afford it. Ko Dong and Davidson might be somewhat impoverished, but not long ago, she had transferred 10 million from her brother's account. Did she spend it all on other partners while living a life of hunger? Just like when they were children at the tender age of 5. They were coerced by their uncle, who squandered their resources, into scavenging for star coins to support the family. They could only watch as the villainous uncle enjoyed the fruits of their labor. In those desperate times, they had no choice. The chaos of Heiming Star meant that without adult protection, children could be captured for experimentation, compelling them to endure torment under the villainous uncle's roof. Lu Ruan was a woman. What reason could there be for her to avoid eating exotic beast meat? Surely, she had not been brainwashed by Ko Dong and his cohorts. It was akin to their former scavenger peers, who, in controlling the villainous underlings, were indoctrinated daily. Once brainwashed successfully, those underlings would conform and work for the scavenger shadow, abandoning thoughts of violence and revenge. Ugh, I suffered a severe illness in the past. What illness? Lu Ruan was about to elaborate when Ko Dong's shout echoed again from the speaker, interrupting her explanation. She decided to postpone that discussion. As she gazed at the somewhat grim expression of the villainous leader Haijinai, yet filled with concern, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. He was not as heartless as she had imagined. She leaned closer, gently inhaling his scent, which bore a hint of mint. I'll step out first, Yen. All right. You go ahead. I'll come out shortly. Upon hearing her intention to leave, Haijinai immediately grasped her, greedily planting a kiss on her lips before reluctantly letting her go. She returned the exotic beast jerky to Haijinai, splashed cold water on her face, and exited the room. Haijinai tore open the packaging, extracting a stick of jerky resembling wood. Chewing thoughtfully. This is too tough. I'll need to get her some tender cuts. As Lu Ruan stepped out, she caught sight of Ko Dong waiting in a corner of the cabin. His expression was dark, radiating a palpable tension. A dong, she softly called. Ko Dong turned to her and noticed her swollen lips and the ambiguous bite mark on her slender neck. Suppressing his anger towards Haijinai, he spoke to her in a gentle tone. Wife, you should lie down on the couch. I need to discuss a few matters with Haijinai.
All right.
Lu Ruan lay down by the couch. Just as she turned her head towards the bathroom's spatial door, curious about the conversation between Ko Dong and Haijinai, she witnessed Ko Dong forcefully opening the door with his access card. Then, a muffled groan of pain emanated from the bathroom, followed by the sound of the door slamming shut, leaving her in silence. She swallowed hard, turning her back to the wall, her face directed toward the cabin wall. She trusted her husband, the seasoned captain, to have a sense of propriety. He was surely just helping Haijinai with some physical adjustments. Besides, with the formidable Haijinai, both of them must be engaging in a friendly spar. With the Dean husband present, even if things escalated, they could be saved from the brink of death. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she chose to focus less on the commotion behind her. Her mind wandered to Haijinai's recent behaviors, realizing that among the 3 brothers, the eldest, who often issued commands, was the best at acting, appearing cold and ruthless yet burning with passionate intensity beneath the surface. Nonetheless, let him be all brooding. It was certainly preferable to being cold-blooded inside and out. Lu Ruan slowly closed her eyes, casting aside Haijinai's image, contemplating her next steps. In the days following Ko Dong's acceptance of the mission, she had been pondering a singular question. How could she assist Ko Dong in fulfilling his desire to capture the blue mantis? According to her standards, After forming this expedition team, she had contributed 20 towards the upcoming exploration mission. She needed an additional 60 to help Ko Dong realize his second wish. Achieving 60 contribution in the exploration task seemed daunting. She was only skilled in singing, dancing, and acting. She could hardly cook. And even if she prepared meals for this team of men, her contribution would barely register at one. Her mind felt overwhelmed. Let me think this through. Little Dumpling. Continue playing the information about the blue mantis from the galaxy for me. Little Dumpling. The blue mantis is a ferocious exotic beast. An amphibious creature with highly developed venom glands. Even a microgram of its venom can be fatal. Lu Ruan gently shut her eyes, repeatedly listening to the information on the blue mantis. After nearly half an hour, her light brain lit up with a blue glow. Upon opening her eyes, she found that Marshal Chin Fong had initiated a video call. She sat up to accept the call. Before her materialized a muscular gentleman towering at 193 meters, clad in camouflage attire, seated at a table and seemingly having just finished a meal, a sheen of fine sweat gracing his forehead. Xiao Ruan, you've joined Davidson on the expedition? The man on the other end of the video, noticing her lounging on the couch, looked somewhat surprised, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Yes, we assembled the team yesterday and just set off this morning. Lu Ruan's sweet voice responded to Chin Fong. After chatting casually with him for a few moments, Ko Dong and He Jin-yi limped out of the bathroom. Upon witnessing Ko Dong, the captain, having engaged in a fierce brawl with a new team member aboard the warship, Chin Fong questioned his audacity to take his wife out.
Ko Dong?
What possessed you to take Xiao Ruan on an adventure? A thunderous male voice suddenly reverberated throughout the ship's cabin. Lu Ruan trembled slightly and hurriedly covered her ears. Chin Fong, keep your voice down. You're frightening her. He Jin-yi reprimanded, his gaze darkening, showing no concern for Chin Fong's status as the Grand Marshal of the Star Alliance. If we must, we can engage in battle. It's been 2 or 3 years since the Shadow members last fought, and my bones are itching for it. Xiao Ruan, do not be afraid. I did not intend to startle you. Chin Fong spoke softly, his tone instantly transforming into one of utmost gentleness. Lu Ruan almost believed he was whispering to her. It's all right, I'm not afraid, she replied, though she hadn't anticipated the Grand Marshal would suddenly raise his voice like that. Ko Dong, where are you now? Bring her to F-1008 star. I will take care of her while you continue your exploration, Chin Fong continued in his gentle tone. The subordinate officers passing by Chin Feng's door were astonished. When did the marshal start speaking so softly? He Jin-yi leaned closer to Lu Ruan and coldly scoffed at the video feed of Chin Fong. What are you dreaming about?
Ko Dong explain it.
Our route doesn't conveniently allow for a detour to your star. I assure you, with so many of us here, we can take good care of your wife. You needn't worry. What do you mean needn't worry? What if you lose Xiao Ruan on a satellite or allow her to get hurt? You might as well leave her in the villa with the robotic nanny to look after her, Chin Fong retorted, his concern palpable in his words. Ko Dong listened silently to Chin Fong's worries. He and Davidson had initially considered leaving their wives in the villa as well. However, after the incident with the He Jin-yi brothers breaking in, they dared not let their wives stay home alone any longer. Though Alpha Star is relatively safe, what if more ruthless villains than the He Jin-yi brothers emerge? It is far safer to keep their wives close. We will take good care of her, Ko Dong promised. If we men cannot protect her, we might as well hang ourselves. He Jin-yi shot a scornful glance at the holographic projection. Ko Dong's teammate spoke so foolishly, and his villainous appearance added to Chin Fong's frown. After a brief pause, he instructed Lu Ruan, Xiao Ruan, if you encounter any danger on the satellite, make sure to inform me immediately so I can bring the army to rescue you. Okay, thank you, Fong, I understand. Lu Ruan replied before ending the video call and looking at Ko Dong and He Jin-yi. Are you both alright? Have things been settled? All good. Nothing to worry about. Ko Dong, He Jin-yi, come lie down, Davidson called, retrieving 2 advanced medical pods from the spatial compartment for the limping duo. They entered the pods to treat their injuries. Satisfied that they were fine, Lu Ruan resumed playing the information on the blue mantis for the little group. After half an hour, she drifted into slumber. When she awoke, over 6 hours had passed, coinciding with the onset of a new cosmic storm zone. She was unaware of who had carried her into the control room, but after a dizzying experience through the storm, Davidson administered a dose of medication that dispelled her drowsiness, revitalizing her spirit. The warship has now entered a normal orbital zone. You 3 can decide amongst yourselves who will pilot next, while the others rest.
Ko Dong?
who stood beside Lu Ruan, was about to unbuckle her safety harness when she stopped him. Adong, I want to enjoy the view from here. After piloting for a round, He Jinyi finally felt free and switched places with He Jinyi. He Jinyi settled into the main control seat, right next to Lu Ruan, while He Jinyi occupied her other side. Yi, after we pass the next cosmic storm zone, it will be your turn to pilot. Understood. He Jinyi replied, seeing Lu Ruan remain, intending to accompany her to enjoy the scenery. He Jinyi began with one hand on the controls, leisurely browsing through data on his light brain. At that moment, the control room was comprised solely of He Jinyi, and her. Lu Ruan found herself nestled between the two men. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards He Jinyi, who was both piloting the warship and engrossed in his light brain. He emanated an indescribable air of authority. Despite his relaxed demeanor, his face bore no trace of a smile, giving him a chilling aura. Even while perusing the information on his light brain, his eyes contained a hint of menace. Yet this very notorious leader had, just a few hours earlier, spoken to her in the bathroom, reassuring her not to be afraid, claiming he was merely a bit hungry. Lu Ruan sighed inwardly. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Once a person begins to focus on someone, their gaze inevitably gravitates towards that individual. He Jinyi, completely absorbed in his light brain, unconsciously ignored Lu Ruan's watchful eyes. He Jinyi noticed Lu Ruan stealing glances at his older brother and recalled the intimate moments they had shared hours earlier, using his brother's identity. Would she come to like his brother because of that? His fingers tightened around the hem of his clothes as he gazed at her furtive glances, wishing he could instantly reveal that it was he who had kissed her and fed her jerky, not his brother. His lips moved, words caught in his throat, ultimately succumbing to his fear. If he spoke with her character, she might never wish to associate with him again.
Lu Ruan.
He Jinyi finally could not restrain himself from calling her out. Lu Ruan, too lazy to turn her head, replied with an expressionless face. What? Are you no longer admiring the scenery? He Jinyi pressed his lips together. As long as she was looking at the scenery, she wouldn't focus on his brother. Of course, I am looking, Lu Ruan replied dismissively, continuing to watch He Jinyi. The vastness of the cosmos paled in comparison to the allure of admiring a handsome man. She had just heard He Jinyi mention that it would soon be He Jinyi's turn to pilot. She could admire the vast universe later. Yen. Lu Ruan gently called to the man at the control panel. He Jinyi turned his light golden eyes towards her. When Lu Ruan met his intimidating gaze, a chill ran down her spine. She initiated a conversation to break the silence. Yen, what were you looking at just now? Hearing her tenderly utter his name, He Jinyi's eyes flickered with an unusual hue. The organization's accounts, he explained, unusually willing to elaborate. You can manage the accounts while piloting the warship? You mix the two tasks up? I believe it's better to focus on one thing at a time. After their intimate encounter in the bathroom, Lu Ruan was no longer afraid of He Jinyi. She started chattering away, akin to a girlfriend engaging in casual conversation with her boyfriend. He Jinyi, listening to her chatter and recalling her pitiful expression while nibbling on cookies, surprisingly found a glimmer of patience within himself, responding to her in a terse manner. I want to mix them up. It's not worth mentioning. Your brain is truly exceptional. I could never manage that. Practice is required. He Jinyi observed as the situation unfolded differently than anticipated. The most ruthless older brother was surprisingly engaging in a relaxed chat with Lu Ruan. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan's gaze towards her brother became increasingly tender. Lu Ruan, there lies a nebula ahead.
Oh.
Lu Ruan glanced disinterestedly at the image displayed on the screen, then resumed her conversation with He Jinyi. He Jinyi could no longer contain himself. He rose and exited the control room, returning moments later, disguised in the semblance of his second brother. Ruan, I cannot sleep. I thought I would come and keep you company. Boldly, He Jinyi took Lu Ruan's delicate hand and toyed with it on his lap. Upon realizing it was He Jinyi who had returned, Lu Ruan, recalling his summons by Kodong to the warship, expressed her concern. Yuan, if you can't sleep, you should ask Arson for some medicine. Your health is paramount. But I wish to gaze at the stars with you. He Jinyi turned to witness his younger brother, mimicking the demeanor of the second brother, engaging in tender banter with Lu Ruan. Chapter 70. What do you wish to do? At the age of 9, his adoptive father passed away. After teaching his brothers the art of cruelty, you would seize whatever caught his eye, yet he had never exhibited such behavior. In an effort to approach Lu Ruan, he donned a facade that was utterly inconsistent with his character. He shook his head. Observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two on one side, he turned his gaze back, choosing not to expose his younger brother. Ruan looked quickly. Hey Jean, he exclaimed upon witnessing a breathtaking vista ahead, swiftly adjusting Lu Ruan's head to face it. Lu Ruan raised her eyes. In the boundless depths of the universe, the stars sparkled like scattered diamonds, unfurling a magnificent and enigmatic tapestry. Seemingly embedded in the profound celestial canopy, twinkling with a cold and distant brilliance, each star narrating tales of eons past. Previously, when gazing at the stars and the moon on Earth, she always felt that the celestial bodies were too far removed from her.
Now,
The myriad stars were right before her eyes. A profound sense of humanity's insignificance, yet grandeur welled up within her. The glimmer in Lu Ruan's deep, dark eyes mirrored the brilliance in He Jinye's gaze. She was admiring the scenery, while he was captivated by her presence. It was uncertain whether the beauty of the landscape or the allure of Lu Ruan beside him was more pronounced. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, Lu Ruan nodded. There are even more exquisite sights. Just a moment, let me chart the course. He Jinye manipulated the console, marking regions where breathtaking views might be encountered, reciting them one by one to Lu Ruan. In 10 minutes, passing over H103 star, you can witness the azure light of perpetual daylight. In 20 minutes as we pass. He Jinye tirelessly introduced the sights. He Jinyen, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, furrowed his brow. A sense of bewilderment arose within Lu Ruan. When had Yuan become so loquacious, incessantly prattling on? She covered He Jinye's mouth for 2 seconds, then released him, retrieving a bottle of water from her space button to offer him. Yuan, you needn't introduce everything. Surely you're weary from talking? Have a sip to soothe your throat. He Jinye took the water, drank half the bottle, and then quietly stowed it away in his space, not returning it to Lu Ruan. If you don't wish to see the beautiful scenery, shall I take you to play a game? He Jinye speculated that Lu Ruan had grown tired of the views and pulled out a gaming headset to offer her. I don't want to play. I wish to close my eyes and rest for a moment. Lu Ruan gently shut her eyes. He Jinye once more took her hand, playing with it, from her fingernail to her palm, and from her palm to the back of her hand. Today, Yuan was not only chatty but also quite clingy. Lu Ruan withdrew her hand, opened her eyes, and looked at He Jinye. Yuan, if you don't want to go to the lounge,
just close your eyes and rest.
He Jinye suppressed his desire to cling to Lu Ruan and gradually quieted down, just as he thought she would indeed close her eyes to rest. Lu Ruan, imitating his previous actions, seized her elder brother's idle hand and began to play with it.
Hey Vinye.
Lu Ruan placed He Jinyan's hand on her lap. His long, sun-kissed hand bore prominent veins. Typically, such veins would not appear on the hands of a pampered man, indicating the laborious chores and hardships he endured in his youth. Lu Ruan flipped his hand over, revealing 2 calluses on his palm. She attempted to scratch at them with her nails, but the calluses were too thick for her to remove. Thus, she took out a pair of nail clippers, intending to trim the unsightly calluses, when suddenly, a chill crept up her spine. She froze momentarily. A cold voice drifted into her ear. Is it amusing? She looked up to meet He Jinyan's gaze, which held a hint of a smirk, sending a shiver down her spine. Yet, she endeavored to suppress her discomfort. What are you afraid of? He Jinyan was merely a brooding man. Despite his intimidating exterior, he was incredibly warm when alone. He Jinyan must have restrained himself from revealing his true nature in the presence of his younger brother. Lu Ruan cheerfully remarked, It's not amusing. Your hand is quite beautiful, but it's a pity that the calluses have diminished its charm. Allow me to trim them for you, and it will be just fine. He Jinyan gazed at Lu Ruan's beaming face. A memory flashed through his mind of when he and his brothers intruded into her master bedroom. She had still been half asleep, playfully squeezing their abdominal muscles and attempting to distribute her affections evenly. He was at a loss for whether to commend Lu Ruan for her boldness or to criticize her for being timid. At times, she exhibited great courage, while at others, she was exceedingly timid. I do not require that. He Jinyan chuckled softly, retracting his hand. He Jinye, observing Lu Ruan toying with their elder brother's hand, felt a surge of frustration in his chest, words caught in his throat. He inhaled deeply, continuing to mimic the demeanor of the second brother, then reached out to place his hand on Lu Ruan's leg. One, if my brother does not require it, would you help me trim mine? I have calluses too. A trace of unnoticed bitterness and jealousy lurked in the depths of his gaze. Only then did Lu Ruan turn her attention to He Jinye. She put away the nail clippers, saying, Perhaps it is best not to trim them. A bit of ugliness does not detract from their function. He Jinyi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but after adjusting his mindset, he began to chatter on about various topics with Lu Ruan, while He Jinyan once again endured the incessant buzzing in his ears. He turned his head slightly, casting a cold glare at He Jinyi. If you have nothing to do, go to the lounge and sleep. I will not go. He Jinyi defied his elder brother's command. As long as Lu Ruan was present, he had no desire to leave. He Jinyan considered his younger brother's stubborn nature, no matter how much he urged. It was futile if he was unwilling. He looked towards Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan, will you go to the lounge to rest? After lying down for quite a while, re-energized, she had no intention of continuing to recline. I will not go. The same 3 words echoed in He Jinyan's ears. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Lu Ruan and his younger brother were huddled together, constantly chattering, while he preferred tranquility and despised noise. You two should quiet down. He Jinyan spoke coldly to the pair beside him.
Lu Ruan nodded. All right.
He Jinyi hardly paid heed to his elder brother's presence. Ruan, let me tell you. The fruits of our He Ming star are exceptionally large and sweet. Once this adventure concludes, I shall pick some for you and carve them into various star shapes for you to stick. After He Jinyi had nearly recounted every detail about He Ming star, He Jinyan could no longer endure the incessant chatter. He glanced at the route, then unfastened the safety belt of Lu Ruan, who was seated closest, preparing to pull her up and lead her out of the control room. However, the moment he lifted Lu Ruan, he met her bewildered gaze and recalled her pitiable appearance as she nibbled on a small biscuit. He hesitated for a moment, then settled her onto his lap. In the cramped main control seat, Lu Ruan sat sideways on He Jinyan's lap, facing the stunned He Jinyi. Elder brother, you cannot do this. It is unsafe. He Jinya's voice was laced with reproach as he addressed He Jin. He Jin, indifferent to the reprimand, did not even spare him a glance. Instead, he fixed his gaze ahead, one hand on the control stick while the other prepared to activate the holographic interface, resuming his perusal of the organization's accounts. Lu Ruan sat upon He Jin's lap, internally mused, what a brooding soul he is. Suddenly, a faint scent of cedarwood wafted into her nostrils, emanating from He Jin at close proximity. Her pupils slightly contracted. After a moment of contemplation, she shifted her gaze towards He Jinya. No matter how similar one's demeanor might be, their mannerisms and speech could not alter drastically overnight. A cold chuckle echoed in Lu Ruan's heart as she discreetly withdrew her gaze from He Jinya. To confirm her suspicions, she leaned closer to He Jin's neck, inhaling the subtle cedar aroma. It was faint, so she then leaned near his lips to catch his breath. He Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you intend to do? Chapter 71. He relishes the role he plays. Lu Ruan met He Jin's narrowed gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, but she feigned calmness. She had confirmed that the scent surrounding He Jin was indeed a pleasant cedar fragrance. Thus, the mint-scented man who had shared intimate moments with her in the bathroom was neither Yen nor Yuan, but rather He Jinya. She pulled back her nose and leaned closer to He Jin's ear, whispering, Yen, do you not recall what you said 6 hours ago about what you wished to do with me? Now trapped in a precarious position, she could only play along. He Jin was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the younger brother masquerading as the second brother. So, 6 hours ago, the younger brother had approached Lu Ruan while impersonating him? An explanation was warranted. He Jin's cold voice sliced through the air, directed at He Jinya, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Lu Ruan's whispered words reached He Jinya's ears clearly, tightening his chest with sudden anxiety. Faced with his elder brother's ominous expression, he desperately gestured for him to wait. Please do not reveal anything to Lu Ruan. His masquerade as the elder brother could not be exposed, lest Lu Ruan shun him thereafter. He Jinya was a bundle of nerves, his eyelids fluttering to the brink of cramping. He Jin withdrew his gaze, fixing a deep, contemplative stare upon Lu Ruan, his tone tinged with warning. Behave yourself. His hand gently guided her head back towards the screen. Understood. Lu Ruan ceased her fidgeting. He Jin treated her as one might a stray tabby cat. His movements were relatively gentle, yet his cold, piercing eyes betrayed no emotion. Her earlier antics were akin to a mischievous kitten attempting to plant a kiss on his lips, nearly prompting him to toss her off his lap. While He Jin might cradle a cat, he was reluctant to grow too intimate with it. It seemed this villainous leader was indeed a genuine ascetic. For the first time, Lu Ruan felt a wave of frustration wash over her. They say that when two individuals have a genetic compatibility of 100, proximity ignites an irresistible attraction. Yet, The man beneath her was perhaps an exception.
Yen. All right.
I'll sit in the chair. You focus on piloting your warship. He Jin's tone brooked no argument. Lu Ruan settled into the chair, knowing the younger brother would incessantly chatter with her. He would soon be driven to distraction by their banter. Lu Ruan let out a soft "oh." To steady herself, she placed a hand on He Jin's shoulder, leaning her body against his chest as much as possible. He Jin lowered his gaze slightly, observing the woman nestled against him, and catching a whiff of her delicate fragrance caused him to pause momentarily before returning to his task. Very well, as long as she remained silent. Lu Ruan's face was oriented towards He Jinya, and as she lifted her eyes slightly, she found herself locked in a silent stare with him. Ruan, come here into my embrace. He Jinya murmured softly to Lu Ruan. He had realized that his elder brother was becoming increasingly annoyed. If they continued their raucous conversation, it was only a matter of time before He Jin would expose him. Lu Ruan pretended not to notice He Jinya's impersonation of her second brother and began to converse with him playfully. 6 hours ago, He Jinya had pretended to be He Jin, carrying her to the bathroom to express grievances and seek kisses. After kissing He Jinya, she had recognized him as not He Jin due to his minty scent. He had then assumed the guise of He Jin again, seeking intimacy. Had it not been for Mr. Kashout, she might have progressed further with He Jinya in the bathroom. After entering the control room, she had been so focused on He Jin that she had neglected him, compelling him to switch identities once more to play the role of the second brother. Little did she anticipate that she would almost fall into his trap. Since he enjoyed playing the role of his brothers, she would indulge He Jinya in his theatrics. It would be a contest of her expertise as a performer against He Jinya's clumsy portrayal. Lu Ruan feigned curiosity as she turned her gaze towards He Jinya. Yuan. Were those words you spoke to me last night sincere? Indeed. He Jinya's expression stiffened momentarily before he nodded. Little did he know what the second brother had divulged to Lu Ruan. For now, he feigned agreement. A glimmer of mischief danced in Lu Ruan's eyes. I can hardly believe that your younger brother was once such a person. He Jinya's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to normal, wary of revealing too much. What exactly had the second brother shared with Lu Ruan about his childhood? Seeing He Jinya's puzzled expression only fueled her curiosity. No wonder He Jinya is so disliked now. Ruan, what I told you last night was all fabricated, He Jinya said, suppressing his irritation and attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. He is a very good younger brother. What a cunning second brother, secretly disparaging He Jinya.
Oh?
But you always insisted to me that his transformation was due to specific circumstances and that I should be more understanding of him. Lu Ruan's expression shifted from surprise to a playful scoff. I see no need for tolerance. He Jinya is nothing but a thorough scoundrel. He Jinya felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. The second brother had not spoken ill of him, so what had he said instead? What should he do? It appeared that Lu Ruan was growing increasingly repulsed by him. He Jinya opened his mouth, searching for words but failing to articulate them. After sifting through every conceivable phrase in his mind, he finally murmured, he is actually a good person. Lu Ruan had intended to engage He Jinya in a lengthy debate, but a chilling hand suddenly covered her mouth. As her body lifted off the ground, she found herself once again seated on He Jin's lap, her back to He Jinya and her face towards the unoccupied side. On that side, the display screen showcased the breathtaking beauty of the cosmos. My apologies, Yen. I shall cease conversing with Yuan. Lu Ruan sensed a chill enveloping her, and she promptly complied. Seeing that Lu Ruan had finally fallen silent, He Jin closed the holographic interface and devoted himself to piloting the warship. He Jinya gazed at Lu Ruan's back and then at his elder brother cradling her. A shadow of discontent flickered in his eyes. His elder brother had no genuine affection for the silly girl. Why must he vie for her attention? Memories drifted back to the past. When his elder brother was 5, he had been schooled by their father and then further chastised by their malevolent uncle. Those events had lingered in his elder brother's heart. He had long harbored guilt, believing that if he had been a bit smarter, he would not have foolishly led his 2 younger brothers to squander all their star coins on a small house for their father. Nor would he have followed the wicked uncle, subjecting them all to torment. He would not have witnessed the precariousness of life and death each time they ventured into peril after founding the Shadow Gathering. From that point on, his elder brother developed a disdain for foolishness, a sentiment that could also be interpreted as self-loathing for his past. He admired those with intelligence. But how did he end up holding that silly dear, Lu Ruan, on his lap now? Just as He Jinya was glaring at He Jinyan with an intensity that could almost pierce through flesh, the warship hit a slightly unstable patch. He Jinyan tightened his embrace around the woman in his arms while deftly maneuvering the controls of the ship. The vessel lurched violently, causing Lu Ruan's head to collide with He Jinyan's, her soft lips inadvertently brushing against his. He Jinyan stiffened momentarily, caught off guard, and remained motionless. Beside them, He Jinya's eyes blazed with fury. At that moment, He Jinyuan stirred awake from the jolt. He made his way to the control room in search of Lu Ruan, and upon reaching the doorway, he was struck with disbelief. His elder brother was piloting the ship while stealing kisses from his beloved. Meanwhile, his younger brother stood by, glaring daggers, as if he wished to bore a hole through He Jinyan. How could they both covet his cherished one?
Lu Ruan.
He Jinyuan's fingers dug into his palm, a shadow passing through his gaze. Chapter 72. Justifiable Affection. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Ruan turned her head and spotted He Jinyuan standing at the door, his expression rather grim. She feigned as though the person at the entrance were He Jinya. Unbeknownst to her, the moment her lips departed from He Jinyan's, a ripple of emotion surged in his deep-set eyes. Observing Lu Ruan engage in conversation with his second brother, He Jinya felt a pang of urgency. This wouldn't he do? If his second brother entered the control room, Lu Ruan would undoubtedly uncover his ruse. Swiftly, he unbuckled his safety belt and rose to guide his somber brother toward the lounge. Once He Jinya and He Jinyuan exited the control room, silence enveloped the space. Lu Ruan remained seated on He Jinyan's lap, the tranquil atmosphere between them thick with an unspoken tension. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon his striking yet menacing visage. The little tabby, had unintentionally kissed him. To her surprise, he didn't seem as enraged as she had anticipated. He hadn't cast her aside. A flicker of mischief sparked in her eyes. Perhaps she could test the limits of this underworld overlord? Lu Ruan extended an arm, wrapping it around the back of He Jinyan, while her other arm found its way across his chest, resting her cheek against the fabric of his rugged expedition uniform. She listened intently to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 calm and powerful, unwavering in its cadence. He Jinyan, with her nestled in his embrace, remained as unmoved as still water. Clearly, he was a man disinterested in women. Just as Lu Ruan prepared to rise, He Jinyan's voice, cool and commanding, broke the silence. If you wish to embrace, do so properly and refrain from squirming. His tone held a hint of indulgence, as if she were a cherished feline in his grasp. Lu Ruan ceased her movements, resting against his chest and gently closing her eyes. In truth, whether it was He Jinyuan or the yet-to-be-marked He Jinya and He Jinyan, they were all ultimately within her sphere of interest. She believed wholeheartedly that He Jinya's playful impersonation of her brothers was genuine. Given the current circumstances, He Jinya appeared more approachable, while He Jinyan would require more time. However, it was fortunate that He Jinyan did not seem averse to her proximity. They could take their time. As Lu Ruan pondered this, her consciousness began to blur. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the warship had stabilized to the point of utter stillness, the deep timbre of He Jinyan's voice called out once more, Lu Ruan. Startled from her near slumber, Lu Ruan opened her eyes.
What is it?
She inquired. Why did you hesitate to take the exotic beast meat at the dining table when you were watching Kudong and the others? He recalled her various behaviors since he had met her. Despite the fierce demeanor of the three brothers barging into her villa, she had the audacity to engage in a battle of wits with them, setting aside her nibbling on the small biscuits. This woman might not be as easily manipulated as he had presumed. From her recent conversation with his younger brother, it was clear that under last night's circumstances, his second brother could not have discussed anything else with Lu Ruan, indicating that she was lying. She had already discerned his younger brother's identity and was deliberately toying with him. The way she had leaned in to inhale his scent was surely a means of uncovering his true self. This woman was far more astute than he had envisioned. Her nibbling on biscuits must have deeper implications. Lu Ruan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that He Jinya would be so concerned about this matter, let alone He Jinyan. She sat up slightly, preparing to explain. Yen, the reason I eat small biscuits is that I had a serious illness previously, and I am not fully recovered yet. My constitution is still rather fragile. I can only consume small biscuits and cannot digest unprocessed exotic beast meat or other substances. And what of the 10 million you transferred from my account? What was it for? Previously, Yao took me to the hospital for treatment. In a moment of urgency, without a proper flight permit, he flew me directly from the city intersection to the hospital due to severe burns on my wings. That 10 million was used to treat his wings. Finally, clarity dawned on He Jinyan. His perspective on Kudong, Davidson, and Luo Yao subtly shifted. Though they were somewhat impoverished, their concern for Lu Ruan was genuine. Luo Yao had willingly sacrificed his precious wings to bring Lu Ruan to the hospital, and it was indeed understandable that he had used the 10 million to remedy his own injuries. As for Lu Ruan herself, He Jinyan regarded his bound companion with newfound seriousness. Chapter 73. The Only Woman. He gazed at Lu Ruan, who was obediently nestled against him. Her skin glowed softly under the warm light, long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings, a delicate nose, and her pink lips gently closed, exuding a faint fragrance with each breath. His gaze traveled down her cheek to her elegantly elongated neck, the delicate lines proving quite alluring. Further down, her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders and chest, a few rebellious strands playfully resting upon her collarbone, adding an air of enchantment. Aside from her slightly slender figure, her beauty conformed to his aesthetic ideals. What ailment have you suffered? A rather unusual genetic disorder. How long until you recover? Lu Ruan recalled Davidson's words when she returned to the villa from Jupiter and replied to He Jinyan, Arson mentioned that my current condition is stable. With one more treatment cycle and increased exercise, my health should return to normal. She had received her second dose of the peptide a week prior. The hospital director's husband had initially informed her that she would need a dose of the peptide once a month at his hospital. After a recent checkup at the villa, he suggested another high-dose injection for reinforcement, which would elevate her to the physical standard of a regular citizen. In other words, with one more injection next month, she would be as fit as a normal citizen. In reality, Davidson had not disclosed to Lu Ruan that the third peptide was still in preparation. He and Kudong had embarked on an expedition for that very purpose. Nonetheless, he would not let Lu Ruan know of the shortage of the peptide. After all, he merely wished to allow her to live her brief 80 years free from worry, leaving the rest for them men to handle. Just ensure you can be healed, He Jinyan replied softly, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Are you concerned about me? Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled. She had never expected that He Jinyan would show concern for her illness. This seemingly ruthless overlord was not as fearsome as she had believed. If you perceive it as such, then it is, He Jinyan replied, his demeanor as calm as ever. He raised his gaze to the vast expanse before him. The enormity of the universe rendered humanity as insignificant as a speck of dust, and he, too, was but a particle amidst the cosmic debris. Upon reflection, the woman in his embrace would be the sole companion of his fleeting 3 centuries. He could afford her a modicum of patience and genuinely endeavor to understand her. Yen, Lu Ruan turned her face slightly to glance at the resting area, where the men reclined upon their couches. She then returned her attention to him, saying, You mentioned 6 hours ago that you most wished to be with me. She deliberately left her statement unfinished, a teasing omission. Yen and Yi, his longtime companions, had known each other for years. It was clear that Yi, masquerading as Yuan, would surely be recognized by his elder brother. Yet, Yen chose not to expose the charade. Lu Ruan decided to feign ignorance, treating the man from 6 hours prior as Yen himself. Yen raised an eyebrow. What did I most wish to do with you? My mind is cluttered with so much. I seem to have forgotten. Would you be so kind as to remind me? He was curious to hear what his junior, impersonating him, had said to Lu Ruan. A delicate blush adorned Lu Ruan's cheeks as she awkwardly replied, You said it was a bit hungry and wanted. She gestured subtly for Yen to look down. Yen's gaze followed hers, and his expression froze momentarily, a chill emanating from his being. Is it still hungry? Lu Ruan asked, her discomfort palpable as she scrutinized Yen. Yet, the flush on her face faded within seconds. Humans are creatures that inch forward. She not only yearned to gauge Yen's reaction but also sought to test the limits of this stoic gentleman's tolerance towards her. Yen's eyes deepened as he regarded Lu Ruan. Had she not mentioned his younger brother's words from the night before, he might have been ensnared by her ploy. Lu Ruan's mention of 6 hours prior, was it a deliberate probe? He covered her mouth, saying, Silence. Lu Ruan, once again silenced by Yen's hand, stifled a laugh. She removed his palm. All right, I shall refrain from speaking. Yen returned to his impassive demeanor, contemplating for a brief moment before instructing, in the future. Avoid unnecessary contact with Yi.
Why?
She questioned. He might lead you astray. Lu Ruan chuckled softly. And what about you? She gazed into his abyss-like eyes filled with inscrutable depths. Yen met her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. He turned his head to face forward. Lu Ruan's lips curled into a subtle smile. After sitting up from Yen's embrace, she placed her hand on his broad shoulder. her eyes slightly lowered, traced the contours of his chiseled profile, both alluring and perilous. Even in his tranquil state, he exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. After a few seconds of observation, she steeled herself internally. Then, while Yen was intently focused ahead, she leaned in and gently pressed her lips against his cold ones. Yen's body stiffened, as if frozen in place, an expression of surprise flickering in his pale golden eyes. Lu Ruan noted his reaction, feeling she had discovered the key to unsettling this austere figure. After a brief moment, Yen regained his composure and spoke in a low, frosty tone. "Either step outside or behave yourself on my lap." Lu Ruan playfully blinked. "I prefer to remain here with you." She nestled back into his embrace, obediently closing her eyes as before. Feeling Lu Ruan's closeness, Yen's serene heart was disturbed, as though a stone had been cast into a still pond, creating ripples. He absent-mindedly stroked her head resting against his chest, a faint smile tugging at his lips, followed by a soft sigh. In a matter of seconds, he returned to his serious demeanor, continuing to navigate the ship. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruan, at the doorway to the control room stood Yi, momentarily halted. Yi had witnessed the entire scene, Lu Ruan stealing a kiss and curling up like a kitten in his elder brother's embrace. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. This time, he was not impersonating Yuan intentionally. If Lu Ruan mistook him, he would simply go along with it. Adopting Yuan's tone, Yi addressed Lu Ruan. "Ruan, it is unsafe in the control room." He turned his back to Yuan, unaware that his brother had already awakened. The earlier scene had been too glaring. It was he who had shared a passionate kiss with Lu Ruan in the bathroom. Why should his elder brother enjoy the spoils? The thought festered within him. Yi scooped Lu Ruan from the couch and strode towards the bathroom. However, just as he was about to close the door, the shadowy figure of Yuan slipped in behind him.
Bang!
The door shut. In the control room, Yen cast a glance at the surveillance feed from the resting area, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan found herself cornered between the two brothers in the bathroom. With a cheerful smile, she looked up. "So, which one of you is Yuan?" Chapter 74, Arrival at XM007 star. After 2 days of intense and tumultuous experiences, the battleship traversed through one cosmic storm after another, finally reaching the distant XM007 star. After 3 days of flight, they had finally arrived at XM007. This star was so remote that few had ever set foot upon it, devoid of any signs of civilization. "We are now heading to the location where the Blue Dragon's claw prints were discovered. We will explore a 100-mile radius around that point," Kadong announced from the main control seat in a solemn tone. From the surveillance feed, it was evident that the battleship hovered a kilometer above the surface of the satellite, while a signal station was positioned in the nearby oceanic expanse. In the interstellar realm, humanity primarily resided on the 9 major planets. The 1,000 subordinate planets were fraught with peril. Although they were inhospitable to human life, they harbored exploitable resources. This designated XM007 satellite was characterized by dense jungles and vast oceans. In the jungles, exotic beasts roamed freely, small creatures the size of Earth's tigers and leopards, medium-sized beasts akin to dinosaurs, and large ones reminiscent of cinematic monsters. The jungle predominantly housed smaller beasts. The oceans were home to creatures of various sizes, occasionally revealing a giant beast surfacing, while many winged creatures soared above the waters. The Blue Dragon's nemesis is the winged ancestor dragon. It is amphibious and capable of low-altitude flight, preying on blue and black dragons, as well as some larger oceanic creatures. "Pause playback for now," she instructed, focusing intently on the surveillance feed. To her side were the 3 brothers Yen, Yi, and Yuan, while to the other side were Kadong, his 2 companions, and the mechanic, Lance. Kadong's voice resonated beside her once more. "Units 6, 7, and 8. Without my command, do not engage any airborne exotic beasts." "Understood. Let us move," Yi urged. With that, Kadong maneuvered the battleship towards their intended coordinates. The 5-meter-long, Earth-toned warship glided discreetly, yet swiftly, through the skies above the XM007 satellite. Upon sighting an unfamiliar shadow, the airborne creatures were about to pursue the vessel, but it vanished from their view. The warship steered towards the ocean's edge. At the opposite end of the sea, several SSS-class warships emblazoned with the emblem of the Ko family lay anchored by the shore. A striking young woman, clad in rugged attire and possessing long hair, diligently repaired one of the ships. Behind her stood 30 adventurers, exchanging furtive glances, as their leader, Kudong's cunning second brother, betrayed a glint of malice in his eyes. On the other side of the sea, after approximately 2 hours of navigation, Kudong reached an altitude of 1,000 meters above the designated coordinates. This was the place. Now he would descend further. He maneuvered the warship to hover 100 meters above the jungle, circling the coordinates at a leisurely pace. The coordinates were situated within a jungle near the coastline, merely a kilometer from the shore. Activating the ship's detectors, he initiated a comprehensive search for the target creature, the blue flood dragon, pausing only upon its discovery. Everyone in the control room was fixated on the screen, including Lu Ruan, whose eyes widened at the infrared images depicting various creatures below: sawtooth tigers lurking in the jungle, dog-sized mutated grasshoppers, a serpent as thick as an oil tanker, and 1-meter-long caterpillars. Lu Ruan swallowed hard. The ferocity of these creatures was daunting, and the size of their warship was only slightly larger than the jungle serpents, making the scene akin to 8 diminutive humans stumbling into a realm of giants. Davidson's legs trembled slightly as he feigned calmness. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. While the main planet had nearly eradicated its creatures, with only a few robot-sized ones remaining, the beings on this satellite were robust and imposing. Even if they failed to capture the blue flood dragon, collecting a few specimens could yield a handsome profit in star coins, could it not? He Jun's gaze shifted slightly towards Lu Ruan. Noticing her apprehension, he gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid." Just as He Junyuan and He Junyi were about to offer comfort to Lu Ruan, their elder brother interrupted. The warship continued its circular path, and due to its low speed, the aerial creatures, perceiving the intrusion of an unfamiliar species into their territory, began to converge upon the vessel. Within 10 minutes, 5 mutated golden eagles surrounded the warship. These fierce avian predators were slightly smaller than the ship, yet their combined might was formidable. Lu Ruan glanced up just in time to witness one of them viciously pecking at the warship, causing it to tremble violently as if an earthquake had struck. Her heart raced, and her mind buzzed in a daze, taking several moments to regain composure. Kudong squinted, attempting to maneuver the ship away from the eagles. However, it seemed the birds had become fixated on the warship, relentlessly pursuing it. Luo Yao, He Junyuan, and He Junyi were on the verge of retaliating, but Kudong's command halted their impulsive actions. "We cannot attack them. Let them peck at us." He then turned to Lu Ruan. "My dear, brace yourself. It might get bumpy. Davidson, keep a close watch on her condition." Davidson nodded in affirmation. With that, Kudong resumed the predetermined course, continuing the search for the blue flood dragon. Yet the aggressive golden eagles appeared to be reveling in their antics. One fiercely attacked the warship, followed by another which landed 2 forceful blows. Fortunately, the S-class warship was fortified with a robust defense system, otherwise it would have sustained considerable damage. The remaining eagles toyed with the vessel, flapping their wings and tossing it about, and when fatigued, they resorted to using their talons to grasp and drop it.
Kudong?
"Should we not just shoot them down?" one suggested. "We cannot indiscriminately attack the creatures. That would attract their entire pack, causing us significant trouble." "They'll tire of this soon enough," Kudong replied, his expression darkening as he piloted the ship. For the next 2 hours, whenever the mutated golden eagles flung the warship away, Kudong would deftly maneuver it back to its original position to continue the search. Each time the eagles tossed the ship, he patiently directed it back into the designated area, conducting a thorough search anew. After 1,000 repetitions, the atmosphere in the control room grew tense, with everyone's patience being tested to its limits. Lu Ruan, watching the encroaching eagles, felt a surge of frustration. Their antics were intolerable. A spark of determination ignited within her. "Soft, watch me. I will bring them down in a second," declared He Junyi, narrowing his eyes at the surrounding eagles. "Elder brother, you take the 3 above, and I'll handle the 2 on the sides." He Junyuan placed his fingers on the control panel. "We cannot strike." Yet, Kudong's warning came too late. With a resounding boom, the warship unleashed missiles targeting the golden eagles, exploding in midair. "It's just a few eagles. Why hesitate, Kudong?" Accompanied by anguished cries, the mutated golden eagles plummeted to the treetops like kites severed from their strings. Simultaneously, a terrifying butterfly effect unfolded. Everyone's pupils dilated as they beheld the throngs of creatures converging from all directions. Chapter 75, Safe Zone. The jungle trembled as a horde of creatures surged forth, resembling an unstoppable black tide. The flock of flying beasts circling above the nearby ocean, alerted by the commotion, swooped down in a frenzy. In mere moments, the sky, the sea, and the jungle were teeming with a dense mass of beastly silhouettes. The cacophony of roars echoed from every direction. The fallen mutated golden eagle, still warm, attracted a swarm of hungry creatures that swiftly devoured it. The dying cries of the eagle seemed to transmit a message, summoning its kin. Amidst the throng of beasts, thousands of enraged mutated golden eagles targeted the warship with palpable hostility, as if ready to rend it to shreds at any moment. Lu Ruan had never witnessed such a scene. A mere handful of creatures had been manageable, but now, thousands sent chills down her spine. Ke Dong's expression turned grave as he surveyed the overwhelming mass of beasts above and within the jungle. Everyone, avoid the brown, black, and blue creatures. Focus fire on the golden eagles and break through the encirclement. Team 3 and 5, take the skies. Teams 6, 7, and 8, guard the sides of the ship. He had no time to chastise the disobedient team members. His dark eyes glinted as he issued his commands. A heart-stopping battle ensued. Ke Dong piloted the warship, colliding with the dense throng of creatures while steering towards the signal base station on the satellite, their initial position upon arrival. Luo Yao and Lans activated their weapon systems, engaging the beasts. He Junyuan and He Junyi, filled with guilt and anxiety, followed Ke Dong's orders with newfound cooperation. He Junyan analyzed the situation displayed on the screen, employing suppressive fire to scatter the attacking eagles and carve a path for the warship. In that instant, the vessel struggled through the horde of creatures, the sounds of cannon fire and beastly roars intertwining into a deafening symphony. Countless aberrant eagles plummeted from the sky, enveloping the air in a haze of blood mist. Lu Ruan clutched the armrests of her seat tightly, her heart racing violently with each jolt. Suddenly, an enormous mutated python surged from the jungle, sinking its fangs into the battleship's tail, causing the vessel to sway violently. Alarms blared. Warning. Battleship damage level 3. Ke Dong furrowed his brow, increasing the power in a desperate attempt to free the ship from the python's grasp. At that moment, an aberrant eagle seized the opportunity, its sharp talons rending the metal hull of the battleship. Warning. Battleship damage level 7. Lu Ruan's gaze was filled with terror as she stared at the screen displaying the chaos. He Juan, swift and precise, redirected the firepower to bring the golden eagle crashing down. Yet, the skies above were becoming increasingly crowded with aberrant creatures, seemingly endless, the scent of blood from the fallen eagles driving the other beasts into a frenzy. Cease all attacks. Ke Dong gritted his teeth at the sight. He disregarded the incoming beasts, evading those he could, and barreling through the gaps in the throng of creatures when he could not. He Juan and the others also halted their assault, recognizing that eliminating some beasts would only attract more, thereby obstructing the battleship as escape. However, as the ship forced its way through the dense mass of creatures, it sustained further damage. Warning. Battleship damage level 8. Battleship damage level 9. Battleship damage level 11. 15 minutes passed. Battleship damage level 37. Warning. Battleship is about to enter a state of disintegration. At that moment, thick black smoke billowed from the rear of the ship, the alarms continuing their relentless wail until the voice announced, Warning. Battleship damage level 45. The battleship is beginning to disintegrate. With a sharp crack, a large fissure appeared in the outer metal plating. Subsequently, as the battleship collided with the aberrant beasts, the cracked outer metal fell away, leaving the vessel vulnerable. In that moment, everyone was gripped by a profound anxiety for their lives. Captain Ko, 1 kilometer ahead, the swarm of flying beasts is still dense. If we continue this collision, the hull will completely disintegrate, and we will plummet into the beast horde. Even with mechas, we cannot hope to defeat so many beasts. This was Lance's first expedition, and he found himself overwhelmed by the heart-stopping scene. Ke Dong, can we make it through? He Juan glanced around gravely. If not, we must use the escape pods to jump into the jungle right now, or we won't have enough time. The escape pods were a means of evacuation when the battleship faced disintegration. However, given the current circumstances, this method seemed ill-suited. The jungle was teeming with aberrant beasts, and once the team members jumped from the escape pods, they would inevitably scatter, each facing unknown dangers. Ke Dong remained silent, his focus unwavering on the controls. Seemingly detached from everything around him, Lu Ruan turned slightly, witnessing Ke Dong's swift movements as he executed extreme maneuvers in a zigzag pattern toward the less densely populated areas of the beast horde. His gaze was piercing, his lips pressed tightly together. This was the first time she had seen her husband display such a demeanor. even more serious than when they first traversed the cosmic storm zone. From his expression, it seemed he lacked complete confidence. He relied solely on his past experiences and the courage forged through countless narrow escapes to lead his team in a desperate flight for survival. At that moment, they were still 1 kilometer away from the less crowded areas. The battleship struggled onward. 100 meters, 200 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, after the battleship's defensive shell had completely fallen away, Kudong successfully guided everyone beyond the beast swarm. He glanced at the parameters on the screen, gripped the control stick, and propelled the ship toward the signal base at maximum speed. 3 hours later, the battleship, shrouded in thick smoke, came to a halt near the signal base, resting on the sandy beach by the coast, with towering forests behind them. Everyone disembarked from the ship. Lance hurriedly fetched water to douse the smoke, putting aside his lingering fears of survival, and began to busily repair the heavily damaged S-class battleship, which had sustained a damage level of 60. The area within 1 kilometer of the signal base was deemed safe. This safety was attributed to the specialized protective net surrounding the signal tower, which emitted waves capable of repelling large, medium, and small aberrant creatures. Within this zone, the presence of aberrant beasts was almost non-existent. While the protective net shielded the signal tower, it also provided explorers of the auxiliary star with a safe haven. Kudong surveyed the others. Everyone gather around. I have some matters to discuss. Apart from Lance, who was preoccupied with the repairs, the rest of the team encircled him, their gazes fixed on Kudong. Furrowing his thick brows, he addressed the identical 3 faces before him. What happened? Who was sitting in positions 7 and 8? Hejuan and Heiyuan turned their eyes toward Hejuan. Yuan and Yi. Hejuan did not hesitate to implicate his 2 brothers. His tone was somewhat grim, laced with a hint of reproach as he looked at Heiyuan and Heiyua. After Hejuan spoke, he cast a glance at the battered battleship parked a few meters away, its surface marred and smoking from the rear. It had been 5 years since he last felt such lingering trepidation.
Yuan and Yi.
You 2 must learn to control yourselves in a crisis. Lu Ruan looked at Heiyuan and Heiyua. It was our oversight, they both replied in unison. Facing Kudong, they bore expressions that conveyed indifference to punishment, as if resigned to the situation's outcome. Was this merely an oversight? This mistake nearly cost the entire team their lives. If you wish to disregard your own safety, do not drag others down with you. Luo Yao's tone was somewhat harsh. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Davidson adjusted his glasses, clearing his throat as he addressed the group. Given the severity of the situation, if anyone feels unwell, please enter the medical pod for treatment. Upon disembarking, he had immediately administered recovery and sedative agents to his wife, who was now in a stable condition, while others appeared fine on the surface. The impact from earlier could have caused bodily harm. He retrieved 3 advanced medical pods from his spatial button and placed them on the sandy beach, connecting them to a mobile power source. No need. No need. No need. As the refrain echoed, Lance, who had been repairing the battleship, suddenly collapsed onto the sand. Kudong and Davidson rushed to assist him into the medical pod. Lu Ruan quietly observed, relieved that her husband, the doctor, had provided timely care. Otherwise, she could have been the next to faint. Kudong and Davidson returned to their positions, gazing at Heiyuan and Heiyua. The aberrant creatures on the auxiliary star were all social beings. The smallest groups consisted of at least 1,000 members, while larger groups could reach up to 100,000. If 1 or 2 were attacked, the remainder would respond en masse to pursue the enemy. Among the flying beasts, those of brown, black, and blue hues were known to be particularly fierce and combative.
Kudong articulated each detail clearly,
educating the team about the characteristics of aberrant creatures on the auxiliary star. He refrained from chastising the team members as Lu Ruan had anticipated. She sat on a small stool, leaning against Davidson, watching Kudong patiently explain, listening to his deep, stern voice, and in that moment, she felt an undeniable aura of leadership emanating from him. A profound sense of security envelopes them, both inside and out. This enigmatic man, despite occasionally uttering coarse phrases like "I am the one," and possessing a character that is far from flawless, remains steadfast in critical moments. When it comes to adventuring, he is a true sovereign, a captivating sovereign at that. Her heart is once again ensnared by him. Reminiscent of the first moment she laid eyes on him upon arriving at the desolate star. When Heijun's glance fell upon Lu Ruan, it was evident that her attention was wholly captivated by Kudong, her eyes seemingly imbued with admiration and affection. He withdrew his gaze, scrutinizing Kodong with a discerning eye. Is this what she finds appealing? Luo Yao, intending to check on Lu Ruan's state, observed her adoringly gazing at her older companion, leaving him uncertain about his own feelings. So, Kodong, let us proceed according to your directives from here on out. He Junyi and He Junyuan listened intently for half an hour. Upon conclusion, they fully recognized the impulsive nature of their prior actions and gradually accepted Kodong's role as the leader. While they excelled in the art of robbery and nefarious deeds, Kodong undoubtedly outshone them when it came to exploring and combating exotic beasts. Noting the change of heart in these two rebellious souls, Kodong's lips curled into a smirk as he addressed everyone. Let us establish camp here for the time being. Once Lands awakens and repairs the warship, we shall search for traces of the blue flood dragon near the designated coordinates. Anyone feeling unwell should promptly seek out Davidson for treatment without delay. Following Lands, although Luo Yao and Kodong were unharmed, they too found themselves recuperating in the medical chamber. At this moment, the atmosphere lightened considerably. He Junyuan and He Junyi began to erect the tent provided by Kodong. In less than 10 minutes, a circular tent with a diameter of 5 meters was situated on the sandy beach between the towering jungle and the coastline. Lu Ruan was the first to lie down inside the tent. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate 8 individuals comfortably. For the sake of comfort, Kodong had even procured thicker cushions. Reclining on the soft padding with a pillow from the villa, Lu Ruan's thoughts wandered back to the thrilling escape that had transpired 3 hours prior. At that moment, He Junyi entered the tent. He surveyed Lu Ruan, who was lying against the side, and contemplated the other men, while also considering the tent's size. Lu Ruan, please rise, he instructed. Lu Ruan sat up, her eyes questioning as they met He Junyi's. I will set up a new one for you, although I will have others on night watch. You need not squeeze in with the remaining men. He Junyi's voice was unexpectedly cold, yet laced with warmth. He retrieved a smaller tent from his belongings, unfurled it, and began assembling it within the larger tent. His movements were swift and methodical, each step executed with remarkable finesse. Before long, an exquisite little tent stood proudly within the larger one. Yen, I never anticipated you would possess such a thing, Lu Ruan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Although the tent was diminutive, its material appeared exceptionally sturdy. Its size may have been modest, but it was adequate for 2 individuals. I had it stored away. He Junyi replied, noticing her delight as he produced a comfortable mattress to place inside. During his years of scavenging, he had encountered many tents at the gathering places of fellow scavengers. With no star coins to purchase homes, a tattered tent served as their warmest refuge. This particular tent was one his father had used to shelter him and his brothers during their childhood. After all these years, he had preserved it with care, never imagining it would one day be used for Lu Ruan. In the spaciousness of the larger tent, the smaller one appeared somewhat incongruous yet radiated an endearing warmth. With her pillow in hand, Lu Ruan nestled into the cozy little space, comfortably closing her eyes. He Junyi stood outside the small tent, lost in thought for quite some time. Had their father not deceived them, returning to take them from the tent to a small house instead of fleeing with their money to another planet, what kind of life would they lead now?
He Junyi pondered.
He Junyuan and He Junyi entered the tent. Upon seeing the long-familiar small tent and Lu Ruan lying inside, they stood by, momentarily speechless. Brother, how did you bring it out? Utilizing resources wisely, was He Junyi's succinct reply. Chapter 77. The happiness of interstellar women. As Lu Ruan slept in the small tent, Kodong was engaged in capturing miniature exotic beasts by the seaside with the others. Near the signal base station, no large or medium-sized exotic beasts roamed. Miniature exotic beasts remained unaffected by the protective barriers, their numbers relatively abundant. In the eyes of interstellar men, creatures the size of Earth's tigers were considered small exotic beasts, while those akin to Earth's cats and dogs fell into the category of miniature exotic beasts. Unbeknownst to her, a mouth-watering scene unfolded on the beach. Lands, comfortably resting in the medical chamber, had already regained his strength. Kodong, accompanied by Luo Yao and the He Jun brothers, emerged from the sea with plump, robust exotic seafood, mutated shrimp and crabs. Davidson was busy preparing the miniature exotic beasts they had caught. He Junyi then ventured into the safety zone of the jungle to gather large, sweet exotic fruits, such as the aromatic exotic raspberries. Once Davidson finished cooking the mutated shrimp and crabs, the men on the beach, seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, set out tables, and arranged over 20 plates of exotic crabs and shrimp, along with 10 plates of exotic raspberries. Ko Dong roused Lan's. The 7 men shed their exploration gear and gathered together to indulge. Let us eat while Lu Ruan is still asleep. Those craving meat should hurry. After Lu Ruan had mentioned to He Junyi that she could only consume small biscuits, he relayed this information to his brothers, allowing them to understand the behavior of Ko Dong and the others. Lans, upon hearing Davidson's words, cast a glance toward the direction of the tent. The name Lu Ruan was quite rare. The individual within the tent must surely be the one corresponding with the matching message, he mused. Having been single for many years, he had yet to meet a woman with a genetic matching value of 98, only to have her reject him. A deep sense of regret crossed Lan's eyes. He glanced at the renowned Davidson on one side and the intimidating He Junyi on the other. Well, even if Lu Ruan agreed to bind with him, he would still be unable to compete with these men. The regret in Lan's eyes dissipated, replaced by confusion as he inquired, Director Davidson, "Are you not inviting Miss Lu Ruan to dine with us?" Davidson gently explained, "Lu Ruan is currently unwell and should refrain from consuming the food on the table for the time being." "Ah, I see." Lans nodded in understanding. On the main star, even a portion of stale exotic beast meat could fetch several hundred star coins. Ko Dong, once we capture the blue flood dragon, let us bring back a few large exotic beasts to feast upon, he suggested. Luo Yao, savoring the fragrant exotic crabs, wore an expression of utter satisfaction. Ko Dong replied nonchalantly, "If we are fortunate enough to encounter a solitary one, we may capture it, but we must not act rashly if we encounter a group." Adventurers, accustomed to the subsidiary stars, often shared Luo Yao's sentiments. However, they frequently faced groups of exotic beasts, and without absolute certainty, none dared to capture them recklessly. Outside the tent, the 7 men elegantly enjoyed their feast. The enticing aroma of steamed mutant crabs wafted through the air, carried by the gentle caress of the sea breeze into the tent. The still dreaming Lu Ruan caught a whiff of the seafood fragrance, stirring her from slumber within mere seconds. Her hunger awakening, she rolled out of bed to see what Ko Dong and the others were up to. As she stepped outside the tent, she was greeted by the sight of a lavish seafood feast set just 5 meters away. Ko Dong was holding a mutant shrimp as thick as a man's arm, skillfully peeling its shell and bringing it to his mouth. From his expression alone, she could discern the exquisite taste of the mutant shrimp. Meanwhile, Luo Yao was cracking open a mutant crab the size of a watermelon. Upon opening it, the rich crab roe spilled forth, and as it entered his mouth, his cold, piercing eyes radiated sheer ecstasy. Lu Ruan's stomach rumbled in protest. Silently retreating a couple of steps, she returned to the tent to sit down, retrieving some bland crackers and water from her supplies to nibble on. Darling, she had barely eaten a few pieces when Ko Dong's deep, magnetic voice drifted to her ears. He soon settled beside her, holding a cup of Davidson's specially concocted beast milk. Meeting his elongated, dark gaze, Lu Ruan asked Dong, "What brings you here?" Ko Dong chuckled softly, bringing the drink to her lips. "Drink up. Once your health returns to normal, I shall procure whatever delicacies you desire." After sipping the concocted milk, Lu Ruan felt her hunger dissipate, her clamorous stomach finally at peace. She tucked the cup back into her supplies and, with considerate gentleness, suggested, "You should go join Yao and the others for dinner. I'm no longer hungry. You needn't worry about me. I'll stay here with you." Ko Dong gently shook his head. He enveloped Lu Ruan in his arms, allowing her to lean against his chest, and explained, "I consume food at a faster pace. Luo Yao and the others are taking their time on their first outdoor meal. While this is a safe zone, not every expedition allows for dining in safety. In the past, during perilous missions, there were times when the food was barely cooked before mutant beasts would appear, forcing us to gulp down nutrient supplements and switch to combat mode. If the skirmish is brief, we might resume our meal in an hour. If it drags on, we could be engaged in battle for 2 days and nights without sustenance. During those long hours, we endured the gnawing emptiness in our stomachs. Over time, I honed my ability to consume 3 plates of mutant meat in a single minute." Relaxing in Ko Dong's embrace, Lu Ruan felt the warmth radiating from his back. Her husband was the warmest among those she had encountered. Dressed in a sleeveless shirt, his heat enveloped her like a human furnace. Ko Dong relished holding the soft and fragrant Lu Ruan, her head resting on his shoulder like a large, affectionate dog. "My dear, night will fall in 2 hours." He began to explain the situation to her, his tone shifting from the sternness he used with his teammates to a tender, magnetic softness reserved for his beloved. Lu Ruan listened quietly, This star has long nights and short days. During a full day, only a third of the time is daylight. At night, many mutant beasts emerge en masse from the jungle near the beach. Many of these beasts are poisonous, so do your best to remain inside the tent. If you truly wish to step outside for some fresh air, just call for me, and I will accompany you. Lu Ruan softly replied, "All right. We will take turns keeping watch, eliminating any poisonous creatures around the tent, so there is no need for you to fear." After hearing Kedong's gentle assurances, Lu Ruan felt a warm glow within her heart. Starry women truly live in bliss, waiting for their men to provide, without a care in the world. She turned to gaze at Kedong's ruggedly handsome face, unable to resist kissing his sensuous lips, which occasionally voiced coarse remarks.
Kedong.
Catching the affectionate glint in Lu Ruan's eyes, felt as if his heart had been playfully scratched by a kitten's paw. He swallowed hard, adjusting his hold on Lu Ruan as he shifted positions, instinctively kissing her back. Just as the two were lost in their embrace, the second dining companion, He Jinyan, approached. As he stepped into the tent, he spotted Kedong tightly, holding Lu Ruan in the corner. His cold gaze narrowed slightly, the air around him suddenly turning several degrees chillier. Chapter 78. Shall we scoot further into the corner? Upon hearing footsteps, Lu Ruan lifted her head, colliding with He Jinyan's frosty stare. "Yen, have you finished eating?" she asked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment in such a situation. He Jinyan replied, his gaze fixed on Kedong. "Kedong, Lands is looking for you to acquire materials for repairing the battleship's defense layer. Didn't you mention needing to install protective barriers around the tent? Nightfall is just 2 hours away." Kedong pulled out a suppressive serum and injected it into his arm. Responding brusquely to He Jinyan, "Don't tell me the Shadow Leader is still short on a few materials for the battleship's defense layer? Installing protective barriers takes only 2 minutes. Why the urgency?" It was the first time he had heard He Jinyan utter so many words, each one a triviality. Lu Ruan stood from Kedong's embrace, smoothing her slightly rumpled clothing. "Darling, if you need to freshen up, the battleship's space bathroom is still usable." After Kedong left to deliver materials to Lands, He Jinyan's icy demeanor began to thaw. Lu Ruan forced a dry laugh, glancing at the man still standing in the tent. "Yen, aren't you going to go help?" "I want tea," He Jinyan replied coolly. Observing Lu Ruan's slightly disheveled clothing, he hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent. "Well, there are only 2 hours until nightfall. I'm going to freshen up," Lu Ruan announced before exiting the tent. He Jinyan's gaze lingered on Lu Ruan's retreating figure for a few seconds, only pulling back his attention once she boarded the damaged battleship on the beach. He pursed his lips slightly, then let out a soft scoff. Lu Ruan entered the space bathroom for her bath. Kedong and Luo Yao busied themselves with the installation of protective barriers. After Lands procured the materials for the defense layer, he began assembling them. Davidson was applying a circle of potion around the barriers. An hour and 50 minutes later, night descended. "Once my wife emerges, those who wish to wash up should hurry," Kedong instructed everyone after wrapping up his tasks. 50 minutes later, Lu Ruan lay in the small tent pressed against the wall. The men, having survived a harrowing few hours of escape, including Lands, now fully sated and clean, sprawled out in the larger tent. Nightfall would not arrive for another hour, allowing the men a chance to rest. After night descended, they would take turns guarding the area, ensuring the safety of those inside the tent by clearing out any mini-mutant beasts that ventured too close. At this moment, Kedong chose to lie horizontally at the entrance of the small tent. He Jinyan and He Jinyuan glanced disapprovingly at Kedong for blocking the entrance, but understood that this was not the time for disputes. They settled into their preferred positions near the small tent. He Jinyan, expressing his disdain, distanced himself from Kedong. Davidson chose a comfortable spot without contention. Following the three brothers, Luo Yao lay down next to them, while Lands settled beside Davidson. Looking around, the once spacious interior of the large tent felt considerably more cramped with the addition of the small tent. 7 robust men, clad in shorts and bare-chested, lay sprawled in various positions. Within mere minutes, some individuals succumbed to slumber, their feet unconsciously delivering kicks towards the faces of others. Kedong was jolted awake by a forceful kick from He Juni, his eyes flaring with indignation. Nearby, Luo Yao inadvertently lifted his leg, striking He Junyan squarely on the forehead, prompting He Junyan to awaken with a murderous glare. Perhaps feet should simply be severed? Both Kedong and He Junyan simultaneously chastised He Juni and Luo Yao, who permitted you to sleep in that direction. In unison, He Juni and Luo Yao retorted shamelessly. Who instructed you to mimic my way of speaking? The tension between Ku Dong and He Junyan crackled like a blade's edge, while He Junyi and Luo Yao exchanged similar glares. The atmosphere in the tent grew exceedingly taut. Lance, seated beside Davidson, discreetly opened his eyes a fraction, surveying the charged quartet, then whispered to Davidson, "Director Davidson, should we perhaps inch further into the corner?" Unfortunately, Davidson was positioned inside, leaving him with no choice but to retreat first. After assessing the situation, Davidson quietly shifted inward and retrieved earplugs to block out the noise. Observing the tense standoff, He Junyuan opted for silence, avoiding any potential instigation. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan, hearing the commotion from her secluded space, hastily pulled aside the curtain, her breath catching at the sight before her. Her husband lay sprawled in disarray, with Ku Dong blocking the entrance to her tent, seemingly unwilling to allow any other man to intrude. Following him were He Junyan, He Junyi, and Luo Yao, their limbs entangled, nearly feeding one another's mouths with their feet. It appeared they were on the brink of a brawl. Then there was Yuan, positioned slightly farther from the fray. Meanwhile, Davidson and Lance huddled in the corner, looking as if they wished to meld into the wall, hoping for respite. Lu Ruan thought, these men were almost all distinguished figures in the interstellar realm. Why must their sleeping arrangements be so chaotic? Couldn't they lie in a neat row instead? Rising, she stepped over Ku Dong's form blocking her entrance and positioned herself centrally, clearing her throat. "A Dong, a Yao, a Sun, Yen, Yuan, Yi, Lance. Could you please change your positions? Place your pillows at the edge of the tent and extend your legs towards the center so as not to encumber one another." Upon her utterance, the previously hostile quartet ceased their quarrel and complied with her suggestion. However, things deviated slightly from her expectations, given that her small tent occupied a corner. The 7 men, once laid down, still found their feet brushing against one another. This contact was met with palpable disdain, as if the feet were carriers of a contagion. They all seemed to recoil, wishing to distance themselves further. Even the 3 brothers, despite their familial bond, preferred not to be in such close quarters. "Could you stretch your legs further?" He Jun glared at Luo Yao as if he wished to slay him. "You shouldn't take up so much space." Luo Yao, ever the rebellious spirit, scoffed at He Junyi's reprimand, launching into sarcasm. No arguing. Lu Ruan assessed the situation. Removing one individual might alleviate the congestion. She scanned her assembled husbands, asking, "Which of you would like to lie down with me?" As her words fell, 6 pairs of eyes turned toward her in unison.
Wife.
"The choice is yours," Ku Dong finally spoke. With 40 minutes remaining until nightfall, and having endured a harrowing escape followed by a satisfying meal, all the men yearned for a moment of tranquility. Lu Ruan's clear gaze swept over He Junyan's neatly arranged wheat-colored abs, Ku Dong's robust, muscular physique, Davidson's pale, alluring form, and Luo Yao's well-defined lines. Ultimately, her eyes settled on He Junyan's calm, composed face. Tentatively, she inquired, "Yen, would you join me?" Chapter 79. A Night with Yen. He Junyan was a man of true restraint. Even 2 days prior, when she had sat upon his lap, his heart rate had remained unfaltering, allowing her to feel secure lying beside him. After all, her other husbands, such as the scholarly Davidson, who was a gentleman with a penchant for manipulation, always coaxing her into various exercises, Ku Dong, driven by unfulfilled desires, constantly sought to engage in more intimate activities, and the silver-haired brother, wild and private, were all far less reliable. He Junyi, despite his outward normalcy, was no less provocative than his brothers in private. Lu Ruan gazed at He Junyan for a few moments. He, unresponsive, stood and stepped into the small tent, lowering his head as he entered. Should she invite others into the small space? Yuan and Yi would undoubtedly be the first to object. Once He Junyan was inside, Lu Ruan exchanged a few words with the others before following him into the small sanctuary and drawing the curtain. The modest tent could comfortably accommodate 2 adults while still leaving room to spare. She looked down to find He Junyan lying flat against the tent wall, bare from the waist up, clad only in gray shorts, deliberately leaving her over a meter of space beside him. His eyes were gently closed, and the aura of authority he exuded remained undiminished. She realized for the first time that some men, even when stripped to their barest form, could still carry an intimidating presence. Adjusting her pillow, she settled into the space he had left for her. Just as she closed her eyes, a voice, dark and reminiscent of decay, echoed from what felt like the depths of a foul well. "Lu Ruan, we of the Dark Clan prefer the cool. If you find it cold, please feel free to use the blanket." "Oh, very well." After lying for a few moments, a chilling draft began to seep towards her. Without hesitation, she retrieved the thin quilt she had brought from the villa and covered herself. However, she noticed the quilt was rather wide. If she folded it and stacked it to one side, her sleeping space would be compromised, forcing her to curl up uncomfortably. After a moment of hesitation, she tugged the exposed part of the blanket towards Hei Junyan. The quilt, now infused with a woman's fragrance, draped over Hei Junyan's neck. He slightly opened his eyes and raised his head a fraction. Upon assessing the situation, he lowered his head back down, resuming his slumber. However, this motion inadvertently ensnared a strand of Lu Ruan's hair beneath his head. As she covered herself, warmth enveloped her. Just as she was about to adjust her position on the soft mattress that spanned more than a meter, a slight movement caused a painful tug on her scalp. Turning to look at Hei Junyan, she found him peacefully resting with a strand of her hair caught beneath him. Deciding against waking him, she allowed him to enjoy his rest for a while longer. To alleviate the discomfort on her scalp, she shifted closer to him. Just as Hei Junyan was about to drift into a light slumber, his arm brushed against her warm one. He opened his eyes briefly to gauge the situation before closing them again. As night fell, Kodong and the others began their first watch, each taking shifts of 8 hours, leaving them ample time to rest. Lu Ruan relished being close to him, so she allowed herself to nestle in. After Lu Ruan closed her eyes, everyone in the large tent succumbed to a brief, comfortable slumber, as time ticked away second by second. Half an hour later,
Kedonges wrist communicator vibrated.
outside the tent, the sky was engulfed in darkness. From the dense jungle behind the beach, a myriad of miniature aberrations emerged, advancing towards the tent. Among them were mutated centipedes, 1-meter-long serpents, scorpions, caterpillars, and rodents the size of domestic cats on Earth. Kodong stirred from a light slumber, rousing the first watch of Luo Yao, Davidson, and Lance. The three, awakened from their stupor, blinked groggily, nearly reluctant to rise from their beds. "If you don't get up soon, the mini-beasts will cross the barrier and invade the tent," he admonished. "Now, put on your expedition gear and follow me." The trio, still somewhat dazed, followed Kodong out of the tent. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld hundreds of mutated rodents scurrying towards them. Some circumvented the protective barrier while others, more mischievous, attempted to climb over it, only to be electrocuted and fall away in a shower. A few particularly tenacious ones disregarded the barrier entirely, making their way inside. The mutated centipedes and scorpions, having detected the unpleasant scent of the deterrent on the barrier, mostly chose to detour. However, the warriors of the swarm, encountering unfamiliar entities within their territory, were not easily dissuaded, even if they were momentarily dazed by the shock. Kodong led Luo Yao and the others, armed with capture devices, to ensnare the intruders, tossing each captured creature into the spatial button. Be swift in your captures, but do not harm them. Should the mini-beasts be injured, they will enter a frenzy, and none of us will find peace tonight. The trio diligently followed Kodong's lead. However, the sheer number of creatures emerging from the jungle proved overwhelming, and they soon found themselves in a frenzy, inadvertently allowing a stray rodent to ascend the tent. This particular mutated rodent, with its razor-sharp teeth, began gnawing at the fabric. As Kodong turned, he noticed a hole being chewed into the tent. He swiftly approached the intruder. Inside the small tent, Lu Ruan, hearing the commotion, looked up to see a flash of white light, followed closely by the terrifying visage of a mutated rodent which had gnawed a hole into the larger tent. Its head protruded from the opening, launching an assault on the smaller tent. Lu Ruan's pupils constricted as she held her breath, quickly nudging He Jinyan. He Jinyan, squinting as he awaited the moment the rodent's head would extend far enough, planned to snap its neck, ensuring it could not cry out. Just then, Kodong swiftly captured the rodent. "Darling, these aberrations have only just emerged. They will soon tire and return to their nests. We are merely capturing those that have wandered in, so sleep soundly." Kodong's voice drifted from outside the tent. Upon witnessing the rodent's capture, Lu Ruan felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, as she lay down, slumber eluded her, her mind plagued by terrifying images. After Kodong departed, the light faded, and a cool arm pulled her into his embrace. "Lu Ruan, I am here. I will not let anything happen to you." He Jinyan's eyes subtly shifted, beginning to focus in the darkness. "I can't help but recall the terrifying fangs of that mutated rodent and its glowing green eyes. It was too frightening." Lu Ruan confessed for the first time to the man beside her. "I understand," He Jinyan replied softly. Lu Ruan did not expect any comfort from him. She merely reminded herself not to succumb to fear. The next moment, his hand cupped her head, and his lips, imbued with the scent of cedar, gently brushed against hers in a fleeting kiss. Her heart skipped a beat. Noticing her still rapid heartbeat, He Jinyan scanned her face, his eyes reflecting contemplation. "Are you still thinking about the mutated rodent?" Lu Ruan, incredulous, found it hard to believe that the man beside her sought to soothe her in such a manner. She activated her light brain, using its dim glow to gaze at He Jinyan, who held her closely. From the depths of his eyes, she seemed to discern a tenderness uniquely hers. Chapter 80. Do you not wish to do something with him? Lu Ruan's eyes momentarily concealed her surprise, and as she raised them again, a hint of fear brewed within. "I still find myself recalling the earlier scene. I cannot sleep." She was immensely curious about his next move. Would it be another fleeting kiss, words of comfort to divert her attention, or would he choose silence, allowing her to regulate her emotions? He Jinyan, attuned to the normalization of her heartbeat, scrutinized her beautiful visage. She still appeared fearful. Was his judgment flawed? "What would you have me do?" He Jinyan inquired earnestly, as if addressing the alleviation of her inner turmoil was a solemn task. Under the faint light, the man regarded her with unwavering focus, awaiting her response, seemingly prepared to act on whatever she requested. Lu Ruan felt her heart flutter slightly. "Could you hold me again? Perhaps it would bring me solace," she asked, almost whimsically. Without a moment's hesitation, He Jinyan tightened his embrace, the warmth of his chest seeping through her clothing, infusing a chill with a comforting heat. Stealing glances at He Jinyan's expression, she found him maintaining that same businesslike demeanor. "Is this better?" His deep voice whispered in her ear, akin to a lover's gentle murmur, laced with concern. Lu Ruan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. There was something endearingly adorable about He Jinyan in this moment. "It feels somewhat improved," she replied, suppressing the urge to laugh, her voice sweet. Upon hearing this, He Jinyan pondered for a moment before leaning closer to her face. Lu Ruan's heart raced, unsure of his intentions, and she anxiously closed her eyes, a twinge of shameful anticipation blossoming within her. However, in the next instant, she felt a gentle sensation on her forehead, like a feather's caress. She opened her eyes in astonishment, finding He Jinyan's golden gaze fixed intently upon her, his lips just having departed from her forehead. "With you by my side, I am no longer afraid. Sleep now," Lu Ruan said, shutting her light brain and comfortably draping her arm over He Jinyan as she surrendered to sleep. Beneath the small blanket, the warmth radiating from him enveloped her. He Jinyan closed his eyes, his mind involuntarily flashing back to the moment before entering the tent, where Kudong had held her tightly in the corner. She interacted effortlessly with other partners, such as Yuan and Yi, yet transformed into a model of propriety solely in his presence. Aside from the tentative kiss she had initiated while seated on his lap 2 days prior, she had not acted in any manner towards him since. Lu Ruan could indeed do as she pleased. He would not resist. Did she prefer to continue sleeping rather than converse with him? He Jinyan's thoughts were a whirlpool of contemplation. Outside the large tent, the others were bustling about, while He Jinyan and He Jinyuan within the tent slept soundly. Lu Ruan believed she would slumber for a long while. Yet, after a light 2 hours of sleep, her mind became clear. At this hour, the footsteps outside had lessened significantly, leading her to surmise that the aberrations were fewer. She refrained from activating her light brain, instead recalling the scene from 2 days prior when He Jinyuan and He Jinyi had cornered her at the bathroom door. When she feigned ignorance, mistaking them for someone else, they had ended up in a fierce altercation. He Jinyi had been thoroughly exposed. Her current attitude towards him could be summed up in 4 words: indifferent disregard. "Can't sleep?" He Jinyan's cool voice suddenly broke the silence beside her. Lu Ruan softly replied, turning her back to him as she activated her light brain to occupy herself. For the first time, He Jinyan experienced the sensation of being neglected. Once again, her flushed visage nestled in Kudong's embrace surfaced in his mind, along with the image of her enthusiastically wrapping her arms around Kudong's neck in response, and the memory of her bashful expression when she had playfully whispered in his ear that she was a little hungry. He recalled the evening before their departure, in the villa's living room, where his younger brother had whispered to him about her lingering presence throughout the night. A sudden heaviness constricted his heart. "Lu Ruan, what is wrong?" Lu Ruan paused her actions, turning to face He Jinyan, only to find his brows drawn together in a menacing frown. A pang of unease struck her. Why had he suddenly changed? You need not fear me, He Junyan stated coolly. I'm not afraid of you, Lu Ruan replied with a soft laugh, bemused by his words. When she had chosen to approach him, she had long since ceased to harbor any fear. It was merely his imposing aura that sometimes unnerved her. He Junyan's lips moved, locking onto her eyes, which sparkled with mirth, momentarily choking him on his words. She was neither afraid of him, nor unable to sleep. Did he really consider himself more daunting than a mere light console? You're not of the Shadow Clan. Playing with a light console in the dark could impair your vision. After nightfall, many exotic beasts are easily attracted to light. Thus, we refrain from turning on the lights in the tent to avoid luring them in, as such distractions could strain your eyes. I don't play with the light console. I don't know what else to do. You could play. Lu Ruan, utilizing the faint light, regarded He Junyan, who remained tight-lipped. His hands encircled her, drawing her into his embrace. Their skin touched, and after 2 hours beneath the blanket, his once cool body was no longer as frigid. He Junyan bore the genes of a mutated king cobra, and it seemed he had transformed into a man capable of adjusting his warmth at will. Her thoughts whirled, and with a raised brow, she mused, "Are you suggesting I could play a game?" That's a splendid suggestion. She had deduced the words he intended to convey, her heart swelling with exhilaration akin to Columbus discovering a new world. So, He Junyan was this kind of man. He was cryptic and contradictory, appearing to prefer others to take the initiative while he feigned an aura of serene detachment, embodying the image of a celibate god. He had entirely reshaped her understanding of men. Should she not tease him a little? He Junyan remarked, though wearing a gaming headset will not emit light. The allure of games can lead to obsession. It is prudent to indulge sparingly. Lu Ruan observed He Junyan's earnest demeanor as he looked out for her, struggling to suppress the quivering corners of her mouth from breaking into laughter. All right, I'll heed your advice. I will neither play games, nor the light console. She turned over, presenting her back to He Junyan, feigning boredom, yet feeling compelled to continue sleeping. He Junyan, noticing her demeanor, furrowed his brow, staring at her back for several minutes. Did she truly not wish to converse or engage in anything with him? He surveyed the limited space of the tent, finally resting his gaze on the door curtain. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved soundproof panels and a stand from his spatial button, swiftly installing them around the tent. Lu Ruan was taken aback. "Hey, what are you doing?" She peered at him through the dim light as he deftly installed the wall panels without a hint of hesitation. With each movement, his toned physique was laid bare, showcasing exquisite muscle definition before her eyes. "The sounds of Yuan and Yi may disrupt your sleep. Once I install these soundproof panels, our two spaces will be entirely independent." 20 minutes later, what was once a small space had transformed into a sealed compartment, with the door curtain thoroughly blocked. Lu Ruan could no longer hear any external noise. "Hey, now we want tea here, if Adong has something to tell us." "Do not worry," He Junyan replied, opening the soundproof door and applying 2 small adhesive patches symmetrically to the inside and outside of the door, before inserting miniature earbuds into his ears. Lu Ruan's eyes widened. She had not realized such a setup was possible. She chose to remain silent. He Junyan lay down, and after half an hour of rest, his weariness vanished. The fragrant woman beside him was a delightful presence. Yet he felt a twinge of frustration that Lu Ruan would rather engage with the light console than converse or do anything with him. He had transformed the small space into a truly independent realm. Surely, she could now freely explore what she wished?
Lu Ruan.
Yes, now nothing can disturb you.
Hey.
Thank you. As soon as Lu Ruan expressed her gratitude, she returned to her previous position, lying with her back to He Junyan, as if nothing had transpired. However, internally, she was far from calm. Despite her efforts to remain composed, that searing gaze lingered in her mind, impossible to ignore, as if it had a physical presence. Clinging tightly to her back, igniting her skin with warmth, she regulated her breathing, choosing to act oblivious, pretending not to notice the gaze behind her. She awaited He Junyan to reveal his true thoughts. He Junyan remained silent, staring at Lu Ruan's back for a prolonged moment. Finally, he pressed the light switch against the wall. With the installation of the soundproof panels, the space could now be illuminated at will. In an instant, the independent space transitioned from darkness to light. He Junyan softly remarked, "If one cannot sleep, forcing oneself to do so disrupts the natural sleep cycle. Weren't you the one who said the soundproof panels were to prevent Yuan and Yi from disturbing my sleep? Now you've become the greatest noise?" Lu Ruan boldly retorted. The previously taciturn He Junyan had unknowingly shared far too many convoluted thoughts with her. She felt a chuckle bubbling within her. He Junyan was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed said so, yet his true intention was far more complex than merely ensuring her slumber. A mix of helplessness and urgency filled his heart, intertwining into an irresistible impulse, compelling him to reach out and turn Lu Ruan to face him directly. Lu Ruan had not anticipated this sudden shift, her eyes widening as she gazed at He Junyan, now so close. She had expected him to remain silent. He Junyan's gaze fixated on her face, captivated by her astonished expression, and the urge within him surged uncontrollably. Once more, the image of her in Kodong's embrace flickered through his mind. Why was she so composed in front of him? Could she not be equally affectionate with him as she was with other men? Finally, He Junyan could no longer restrain himself. He fiercely pulled Lu Ruan into his embrace, as if attempting to meld her into his very being. Simultaneously, his icy lips descended upon hers without hesitation, kissing her with fervor and depth. Lu Ruan was utterly taken aback by this unexpected gesture. Considering the physiology of the shadow people, once contact was made, it was impossible to stop. Her body stiffened instantly, her hands instinctively pressing against He Junyan's chest. However, the force behind her actions was soft and yielded, devoid of any genuine resistance. He Junyan sensed Lu Ruan's reaction, and a wave of more intense desire surged within him. He deepened the kiss, as if aiming to convey all his pent-up longing and restraint through this singular moment. Time appeared to stand still, leaving only the two of them in their own universe. After a lengthy moment, He Junyan finally released Lu Ruan, their lips parting as both of their breaths quickened. Lu Ruan's cheeks were as crimson as ripe apples, her gaze somewhat hazy, as if still lost in the chill yet fervent kiss they had just shared. Observing her delicate state, He Junyan's voice deepened as he murmured, "Now, you must understand what I desire from you." The veil of pretense between them had been torn asunder, and Lu Ruan no longer shied away, gently nodding in response. A flicker of satisfaction passed through He Junyan's eyes at her acquiescence. He drew her closer, their foreheads touching, his cold tone laced with an undeniable rasp. "Lu Ruan, I am your genetically compatible husband with a match value of 100. You need not act nor fear in my presence." Under the illumination of the lights, every detail of the small space was laid bare. A hint of crimson tinged He Junyan's typically sinister visage. His pale golden eyes remained captivating, yet within them, reflected alongside her petite figure, was a sentiment of affection and cherishment rarely seen. In that tranquil moment, Lu Ruan was acutely aware of the change in He Junyan's steady heartbeat, now quickening, and his breathing becoming erratic. He had kissed her lips, leaving behind a trace of lingering warmth. Lu Ruan felt her cheeks blaze and her heart drum like a war beat. She softly closed her eyes, awaiting what was to come. At this juncture, she thought, even if he were to go on night watch in a few hours, she could withstand the repercussions of the Dark Clan's presence.
For now,
she must mark him. He Junyan glanced at his light brain before reaching for Lu Ruan's nightgown. In that fleeting second, Lu Ruan's body pressed against He Junyan's cool, yet not entirely frigid form. In the next heartbeat, they were perfectly aligned. Within that secluded space, the grand strings resonated like a torrential downpour, while the smaller strings whispered softly, soaring to great heights. Their intertwined silhouettes composed a harmonious melody amidst the lurking beasts of the night. Outside the small space, He Junyan and He Junyi were lost in sweet slumber, both dreaming of a pure and exquisite woman. He Junyan murmured in his sleep, "Ruan." Moments later, 2 meters away, He Junyi echoed, "Ruan." Time slowly passed. 5 hours later, the bustling Kodong and others returned to the room. He roused the slumbering He Junyi and He Junyan from their cushions. Both opened their eyes simultaneously. "It's your turn for night watch now. Most of the beasts have returned to their lairs, but we must remain vigilant and patrol around the protective barrier." Kodong, still clad in his exploration suit, could no longer resist and collapsed onto the soft cushion, instantly falling asleep. Luo Yao, Davidson, and Lance followed suit. As He Junyi and He Junyan approached the small space to call for He Junyan, they were taken aback by the sight of a soundproof door that had been installed unbeknownst to them, adorned with a sensor chip. "Eldest brother, the time has come. It's our turn to patrol." Inside the small space, He Junyan's movements abruptly halted, and Lu Ruan, her cheeks flushed, murmured in discontent, "Yen, why have you stopped?" "Just a moment. I'm almost ready," He Junyan replied in a low, husky tone. He swiftly activated his light brain to send a message to He Junyan, I can't seem to move either. Chapter 82. Second brother. You must be resolute. He Jinyuan stared at the message flashing on his light brain, his expression momentarily frozen, as if struck by lightning. After a few seconds, a chill radiated through him, his countenance shifting from clear skies to stormy clouds. Observing his brother's perplexity, He Jinyi furrowed his brow and asked, "Second brother, what's wrong?" "We will hunt the beasts ourselves," He Jinyuan declared, donning his exploration suit in silence. He offered no explanation for He Jinya's myriad of questions, grasping the beast-catching device firmly as he stepped out of the room, his gait slightly unsteady. He Jinyi followed suit. The two brothers commenced their patrol around the protective barrier adjacent to the large tent. He Jinyi observed his second brother's taciturn demeanor, his thoughts drifting away. In truth, second brother had always been the most emotionally stable after eldest brother. However, ever since encountering Lu Ruan, his temperament had become increasingly erratic. The same could be said for him. It seemed that upon meeting her, something within had shifted. During the day aboard the battleship, both he and second brother found themselves irresistibly drawn to her. Witnessing the flicker of anger in her eyes ignited a fierce desire to obliterate anything she detested. Thus, they had disregarded Kodong's commands to attack the mutated golden eagle. Why had second brother's expression turned so frosty? What could eldest brother have possibly sent him? Could it be that Lu Ruan was clinging to eldest brother in the small tent, preventing him from emerging? A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over He Jinyi. In Lu Ruan's gaze, there had once been solely second brother, but now it seemed she had also accepted eldest brother. Once this expedition concluded, if she accompanied them to Heiming Star, would her attention not be divided between the two brothers, especially towards eldest brother? Despite eldest brother's apparent indifference, he would undoubtedly vie for her affections should he desire her. Eldest brother's reluctance to leave the tent was a clear indication that he had developed feelings for Lu Ruan, and this simply could not stand. Should Lu Ruan and eldest brother become emotionally entangled, they would have no chance of approaching her again. Second brother. He Jinyi called out to the cold He Jinyuan. He Jinyuan, lost in thought, uttered a single word, "Speak." Eldest brother remains in the small tent, unwilling to emerge, which must mean he harbors intentions towards Lu Ruan. If she grows close to him, we too will have no opportunity to be near her in the future. So, what do you wish to convey? He Jinyuan abruptly turned to face his younger brother, who stood 2 meters behind him. What I mean is, second brother, you must be resolute. We need to unite and compete for her. We cannot allow eldest brother to monopolize Lu Ruan, or else we will both be left without wives, He Jinyi urged. Do you think it's that simple? He Jinyuan scoffed. It's precisely because it's not easy that we must unite. Lu Ruan is currently ignoring me. When you're not around, I will leverage your identity to approach her and help you solidify your position. Just don't expose me like you did in the bathroom last time. He Jinyi proposed with a hint of cunning. Do as you wish, He Jinyuan responded dismissively. He raised his gaze to the night sky, which was shrouded in infinite darkness. Eldest brother was undoubtedly the most cunning among them. As long as they were together on this expedition, all was well. However, once Lu Ruan arrived at Heiming Star, he and you would find it increasingly difficult to draw near her. He could not help but envision her, recalling the way she sweetly called his name, the playful way she had licked his neck in her dreams, nearly overwhelming him. The moments when she unconsciously leaned against him had already claimed a significant portion of his heart within just a few short days. If she were to forget him entirely, a pang of pain gripped He Jinyuan's heart. So it's settled then, He Jinyi remarked, noticing He Jinyuan's silence, a sly, shadowy smile creeping across his lips. Once he snatched Lu Ruan from eldest brother, he would not foolishly relinquish her to second brother. After all these years of brotherly camaraderie, perhaps they could yield to one another in matters of wealth and power, but when it came to a wife, who would be foolish enough to push her into another's arms? The two brothers continued their busy patrol. The brothers who are not on patrol remain persistently engaged in their endeavors. The inky blackness of the night gradually recedes, revealing a hint of pale light in the sky, which soon brightens, casting delicate beams of white illumination upon the earth. The avian creatures, accustomed to the rhythms of day and night, emerge to stretch their wings. Inside the grand tent, Kodong and his companions, who stood guard during the night, are still enveloped in slumber, the air filled with the soft murmur of their dreams. In a small space just a wall away, the room is suffused with a fragrant aroma. The white mattress, the buttery yellow quilt, and the verdant soundproof walls create a tranquil ambience. The silhouettes of intertwined figures sway gently. Soft, it's irresistible. He Junyan's fingers caress the figure beneath him. Pausing momentarily as he murmurs in a low, husky tone, "You may call out." Lu Ruan, despite having endured a lengthy 14-hour night of activity, remains spirited. Though her body is undeniably fatigued, she lifts her head, her vision slightly blurred, to gaze at He Junyan. His sun-kissed skin glistens with a sheen of perspiration. His complexion flushed, the aroma of cedar emanating from him grows particularly intense. Despite the turmoil of passion in his piercing golden eyes, a flicker of clarity remains. In stark contrast to his brother, who loses focus in the throes of desire. This blend of vigilance and absolute control leaves Lu Ruan at a loss as to how to assess He Junyan. One could say that some men, having experienced much, find it exceedingly difficult to become truly entranced. Were it not for He Junyan's repeated reluctance to release her, she might have thought that she held little allure in the eyes of this underworld boss. "I don't want this anymore," Lu Ruan states hoarsely, suppressing her mounting discomfort. "Very well," He Junyan replies, glancing at the time and then at Lu Ruan's darkened eyes, suppressing the urge to continue. After a moment, he lifts Lu Ruan in his arms, heading outside for a bath. Lu Ruan rests her head on He Junyan's shoulder, her gaze drifting over to where Ku Dong and the others are still soundly asleep. A wave of indescribable emotion surges within her, akin to a heavy stone settling, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. As she steps out of the tent, the morning sunlight bathes her in warmth. She slightly raises her head to behold a battered warship. The vessel, moored not far off, bears the scars of damage. Lancy had merely assembled the defensive materials the previous night and had yet to commence repairs. Just as she fixates on the ship, a figure suddenly catches her eye. He Junyan stands beside the ship's railing, his back turned to her as he gazes into the distance, his slender form exuding a sense of solitude. Lu Ruan's heart skips a beat. At that moment, He Junyan seems to sense her presence. He slowly turns to face her, their gazes locking in an instant. Time appears to freeze. The dark circles under Lu Ruan's eyes meet He Junyan's shadowy gaze, their eyes intertwining as if they could penetrate each other as souls. One. He Junyan conceals his emotions as he strides toward her. "Now that we can't see any aberrant beasts, you should return to rest." Lu Ruan advises from her perch on He Junyan's shoulder, a hint of concern coloring her voice. The atmosphere among the brothers feels subtly charged. She senses the man holding her tighten his embrace slightly, as if to assert his claim. A flicker of pride glimmers in He Junyan's eyes. "Yun, well done last night. You worked hard." He Junyan's remark goes unheard by He Junyan, who, after a moment's contemplation, states Ruan, "I'll go fetch you some starfruit." With that, He Junyan strides toward the dense forest behind the beach in search of the peculiar fruit. "Yun, I don't need it," Lu Ruan calls after him, but he pauses only for a brief moment before continuing on. She can only shout after his retreating figure. "Don't wander too far, just stay within the safe zone. If you can't find it, come back quickly." "Understood," He Junyan's voice carries back to her, and she finally feels a sense of relief. He Junyan, wishing to approach Lu Ruan, hesitates as thoughts of his unwelcomed presence flash through his mind, compelling him to restrain his impulses. After Lu Ruan exits the warship, Ku Dong and the others begin to rouse from their slumber. She consumes a restorative potion and reclines in a beach chair, flanked by He Junyan and He Junyan, each placing a starfruit on her cheeks. Lu Ruan, donning a facial mask, squints her eyes and begins to relax. Around her, Ku Dong and the others bustle with activity. Lancy has already begun repairing the warship, while the remaining members venture into the sea to gather peculiar shrimp and crabs for breakfast. Not long after she closes her eyes, He Junyan pulls He Junyan aside to a secluded corner where they won't be overheard. Standing at the edge of the jungle, he addresses his younger brother, whose expression is less than favorable. "June, whether you like it or not, Ruan is bound to me as my wife. There's no need for that expression." He Junyan offers an enigmatic smile. "Brother, after all these years, we know each other's natures too well to need pretense." The three brothers have always followed the eldest's lead, stemming from the care they received from him since childhood, which encouraged their obedience. However, after many experiences together, their bond is one of respect rather than fear. Now, sharing the same woman, they previously thought it inconsequential, but once they both placed her in their hearts, the dynamics of brotherhood became intricate. He is no longer the 5-year-old boy of yore. When it comes to love, he refuses to be guided. "She is bound to us both. Her affections are her own choice. Seeing his brother's expression remain unchanged, He Junyan furrows his brow, his tone unwavering. I hope you remember what was said here today. Do not present one face while harboring another. He Junyan recalls the pride he observed in He Junyan's eyes moments earlier, stirring discomfort within him. After speaking, he wishes to disengage from the conversation. Wait. He Junyan calls after him. He Junyan pauses, questioning, what is it? He also has feelings for Ruan. Among the three of us, he is the most likely to pursue her. If one day Ruan and Yi develop a relationship, we, as her elder brothers, should not expect to see her again. He Junyan ponders the notion of his younger brother, masquerading as the second brother to approach her. She has already seen through this ruse but feigns ignorance, deliberately toying with him. This indicates that Ruan does not detest the younger brother but simply pretends not to like him. Yi, however, is the most adept among them at pursuing what he wants, with an unwavering determination to succeed. Should he capture Ruan's heart, he would certainly conceal her away in a hidden corner, ensuring that no one could find her, thus claiming her entirely for himself. He Junyan's gaze flickers with understanding. So, brother, what is your point? Ruan cares for you deeply. On days when I am unavailable, you must remain steadfastly by her side, never allowing Yi to impersonate you to get close to her. You must always be vigilant against Yi, do you understand? He Junyan instructs. He Junyan recalls the words his brother spoke to him last night, pondering if both his elder and younger brothers perceive him as a docile individual who avoids conflict. A glimmer of determination crosses his eyes. Is Ruan the same when she is with you? Feigning ignorance, He Junyan inquires, what do you mean? If you were aware of the true effects of our bond on Ruan, you would not be asking such trivial questions. He would not disclose the truth to the other party. It was sufficient for him to be aware of it himself. He Junyan refrained from speaking further, understanding that such matters were not suitable for excessive inquiry. He lifted his gaze towards the woman reclining on the chaise longue. Her demeanor was somewhat peculiar. Yet it was not a significant issue. He could always tread lightly in the future. He Junyan no longer concerned himself with He Junyan's thoughts. He walked directly from the edge of the forest towards Lu Ruan, quietly standing by her side. Sensing the faint aroma of patchouli, Lu Ruan surmised the identity of her visitor and slightly parted her lips. Yuan, why aren't you resting? The repairs on the battleship by Lance will take at least another 3 hours. I simply wish to keep you company here. He Junyan's voice was barely audible, and Lu Ruan almost did not catch it. Contemplating his words and recalling the fierce glance he had cast at He Junyan earlier, when he nearly took his brother's life, she endeavored to ease the tension between them. Yuan, to me, you are irreplaceable. Irreplaceable? Meaning there is no one who can take your place, not even a brother who bears a striking resemblance. He Junyan found solace in her words, and some of his unarticulated fears gradually dissipated. All right, I understand. In that moment, he seemed to grasp that the precious person on the chaise was not merely an object to be seized at will. She possessed her own independent thoughts, preferences, and choices. What he could offer was silent companionship and protection. Lu Ruan's lips curled into a faint smile as she summoned the small spirit. Inquire about He Junyan's current wish. Small spirit, He Junyan currently has but one desire. Fulfilling it will yield 35 willpower points. Upon hearing He Junyan's current wish, Lu Ruan abruptly rose and gazed into the distance. All the little stars on her face fell to the beach, forgotten. He Junyan enveloped the astonished Lu Ruan in his embrace, seating her on his lap before settling into the chaise himself. Ruan, what has transpired? Lu Ruan shook her head with a bittersweet expression. Nothing. She glanced at Yuan beneath her, then at Yen aboard the battleship, surveying the surroundings until her gaze landed on Yi, who was carrying a bucket. Finally, she sighed deeply. Were they, the brothers, compelling her to become the queen? She hoped Ye's wish differed from that of her two brothers. Chapter 84. Peculiar Phenomena. 3 hours later, Lance finally completed the repairs on the battleship. It appeared as pristine as it had before the damage. A team took their positions once more in the control room. Lu Ruan sat between Ke Dong and He Junyan. Ke Dong surveyed the entire crew, his voice low and serious. In this operation, everyone must heed commands. We cannot afford any recklessness. We shall continue our search for the blue serpent near the designated coordinates. His words resonated like a military decree, enveloping the control room in an immediate silence. Others nodded in agreement. Ke Dong continued, the blue serpent is an exceedingly dangerous creature. From the previous video footage, it appears they may still have a group. We must remain vigilant. Once we locate their trail, mark it for tracking, And only after thoroughly understanding their group dynamics can we devise a plan. You must not act independently. His gaze shifted to the three identical faces. Hey Jin Yan. Hey Jin Yuan, no problem. Hey Jin Yi. Alright, let's set off. We cannot waste time. Lu Ruan looked at Kedong, feeling admiration for his composure. Kedong's persistent reminders were not merely to ensure the successful completion of the search, but also to safeguard the entire team. He Jin Yan let her go. As Kedong withdrew his gaze, he suddenly noticed He Jin Yan's hand resting on Lu Ruan's leg. I'm holding her. It provides her with a sense of security. He Jin Yan explained nonchalantly, his expression akin to that of a caring husband. Kedong furrowed his brows but ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. He activated the engine, and the battleship gradually departed from the shore, ascending into the sky before swiftly heading towards the coordinates. Throughout the journey, the entire crew maintained a heightened state of alertness, and Lu Ruan was no exception. However, this operation was surprisingly smoother than the last. As the battleship approached the coordinates, there was an unusual scarcity of creatures in the sky and on the sea. One had to look far and wide to spot even a single one. Kedong's narrow black eyes flickered with suspicion. He Jin Yi wondered aloud, why haven't we encountered a single aberrant eagle today? I recall thousands surrounding us last time. And we certainly didn't eliminate them all, did we? Let us wait a moment. I'll take a look. Kedong activated the monitoring system to observe the situation in the sky from a distance. The display screen revealed that the distant sea was devoid of aberrant eagles, and other creatures were also remarkably few. Something must have drawn them away. However, the blue serpent's activity range typically does not extend beyond 100 kilometers from its nest. Therefore, they would not stray far from other aberrant creatures. We must seize this opportunity to locate their trail quickly. Keep your eyes peeled. Kedong maneuvered the battleship swiftly around the coordinates. The display screen flashed rapidly with infrared images of the creatures, causing Lu Ruan to feel dizzy. The remaining men, including He Jin Yan, focused intently, attempting to capture the trail of the blue serpent. He not only scrutinized the infrared images, but also looked for any recent claw marks or remains on the ground. Time slipped away like a gentle stream. On this vast, boundless land, the earthy-hued battleship merrily traversed between the sea and the jungle. Yet, on the other side of the sea, a different scene unfolded. Several SSS-class battleships emblazoned with a Ko family crest were engaged in a fierce battle against a dense throng of aberrant creatures. Among these creatures were over 100 aberrant eagles that He Jin Yi and his brothers had failed to eradicate completely. The aberrant beasts were colossal and ferocious, lunging at the battleships with terrifying ferocity. A fierce, long-haired young woman sat in the control room of one of the battleships, furrowing her brow as she observed the overwhelming horde. Her gaze eventually settled on the commander at the main control position, Kobe. Are you capable? The girl inquired, a hint of disdain lacing her words. Under Kobe's command, the SSS-class battleship was performing at only the level of an S-class vessel, trapped amidst the swarm of beasts. Was this truly an adventurer from the Ko family's lineage? A flicker of displeasure crossed Kobe's eyes. Lady Samuel, if you could refrain from speaking, I would be able to operate the battleship with greater peace of mind. The young woman fell silent, yet each time she observed Kobe's maneuvers, her brows would furrow anew. A truly exceptional commander could unleash the extraordinary combat power of an S-class battleship, while an SSS-class vessel in their hands could achieve unparalleled might. Kobe was reputed to be the second most successful expedition leader in the Ko family, next to Kedong. This time, he had undertaken a mission that required him to escort her from the furthest satellite to search for rare minerals. The first 20 or so planets yielded no minerals. However, on the cliffs of XM007's coastal area, there lay a mineral she had never encountered before. She had instructed the team to halt there for 3 days. Each day was spent either battling aberrant creatures or repairing the battleship, and they had yet to extract the mineral from the cliffs. As the young woman waited, Kobe, observing that the battleship was on the verge of damage, decisively ordered a retreat. In the blink of an eye, several SSS-class warships darted towards the safety zone like fleeting shadows, pursued by a multitude of monstrous beasts. The relentless horde was toppled by the SSS warships, which, though sustaining damage to their outer layers, remained relatively resilient due to their robust defensive structures. The young girl, Kobe of the Ko family, could only manifest the S-class combat capabilities of the SSS-class warships in battle. Yet, in their flight, she truly demonstrated the maximum velocity of the SSS-class vessels. Was this individual a master of escape despite being a novice in battle techniques? 2 hours later, Several warships emblazoned with the Ko family insignia rested upon the shores of the safety zone as the girl busied herself with repairs. Following the escape of the Ko family as adventurers, the monstrous horde dispersed, each returning to its territory. Meanwhile, in the surrounding sea, Ko Dong and his team conducted a thorough search in a 100-kilometer radius near their designated coordinates. Suddenly, the number of beasts in the sky surged. They were returning. Lu Ruan's eyes widened in alarm as the once tranquil sky became a tumult of flying creatures, relentlessly attacking the warships. As Ko Dong narrowed his dark gaze, preparing to redirect towards safety, a melodious alert resonated from the control room. Beep. Target beast locked. Lu Ruan glanced at the screen displaying the silhouette of a blue dragon. It was not a carcass, nor mere claw prints, but a living beast. Located 50 meters from the coast, nestled within the jungle, it measured 10 meters in length, its blue scales shimmering with an alluring luster. This was a juvenile creature, with no maternal beast in sight. Ko Dong surveyed the throng of beasts closing in and then turned his attention to the discovered blue dragon hatchling. After a brief contemplation, he commanded, "First, mark it, then retreat." Chapter 85. Who will mark it? Ko Dong, how do you plan to mark it? Black Ashi inquired. He understood that the marking gun would shoot a signal chip into the beast, allowing its location to be detected within 100 kilometers using a detector for precise tracking. However, therein lay the conundrum. This marking gun required a human operator to wield it. With a plethora of beasts now hovering ominously above, their animosity towards the warships palpable. Who among the team would dare venture out to mark the blue dragon? Neither he nor his brother were inclined to do so. Although Luo Yao belonged to the Feather Clan, there was no telling if he might be perceived as an intruder and subsequently beaten to a pulp by the beasts. Lance, being merely a mechanic, was adept at constructing and repairing warships and mechas, but would be as clumsy in combat as a 5-year-old attempting to wear adult clothing. Davidson was just beginning to acclimate to life aboard the warship, and with no combat prowess, he would likely be expelled from the fray before he even knew it, reeking of the scent of the dead beasts. As for Juan, the beasts favored her tender flesh as a delectable morsel, likely devouring her in a single bite. Ko Dong swiftly appraised the situation overhead, making a rapid decision in mere seconds. The nearest beast was 2 kilometers above the warship, and it would only take half a minute for it to reach them. Action was imperative. He turned to Black Ash Yi and the others. Luo Yao, you will accompany me to mark the blue dragon. Black Ash Yi, lead the remaining team in a circular route to divert the horde and buy us some time. His words were delivered with urgency and clarity. Lu Ruan watched as Ko Dong deftly pressed a button on the control panel, causing the warship to hover. Then, unfastening his safety belt with fluid grace, he swung open the hatch and leaped into the jungle, resembling a live cheetah vanishing from her sight. Her heart raced as she strained to locate Ko Dong on the display screen. Before she could process this, Luo Yao mimicked his actions. Unbuckling his safety belt and unfurling his magnificent black wings, diving towards the dense foliage below like an elegant glider. The scene unfolded like a suspenseful cinematic moment, filling Lu Ruan with a jolt of awe. She had not anticipated such resolute actions from the two men. The air and jungle were teeming with beasts. Focusing intently on the surveillance feed, her heart raced. Ko Dong landed mere meters from the blue dragon hatchling, swiftly stowing away the escape pod and exposing himself in his adventurous attire. Around him, in addition to the 10-meter blue dragon, were several 1-meter-long green caterpillars and a serrated tiger licking its fur amidst the underbrush. Ko Dong's landing immediately drew the attention of the caterpillars, the serrated tiger, and the blue dragon hatchling. Upon recognizing Ko Dong as a relatively small biped, their eyes lit up with predatory excitement, transforming from lethargic loungers into fierce hunters, charging towards him. In the tangled jungle, the environment was ill-suited for mecha combat. Ko Dong's pupils constricted slightly as he scanned his surroundings, then swiftly threw a grappling hook onto a nearby tree. Just as the blue dragon's tail was about to strike him and the serrated tiger lunged at him, he grasped the steel rope and evaded their attacks with an agile leap. His lithe figure, clad in a striking blue and black exploratory suit, became his armor, simultaneously shielding him from the toxic sprays of the caterpillars. Luo Yao found his wings snagged in the treetops, unable to descend. Lowering his head to peer through the branches, he observed Ko Dong continuously dodging the beast's assaults below, with no opportunity to retrieve the marking gun. He quickly tossed a rope down. Ko Dong, throw me the gun. I'll take the shot. The scales on the blue dragon are exceptionally tough. I can only penetrate it by aiming for its head. Come down and assist me instead of merely spectating from the tree. as Lu Ruan watched Luo Yao descend and join forces with Kadong. The frustrated serrated tiger and blue dragon grew increasingly agitated, their attacks becoming more fervent, with the caterpillars joining the fray. The caterpillars climbed the trees, leaving no refuge for Kadong. With every assault, both he and Luo Yao narrowly evaded disaster, their situation growing dire as they nearly fell victim to the monstrous jaws of the beasts. Humanity appeared insignificant against the might of nature. These harrowing moments transpired within a mere 30 seconds. While Lu Ruan anxiously fretted over the two men in the jungle, the others in the control room remained equally occupied. He Huan cast a disdainful glance at the approaching horde of beasts and commanded, "Yi, take the helm and follow the circular route as instructed by Kadong to divert the aberrant creatures. Yuan, you and I shall target the large beasts that are neither black, brown, nor blue," while drawing the attention of the other flying beasts. He excelled in observing and analyzing the situation, maintaining control over the entire scenario. Among the trio, Yi was the most adept at maneuvering the battleship. In past crises, it was always Yi who took charge of navigation. Understood.
Yi replied promptly,
Swiftly taking his position at the main control panel. His movements were decisive and efficient, devoid of hesitation. With both hands poised on the console, he pressed a button lightly, and the previously hovering battleship surged forward at great speed. This situation was markedly different from the last. Previously, the aberrant beasts had approached from all directions without a unified front. This time, they were all converging from the maritime expanse, exhibiting a singular directionality. All he needed to do was lead the densely packed throng of beasts in circles until Kadong's operation in the jungle was successfully executed, allowing the entire team to evacuate from this cursed place. As the battleship began to move, Lu Ruan's gaze instinctively fell upon He Huan. She had not anticipated him to be the one at the controls, rather than the commanding He Huan. She recalled the brazen manner in which He Huan had intruded into her villa, and the mischievous grin he wore when he flicked ash from his cigarette onto the neatly lined-up federal officers in the corridor. She had witnessed him playfully kissing her as an older brother, exuding roguish charm. Yet, she had never seen this man with his lips pressed together, exuding an aura of cold composure and steadiness. Chapter 86, The Soul in Pursuit. He Huan caught a glimpse of Lu Ruan observing him. He quickly scanned her facial expression through the small monitor and noted that her once indifferent, dark, and clear eyes now shone with a brilliant admiration akin to the stars. A tremor ran through his heart, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Resisting the urge to converse with his wife, He Huan remained wholly focused on piloting the battleship. As the battleship surged forward, the aberrant beasts followed suit. The aerial scene transformed into a spectacle of the battleship circling in grand arcs, with thousands of aberrant beasts trailing behind it. More aberrant beasts are approaching from the maritime area. After completing this circle, ascend 500 meters to widen the trajectory. We must not collide with the slower beasts behind us during our return, otherwise the battleship's speed will diminish by 60, leaving us vulnerable to the attacks of the beasts ahead. He Huan observed the situation and directed the operations. The multitude of aberrant creatures exhibited varying speeds. They were dispersed rather than forming a regimented line, making it impossible for the battleship to continuously circle in one direction. Understood, He Huan acknowledged. In times like this, it was crucial to heed his brother's command. After leading the army of aberrant beasts in a circle, He Huan ascended, expanding the circle further. His speed was meticulously calibrated, ensuring that it was neither too fast to cause the beasts to lose their way back to their jungle lair, creating complications for Kadong and the others, nor too slow, which would pose a threat to the battleship. A flicker of admiration crossed Lu Ruan's eyes. She had not anticipated Ye's steadiness. However, after 15 minutes of this favorable scenario, the number of beasts converging from the maritime area increased dramatically. The horde of aberrant beasts pursuing the battleship swelled from thousands to tens of thousands, with the numbers continuously rising. He Huan made an immediate decision. Yuan, we shall target the 3 large aberrant beasts that are pursuing from the maritime area. We must eliminate them with a single strike. Understood. He Huan and He Huan Yuan locked onto their targets. As He Huan maneuvered the battleship closer to the maritime side, they swiftly and accurately aimed at the colossal creatures in the sea and fired.
Boom!
3 high-energy missiles struck their heads simultaneously. The large aberrant beasts, which had charged aggressively, fell before they could even utter a sound, their massive forms crashing onto the ocean surface and sending up a spray of water. The other aberrant beasts that had pursued the battleship rushed toward the fallen giants, indulging in a feast. More aberrant creatures continued to pour in. He Huan and He Huan Yuan persisted in searching for larger targets. The three brothers were soon inundated with activity. Lance felt as though he were soaring through the skies, with his soul trailing behind. Lu Ruan did not need to observe the brothers' hands. The sounds they made while operating were far more intense than those of professional esports players in a competitive league. She shifted her gaze to the screen, eager to discern the situation of the two in the jungle. Suddenly, the battleship made a sharp turn. Lu Ruan's head spun momentarily. As the dizzying sensation subsided and the vessel stabilized, the monitoring screen revealed a scene that left the entire team gasping in horror. 3,000 large brown aberrant beasts were pursuing from the maritime direction. Each measured 100 meters in length. Although their size was imposing, they were more agile than many smaller aberrant creatures. Lu Ruan's heart raced. These were the winged ancestors. The winged ancestors were the primary nemesis of the blue dragon, characterized by their brown coloration and an average length of 100 meters. They were formidable beasts native to the XM007 satellite. He Huan Yi accelerated the battleship, narrowly avoiding a collision with the winged ancestor. Have you completed the markings? Hurry and retreat. Any delay could jeopardize our escape. He contacted Kedong in the jungle via his earpiece. Marking complete, ascending now. Luo Yao had just lifted the injured Kedong to the treetops. Upon glancing up, he was startled to see over 3,000 fierce-looking winged ancestors mingling with the horde circling the earth-toned battleship. Among them, dozens detected the biological signatures of the blue dragon offspring and dove down, ready to fold their wings and plunge into the jungle to hunt their favored prey. The blue dragon. Kedong contemplated this scene thoughtfully. During the last visit, there had not been so many winged ancestors, nor had the blue dragon offspring been present. This time, they appeared in droves. Had their habitat been attacked? He relayed to He Huan Yi, we must separate and retreat. Follow my orders and target the large brown beasts diving toward the jungle. They are the enemies of the blue dragons. We must secure time for the blue dragon offspring to escape. We cannot allow the marked targets to be captured by their adversaries. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Received. The voice of He Huan Yi came through the earpiece. Kedong instructed Luo Yao, fly towards the safe zone quickly. Luo Yao gazed at the darkening sky filled with beasts and the diving winged ancestors, then propelled forward at his fastest speed. His black wings melded almost seamlessly with the dimming sky. The aberrant creatures mistook Luo Yao for a smaller variant of their kind and refrained from attacking him. Luo Yao deftly evaded their assaults while escorting Kedong. 15 seconds passed. As Luo Yao soared a kilometer away, Kedong deployed the SSS-grade battleship and ascended on board with Luo Yao.
Attack.
As the battleship's hatch opened, Kedong commanded sharply to the airborne crew. He Huan and He Huan Yuan launched an assault on the diving winged ancestors.
Boom.
With a resounding explosion, the winged ancestors plummeting toward the jungle were obliterated, their roars mingling with anguished cries that tore through the heavens. The remnants descended into a frenzy. The winged ancestors who received the signal became agitated, targeting the S-grade battleship with rage. Meanwhile, the blue dragon offspring in the jungle, hearing the cries of their foes, scurried into the crevices of the strait, narrowly escaping disaster. Amidst the chaos, He Jin Yi fled at the maximum velocity of his battleship, pursued relentlessly by a colossal beast. He Jin Yuan and He Jin Yen bombarded the rear, striving to impede the relentless advance of their monstrous pursuer. After a minute, the battleship finally shook off the pack of beasts. The monitoring screen shifted to reveal the scene ahead, where the SSS-class battleship carrying Kedong and Luo Yao had diminished into a mere speck on the horizon. Running this fast? Chapter 87. You whispered, "Shou, do not utter names." 3 hours later, as He Jin Yi returned to the safe zone with Lu Ruan and the others, darkness had enveloped the sky. An SSS-class battleship was stationed within the protective barriers of the beach area, its surface swarming with a multitude of miniature, aberrant beasts. There were mutated rats, scorpions, centipedes, and snakes, all engaged in their own chaotic skirmishes. The scene was a disarray of pandemonium, overwhelming to the senses. For those afflicted with a fear of clusters, such a sight was profoundly unsettling. The beach was teeming with these miniature monstrosities, leaving them no choice but to remain confined within the battleship. The S-class battleship was parked a few meters from the SSS-class vessel. Both Lance and He Jin Yen felt a wave of physiological discomfort at the sight. He Jin Yen, devise a way to eliminate them. Luo Yao and I are injured and cannot assist. Kedong's voice resonated from within the SSS-class battleship. This many is somewhat troublesome. He Jin Yuan furrowed his brow. Kedong, you have the trapping devices. Perhaps we should all spend the night aboard the battleship. the SSS-class vessel lacks comfort. You and Luo Yao may have to endure a bit until dawn. He genie addressed Kedong. Dong, how are your injuries? Lu Ruan's heart fluttered with concern. Before their departure, the director had generously provided each person with a substantial supply of advanced healing potions. If even these could not mend their wounds, they must be grave indeed. Do not worry, my dear. I assure you I am fine. Kedong's voice came again. He Jinyan turned to Davidson. Do you have a solution? Indeed, Davidson replied, surveying the mass of miniature beasts. He then produced 2 barrels of medicinal liquid from a storage and placed them at the feet of He Jinyi and He Jinyuan. This is a sedative specifically for the miniature aberrant beasts. Simply douse them with it. He Jinyi lifted the barrel at his feet, raising an eyebrow. Well done, Davidson. Do not be stingy. Bring forth a few more barrels. This is all I prepared this morning. Each barrel costs 100,000 star coins, so use it sparingly. Davidson replied, suppressing his discomfort at the expenditure and revealing his stockpile. Lu Ruan lowered her gaze, noticing the ground piled high with barrels, approximately 20 by her estimation. Looking up, she regarded the director, who had turned his face away from the barrels. Despite his evident reluctance, his generosity was commendable. Moreover, he had managed to concoct so many potent elixirs targeting the aberrant beasts in just one morning. Truly impressive. Lu Ruan's eyes sparkled with admiration. The director must be a top-tier healer and poison master in this game. Davidson, feeling slightly bashful under Lu Ruan's fervent gaze, cleared his throat before gradually accepting the adoration she bestowed upon him. Aim to douse the aberrant beasts, Lu Ruan instructed as she opened the hatch to descend alongside He Jinyi and He Jinyuan. Understood, He Jinyuan responded softly. He Jinyi, with a playful smile, remarked, Lu, watch closely, observe my technique. Lu Ruan's lips twitched slightly. She refrained from replying to He Jinyi, perplexed by his sudden warmth. Had he not been deterred by her previous coldness? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. With Davidson's specially formulated potion in hand, He Jinyi and He Jinyuan opened the hatch and poured the liquid onto the ground before advancing. They then each took a barrel and doused the SSS-class battleship where Kedong and Luo Yao were situated. In an instant, the aberrant beasts clinging to the surface of the SSS-class battleship fell away like they had ingested poison, all transforming into peaceful corpses. Only then did the others in the control room dare to step onto the ground. With urgency, Lu Ruan followed Davidson onto the SSS-class battleship to assess Kedong and Luo Yao's injuries. Meanwhile, He Jinyan and the others set up a tent, recognizing that sleeping in a tent would be far more comfortable than the makeshift couches in the battleship's lounge. They secured the tent and promptly sprinkled Davidson's newly formulated beast-repelling agent around it. The miniature aberrant beasts, which had previously swarmed towards their territory, detected the pungent odor of the repellent and opted to circumvent the area. Inside the SSS-class battleship, Lu Ruan stood beside Kedong and Luo Yao. Kedong sat on a chair, his leg propped up, revealing a significant chunk of flesh missing from his calf, gnawed away by a serrated tiger. After consuming several advanced healing potions, his wound had ceased to fester or bleed, though it appeared quite ghastly. My dear, I am fine. Do not be alarmed by the sight of the wound. It is merely a loss of flesh. I am fortunate that my bones remain intact. It is a minor injury, and with Davidson's treatment, I shall recover swiftly. Do not concern yourself with me. Did you pilot that battleship back? She asked, her mind flashing back to the small black that had nearly vanished on their retreat. Kedong nodded nonchalantly. It's merely piloting a battleship. I use my hands, not my legs. Lu Ruan felt a lump in her throat. This man, injured as he was, feigned nonchalance to comfort her. After Davidson finished checking and bandaging Kedong, he placed him in the medical chamber before examining Luo Yao's injuries. Luo Yao had lost a tuft of feathers from his wing, and the tip had been severed. Davidson, will this grow back? How long will it take? The young man's handsome face paled slightly, but he did not utter a word of pain nor blame Kedong for leading him to mark the blue flood dragon cubs. In truth, Luo Yao and Kedong worked in perfect harmony, yet, despite their caution, injuries were unavoidable. After another thorough examination, Davidson assured him, it will grow back in about a week, though it may not resemble its former self. However, that is of little consequence. Let it be a bit unsightly. Cannot it return to its original form? Luo Yao gazed at the truncated tip of his wing, his eyes dimming. If you wish it to return to its original state, I can assist you in severing it after the expedition is over, allowing it to regrow slowly, Davidson offered. Upon hearing this, Luo Yao gradually found solace. After the two injured parties were settled in the medical chamber, Lu Ruan inquired of Davidson, Asen, how long until the significant chunk of flesh taken from Adong's calf can heal? Davidson replied if he lies in the medical chamber, he will recover in 3 days. Kodong lifted his head from the medical chamber to address Davidson. We have successfully marked the blue flood dragon cubs, and after their fright today, they will surely refrain from emerging from their lairs for several days. Please inform Heejin Yen that the entire team should rest for 3 days. With that, Kodong could no longer maintain his composure and closed his eyes. Luo Yao followed suit. The advanced medical chamber was quite spacious, unsuitable for frequent movement, and moving it would leave insufficient space in the tent for the entire team. Davidson decided to leave the two injured individuals aboard the battleship to receive quiet treatment. The others filled their stomachs, freshened up, and concluded a thrilling day, all lying down in the tent. After approximately 20 minutes in the confined space, Lu Ruan had expected that aside from those in the medical chamber, the remaining men would be peacefully sleeping in the large tent. As she was on the verge of closing her eyes, Heijun Yuan suddenly pushed open the door and entered her small sanctuary, securing the door with a firm lock behind him. He retrieved a miniature headset and inserted it into his ears. The sound was soft. The man's voice resonated with a deep, melodious timbre. In the next heartbeat, she felt a slight dip beside her, as a refreshing scent of mint invaded her senses. Lu Ruan gazed at Heijun Yi, whose acting prowess had reached an exquisite level, nearly falling for his ruse once more.
Yuan?
Heijun Yi naturally nestled beside Lu Ruan and whispered, "Shou, don't call my name, just refer to me as husband."